Chapter 138, Conclusion. Third POV. The flash of gray brought destruction, and the flash of silver was speed. The flash of lavender was precision at its finest, and the flash of orange was unyielding intensity. The forest, which hosted a multitude of lives for generations, was forced to bear the brunt of the battle. The wake of destruction that followed had killed all life, be it animals, insects, or vegetation. The greens and the trees were no longer there, shredded into pieces, leaving only a barren land that acted as a battlefield. Raw strength reshaped the landscape, sheer speed silenced sound, while precision drew a river of blood and immense heat burned the frigid air. And yet overwhelming power stood unfazed. Persistent insects, Musen roared, his anger had reached its peak. In his new transformation, he stood nearly 10 feet tall, towering over the likes of Gyomai, who was beyond 7 feet. His arms had turned into deformed flesh of blades and spikes, acting like a whip that could adjust its length. A total of 6 tentacles came out from his back. A layer of armor made of bones covered their origin and their end. His body was covered by a red pattern that left a fire mark over his body. His demonic eyes locked in on the Hashiras like prey, and a jaw with jagged teeth went down his abdomen. Musen swung at them with half-hearted effort and directed his tentacles to strike at them. He was simply too fast for the Hashira. They only dodged his attack through instincts and luck. Flame-breathing, 5th form. Rengoku swung his sword so rapidly that it created the image of a flaming tiger with the afterimage. Flame tiger. Musen barely gave it attention, and so his right hand was ripped off from the attack. He merely cast a side glance at his injury, and it healed in an instant. Serpent-breathing, 4th form, Obanai leapt forward with deadly focus and swung his curly sword horizontally. His blade became snakes and they sliced through Musen's neck. Twin-headed reptile. Forget about killing him, Musen did not give even the slightest reaction as his neck healed before Obanai's blade fully cut through it. His head never even moved, as if it was completely intangible. Obanai gritted his teeth and swerved his body midair, escaping the tentacles but receiving lines of cuts on his body. Sound-breathing, 5th form and 6th form, Tenjin was a blur of silver, traveling faster than sound as he ran around the battlefield. String performance, he spun his blade rapidly, imitating the blades of a helicopter. The spinning sword created gusts of wind and shockwaves that produced deafening sounds to the ears. Echoing dash, with such a deadly weapon in hand, he blurred around the battlefield like a ghost. He was a literal dancing death that haunted Musen and sliced him up at every opening he found. It was without a doubt the flashiest display of swordsmanship. But then again, he was more like a buzzing fly to Musen. It annoyed him to no end, but it was not a threat. Stone-breathing, Gyomai declared to the world. His deep voice rumbled like an earthquake. His right hand tightened and gripped his flail, slowly turning it into the color of red due to the sheer pressure his fingers were exerting from his grip. When he felt that the spiky ball of iron was at the appropriate temperature, Gyomai threw it with all his strength. A cobweb formed under his foot, and the flail flew out with a bright flash. The sound of shattering glass followed as the ball shot out like a cannon. This time, it was dangerous for even Musen. He stumbled on his own footwork, inexperienced, but he made up with sheer speed. Musen got out of the way, but not fully, as the flail tore off a part of his body. The wound looked like a monster had bitten off his abdomen. "It hurts," Musen popped a vein, and he stared hatefully at Gyomai. But still, he did not give the giant the attention he deserved. Musen turned his head to look at someone far away, moving across the battlefield like a hunter circling prey. Seiji, the only person in the battle Musen had deemed to be truly dangerous, to the point that Musen barely focused on anything else. Such was the consequence of fear, and Musen was afraid. 11th form of sun breathing. Unlike all the previous attacks, this one caught Musen's full attention. His eyes caught the bright yellow color in the distance, and he immediately got ready to defend. Flame dance. Due to its nature, sun breathing was a powerful weapon against the Demon Lord. It was not the forms or techniques used. Sun breathing was derived from the sun and was effective against any demon. It had a burning effect, like holy water to evil spirits. Coupled with the red blade and the wielder being the strongest Hashira of the generation, it created an entity that even Muzan had to be wary of. Seiji blasted towards Muzan like a rocket taking off into orbit. Muzan reacted instantly, bringing his left arm forward to block while his right arm lashed out like a whip. The attack cracked like thunder, and it razed the earth as a mere consequence of its trajectory. But his effort went down the drain when the other Hashiras, insects to his eyes, attacked him from all sides. Gyomai slashed at Muzan's left hand, and Tenjin girded his spinning blade on the base of his right arm. The tentacles on his back were cut off, but a strange curving sword that left a white snake as an afterimage. Rengoku suddenly came from below and slashed at the demon's leg, bringing down the 10-foot-tall demon to normal height. You! Seiji blasted past Muzan, leaving 2 nasty cuts on the demon's chest and shoulder. Muzan howled in pain. He had constantly moved his vital organs around like blood, but Seiji was able to slice them exactly where they were. The wounds did not heal. Instead, they became permanent marks on his body, which the other Hashira could attack and take advantage of. Everything was going as planned. The Hashira worked together like one entity. They worked even better than Mzuan's own tentacles. Seiji was Muzan's ultimate weakness. He was the main weapon. Gyomai had enough strength to harm the Demon King, while the rest acted as distractions. Unlike what happened in the canon, this time the Hashiras were fresh. They had not just gotten off of a fight with an upper moon so they could fight Muzan at their best. On the other hand, Muzan was thoroughly handicapped mentally and physically, much like how the poison did in the canon. Muzan's sudden discovery of the sun breathing impacted him mentally, unlike in the manga, where he had a long time to react to Hinokami Kagura. His initial battle with Seiji, where he suffered multiple injuries with a red blade and also from sun breathing, had drained him physically. And unlike in the manage, he had no human flesh he could feed on to regain the lost stamina. In a way, the situation was parallel to what should have happened, except it happened much earlier and used a different approach to get the same result. Muzan planted his feet on the ground, and he spun around like a violent fan. His arms and tentacles lashed out at the Hashira, who managed to escape death with cuts and injury. Obanai, in particular, showed his inexperience, and a fatal swing came at his head. But Seiji appeared beside him just in time and pushed him slightly. The swing only managed to scrape his forehead because of that. Seiji had been doing such things to other Hashiras as well. His eyes could predict where an attack was going to hit. He saw a fatal attack even before it happened. He had saved his friends many times by pushing them away slightly when needed. That was the luck that the Hashiras had. But as a consequence, Seiji's eyes started bleeding, and slowly, but surely his vision turned red. His mind had gotten better at processing what he saw, and his body also got better at reacting. In the midst of the battle, he was growing in strength. Truly, he was a genius of the highest order. Nevertheless, that caused a massive strain on his body. The illusion in his mind that he was fine started wearing off, the adrenaline in his blood decreased, and each second of the fight demanded more will and grit as the battle stretched. "Keep going," Gyomai roared amid the battle and explosion. He was currently the one with the most injuries, and seeing him still unyielding sparked fire in the hearts of everyone. Repetitive action allowed a person to get increasingly stronger the longer they fought, and so, even with injuries, Gyomai remained strong as the battle stretched. Seiji, too, ignored every agony his body screamed at him. He knew that this was the only opportunity he would have. Beyond this, the cannon would be so fucked that he could barely use it to an advantage. So, with his red blade, he blurred in bright yellow at Muzan once more. The other colors followed, and they delivered another fatal wound to the Demon King. The sound of the battle was mind-numbing. The constant explosion and casual break of sound barrier had caused Gyomai to feel deaf. His ears even bled. Obanai felt like he did not belong there. The current battle was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was overwhelming, it was despairing. It was a different realm altogether, and only his sheer tenacity and hatred for demons carried him. Tenjin moved like an assassin. Due to his past, he did not need to give in to his emotions to be able to obliterate a creature. So he fought like a cold machine, calm and calculating with each move he made. Set your heart ablaze. Rengoku too needed nothing but his righteous fury. These 5 pillars represented humanity at that moment. They were the manifestation of all the memories of the past generation, the people who fought before them. Muzan found himself baffled at such a prospect. The thought of running appeared in his mind. And it was a huge blow to his pride. Muzan released a shilling scream that released a shockwave. The jagged maw on his abdomen opened up, and just when the Hashira jumped at him together, he released a powerful shockwave. Look out, Seiji barely had time to warn them. Boom! The shockwave caved the earth, and cracks appeared on the ground like they were standing on glass. The spare snow blew away from the shockwave, and the Hashiras followed. They all flew back, their brain disoriented from the shockwave. Everyone felt their ears ringing, causing them to lose balance as they could not get up even after they recovered. Rengoku was the first to notice the blood coming from his mouth. It was then that everyone noticed they had sustained an internal injury that caused bleeding. Many parts of their bones broke or at least cracked from the shockwave. Only Seiji remained standing. He was the only one who reacted and also the only one unaffected by the defeating sound of the shockwave. Haya, haya, haya. It was not the sound of a breathing style. Seiji was panting like an animal, sucking in copious amounts of air like a needy beggar. It has been a total of 3 hours since he fought Muzan and half that time since they attacked him together. I'll admit you humans are a bunch of persistent creatures, Muzan said. The wounds on his body inflicted by a red blade or sun breathing remained as a shallow wound, but other than that he was fine. But you have a limit. You get tired, demons do not, you bleed out, demons do not, and you suffer from every injury, demons do not, Muzan said. Just give up. What do you mean? Seiji asked and wiped away the blood that fell from his eyes like tears. I can do this all night. No, you cannot, Muzan said simply, and your friends definitely cannot. It was then that everyone felt their heart get heavier. Their pulse suddenly became louder, and they were fully aware of its beat. They could clearly feel their body weakening with each beating heart. Something was happening to them, even beyond what the shockwave did. Each of my attacks was laced with my blood. It is like the deadliest poison to the human body, Muzan revealed. Your hope was to drag this battle, was it not? To keep me fighting until sunrise. I am limited by time, Muzan said and spread his arm victoriously. But now so are you. They were poisoned, and with how things were going, they would die from the effect even before sunrise. Seiji gritted his teeth in frustration and looked towards his right, into the horizon. He wondered how long it would take for Shinobu to arrive here. There was silence, but that belonged to Muzan as he smiled victoriously. But that silence was broken by the flashiest of them all. Guess again, Tenjin said as he stood up without any problem. Poison, sorry, but my father has been feeding me that since I was in my mother's womb. It doesn't affect me anymore, Tenjin said, bringing his sword up and taking a pose. He flashed a sparkling smile even as he was drenched in his own blood. He was bloody insane. Demon, you underestimate the will of humans, Rengoku said, and used his sword to prop himself up despite all odds. And the tenacity of a blazing heart, he roared when he finally stood up. The demon's slayer mark appeared on his forehead and went down his face. It was the pattern of a burning flame. With the intense heat of his body, which was like many fevers stacked together, Rengoku was able to fight back the poison to a certain extent. As if I will let go of the chance to skewer you, Obanai said, and stood up right after Rengoku. His face, too, was covered with demon slayer marks. He was a true psychopath with nothing to lose in this world. His only purpose was to hurt demons. A mountain shall not fall from mere poison, Gyomai said, and he stood up. There was no demon slayer mark to be seen. He was able to stand up because he was just built different. His sheer size also meant that the poison took longer to affect him than it did others. Seiji's jaw relaxed into a smile seeing that. He was not the only one moving forward and fighting beyond his limits. His comrades were always right behind him, and they would rather die than be left behind. Why do you look so surprised? Seiji began to pick up a breathing pattern, sun breathing. No one has forgiven you. Swallowing every single pride he had, Muzin did the same thing he had done 500 years ago. In times of great conflict, people show their true nature. Muzin's true nature was that of a coward. The fight was uncertain, with no clear victor. But while the demon slayers were ready to give their lives to kill him, he was not. He couldn't take the risk. They caught me off guard, and they were prepared. I will slaughter them all next time. Saying such excuses in his head to soothe his wounded ego. Muzin Kibitsuji ran. Chapter 139, Desperate Move. Seiji's POV. Muzin Kibitsuji ran. He actually fucking ran. How hilarious was that? Don't let him get away, I screamed, and all of us shot out after him. We were like sharks smelling blood in the water. It was a cowardly move, but who were we to judge when we were jumping him? There was no honor in a war, and retreating now was his best option. He could come at us again, more prepared and with the upper moons by his side. He had nothing to gain when he entertained our desire to fight. He was not entitled to it. Muzin Kibitsuji was smart, but he was never an actual warrior in the first place. He was a king at best. It was not like I did not expect him to run either. I knew he did the same thing with Yoriichi, and running again was not out of the option for him. Among the Hashira, Tenjin and I were the fastest. While I used sun breathing, Tenjin was able to match my speed, so we were the first one to catch up to the Demon King. Running away again? This is getting dull, Tenjin exclaimed and swung his blade, to which Muzin ducked before he returned an attack. Tenjin leapt into the air, dodging the attack, but he also fell behind. You are not getting away, Muzin. I wouldn't allow it, I said softly, before I burst into a chain of perfectly timed action. My attack took into account everything around us, not just what was but what would be. Sun breathing, 11th form. My movement was swift. I did not even look forward, as I knew beforehand exactly where we would be at the speed we were going. My eyes were locked on the 3 remaining brains and 5 hearts of Muzin. You're getting careless, Muzin yelled suddenly, and his feet sunk to the ground. In the very next moment, a mass of spiky flesh emerged in front of me, and before I knew it, my legs were torn off. At least that's what Muzin saw, because right after that my body faded away. It was an afterimage. His eyes widened, and his instincts screamed. He had just enough time to see me in the air right above him. His body, which was always controlled by multiple brains, reacted impossibly quickly. The same tentacles emerged from his back and pierced through my heart. At least that's what he saw, but that's not what really happened. My body faded, and it was revealed to be yet another afterimage. Muzin's eyes gleamed, and he looked to his other side, just in time to see me slashing at his neck. His tentacles moved fast and strike at me, but it was too late. My blade successfully passed through his neck. But again, that's only what he saw, as it was revealed to be an afterimage. My sword never touched his neck. The same thing happened 3 more times, and each time Muzin was slower and slower to react. By the time my real body attacked him, he had absolutely no way to retaliate. His body did not even react, maybe hoping that I'd be another afterimage. I was running in front of him, and with a swift turn of my hips, I turned to face him, and I planted my feet on the ground. Muzin blitzed right past me, but only a few feet. His body fell apart as I had cut off all his limbs while he ran past me. Fake rainbow. I called out the name of the technique. It allowed me to create 7 afterimages through the manipulation of light and speed. The aim of the technique was the opposite of the saying, never let them see you coming. I showed him everything, and that ultimately led to the same result. The opponent is utterly ignorant of an attack. I slid to a stop, while Muzin's limbless body bounced and rolled on the frozen earth. Like I said, you are not getting away, Muzin, I said, and a few seconds later, everyone else had caught up. We surrounded the Demon King, leaving no room to escape. He slowly regenerated new limbs under our steady eyes. His regeneration was slow, to the point that he was barely healing at the rate of ordinary demons. Your sun breathing might not be as overwhelming as Yoriichi was, but you sure do know how to exploit its tricks better, Muzin admitted. We did not attack him while he was healing because the gaping jaw in his abdomen was open, ready to release yet another wave of shockwave. We were all wary, unsure of what it would do to us if we took a hit from that again. He won't escape us. Muzan managed to escape Yoriechi because he was but one man, but now with the 5 of us, I was sure that he wouldn't escape. I could feel my heart beating rapidly in my chest. Was this it? Was this the end of my journey? Would today finally be the day when good triumphs over evil? I don't want to do this, but I guess you left me no choice, Muzan suddenly said and burst into speed. He chose a direction where he wanted to run, and as it so happened, he ran straight to Rengoku. He easily blitzed past the flame Hashira, but not out of his own ability. Rengoku let him pass him. Flame-breathing, esoteric art. Rengoku roared and he burst into speed, faster than even Muzan's own. Normally, Rengoku could not hold a candle to Muzan in terms of speed, but if it was a sudden burst where Rengoku used everything he had, then he could outspeed Muzan, who was only running away. Rengoku. The flame Hashira was but a road of orange flames. He shot out like a laser beam, raising the earth with the force of his steps and heat. He left a small river in his wake. Even I was left a little speechless. He was so much stronger than when he fought Akaza in the manga. And this time, he even had his own demon slayer mark to boost his power. The fire around him soon formed the image of an eastern dragon, and he blasted past Muzan. His blade easily tore through the flesh of the demon lord. Maybe it was luck or perhaps instinct, but Rengoku sliced 2 hearts. For the second time, Muzan fell to the ground. His body was dismembered by the sheer force of Rengoku. It was not a clean cut like mine, more like his body was violently ripped apart by a firestorm. We were about to jump at him again, but finally, the giant maw on his abdomen released a shockwave that stopped us in our tracks. The earth caved in and cracked like brittle glass, while we felt the force spread through our bodies. It was a violent vibration that rattled my muscles, organs, and bones. Luckily, it was not a direct hit, so we were fine. It only managed to slow us down. Our moment of disorientation was short. Muzan regenerated from his upper body, leaving parts of his body as he ran again. We were about to follow his tail once more, but all of us were collectively stopped when we heard a strange sound from Rengoku. They heard the sound of a demon, but I froze because I saw that Rengoku stopped all movement. His muscles became rigid like cement, and that made me pause. That was now how the human body was supposed to work. What? Everyone looked at Rengoku, and that was when we noticed an injury he sustained from the Demon King. A finger. A finger was jabbed right in Rengoku's neck. No, when I looked closely, I could see that the finger stabbed right at his main arteries, like a syringe injection. I think my heart fell to my stomach when I looked at the finger. It was Muzan's finger, but unlike every other body part that had been cut off, the finger was without a drop of blood. It was pale and wrinkly. I think time stopped for every one of us at that moment. The fleeing Muzan had completely been erased from our thoughts as we watched Rengoku's eyes turn demonic, taking the shape of a demon. No. NOOOs. There was a demonic grin on a face that once housed the brightest smile. The eyes that always shone with righteousness burned with evil bloodlust. A demon's claw tore off the Haori that boldly declared, the flame pillar. The purest soul was corrupted. Ariwechechech. The demon who was once my best friend released a beastly growl, like a wild animal, and it lunged at me with frightening speed. Time stopped for me. I did nothing. At that moment, something in me just died. Chapter 140. No Winners in a War. Seiji's POV. My eyes saw everything, and this time, I hated that. I could see how Muzan's blood slowly changed his body to a cellular level, how his DNA was tempered, and how his humanity was slowly being eroded away, leaving familiar distinction I had seen on demons. The image burned itself into my memory. The scene of my best friend slowly turning into what I hated the most shattered my heart in ways I didn't know possible. There was silence, and the world was in slow motion. I despaired at that pace, and it felt like forever. I hated Muzan Kibutsuji for what he did. I cursed at him with every fiber of my being. But what I despised just as much was me, as my body twitched on instinct, and I nearly decapitated the demon before me. Demon. No, my best friend. Rengoku. He lunged at me, and I did nothing to stop him. I allowed him to pin me to the ground. His claws gripped my heart, tearing flesh, but I couldn't feel it. Worse pain from within stopped me from feeling anything else. Everyone else was shocked, just like I was. They did not know how to react to the situation. The demon pulled his hand out of my heart, tearing away a chunk of flesh, and the fountain of blood that spewed out painted us red. He pulled his hand back, and just when he was going to rip off my throat, he was stopped by his other hand. He froze on top of me, his body trembling like there was a war going on inside him. He gritted his teeth hard. His jaw buckled and the sharp canines cracked and returned to their normal human shape. I watched with wide, unblinking eyes as Rengoku fought an unseen war. I did not know what else to do. I lay unresponsive. I only came back to reality when a drop of water fell on my cheek. Tears. Seiji, Rengoku gritted out. His eyes released huge droplets of tears that fell on my face and mixed with the blood. My friend, he said. His pleading look destroyed whatever resolve I had left. Kill me. Oh God, I saw it so clearly. It felt like those words were literally etched on my brain. I felt my mind collapse. Why had I never thought of this before? In the manga, Muzan is never shown to have the capability to turn strong demon slayers into demons, only civilians. I always thought that after a certain threshold of strength, Muzan could not turn someone into a demon without their consent. That's how it was supposed to be. If not, why did he never turn the Hashiras into demons in the manga? He could win the war very easily. So why? Please kill me, Seiji, before I could harm you more, Rengoku pleaded with broken eyes that were both human and demonic. I didn't know what to do except remain in my place while I resisted the instinctive urge to cut off his head. My body had been so accustomed to slaying demons that, when I saw one, my first instinct was to kill. I'm a horrible friend. I didn't move even after a while, so Gyomai did. He took a mighty step towards us, and with the axe in hand, he swung at the head of Rengoku. Gyomai's face was stone. The scene in front of him might as well be hell. He did not want to kill Rengoku even though he had become a demon. At the same time, I was at risk since I had completely frozen, leaving me beyond vulnerable for Rengoku to kill me on impulse. But as the oldest, he thought it was natural for him to make the decision no one wanted to make. Kill Rengoku, who had become a demon, to save me, as my best friend had pleaded. No, I yelled and my body moved to turn over. I pushed Rengoku onto the ground, reversing our position, and I blocked the incoming A's with my blade. My sword, which had lost its bright red color, shattered upon contact with the axe. Gyomai could not stop his attack anymore, and the axe buried itself on my shoulder. The majority of the force had been stopped by my sword, so I was not cut in half. Gyomai was surprised beyond belief, and he stumbled back. His axe remained lodged on my shoulder, and I would prefer that to stop the bleeding. No one will harm him, I roared out. I was forced to face the situation head-on, so I pushed whatever emotion I had to the deepest depths of my soul. I could cry later. Rengoku was the one to disobey me first, as his own hand went to his neck to strangle himself. His claws tore into his neck, but I quickly grabbed it to stop him. I said no. You'll be fine, I will fix it, I told everyone, even me included. I promise. My eyes took in the sight, and this time, I actually processed all the information before me instead of just being aghast at what I saw. I could see that although Rengoku had been turned into a demon, it was not a full transformation that would take a longer time. I also see that Rengoku's humanity was fighting fiercely against the influence of Muzan's blood. It was fighting back to the point of tearing itself down. Rengoku would rather die than become a demon. I guess I knew now why Muzan needed consent before turning a Hashira into a demon. They would rather die than transform, so it was meaningless. If this went on, Rengoku would die. He would remain a human, sure, but he would die. Stop fighting it, I screamed at him. They might think that turning into a demon, to be controlled by Muzan, to hurt your own friends, was worse than death, but I knew better. I can help you, I know a cure, so just stop fighting back or you will die, I told Rengoku, who began struggling under me. He did not want to listen, he wanted to die. But I wouldn't allow him to, not yet. I wrestled with Rengoku as he struggled with all his might. He was already a Hashira when he was human, so as a demon, his strength increased by many times. I could barely control him as the ground cracked from his struggle. Eventually, I put my arm around his neck while I took his back. Then I choked him, cutting air from going to his brain. "Stop it," I said and tightened my choke. His hand slammed against the ground and even hit my ribs, but I did not let go. I pulled out whatever strength I had left and subdued him. I choked him until he eventually went limp. He was a demon, but not fully yet, so he passed out. I would say he was only around 10% done with becoming a demon. It was frightening how much control Muzin had even with just that. My eyes also see that he had not regenerated the wounds he had, so that was further proof of his incomplete transformation. It also made me careful as I pushed his limp body off me and laid him on the ground. My eyes remained glued to him even after that. The transformation continued, but with Rengoku being unconscious, it was happening without resistance. That way he would not die and safely turn into a demon. Tenjin and Gyomai remained in their place, their faces thoughtful and tragic just as mine was. Just then, Obanai returned to us and he had a deep frown on his scarred lips. He got away using a strange ability, he told us. He was the only person who cared little for Rengoku since he was new, so he ran after Muzin despite what happened. I clenched my fist as hard as I could. My eyes trembled with frustration, and I could feel my body losing strength rapidly. My marks receded and there was silence. He got away this time. Chapter 141, Aftermath. Third POV. Tanjiro watched in abject horror the landscape of destruction that had once been a forest. He did not have other words to describe the feeling in his chest. How could something that has been for so long be gone in one night, just like that? "What happened here?" he asked with a shaky voice, barely coherent. There was a young man in front of him, wearing a white haori with black stripes. He had bandages covering his lower face, and he had the same words as Seiji written on the back of his haori. "A pillar. It was a battle between us and the Demon King. Unfortunately, the enemy manages to escape at the last minute," Obanai answered while leading them. Behind Tanjiro was the rest of the Kamado. Their expression was full of confusion and unease. Unlike Tanjiro, they had never even seen a demon before, so what Obanai said didn't even make sense to them. Tanjiro gritted his teeth when he heard the reply. He knew a battle had taken place here. He had heard the shockwaves and explosions from miles away. His nose could also smell the sheer blood and violence that had taken place in the battle. Even though he was not there, he could clearly feel the ghost of what had transpired. And what happened was beyond human limits. Maybe he had asked the wrong question. What he really wanted to know was how it was possible. How could a small number of people raise the forest, and how could the enemy even survive? He knew now that he had gravely underestimated demons and demon slayers. He knew they were strong enough, they could destroy trees with their bare hands. But that estimation was laughable. They were basically a walking army. "Careful there," Tanjiro said, and helped his younger siblings jump over a huge wound on the earth. It looked like the earth had been sliced open by a 100-foot blade. That was not the only one, as marks of destruction littered the place like fallen leaves. The snow could not cover the deep craters and cracks that made solid ground look like glass. Even the few layers of snow were decorated in the color of red. The demon slayers bled a lot, but the Demon King was even worse. His blood was everywhere in the forest, and Tanjiro could literally smell the evil off them. The Kamado family looked at everything in fear. In the span of one night, the region where they lived had virtually become inhabitable. The fact that it was man-made challenged their belief of what was possible. Eventually, they came back to Kamdo compound. It was a small clearing that surrounded their home. They saw many people there and a few new faces. The majority of the people wore black clothes that covered their whole body, even their faces. They looked like ninjas as they swiftly moved around and helped in any way they could. Some of them were cleaning the area of blood, others were wrapping bandages around the injured, and some were making fire and cooking food. They saw Seiji, who sat on the half-broken veranda with a pretty lady attending to his wound. The Kamado family immediately went to him as he was the only person they knew out of all the strangers. Seiji-nai. Seiji-san. They ran up to him, and Tone was worried when they saw that his whole body was covered in a white bandage. He had been gravely injured, they could tell even with their untrained eyes. But what shocked them even more as they got closer was the dull look in his eyes. His eyes looked exhausted and defeated. Seiji-san. Tanjiro simply stood in front of him, unsure of what to do next. "You're here," Seiji greeted them with the weakest smile they had seen on him yet. "I'm glad to see that everyone is safe." "Nezuko," he called out specifically, and when the girl stepped forward, his smile became a bit brighter. "You're human," he said, and chuckled at a joke only he knows. "With the confirmation of your safety, I would say this battle was not a total loss on our part," he said with a nod. "Are you okay, Seiji-san?" Kei, the mother of Tanjiro, asked in concern. "I'm fine. I suffered no fatal injuries and the ones I did will heal soon. But for now, may I talk to you in private? I have something urgent to discuss with you," Seiji asked, to which Kei nodded. "Shinobu, please can you take Tanjiro and his siblings inside? I'm sure they must still be in shock after what happened," Seiji asked the lady who was tending to his wound. Shinobu seemed not too appreciative of being asked to move away from him, but she did not say anything. She got up and gestured at the children to follow her inside. Tanjiro and the rest went inside the house, where they saw more of the people who wore the same uniform as Seiji. They were too injured, just Seiji. Their body was covered with white bandages. "Civilian," a gigantic man with jewels decorating his head asked. He was sitting next to an unconscious man with yellow hair. "They are the Kamato siblings," Shinobu said, and let the children sit down. She herself went to the unconscious man to check on him. "The name is Tenjin Yuzui, the flashiest Hashira, and this short stuff is Shinobu. She's a doctor," Tenjin introduced with a smile. "And our friend here whom we put to sleep so that he doesn't go berserk and eat everyone is Rengoku." You could hear the forced jolliness in his voice. He was anything but happy at that moment. "Sorry for using your house like this, but I'm sure you wouldn't mind since it is the pleasure of everyone to have me as a guest," he said in a faux arrogant tone while laughing. "Things are a little complicated as of now, but everything should be fine soon. By sunrise, more reinforcement will come and we will start moving you to the headquarters," Shinobu said curly. "Wait, we are moving?" Tanjiro asked. "Yes, it is too dangerous for you to continue living here, so you will move to the Demon Slayer headquarters at the moment before the master decides to do next," Shinobu said. Tanjiro was silent after that. He contemplated how his life was going to change so drastically after one night. He looked over to his siblings, and he felt a deep sense of relief to see them. The resolve in his heart tightened, and he bowed to the two Hashira. "Thank you." After that, they were given warm blankets and food along with the others to keep themselves warm on the cold winter night. The house had a gaping hole in the wall, so it was an imperfect shelter. By sunrise, they were moved to the Demon Slayer headquarters. Third POV. "How is it?" Shinobu asked Jayomai while tying the bandage on his chest. Compared to her size, Jayomai was a giant, so she literally had to walk around him to cover his wound. "I told you, Shinobu, I do not mind the pain," Jayomai said, trying to smile, but he barely could do it. No one at the moment was in the mood to smile. A huge chunk of his chest was torn off, so there was nothing much she could do. The Hashira had great control over their body through their breathing style, so Jayomai could stop the bleeding. The only thing she could do was sterilize the wound to avoid infection and give him painkillers. And yet the giant man would not let her do even that. "Just answer me properly, do you still feel the pain?" she asked again. She had given him painkillers, but it was hard to determine the correct dose. Jayomai was many times larger than the average human being. Jayomai stayed silent for some time before he said, "I will need a little more." Shinobu gave her more doses of painkillers after she was done. It was frustrating for her. No, frustration was not enough to describe her feelings. She ran to the Gifu region immediately after she got the message from Raven, but by the time she reached there, everything was already done. The Demon King had escaped, and what remained was her friends who were half dead with injuries and poison, while one of them had met a tragic fate. Rengoku had become a demon. She did not know how to react to the devastating news. It was a fate worse than death. It explained the state Seiji was in when she found him, completely broken beyond just a physical sense. She wished she got there in time. She knew she wouldn't make much of a difference with her level of strength, but she would have made a difference. Maybe then things wouldn't end up this way. This was why she hated being a doctor. She was tired of only fixing what was broken and being unable to protect. She was fated to always be late. It was the same when her sister faced Dauma. "Are okay?" Gyomai brought her out of her thoughts. It was comical that he was asking her that question when he was covered with a bandage. "Yes," she answered. "You shouldn't feel helpless, Shinobu. We are all fighting in our own way. You have a lot of work ahead of you," Gyomai said, and he turned his head towards the house where Rengoku lay unconscious. She had given him medicine and poison to keep him sleeping for now. She turned to look at the house and pondered on whether it would be possible to turn someone back into a human. "Yeah, a lot of work," she admitted. "Thank you for always looking after us. Without you, we wouldn't be able to fight our battles a long time ago," Gyomai said. Shinobu remained silent, but the words made her feel better. Although she couldn't be on the front lines most of the time, it was true that her work mattered. In fact, maybe it was more important than anything else because now they only have her. Just then, she saw Siei run off back to the forest with a woman in his arms. The woman is the mother of Tanjiro. "Where is he going?" Shinobu asked in August. Seiji was in no state to run off again. She got up and tried to go after him, but Gyomai stopped her. "He'll be fine," he said, and she decided to trust him. He had likely overheard the conversation and knew the situation was important. She sighed but still walked away. She would not go after him, but she had other important things to do. "Lady Kacho, we have collected blood samples and all the body parts we can find," a Kakashi reported while holding a container that held the remaining parts of the demon. "Make sure you don't reveal them to the sunlight and take them back to the mansion," she said, and the Kakashi nodded before doing as she was ordered. Now they had not only blood samples, but also body parts of Musen Kibitsuji. It was great research material that can be used to learn more about demons, but mostly for Shinobu, to create effective poison. Normally, it would be impossible to take parts of Musen, as he had absolute control over his cells. But these were cut off using sun-breathing and the red blade. It was another gain from the seemingly lost battle. Chapter 142, Blue Spider Lily. Seiji's POV. There are demons in this world, creatures that feed on human flesh. They hunt at night, killing people to quench their insatiable hunger. To combat these creatures and protect humanity, our organization, the Demon Slayer Corp, was created. I began my explanation to Kai Kamato. I explained to her in a little detail what demons were, and how they could be killed by sunlight or using a specific blade. Although you might think it was unnecessary, it was needed to soothe her worry. Imagine someone telling you demons are real but wouldn't say their weakness or how to fight them back. At least when she knew that the demons were not all-powerful, she was a little relieved. I also informed her about my ranking in the organization, which is only below the masters. Then, I explained the main reason I wanted to talk to her in the first place. "The demon came specifically to kill your family," I said. "What? Why?" she asked, her face indicating no clue as to why a demon would target them. "We found out that your ancestors had a connection with the Demon Slayer Corp in the past. We do not know how since it was so long ago. But I know that the Hinakami Kagura is a sword technique hidden in a dance," I said, telling her things she needed to know from here on. "So your family will be moved to the Demon Slayer headquarters so that we can protect you. The demons will not stop, they will come for you again," I said, and after a moment of silence, she nodded. "I understand." That was a lie. She did not understand anything. In fact, she was still in the middle of absorbing the existence of demons. But she trusted me, so she agreed with whatever I was saying. I guess it was worth cultivating her trust in the end. And please, listen carefully to what I am about to say next. The demon that came for you was not only aiming to slaughter your family, but he was also looking for something. Something he was sure that you would know about, I said, and gazed intently at her eyes. I try not to look so desperate, but maybe I failed with the emotions I read on her face. A flower, a blue spider lily. It will allow the demons to fix their only weakness, that is the sun, I said, and I could see that she knew what I was talking about. Do you know where it is? I asked, and I already knew she knew. She stayed silent for a long time, wondering how to reply to my desperate question. There seems to be something complicated in the location of the flower. I know where it is, she finally said. Take me there. I did not even wait for her answer as I scooped her up in my arms. My body ached in protest, but I told it to fuck off. I would not rest until I secured that flower, until I was sure that there was a chance to help my best friend after I had messed up so badly. I ran through the destroyed forest with Kai in my arms. She was my guide, telling me where to go and which mountain to climb. Unlike what I previously thought, the location of the flower was a fair distance away. It required traversing through complicated routes and caves to reach there. I was in no shape to move fast, so by the time we made it to our destination, the sun was already on the horizon, indicating early morning. We came upon a hidden clearing at the edge of a mountain, which could only be accessed through a cave. From here, we could see the land below and the river running down the mountain. It was a beautiful place. The sunlight reflected on the water and the white sheen of the snow, making it seem to glitter like jewels. And yet I could not spare a moment of respite to enjoy the view. My whole focus was on the only plant in the small clearing. It looked like an ordinary plant, except for the few flower buds I saw on them. My eyes pierced through the earth, and I saw the remains of someone under the plant. I came to the conclusion that this was a grave for someone important. I turned to Kai. Is this it? Yes, the flower you are searching for. The blue spider lily only ever blooms a few times in a year, and that too only during daylight, she informed me. I felt reality slap away my delusion, which was finding the flower and turning Rengoku back into a human as soon as possible. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy, I thought to myself. I see, I said. Although it sucked that I couldn't get the flower now, at least I knew where it was. Do you know when the flower would bloom? I asked, to which Kai nodded. Of course. It has been our family tradition to take care of the flower and to bring our children where at least once in their life to see the flower bloom, she said, and I felt a weight lift off my shoulder. I can work with that. Thank you, I said, and focused my eyes on the flower. I studied the plant as much as I could, trying to see what made the flower different from the rest. Muzan and I both lost the battle. He failed in killing the Kamado family or anyone else while I failed in killing him. But at the same time, we both gained something important from the battle. Muzan gained information about us from the battle. Now he knew about the demon SLAYER marks and even my son breathing. The next time we meet, he will be much more cautious and dangerous. On the other hand, I saved the Kamado family, got the blood of the demon king himself, and found the location of the blue spider lily. The flower was a game changer in this world. It could be the key to making a potion that could ever the demon king back into a human, just like how it turned him into a demon 1,000 years ago. Or it could be my trump card, if I found myself unable to defeat the demons. Muzan became a demon by consuming the blue spider lily. Could I do the same if I ate one? Or could Shinobu and Tamyo recreate the potion that turned Muzan into a demon? I was not beneath turning myself into a demon if it meant I could annihilate the demons that came from Muzan. I hated him that much now. He bestowed the same fate on my best friend. But for now, I collapsed on the ground. Kai immediately came beside me and lent her body for support. I am exhausted. Chapter 143, Aftermath. Muzan's side. Third POV. BOOM. Muzan Kibutsuji swung his arm around the Infinity Castle, breaking hundreds of rooms while thousands were created. The sound of destruction echoed in the dimension. His body was filled with veins, and his blood boiled in anger. His heart felt like dynamite in his chest, exploding in on itself. It was a frightening display of anger and wrath, but you couldn't ignore what it actually was at its core. A child throwing a tantrum. It was a pathetic display of frustration from a coward who ran. His arms returned to human hands when he was satisfied with destroying the room around him. His own fingers dug into his face, and he tore it off in a show of bloody gore. His injuries healed in 1 second and he tore it off again. Like that, Muzin kept tearing at himself until blood pooled below his feet. It was his way of dealing with his own shape. He wanted to rip off his skin and change his identity in some way. But he was met with a cold reality. He could never change who he was. "You coward!" Seiji's voice rang in his mind, doubling his shame each time he thought it was going to end. He couldn't escape the voices in his head. He continued his actions for a long time until eventually, he stopped and became unmoving like a statue. It was akin to taking a cold shower for him. His mind felt a little clearer after the outburst, and he could think over the situation again. "They all have to die," Muzin said to himself, determining that that was the only way to erase the shame he felt in his heart. He could not fool himself as he said, "They all have to die," and not, "I will kill them all." "Nakheim," Muzin said in anger, turning his blood-red eyes to the woman who had been observing his unsightly display with a stoic face. He could not help but take out his frustration on the first victim that he saw, someone he knew for certain could not go against him. Muzin cruelly raised his hand and curled his fingers into a fist. At his gesture, Nakheim's eyes widened, the first emotion on her face since Muzin came into the Infinity Castle. "Ah!" It was a scream of pure agony that was ripped out of her. The sound was oddly familiar to Muzin, as it was the same scream he had released a few hours ago. A sickening grin spread his lips as he enjoyed inflicting pain on another entity. It was a therapy for his twisted mind. The act of having someone's life in the palm of his hand soothes his broken ego. Muzin allowed her to scream more, and that's what she did. Nakheim felt every cell of her body burning in pain. Her nerves seemed to go haywire. Their main purpose shifts from control to inflicting her the most amount of pain. The pain was intense enough to make her wish she was dead. She wouldn't die, though. Her ability was too useful for Muzin to lose, so he wouldn't allow her to die. "Tell me, Nakheim, how did you not know Seiji Shigen was with the family? Are you so incompetent, or did you want me to die there?" Muzin asked, putting the blame on her while justifying his own sadistic actions. "Did you betray me?" Muzin's eyes snapped wide open like a saucer, and after a beat of silence, his hand fell off from his wrist. It was a cut so clean that blood did not spill, and his own body did not realize until he flinched. With that, Nakheim's torture came to an end as she collapsed on the ground. She curled into a tiny ball, her size that of a young child. "Lord Muzin." "BOOM." It was a single step, but it felt like an explosion. "BOOM. BOOM. BOOM. I think your mind is not in the best state. Perhaps the battle took a toll on you," the voice did not ask. It was blunt, and it fed its intent on Muzin like a command. The Demon King felt his previous anger come back tenfold as he side-eyed the demon who stood beside him. They both faced the opposite direction, yet they did not face each other. And yet, even with the infinite anger brewing inside him, Muzin did not make a move. The fact that he did not see the attack stopped him from retaliating. No, not only did he not see the attack coming, but he did not even feel it. There was absolutely no intent, no sound, and there was no pain from the attack. Dying in agony was scary, but to die unaware was chilling in its own right. "What do you think you're doing, Kokoshibo?" "I am stopping my master from doing something irrational while he is in no state to make a decision," Kokoshibo stated himself. There was no double, no hesitance. Although Kokoshibo was a subordinate of the Demon King, it was only on paper. In reality, their relationship was that of a business partner rather than a master-servant. This was due to the simple fact that Kokoshibo was stronger than Muzin himself. If they were equal in strength, Muzin would be able to retain his position as a master since he had control over his cell. But Kokoshibo was stronger. Even Muzin himself did not know by how much. The gap was enough for Muzin to fear that Kokoshibo would be able to end him regardless of control. He did not doubt that, if Tamyo could escape his grasp, Kokoshibo would be able to escape his control and kill him if he crossed him. Luckily for the Demon King, Kokoshibo held his samurai tradition to a certain extent. A samurai obeys his lord regardless of strength. In the end, Muzin calmed down his nerves and moved away from the demon. "Then I guess you have my gratitude," Muzan admitted. Kokoshibo, too, moved away from his place and went beside Nakime. He carefully helped the demon girl rise up to her feet. With how gentle he was being with her, you would think that she was a human girl made of glass. "Are you okay?" he asked, no emotion in his voice except a tinge of real concern that spread across his 6 eyes. "Why, yes, I'm fine." Nakime quickly gathered back her wit. Her single eye shook, not knowing which eyes she should stare back at. "Thank you, Lord Kokoshibo." She bowed deeply, and he accepted his thanks with a noble nod. "Feelings?" Muzan thought to himself while narrowing his eyes at the 2 demons before him. It would make sense to develop at least a feeling of kinship, considering they had been living together in the castle for more than a century. Nevertheless, he made a mental note in his mind that Kokoshibo cared a little for the demon girl. It is surprising that the demon slayers of this generation have become strong enough to pose a threat to you, Lord Muzan, Kokoshibo said. He was sitting on his own feet a few meters away from Muzan. The tension had completely disappeared between them. They had mutual respect for each other to a certain degree. Muzan respected his strength, while Kokoshibo respected his own promise of serving Muzan. Right now, they were discussing about what just transpired a few hours ago. The Hashira were strong enough to fight back against Muzan. Kokoshibo had thought that their generation was the first and last to be able to do that. His interest was slightly piqued after hundreds of years. "They are remarkable for humans, but they are not the main threat," Muzan said and made a curious pause. "A sun-breathing user lives." Kokoshibo literally stilled in his spot when he heard that statement. He carefully judged how to process the sentence, and when he was done, his still body became undone. And when that happened, immense lust for battle oozed out from the stoic demon. It was a hunger for battle that was never completed. Many countries ago, Kokoshibo had challenged his own brother, but that ended in his defeat and his opponent dying of old age after the battle. After that day, a part of Kokoshibo died as well. The reason why he became a demon was so that he could surpass his brother in the first place, so after his death, life became meaningless for Kokoshibo. But with the news of a new sun-breathing user, he thought that it could be a chance to feel alive once more. A chance to finish the incomplete battle. It would not be the same as defeating Yoriichi, but defeating his successor was something Kokoshibo would love to do. Muzan smirked when he saw his reaction. Why risk his life to kill someone when he could send someone else? Chapter 144, The Will to Help. Third POV. Kai revealed the location of the blue spider lily to Seiji, and also informed him about the exact date and time when the flower would bloom. When Seiji finally returned to the Kamado household that had turned into a demon slayer camp, exhaustion hit him like a truck. Seiji passed out like a dead man immediately. The price of fighting against the Demon King on equal ground was fatigue beyond anything he had ever suffered before. Shinobu concluded that he would be out for the next few days at least. He suffered a nasty wound on his heart where Rengoku had pierced him, and his shoulder was also mutilated by Gyomai's blow. The injuries were luckily not fatal, and with Seiji's superhuman healing, he should be able to recover fully from this. It was a miracle that he came out without permanent injuries. After his return, the demon slayers promptly returned to their headquarters. Seiji and the other combatants who had been injured in the fight were carried to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment. The news of what transpired in the Gifu region quickly spread among the Demon Slayer Corp. Many people were involved, so secrecy was never an option. The reaction was a mix of horror and joy. The news that the Demon King had fled from their pillars was something the Demon Slayers parade with pride, but the experienced warriors knew what that entailed. They were in for more trouble in the future. Some people thought the Demon King was merely a myth, and this battle had stripped them of their blissful ignorance. Things were going to get more chaotic in the future. The unfortunate fate that had befallen the Flame Pillar, on the other hand, was tightly held under wraps. Yubayashiki spared no effort to make sure that the news never spread. Nevertheless, the organization was going through changes with the Battle of the Gifu region, now termed the Failed Purge. A sense of unease mixed with excitement filled the hearts of every demon slayer. With the Demon King himself making big moves, it was clear to all that the war was coming to an end. How will it end was the question. With the demon's defeat or humanity's death? That was what scared half and what excited half. Third POV. Seiji. Kani Kacho stumbled more than once as she ran towards the main entrance gate of the mansion. What used to be the unrivaled queen of balance and elegance was now a powerless and stumbling maiden. She was one of the many who had been wronged by demons. Seiji, Kani called out once more while she got back up every time she fell. Her action seemed helpless and beyond vulnerable at that moment. Sister, Shinobu quickly ran forward and caught the blind girl in her arms. She stopped Kani from blindly stumbling her way to the unconscious man carried on a stretcher. What's going on? What happened? Kani's unseeing eyes were as expressive as ever. They trembled like stars before tears spilt out uncontrollably. Shinobu, why does he smell of blood? Why is he not speaking to me? He's fine, he's fine. He passed out from exhaustion, that's all I promise, Shinobu soothed her sister. In a world of absolute darkness, things get scary fast, but the trusted voice of her sister brought calm to her heart. Take Seiji to his personal room and set up IV. You can take the others to the normal ward, Shinobu told the Kakashi. With Kani in her arms, Shinobu followed the Kakoshi as they went to Seiji's room. At the moment, Seiji was the one with the gravest injuries. She had stitched the other's wound, but since Seiji disappeared before she had time to do so, his injuries remained open. Rengoku was also carried to the ward. He looked completely normal except for the metamorphosis his body went through in his body, unseen. Shinobu had given him plenty of medication to make sure he remained unconscious, both for human and demons. When Seiji was lying on his bed, Kani immediately took his side. Shinobu too gathered the tools needed, and she got to work stitching Seiji's wounds. Cut off his bandages, Shinobu asked her sister, who despite her blindness, was able to take them off. Shinobu could have easily done everything herself, but she knew her sister wanted to do something lest she would feel too helpless when her love was in need of help right beside her. Kani froze and then trembled when she felt the extent of his injuries. Chest trauma, it's deep but doesn't reach his vitals. No evidence of internal bleeding or his lungs collapsing, but I'm sure his ribs are either fractured or broken. There is also a severe A's wound on his shoulder. His deltoid and trapezius are completely snapped, and his collarbone is crushed. It doesn't bleed much, so I'm assuming no major arteries are snapped. Shinobu quickly analyzed the injury once more for her sister. It's a wonder how he always gets so lucky with his injuries, Shinobu asked out loud while she proceeded to address the wounds. Prediction of movement allowed not only for efficient blocking of an attack, but also to ensure that even if an attack did land, it did not harm your vitals. It was rare, but when Seiji suffered injuries in his fight, he always made sure to suffer the least fatal injuries. Advanced breathing techniques allowed nigh absolute control over your body, including blood flow and organ location, so he was able to achieve such a feat amid battle. It was almost second nature even. What happened? What kind of monster can do this to him? Kani asked after a while. Her voice held genuine curiosity after she made sure Seiji was going to be fine. There was not much in this world that could harm Seiji to this extent. Actually, she thought there was no creature that could harm him to this extent yesterday. The Demon King, Shinobu replied, Musen Kibutsuji. Her eyes widened in shock. Seiji somehow ran into Musen Kibutsuji in the Gifu region. He had been staying with the Kamado family apparently, and the children claimed that the demon attacked them and Seiji protected them. Shinobu said what she had learned from Tanjiro and the rest while she was babysitting them. The battle did not last more than 4 hours. Seiji held him off for the first hour, Gyomai joined, and they fought Musen for the next hour. The rest 2 hours, Musen was forced to bear the onslaught of 5 Hashiras, and in the end, he ran away to survive, she said, while her whole focus was on stitching the wounds. The loss of soft tissue was making it difficult to close the wound. What a crazy man I've fallen in love with, Kani could only sigh in the end. I was scared for a moment that I'd lost him, and I couldn't save him like he did me, she said, but the feeling of absolute helplessness did not fade. It only became stronger. She used to be a Hashira too, someone Seiji could call upon when he needed help, but now she was only a blind woman, helpless like any maiden. It was frustrating. She held his hand with all the warmth that she could give. Third POV. Mitsuri. It's not fair. Not fair, 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 not fair. It isn't fair. She worked hard and trained extensively despite being a sheltered girl only a few years ago. She risked her life, treading the path of power, which was a road for people who had lost everything and thirsted for vengeance. She did it out of love. She was a hashira now. That meant she had reached the highest rank there was to reach. She could rub shoulders with him now, standing as equals. She could protect what she held so dear. At least that's what she thought. But distance was a cruel enemy, crueler than the demons themselves, she thought. She only heard the news way after the fight was over. She could only go out to help when her love had already suffered whatever it was he should suffer, and all risk was over. She was just as helpless as ever. She immediately left her post and traveled to the butterfly mansion when she heard about the news of the battle. Her journey was long and grueling, but she finished it in under a day. All throughout the journey, the only thing she could do was curse the world and fate for making her useless despite all her effort to not be so. "Where is he?" she asked the sweeper when she reached the mansion. She did not know why she was in a hurry, either. Everything was over now, so it wouldn't matter if she were gentle and graceful or hurried to the innocent bystanders. But the heart did not work on logic. "He has been transported to his own room. I suggest you keep it down, Miss Kenroji. Lord Seiji is." "Thank you." Mitsuri blitzed toward the room immediately. She wiped a generous amount of sweat from her face, vaguely noting that she was covered in sweat. Her uniform hugged her body tightly, acting like a second skin due to the sweat. The fabric was torn in many places from the bushes and trees that she bulldozed through on her journey. Her skin had no blemish, though, as the things that could tear her clothes easily could not leave a scratch on her skin. At last, she came upon the room that housed Seiji. She was 3 days late to the battle, but here she was, in all her useless glory, she thought to herself. The sight of his sleeping face, pale from clear loss of blood, and his weak body wrapped in bandages like a mummy, caused her to collapse on her knees. She'd never felt weaker. "It's okay," Mitsuri eventually heard the voice of Kanny from behind her. Then she felt warm arms hugging her body on the floor. If there was one person in the world who could understand her feelings, it was the girl whose arms wrapped around her. "We'll be fine. Next time. Just one time." She wanted to help. Chapter 145, Mountain God. Third POV. A week after the battle. Sanmi Shinizugawa was pissed. An understatement that couldn't be helped since there were no heavier words. He was beyond pissed. Imagine being the most violent demon slayer in the world. He was so efficient that he was a hashira with the most kill count among the ranks. He would use his special blood to make a trail that led to his location. Every demon in the vicinity who smelled his blood wanted to devour him, and when they came at him. Taking that as an advantage, he would turn those who came for his blood into mincemeat. He would slaughter these demons solely because he loved doing it too, not because of anything else. The money, the duty, saving innocents, and all that shit came after. He was obsessed with killing demons. So imagine how angry he was when he learned that he missed the most important battle in Demon Slayer history yet. A chance to fight against the Demon King himself. He would give anything to be in that fight, to rename what was now called the Failed Purge. Had he been there, the Demon King would have never gotten away. He was in no delusion that he was stronger than Jaiomai or Seiji, but he had something none of them did, and that was willingness. Sanmi would sacrifice his life, his soul, and many more just to kill the Demon King. The others were not as willing as he was. They didn't know it, but they were soft. Seiji and Tenjin had lovers, and to a certain extent, that made them fear death. Their life was no longer solely theirs, but also the people they loved. Jaiomai and Rengoku were too fucking nice. They cared more about saving lives instead of killing demons. When it came down to two choices, they would always choose to save a life than take one. Obanai, that kid was way too weak. Sometimes, people like him are needed to end a war once and for all. Someone who would not hesitate to do what was necessary to finish off the enemy, even if it meant people would hate him or question his mentality. At least that's what he thought as he moved around the thick jungle. It was cold and dry as hell, but fortunately, the region had no snow. Sainmi was not focused on his surroundings since it was daytime. He even allowed his mind to daydream as he made his way towards his destination, a small village nearby. A village which he saved from demons just last night. There was no injury sustained from battle, but his forearm was bleeding. It was a cut he made himself to lure in demons last night. His mission was to kill the demons plaguing the village, but Sainmi went beyond that and hunted down any surviving demons just last night. While he was walking, he did not notice the creature that was stalking him. Ahem. Even when he was not paying attention, or even if he suppressed it, instincts honed for years never failed. Sainmi stopped on his track, and because of that, the attack that was predicting his movement flew down right before him, barely missing his nose. His eyes twitched, not amused when he saw the club that missed his head and smashed the ground. The wooden club was in the hands of a humanoid creature with a boar's head. The boar head immediately spun into action, and Sainmi took 2 steps back, dodging 2 swings that aimed at his head and stomach respectively. There was no danger for him, but the fact that the club was swung with the intent to kill rubbed him in the wrong way. "What do you think you're doing?" The boarhead did not answer and crouched down with a swing of his club. The attack aimed for his legs, but Sainmi stepped back once more, moving out of reach. But the boarhead decided to let go of his club mid-swing, sending the wood flying and smashing into Sainmi's shin. "Fuck," Sainmi howled in pain. A clean hit to the shin by a hard object was one of the most painful experiences one could get. It felt worse than being stabbed in your soft tissue. Sainmi's leg jerked up and he held his shin in his hands. He hopped around in one leg in agony. "Die food," the boarhead took the chance to jump at Sainmi. He clung to his neck and shoulder like a monkey before he jabbed his 2 fingers into Sainmi's nose. "Ah!" Sainmi screamed comically before his mouth was covered by the same palm attached to the 2 fingers. The boarhead actually tried suffocating him. It was one of the ways for predators to kill prey. Lions would often cover their prey's nose with their mouth to suffocate them. The little boarhead was imitating that. Sainmi was now pissed enough to not hold back on the boarhead, whose body was obviously that of a child. He couldn't care less if he was abusing a child at that moment. He grabbed the kid by the leg and ripped him off his face. Then he flung the kid around like a rag doll with a face fuming with anger. Boom! Sname smashed the kid on the ground. The boar head that the kid was wearing fell off to reveal the fragile face of a girl. He was taken aback to see that face. Sainmi was pissed enough to fight a child, but he was still not past enough to fight a child and a girl. What the fuck? His gaze bounced on the child's tender face and rough body. It didn't match at all. The face had no scars, likely protected by the boar head he was wearing, while the body was small and full of scars that showed a hard life. Sname could not even distinguish the kid's age. He was only the size of an 8-year-old, but appeared much older. The eyes of the kid snapped open after being knocked unconscious for a few seconds. Then he proceeded to lunge at Sainmi like a beast again. The scuffle went on for a bit. The child had the spirit of a wild animal as he lunged at Sainmi with 4 legs. He seemed to have no regard for himself, driven mad by hunger. "Stop it, you dirty brat!" Sainmi screamed at the child who wrapped his 4 limbs around his leg. He pulled at the kid's hair, stopping the mouth from clamping down on his flesh. "Food, just let me eat you," the kid screamed in return. He was in the middle of trying to taste Sainmi's leg. And much to Sainmi's surprise and horror, the kid used a breathing style to fight against him. His face changed, and his eyes turned into lines due to being pulled by the hair, but the kid moved forward and bit down on Sainmi's thighs. Aza. Now Sainmi was pissed enough to fight a child and a girl. He grabbed the kid by the neck and tore him off his leg. The kid tore off his clothes due to how hard he was biting. With his pants being torn, the rice balls he had in his pocket also fell out, and Sainmi picked that up instantly. If he considered the kid as a wild animal, It was clear that it was hungry due to the limited resources of food in winter. He could also attribute the fact that it saw him as food due to his blood, which was attractive to all predators, demons, and animals alike. "You're hungry, eat this." Sanmi shoved the rice ball into the mouth of the kid, and immediately, he stopped struggling and started eating the food. Scene chain. Sanmi stood in absolute disbelief as the little critter devoured every rice ball he had on him. The child shamelessly finished all the food, and after that, he stood up and had the audacity to say, "I demand more of those white balls." Sanmi's eyes twitched. "I ain't giving you shit until you answer my question." "Then ask me these questions quickly." Sanmi popped a vein since he had been asking questions ever since the start. It seemed the boy had not heard anything he said while eating. Patience, Sanmi told himself. Patience was never his strong point, and it was why he hated dealing with kids. "What's your name?" "Inasuk is Inasuk," the boy answered with the widest grin. His teeth were somehow white and almost glittering like Tenjin's. "Where are your parents, kid?" "What's parents?" "Huh?" Sanmei narrowed his eyes and asked again, not used to dealing with someone stupider than him. "Mother, where is your mother?" Inasuk pointed at the boar head beside his leg and said, "She died a long time ago." Sanmi had so many questions about that, but he questioned whether he had the patience to tackle the issue or not. "How did you learn breathing style? Who taught you?" "What's that? Can you eat it?" In the end, he didn't have much patience. "Just follow me, kid. I'll take you to someone with patience," Sanmi said and walked away from the place. "Wait, you said you would give me more of those white things," Inasuk yelled. "There will be plenty where we are going," Sanmi replied, and that was enough to convince Inasuk to follow him. "What do you think you're doing?" Sanmi yelled, a few minutes into the journey. He tried in vain to get Inasuk off his shoulder. "Big beast carry Inasuk." "Do you think I'm a horse? I am not carrying you." Sanmi grabbed Inasuk by the neck and held him in front of his face. "But mother carry Inasuk," he said with huffs. "I am not your mother either." Sanmi threw the boy into the distance, to which Inasuk just howled in excitement. "I'm flying." The joyous yell quickly died though, and a crashing sound erupted. This was followed by birds flying away in fright. They were chaos every step of the way, and it was said that their sound frightened away many animals of their natural habitat. Chapter 146, New Era and Players. Third POV. "Come down here right this instance," Jigoro screamed in rage while looking up at a tall tree on the hill. Actually, the tree was not so tall, but his short height made it look like so. "No, I'd rather stay here than swing the sword one more time," a young boy with yellow hair replied with tears and snot on his face. He was genuinely afraid to come down from the tree. "If you don't come down, young man, you will stay on that tree the whole night," Jigoro screamed louder. "I swear I won't open the door for you." "That's fine, I will live here now. I will be part of nature, spending my days in one place and resting forever," Zenitsu replied, tightening his hug on the tree so that he could merge with nature. "Oh, the demons would love that, wouldn't they? Sure, you will become nature, but that would be through becoming demons shit. Rest in peace," Jigoro said finally before he turned around to leave. "Whatever, good luck." "No, wait, you can't leave me here. You won't leave me here." Zenitsu reached out, trying to stop Jigoro as he walked away from the tree. "I'm basically your grandson." You would think that after being hit by lightning due to climbing a tree, he would stop, but no. Zenitsu's cowardice and laziness defied all expectations. "I don't give a rat's ass, and neither will the demons," Jigoro waved without turning around. In the end, Zenitsu climbed down the tree in such a hurry that he fell down. Hearing that, Jigoro immediately turned around and ran up to the boy he considered a grandson with eyes full of concern. Zenitsu, my boy, are you all right?" Jigoro scrambled in panic when the boy did not move and remained unconscious on the ground. "No, wait a minute." "Damn brat," Jigoro punched his guts, and Zenitsu immediately stopped pretending with a scream of pain. "You think you can fool this veteran with your lousy tricks?" Jigoro raised his walking staff to beat the boy, but he slipped the attack and ran away to save his skin. "You merciless old goat," Zenitsu ran while screaming. "Why, you brat," Jigoro followed. The chase continued for a few minutes until Jigoro smirked, deciding it to be enough. Thunder breathing, first form. Thunderclap and flash. An explosion erupted from his only leg, and Jigoro shot out like a bullet. Zenitsu turned back to see his master coming closer and closer rapidly, and with a scream that sounded like a girl's, he shot out too. Thunder breathing, first form. Boom. Boom. Zenitsu used the same breathing style to run away, and the chase continued. They blitz around the forest, leaving cracks of thunder in their wake. One mistake could lead to the end of the race since they were moving so quickly. Jigoro had his experience while Zenitsu had his youth and 2 legs. They were nearly equal in speed as the chase continued until the sun fell low on the horizon. This was the type of training Zenitsu required. The young boy was none the wiser about the fact that Jigoro had tricked him into training hard yet again. The old man had nothing but a proud smirk throughout the day. After lighting struck Zenitsu, he was the second most talented pupil he ever had. The first place was reserved for the purple boy that he met years ago. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Zenitsu breath like the air was limited resources. He was lying in front of their house, and you could see 2 big lumps on his head from the beating he received from Jigoro. Jigoro, too, could barely hold on. He put on a mask of confidence despite wanting to pass out. That was just how talented Zenitsu was without even trying. Go on, wash yourself while I prepare dinner. We will sleep early tonight. Wait, really? Zenitsu immediately shot up with excitement. It would seem that he was putting on the act of being exhausted again so that Jigoro wouldn't sentence him to more training after catching him. Yes, we will be traveling north to the Demon Slayer headquarters and the Butterfly Mansion. There is someone I want us to meet. An old student whom he heard was injured in his battle with the Demon King recently. It was a long time since he met that scary boy. It would also do good for Zenitsu to meet the pillars of humanity. Maybe he would be more motivated after seeing them. The war was changing. The Demon King revealed himself, and he was even forced to flee in the Battle of Gifu, the failed purge. Humanity had reached a point they had never seen before, and the demons would undoubtedly fight back. The creatures of the night would do more than hunt to eat, they would hunt solely to kill. In such times, the future generations need to be stronger than ever. He looked at Zenitsu, who was skipping happily to wash himself near the well. He smiled and thought to himself that at least the Thunder Pillar would not need to worry about the next generation. Third POV. Infinity Castle. When Akaza suddenly found himself in the unfamiliar room of the Infinity Castle, the only thing he could think of was how he was expecting it. He had been expecting a summon ever since he heard of that hilarious news about what happened between their master and the humans. The humans of this generation had proved themselves again and again to be unlike their predecessors. They were more than just prey they could hunt, they were enemies. Although it was a bad situation, Akaza had a hard time thinking so. He was filled with nothing but a thirst for battle. He wanted to see these humans, which could make Musen Kibutsuji retreat from a fight. Akaza stopped his train of thought when he felt a tug in his brain. It was guiding him to a place where they would meet. He jumped on room after room, sometimes staying in place to allow the natural shifting of the rooms to carry him to his destination until eventually, he came upon Musen and the remaining upper moon. Kokushibo, Akaza spat out when he unexpectedly locked eyes with the upper moon one. Kokushibo had never shown himself before, but now here he was, standing amongst them with his hands on his sword like an active warrior. Wait, Akaza blinked when he sensed the thirst for battle, similar to his, emanating from Kokushino. For as long as he remembered, Kokushibo was nothing but a ball of nothingness and stoicism. He was an unmoving layer of power that he would surpass one day. But strangely, Kokushibo felt like a fellow warrior today. Akazak nearly vibrated with excitement because of that. You have finally gathered, Musen's voice emanated throughout the dimension. He was sitting in front of a business table, looking through the papers as if his underlings were not worth his whole attention. It was funny, actually, that he was trying to act so intimidating after he had run away from humans with tails between his leg. The thought alone cost his head. Akaza moved in time to catch his own head as it rolled off his neck. Do not test my patience with your insolence, Akaza, Muzan said, his crimson eyes locking on the demon and bringing him to his knees. Akaza felt his entire body burn up like he was drowning in lava. Every cell of his body was not of his own, and they screamed at him to remind him that he was owned by another entity. Pain so immense flowed through his nerves. It was enough to drive a sane mind insane. But Akaza released absolutely no sound. Even with such defiance still in his eyes, the pain receded after a few minutes. Muzan raised an eyebrow at his unbreakable will. "I hope you show the same spirit against the Hashira," he said idly. Muzan's eyes fell on the upper moon once more, or at least what remained of it. The upper moon was lacking in number, and that was one of his main issues. If he were to attack the humans again, he needed his whole army. Kakashibo, Akaza, Hantingu, and Nakheim. Those were the only existing upper moon at the moment. "Listen carefully and heed my command," Muzan began, and the 4 demons could feel every cell in their freezing and obeying his words. "You shall set out on a mission to seek out powerful demons to become one of the 12 Kazukis. Make a new demon, train the existing ones, whatever you do I do not care. It is time we fill our ranks again," Muzan said. "And from today onwards, there shall be no more lower moon. I shall grant my blood to all that could take it, and not only to those who deserve it." Muzan Kibutsuji could have more than 6 upper moons. There were demons in the lower moons who were strong enough to absorb more blood from him, but all this time he had been favoring quality over quantity. It was a show of his perfectionism. But now was not time for such pickiness. Now was the time to prepare for war. "I shall give you a year, do not disappoint me." Chapter 147, Do You Know the Way? Seiji's POV. 1 week after the battle. I watched the stars compete with the dawn. Darkness ended as the sun peeked beyond the horizon like a curious child. Its bright light reflected on the green leaves and the sparkles of dew. The black and frigid night was dying, swallowed by the first lights of day. The scene was worth 1 billion yen. The sunrise symbolizes a new beginning, a new hope, and another chance to make things right. The scene was a much-needed therapy for me. I became increasingly comfortable as the cold, wet roof of the mansion slowly warmed to match my body heat. I felt my muscles relax and get accustomed to sitting after a week of lying in bed. The cold winter air numbed most sensations in my wounds, so I did not feel pain. The warm sunlight brushed against my skin, making a nice contrast with the cool air. I remained in my place as minutes passed. The sun had fully emerged above the mountain range in the horizon, and dawn turned into early morning. I finally felt movement beside me. There was almost no disturbance from the action, which goes to show how exceptional the person was in the art of movement. I saw a familiar black hair when I rolled my eyes to the side. "You know, I don't really like it when my patient who was unconscious for 6 days suddenly disappeared out of the blue," Shinobu chided softly while standing on the roof beside me. "Sorry," I said. "I didn't want to wake them up, they looked tired." I was talking about Mitsuri and Kanny, who slept on a futon beside my bed. They were sleeping so peacefully when I woke up, I didn't want to disturb them. "They've been waiting for you to wake up for nearly a week. I'm sure they wouldn't mind," Shinobu said. I hummed. I agreed, but at the same time, there was also another reason why I didn't bother to wake them up. I was not ready to fake a smile yet. I was not ready to lie and tell them that I was fine. I was in no position to soothe their worries. Right now, I still feel like a bitch. The phantom of the battle still marked my spirit. Even now, my eyes couldn't help but move to every movement around the forest, searching for conflict. "How are you feeling?" Shinobu asked from the side. A reassuring smile you would see on a nurse was on her face. "How do you think I feel after I failed so spectacularly?" I asked back with a sigh. "You didn't fail, though. You saved a family and managed to hurt the Demon King to the point of running away," she said. "You make it sound like a win, but it isn't," I said and paused thoughtfully. "Why not?" she pressed, curious in a way that she wanted to know the source of my problem so she could fix it. "Because success is subjective. You may see it as a win, but I see it as the ultimate failure. The cost of whatever I achieved was too much," I said and paused. "If I wanted to save the Kamato family, I could do that by convincing them to move away or telling them the truth from the start." This option was complicated and would cause drama, but it was a safer alternative. Hurting Musen to the point of running away? That was a laughable way to look at it. I just put fuel to the fire and it burned my friend. Now Musen knew about us, he knew about my son breathing, and he knew to be cautious. I killed his ego, his greatest weakness. I took a risk for the ultimate reward, and I failed spectacularly. I didn't earn anything, and I didn't save anyone. I put a dam in front of a tsunami so that it may become a bigger threat later. I failed to kill Musen, and condemned my friend to the cruelest fate. I said to the girl, who patiently listened. Her eyes softened. She looked at me with such a gentle gaze that I would have felt better had I stared back, so I looked away. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. No one is perfect, we all make mistakes, she said while sitting down next to me. Her small hand found a place on my back and she rubbed it reassuringly. We all make mistakes. Failure paves the road to success. No one is perfect. They are different quotes with the same meaning, and I hated them to the core. Because why? Why must I fail? Why must I make a mistake? Why am I not perfect? Is it inevitable? What if I worked every second of the day? What if I tried everything I could possibly do? What if I do everything that could be done? Was I still destined to fail, to make mistakes? I can't afford that, I admitted with a weak voice. I was not even sure if I spoke out. Because I am the strongest. If I fail, what about everyone else? I asked. I was the strongest, and I was the only one with the future knowledge. I held the sole responsibility. The saddest thing about that was I had no one to rely on, not in a way that really mattered. Even in this situation, it is up to me to own up to my failures and fix the mess I had caused. Even if others fail, I can't do the same, or else I would be too guilty. Would it have been better if I died alongside my family that night? If I had not interfered, things would proceed as fate wills it to be, and then everything would be fine. There will be sacrifices, but it will end in humanity's victory. What if, in my attempt to erase those sacrifices, I make things worse? I would have challenged fate only to destroy everything I tried to protect. So, would it be better if I didn't exist? Those were thoughts that would shatter any man. Failure on the road to success always hits hard, but for me, it hit harder and miles harsher. I wait for Shinobu to talk again. I was not expecting wisdom that could help my situation, but I also didn't expect her to give up. I thought she'd at least try to say something again. You got nothing, I said with dry humor. Nope, you're right, you are the strongest, she said. How should I rebuke that? I'm just a girl. She fakes vulnerability and weakness in her tone. Too bad I knew how batshit insane she was and what lengths she was willing to go for revenge. She was not just a girl. It scared me a bit, she admitted. I thought, if Seiji and 4 other Hashiras failed to bring him down alone, do we really have a chance? I smiled at the honesty. That was the effect of being the strongest. You either bring hope or the darkest despair. There was no in-between. But not anymore, she said. I raised my brow in question. The blood samples and tissues we collected from the war, she said, and a grin spread her innocent face. They aren't disappearing. For the longest time, studying demons was difficult because every mark they left on the world died with them. And the ones we can catch and contain are too weak to be proper research materials. But this time, we finally have ones that did not disintegrate, and it is the source itself, Musen's cell. How? The question reverberated in my head, but the answer was obvious. Sun breathing and the red blade. Somehow, I was able to cut off not the control Musen had over his body when I sliced him up. It made sense when I thought about how sun breathing could leave permanent weakness on his body. It destroyed the control Musen had, which ultimately made it hard for him to regenerate like the red of his body. That means we are finally able to create more effective poison for the demons or ways to revert the demonification, she said. I stood up abruptly, in equal shock and euphoria. Oh God, that's genius, I laughed. The only reason Musen was defeated in the manga was poison. Musen was given a poison that would revert him into a human, and he had to age himself for thousands of years constantly to fight that back. It was hinted that even if he were to survive the battle, he would die from the poison sooner or later. They only had that by the end of the manga, but now, with my so-called failure, we could get it sooner. Suppose a medicine that could revert demons back to humans was created like in the canon. It would be so much easier to deal with the upper moon and even Muzan himself. It was a new weapon, a new way to fight the demons other than Nichiren's sword and raw power. This could change the whole war and would lead to humanity's eventual victory. I pulled Shinobu by her hand in my moment of hope and joy. She yelped and leaned on me. It proved not too wise to lean on an injured man who just woke up. I slipped on the floor, which was wet from dew, and we rolled down the roof and fell to the ground. "You're crazy," Shinobu yelled while I laughed. I could see it again. Hope and a way to win. I knew once more what I had to do. I must travel back to Tokyo and invite no even force Lady Tamyo into working with Shinobu. I felt the world stop pressing me down. Shinobu laid on top of my chest with a blush on her face, and I couldn't help but kiss her head. "Thank you." Chapter 148, Butterfly Mansion. Seiji's POV. "Seiji, what are you doing?" Mitsuri screamed when she saw me rolling around the ground with Shinobu. She wore a loose kimono that was disheveled from sleeping. The fabric nearly revealed her pink nipples, which was oddly lewder than seeing her nude. "Good morning, Mitsuri." I greeted her with a wide smile that I did not fake. She was caught off guard by my jolly mood, but she eventually returned a smile of her own, sweeter than mine, even when she was not trying. "Good morning, Seiji. I wonder if you're going to make sleeping for a week the norm," she said in a huff. Shinobu crawled off my body, so I stood up and made my way to her. My hands found her huggable waist, and I lifted her up on the ground. She released a cute yelp when I twirled around. "What's with the good mood?" she asked between peals of giggles. "Nothing, I'm just happy to see you." "Liar, if you did you wouldn't have left when you woke up," she said, and I put her back on the ground. "Sorry about that, I didn't want to wake you up from your beauty sleep," I said, and she hummed. "You should have kissed me to wake me up." "Like Sleeping Beauty." "Like Sleeping Beauty," she smiled. So I kissed her on the lips. It was quick and soft. I'll keep that in mind next time. I left her blushing red when I saw Canny awake and sitting on her futon, carefully listening to our sounds. I needed to greet her too. "Why are you staring?" Mitsuri asked Shinobu shamefully after I left. Shinobu continued staring at her thoughtfully before she put on a fake smile. Her insect-like eyes glazed over with a light from pooling wetness. "Nothing, just thinking how sweet that was," she said and giggled at Mitsuri's fidgeting body. "It makes me jealous, a little bit." What?" Mitsuri was shocked. "Do you have someone you like too?" "Yes, actually," Shinobu said and showed her hand in a "but what can I do" gesture. "I found him first, but two girls came along and hogged him all to themselves just because they have bigger boobs." "Ha?" Mitsuri widened her eyes and opened her mouth dramatically. "How shameless of them." She looked genuinely offended for her sake. "Don't worry, Shinobu, I will beat them up for you," she said with a flex of her arm. Shinobu barely held back an explosive laughter. She covered her lips with her fingers to release stifled laughs. "Thank you, Mitsuri, that means a lot to me." "Of course, what they did was just unfair," she huffed. "I didn't hear you getting out of bed at all," Canny said when I approached her. "I can be really quiet when I want to," I said, but she didn't seem to believe that coming from someone who constantly lost the blind games. "Your voice sounds lighter than I expected." "That's good," she said. I sat down on the futon and tucked myself under the warm blanket like she was. She was wearing a gray kimono as well, similar to Mitsuri's. Her long legs folded and shivered when my cold legs wrapped around them. Her toes curled cutely to pinch me as revenge for getting her cold. "My sister made it sound like you were wounded mentally more than you were physically, so I was worried," she said. "I was, but I learned how to see things differently, and I am working on fixing everything," I said. However, there was still unease and strain in my heart when I thought about Rengoku. My room, was not plain and hollow like it used to be after two girls stayed for a week. I found new furniture, like a small table and shelves that held decorations. There were plenty of pots with beautiful flowers in them. There was also a potted snake plant to filter the air of the room and act as a natural AC. "I see you messed up my room while I was asleep," I joked. "You mean fixed right, now it doesn't look like the room of madness guy," she said. Well, I had nothing to prove when I have two beautiful women. Cheeky, she said, and I finally found the most comfortable place on her warm and supple thighs. I sandwiched my face between them, face down. Would it be weird if I took a big whiff? Stop that, it's weird, she answered my mental question, but I was too deaf to hear her. Her fingers grabbed my hair and contrary to what she was saying, she pushed me down, and my head sank deeper into her softness. She used to be more muscle than fat, but after she stopped training, she had become significantly softer. We stayed like that for a long time. At one point, Canny just hummed and massaged my scalp with her fingers. My hair had grown quite long since the start of winter, and I intend to keep them long this time. I thought it'd be a nice change of style, who am I kidding? I was letting them grow so that Musin would have more PTSD when he looked at me. You know, I had a whole speech ready to get you out of your depressive mental state when you wake up, Canny said after she turned my face to look at her. I turned my head to bury my face once more. You can still say it if you want, I said, my voice muffled in her thighs. It seemed to tickle her as she shivered from the vibration. Now she hurriedly turned my face again, her action a little harsher this time. She didn't want things to escalate or she wouldn't be able to control herself. So I laid on her thighs, my eyes looking up, but I never saw her face. It was completely blocked by the mountain on her chest. I only saw her face when she peeked down. It looked like the sun peeking out of a twin mountain. This way is better too. You are right, I will say it anyway, she said seriously and started her prepared speech. And for what I am worth, I focused on her lips instead of the jiggling goodness right above me. I wanted to listen to what she had to say. Soon, I was glad that I did. So don't you ever question yourself due to your mistakes. No matter how much you blame yourself and question your purpose, remember that you saved me and I will be forever grateful. That completely crushed the question gnawing at me. Would it have been better if I didn't exist? She is right. Even if saving her was the only good thing I did, every second of my life would be worth it. She was that precious. That was only one part of her speech as well. She had many things to say to me. I guess it was her way of trying to help as much as she could now that she was incapable of fighting. I love her to death for that. Seiji's POV. Oh, Lord Shigen, you are awake, a sweeper of the Butterfly Mansion said. The old man had been at this job since before Canny was the lord of the mansion. I must say it is reassuring to see you. I've heard about the failed purge, and I was worried you might be in a worse condition after facing the Demon King, he said, with a laugh reminiscent of Santa Claus. Still calling me Lord Huh? We've known each other long enough, just call me Seiji, I said in return. How could I? The least I can do is show respect, after all you have done, Lord Shigen. He blinked his eyes as if remembering something. Please, can you wait just a second? He dropped his broom on the floor near the pile of sand and trash before he ran inside the small cabin in the butterfly compound. When he came back, he was holding a small net which contained eggs. Here, take this, he said, and I took it with a small bow. Thank you, I said, and looked at the eggs curiously. They were a bit different from chicken eggs. They were bigger with thicker shells and had a curious blue color. Those are duck eggs. They should help in your recovery, he said, and my eyes softened. He did not play a major role in my life, but he was always there, practically watching me grow in the mansion. It's the least I can do after you chase off the Demon King. I've never heard such splendid news in over a decade. Although I am curious, what was he like? Coward, I said and put down my eggs. I'd expect as much, he said. Anyhow, I've taken enough of your time. Good luck in the future. And to you too, I said with a small bow, rolling a name in my mouth. Mr. Tagashi. He laughed heartily and walked away to sweep some other corner of the mansion. I glanced at the eggs in my hand and looked around curiously. Eventually, I spotted a small girl who was hanging clothes on the north side of the compound. She was looking at me curiously, so I waved at her. She seemed to be shy as she quickly hid behind her hanging blankets and clothes. She was a recent member of the mansion, Ai Kanzaki if I was not mistaken. She got along with Kano, and only Kano for now. I walked back into the building and walked through the corridors of the mansion. The mansion was gigantic in size with many buildings connected to each other. I made my way to the main hospital ward of the mansion. Lord Shigen. Some of the patients who were lying on the bed flinched like I was a demon, and they greeted me. I could see respect and reverence on their faces. "Stop it, please, you don't have to be so formal," I said while walking across the room and checking the beds and the few patients lying on it. Some of the patients groaned and flopped back on the bed. They had reacted instinctively, even with their broken bodies, so when pain returned, they whimpered in agony. One glaze was enough for my eyes to register their injury. I did notice, however, that I felt a mild headache when I used my eyes like that again. It seemed I was not in perfect condition yet. I stopped at the furthest bed away from the entrance. The bed was located just beside the exit of the room. "I know you," I said to the young man lying on the bed. I remembered him because he was even younger than me. "You came last time with a broken toe," which he stubbed while running from a demon apparently. "Must have hurt like a bitch." "Ah, that's me. I didn't think you would recognize me, Lord Shigen," he said. He had dirty blonde hair and was a user of the thunder breathing. I tried to recall his name and quickly realized he hadn't told me before, so I asked, "What's your name?" "Sasuke." There used to be a point in time when I did not want to learn the name of lower-ranked demon slayers, fearing that I would grieve when I heard about their demise, which was very possible. But I had grown past that. "What are you here for, Sasuke?" I asked, since I could not see injuries on him. "Diarrhea," he said, and blushed in complete shame. I could barely hold back my laugh. Before he stubbed his toe and now diarrhea. He had the strangest reasons to be here. Although diarrhea was not that rare when I thought about it. Many had to rely on the forest for food during long missions, and if you didn't know what you were doing, you could get sick easily. He was young and inexperienced, so I could understand. It was why I always preferred meat in my missions. You could not go wrong with freshly hunted meat. "So that's why you sleep on the bed near the exit, even when it's far away from the rest of your comrades?" I asked, and he nodded in shame. "Get well soon," I said, and took out one duck egg from the net. "Here should help you recover," I said, and tossed the egg at him. "Don't eat it raw or else your case will be worse," I said, and walked out of the ward. I continued my journey to the southernmost room of the mansion. The place was significantly more isolated, and there were storage and water tanks here. I knew exactly where to go courtesy of Canny. I walked inside a room that used to be a storage for old medical equipment, but it was now renovated to be a normal room, which was clean but very plain. "Shibai," I called her when I saw her standing beside a table that had a microscope and a few tubes and glasses that had blood samples. My eyes drifted to the bed in the room, and I froze when I saw the sleeping Rengoku. Chapter 149, Not So Peaceful Recovery. Seiji's POV. After a week had passed, there was no longer humanity in his form. My eyes searched in vain, analyzing every pulsing cell for a bit of humanity, but I found none. He was a demon in every sense of the word. I hated that. I hate that I hated that. My absolute hatred for demons worked against my intention. Every single part of me other than my heart was utterly disgusted just looking at him. I'm a horrible person and a worse friend. I couldn't help it. I released a shivering breath. I realized then that my lungs ache due to the lack of breath. "I guess we need to work on that," I said to myself. I had been fanning my hate for demons all my life, and I found no reason to fix that issue. It even became my main source of strength. But now I had a reason to stop, a reason to become sane again. I slowly approached Rengoku, stopping only when I was right beside him. I leaned down cautiously and got close to his sleeping face. "It's you, right?" I asked, and reached out my hand to touch him. I hesitated for a second before my fingers pressed his pale and cold face. My hand continued to caress his face, and with every second of contact, I realized that he was still my friend. He was still the Rengoku I knew, just in a different form. As a warrior who trained his body all his life to kill demons, I untrained myself to see the person before me for who he really was. I learned to see in a demon the human they were before. The demon on the bed was not the one who took my family. He was not the one who threatened what I held dear. He had nothing to do with it. It was just him, Rengoku. "My friend. Are you okay?" The words seemed to be an awakening call to my trance as I retracted my hand quickly. I flinched back a bit. Yes, I'm fine, I said, shaking my head to clear my messy thoughts. How is he still sleeping? I turned to her and asked curiously. Demon regeneration meant that they could not only heal external injuries, but also poison in their body. It was for this reason that no other poison other than wisteria worked on them. Normally, they could never be put to sleep for long either. No matter how much dosage you use, it could be enough to knock out a whale. You couldn't put demons to sleep for long. It's a new type of medicine that I made from my research, Shinobu said while gesturing to the table beside her. It had the blood and tissue samples of both Muzan and Rengoku. I see that makes sense, I said, and turned back to Rengoku. It would also make sense if he just never woke up. I remember that Nezuko slept a lot when she first became a demon. I think she was asleep for years at one point. It's good that he remains asleep, I said. It was better this way until we made a cure or until the blue spider lily blooms. If he woke up, it could jeopardize the location of the butterfly mansion, and I was certain that Muzan would waste no time pulling up with all the 12 Kazukis if that happened. So I'd prefer him asleep and unconscious. Do you think you can find a cure? I asked her, to which she stayed silent for almost a minute, seriously contemplating my question because she did not want falsehood. I can, but it will take time. A long time, she admitted. That's why we need Tamyo, my mind said immediately. Shinobu was a genius, but the most she ever did was try to create better poison to kill humans. She never needed to find a cure to turn demons back into humans. On the other hand, Lady Tameo had time to study and experiment for hundreds of years. I must go find Tamyo immediately after I recover my strength. I stayed in the room for the whole day, contemplating my future plans and facing my problem head-on. By the time I left, I noticed the burden of my heart lessen. The bitter hate in my heart changed for my friend. The next day. Where is it? Where are the promised white balls? The speaker was a boy smaller than his age due to starvation and lack of proper nutrition. He had the skin of a boar's head on his head. Rice, rice, it's rice. How many times do I have to tell you that? A familiar face yelled back with equal vigor, saying me. Mice, the boy bellowed with all the confidence in the world. It's rice, Sanmi corrected again. Lice. Rice. Eyes. R-I-C-E. The boy seemed to be in deep thought. You could almost hear gears shifting into place inside his head. Then something clicked. Snow pebbles, he said eventually. That was not even close, Sanmi yelled in frustration. I saw his blood pressure rise sharply and his veins bulged. Ah, rice mice dice, nice, I don't care. Just give me my food. The boy yelled back, steam coming out from his boar nose. Bonk. Eventually, Sanmi snapped and bonked the poor boy on his head. The boy's head smashed into the ground, and for a second, I was worried, but the boy bounced right back. Self-defense, hogquake. The boy inhaled air sharply and jumped at Sanmi like a wild beast. We were all surprised by that because the boy had used a breathing style. The question was what? A chaotic scuffle ensued between them. True to its name, the boy shook Sanmi's head to make him dizzy. His small stature clung to his body like a wild monkey, and Sanmi had a hard time tearing him off. What the fuck? I could only say as the event took place in the courtyard. Canny, who sat beside me on the veranda, laughed out loud and asked, Is that your friend? Nope, I denied fast. Must be Shibai's. Nope, never seen him before in my life. Shinobu denied fast too. She looked up from the book in her hand and smiled in amusement. I thought I would have a peaceful healing session, but I guess it couldn't be helped. The idiot brought home an idiot. I heard you, Scarface, Sanmi screamed. We laughed. But in Nasuka, I thought to myself while looking at the small boy. Interesting. Chapter 150, More Guests. Seiji's POV. A lost kid in the jungle who could somehow use a unique breathing style, I said thoughtfully, digesting the information I read off Sanmi's lips. Was that why you brought him with you? He was starving too, Sanmi said. Food is scarce in winter. A kid had no business staying alone in the forest. As you can see, he is already quite thin, so I thought it best to bring him with me. That was unexpectedly kind of Sanmi, people must think. Well, People did not know he had one of the biggest hearts among the Hashira. A big heart that was twisted and wounded a long time ago, but it still had room for kindness. Kenny sat beside me, leaning on my shoulder while her fingers intertwined with mine in assurance of my presence. Shinobu sat on the opposite side, a few feet of distance between us. She was reading a book about biology in light of her research, but now her eyes were focused on Sanemi and the boy. "That's unexpected. I thought he was your child or something," Shinobu commented in amusement, and he replied just like she expected. "The fuck, how old do you think I am? And this kid looked nothing like me," he said. The kid blew out steam from his nose and nodded. They were in sync. "So then, what are you planning to do with him? Are you going to train him, take him in as your first Sugyuko perhaps?" I raised an eyebrow. I never really expected Sanemi to find in Nausuk. Nothing of the sort was mentioned in the manga, so this must be a butterfly effect. I wondered what he was planning to do with him. Sanemi tried to speak, but words caught on his throat. He was speechless for a few seconds before I quickly caught on to why. You were not trying to dump the kid here and leave, were you?" "Of course not," more yes than yes. I could see that he never thought this through, and now that he did, it seemed unreasonable to drop a kid he himself found in the forest into another hand. He should have the responsibility since he took the kid with him. "What do you think this is, an orphanage?" "I said I didn't try to do it," Sanemi snapped sharply. "But I don't understand your problem. You have Kano, Ai, and Muakairo, and I heard even the Kamado kid is going to come here. What's one more?" "One more?" I asked with a raised eyebrow before my gaze shifted to his back. Sanemi, confused, looked beside him and quickly noticed the absence of the kid he brought with him. "What the?" He looked behind him, just in time to see Insoku running along the tall fence, chasing our cat. "Don't run food." Insoku was perfectly balanced as he ran in the small line that was the top of the fence. Our poor cat, on the older side, ran for its life after nearly a decade of safe domestication. We all watched, speechless in our own way. "That's at least a dozen kids' worth of trouble," I said. Sanemi was fuming and he quickly chased down Insoku, held him by the back of his neck and put him back in his previous place. "Come here," I said with command in my tone, before Inasu could bark back at Sanemi. The young boy stilled at my voice. He turned to me and stared. I did not move my gaze as I penetrated through the mask and stared directly at his eyes. The stare down took a long time. Inasuk remained frozen, but as time went on, you could see nervous sweat on him, even his boar head. In the end, the boy obediently came up to me and stood before me in a docile posture. On my part, I could only praise his instinct. "Take off your mask," I said, and the boy froze once more. "Don't bother, he never wants to take the mask off. Trust me, I've asked," Sanemi commented at the back. But contrary to what he said, Insoku swiftly took off the mask. "What?" Sanemi fumed. When the boar mask was taken off, it revealed a delicate face that looked even younger than his body. He looked like a cute baby, still, even though I knew that he was not. The skin on his face was impeccable, unblemished by the rough forest due to wearing the mask consistently during his life. "What does he look like?" Canny tugged at my hand when she felt the atmosphere, and I gave a brief description to her before I spoke to the boy again. "What's your name?" Inasuk's dolly face finally pinched into an emotion. It was a rough expression that did not befit his elegant face. "Inasku is Inasuk," he said. "Okay, how old are you?" "I don't know." "Well," I said, and my eyes shone purple even during the day. It was true that the boy did not know his age since he never had real parents, so I looked at myself. "You've turned 12, I said. Insoku was nearly 2 years younger than his fellow generation Demon Slayer, Zenitsu, and Tanjiro. But even still, Insoku right now looked even smaller and younger than his age. I guess puberty had not hit him yet, and his rough living conditions situation had not supported much growth. "Inasku is 12 years old, he declared with a smile. I chuckled. "I see. Then can you tell me where you learned how to fight like that? Where did you learn how to do?" I stopped and perfectly replicated his breathing style, but I did it with such force that you could hear the rushing of air from my nose. That. For the record, Insoku showed surprise on his face. His eyes widened, and he just stared in awe for a while before he grinned like a fox. Inasuke saw the animals do it and made his own, he said, and that aligned with what I know. So he created the breathing style himself? Shinobu asked with a surprised blink, without an instruction. Seems like it, scary talent, I said. I took a closer look at his body and noted its extraordinary build. He was starved, but his tendons and bone structure were leagues superior to a normal human. I deemed his potential to be easily Hashira level. Are you sure you don't want to take him as a student instead? I met Seinmi's eyes, or have you not noticed it? Of course, I've noticed it, he scoffed, but he did not answer my actual question. He fell into a thoughtful silence instead. What is it? Canny whispered curiously. She could no longer see, so she needed often to be informed of what was happening. Other than being talented, the breathing style that Inasuke created is awfully similar to wind breathing. I whispered back, but it was still loud enough for the Shinobu to hear as well. We don't have to discuss it right now, you can go clean up and rest first, I said after the silence stretched too long. Seinmi grumbled in agreement, and I yelled inside the mansion. Ai. It did not take long for the young girl to come to me. She was similar to Inasuke's age, but she was slightly bigger than the jungle boy. Take Seinmi and Insoku inside, give them food and show them the bathhouse, I said, to which Ai nodded and gestured for the two of them to follow her. Behave in Sokyu and don't break anything, I told the boy, to which he put on his mask and breathed out steam for an answer. They walked away, but before they got too far, Seinmi turned back to me and said, It's good to see you well, Seiji. I smiled. The morning rolled around, and the afternoon came before we even realized it. The mansion was a little more chaotic than usual since 3 Hashiras were there. Everything remained the same for us, but it was the other residents that were uneasy. The weight of a Hashira was heavy to them, and seeing 3 at one place was amazing for them. Insuke finally got the rice he craved so badly, and after eating enough till his stomach was bloated like he was pregnant, he fell asleep like a log in the guest room. On the other hand, Seinmi came out, looking more civil than you would expect with the green kimono. We all had lunch together, me, Seinmi, Shinobu, and Canny. Unfortunately, Mitsuri had gone out for duty early at dawn. She stayed with me for the whole week that I was out, so now that I woke up, she had to deal with her stacking duty and mission. Kana was nowhere to be seen, rarely visiting the mansion like I used to when I first became a demon slayer. She was on a constant journey, mission after mission. We talked about the current event and the battle that took place. Although they had heard it many times from the others, they wanted to hear my side of the story. Seinmi in specific wanted vivid details on how the Demon King fought, how his swing felt, how strong was he, how fast were his attacks, and so much more. I was the only one who could answer his curious questions. Shinobu could not stay long with us, though she went back to do her research after she checked the patients. So your sword is broken. Do you intend to visit the swordsmith village to get a new one? Seinmi asked. It was an easy matter to repair a broken sword, but mine was broken beyond salvageable. I was planning on going there myself, apologized to Hattori for breaking the masterpiece he crafted. When I first got the sword, I was confident that the sword would slay Muzan Kibutsuji. The sword was that perfect, but it met its end not from Muzan, but from Gyomai's axe when I saved Rengoku. Another reason why I wanted to go there myself instead of sending Raven was to retrieve Yorichi's sword, either to forge my new sword or to give it to Tanjiro. I would decide what to do when I look at the sword. I would like a new design for my sword too. Yes, I shall visit the swordsmith village in the near future. There was so much I wanted or had to do, so going there myself was a must. But I would do so only after I went to Tokyo and talked to Lady Tamyo. Lord Seiji, Ai came and interrupted our conversation with a bow. What is it? You have guests. I quirked an eyebrow. I was getting more visitors. Chapter 151, Idols to Strive For. Seiji's POV. Guests. I rarely had guests. Actually, I never had guests before. Should I let them in? Ai asked. No, I'll come, I said, and got up from the floor. Canny and Seinmi were curious and were half waiting for me to say who it was. but even I did not know who it was, so I followed AI to the front door. When I reached the courtyard, I saw someone I was definitely not expecting. Since AI came to inform me, I knew it was not a Hashira, so I thought it might be Hattori or another swordsmith. Turns out I was wrong. Oh ho ho ho, I can't believe my eyes. You are all grown now, aren't you, young man? A short man who looked even shorter due to his one-leggedness was standing in the courtyard. I smiled after my initial surprise and replied to him in kind. Oh ho ho ho, and the old man still lives, I said, and had to dodge his cane that flew right at my head. Shameless brat, you are on active duty, I should be the one saying that, he bellowed. And you are, what, 90-year? I continued with a smile, but I stopped when I saw the person next to him. My eyes narrowed at him instantly, and he cowered down like a turtle in its shell. I was about 99% sure that was Zenitsu, but that was not enough to warrant a sharp reaction, was it? The reason why I paused abruptly was his inhumane nervous system. My eyes were beyond human capabilities. I could see radiation, air movements, X-ray, etc. Humans have a kind of small electric current running through their bodies. It was what connected never to the nerve. But in normal humans, these were not actually connected. They were more like electromagnetic signals. By that standard, Zenitsu was no longer human because he had a real electric current connecting his nerves at all times. This current was also very strong in his body, supernaturally strong. Interesting, most interesting. It was a unique biology much like Mitsuri's or Jaimoi's. From what I was seeing, I could only assume that he must have insane reaction and reflex. It's good that you did not finish that sentence. It appears you do have some respect for your teachers after all, Jigoro said, taking my silence for hesitance to disrespect him. I'd never disrespect Japanese ancient artifacts, I said, and he faked a glare before we both ultimately laughed at our small banter. Biwahahaha, truly, it's good to see you again, Seiji boy. I was afraid of visiting a half-dead man, but I guess the rumors exaggerated your injuries, he said. Actually, the rumors were true, but it was just that, after getting the demon Slayer mark and sun breathing, I could heal at a rate beyond human limits. I stepped down from the veranda and took a lower ground. Then, I initiated a bow that was low enough for a student to a master. Glad to see you healthy as well. Jigoro was all teeth. He was especially into these traditional manners. He even killed himself in canon because of his students' choices. That was how much these things meant to him. I've brought someone with me today. Zenitsu Agatsuma, he said and gestured to the young boy standing beside him. He is my current student. And Zenitsu, this is Seiji Shigen, the strongest user of thunder breathing in history and also the current strongest demon slayer. Jigoro gestured to me with unexpected praise in his tone. There was also a healthy amount of pride. The strongest, huh? Zenitsu showed shyness mixed with fear in his body language. Is that why he is so scary? Biwa haha no, he just has really mean eyes, he said and then whispered the next part. Don't tell him that though, he thinks they are cool. I saw that. Of course you did, Jigoro barked. You must be tired from your journey. Please do join us for lunch, I said, and Jigoro perked up immediately and so did Zenitsu. You don't have to ask me twice. And so our numbers grew. Shinobu continued to be holed up in her room, unaware of our new guests, and I let it stay that way. I didn't want to disturb her. Zenitsu was very meek and ate his food quietly. He was the only kid in a room of adults, so that was to be expected. Jigoro had much experience, and he was curious about our current situation. He was a former Hashira, so we did not withhold any secrets from him. He even had useful advice about our next operations. He knew the lands better than most of us and told us suitable places to station demon slayers. That was one of the few improvements that we made. Instead of answering calls after people already died, the Demon Slayer Corp was working on stopping demons before they could do harm. After lunch was over, we went to the training ground. Seinmi was burning for a fight, and I did not mind doing some stretches. I knew Kanny wanted none of that, but she also understood me. When you were with your teacher and junior, you just had to show off for a bit. Third POV. What the hell is this? Was all Zenitsu could say to the scene before him. Boom. 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 Even the training ground of the flower mansion was not quite prepared for the intensity of wind breathing and thunder breathing. The Taisho sisters' fighting style was gentle and elegant, so the ground revealed the difference between that and the two most violent breathing styles. Seiji and Sanmi were a blur of motion to the human eye, a flash of purple and green if one looked closely. They met in a clash of wooden swords, and both the earth and air quaked in equal terror. Funnily enough, Seiji suffered almost no injury to his legs, so he could move without much trouble. His speed might as well be undisturbed at the level they were fighting, which was definitely not their best. He held a wooden katana in his left hand, as his right arm was still unusable, but his left was just as good as his right. Perfect body control did that, but there were still some issues mentally. Sanmi was not really trying either. He limited himself only to 2 breathing forms as he matched the intensity of Seiji. It was a sparring. The only thing they focused on was their technique. To everyone's surprise, Sanmi was almost as good as Seiji in the art of wind breathing. A competition had brought him to a new level of strength, just like every other hashira. I thought he was injured. Is that not why we came here in the first place? To visit a patient? Zenitsu couldn't help but ask his master. Oh, he is injured all right. Don't be so surprised, brat. At this level they are only stretching their limbs instead of actually fighting. That was an insane concept Zenitsu could not wrap his head around. But it was not as insane as one thing. No fucking way you were a hashira on their level, Zenitsu declared, and he received a bonk in return. I was known as the roaring hashira in my prime. This is nothing, Jigoro huffed proudly. The sparring session continued, and it was climbing an inch higher and higher in intensity with every second. The wooden blades were barely holding on at this point, and they both had to find ways to reduce the stress on their weapon. That meant there was a lot of misdirection of force, which in turn resulted in the ground being cracked all over. Look closely at that, Zenitsu. This is the level of strength you should be aiming for if you really want to be strong enough to protect yourself and your family, Jigoro said, using the opportunity to teach his student. Oftentimes, it is through experiencing the end goal that the path becomes clear in life. Zenitsu watched in a meaningful silence afterwards, absorbing the display of the pinnacle of strength. It's coming to an end, Jigoro said, and not a second later. The two met in an explosive clash that sent them both sliding to the opposite side of the training ground. They lowered their stance and locked their muscles, charging raw power. Wind breathing, third form. Thunder breathing, first form. Both warriors exploded out at the exact moment. Seiji timed the moment just right by predicting Sanmi's action. With a similar starting point, it became evident who was faster. A single step. After Sanmi took a single step, Seiji was already finished, covering the entire length of the training ground. Thunderclap in flash. Sanmi on his part was not surprised, though. Such speed was to be expected from the fastest hashira. But similar to how Seiji eclipsed him in speed, Sanmi eclipsed him in something else. The force that took Seiji the entire training ground to generate, Sanmi did it after a single step. As a consequence, when Sanmi planted his second step, the ground became cobwebs. Clearstorm wind tree. BOOM. The collision was hidden by a cloud of smoke. The silence after the shockwave was deafening. The battle no longer ensued and left a big hole in the dimension, like the sun suddenly disappeared from the sun. When the smoke cleared, you could see Seiji with a bare torso. His clothes were ripped apart by the wind blades. Sanmei's, on the other hand, faced no such consequence, but his sword was broken in half. If this were a real fight, Seiji would be sliced apart, and Sanmi would lose his head because his sword failed to block the attack. The sparring session was a conclusive draw. Not bad, Seiji commented and relaxed his body. Sanmei did the same, but with a way more pissed expression. In his mind, he couldn't even beat a sick man. Seiji's eyes shone with intensity. He did not voice it out, but the form which Sanmi just used was a little different. In truth, it was never Seiji's intention to end things in a draw. Beast breathing was the conclusion Seiji came up with. Sanmi was affected by Inasuk and his unorthodox technique. This could snowball into something big, like Sanmei making a new breathing style even more powerful than wind breathing. He had the perfect example of Seiji and Inosuke after all. Chapter 152, Training Youngsters. Seiji's POV. The next day. It had been 3 days since I woke up, and I was still recovering before I set out to complete my objectives. I felt better every day, and I should be able to go out soon. "So what can you do?" I asked the young boy in front of me. I did not know why, but he seemed very uncomfortable around me. His body language was all over the place. Maybe it was because I pulled him out of bed and brought him to the training ground so early in the morning. I can play the shamisen very well," he said, unsure. I blinked owlishly. "Cool, but not really since I'm deaf," I said. The shamisen was a Japanese guitar basically. "Master told me that. I can't imagine what it will be like since I have really good ears," he said, his body language all over the place again. It was hard to read him. "I'm sorry." I forced myself to smile since I seemed to unnerve him so much. "You don't have to be so nervous around me, kid. I am not like the old man. I won't force you to train if you don't want to." "Really?" He perked up. "No," I dropped mercilessly. His shoulders slumped in disappointment. "I've heard a lot about you from Jigoro, and I know how you never give your during training. So today, we will find the answer to my question. What can you do?" I said and brought out a stick. Zenitsu was one of the most talented characters in the Demon Slayer cast. I would argue that he was as talented as Muakairo himself, considering he never gave it his all in training ever since the start. Heck, he was holding himself back so much that his unconscious state was stronger than him in the beginning. Imagine Zenitsu with Tanjiro's hard work. I won't allow such things this time around. I realized after taking pupils that I really like polishing gems like him. And he was a gem like no other. Especially now that I saw firsthand how special his physique was. He was not only talented, but had a special body like Gyomai and Mitsuril. I would force him to his full potential if I must. This is child abuse, and I won't deny it. "See this?" I asked, and showed him the stick I had in my hand. The stick was thin and long. It was the type of stick that would inflict incredible pain while also barely harming the body. With the flexibility of the stick, it almost seemed like a whip. I gave it a few swing, and it released a whistling sound as it cut the air. "From today, this will be your worst enemy. I will use this to discipline whenever I see that you are holding back, and believe me." My eyes shone at him. "I will know when you are holding back." "Yep," he all but shrinks like a rabbit. "B, but what if I get seriously injured?" "That's why I don't use a bigger stick, and don't worry, even if you suffer minor injuries, the Butterfly Mansion is a hospital." I flashed him the classic smile that gave off evil vibes. "I'll give you 10 seconds, I offered kindly. "Run." And run he did. Zenitsu wasted no time blasting away from me. He left with the loud roar of thunder that didn't really bother me, but it bothered everyone else in the mansion. Thunderclap and flash. He was a yellow streak of speed when he ran out of the main gate of the mansion. Not bad at all, I thought to myself while gazing at his retreating back. He really needed to be more refined. His talent was carrying him too much. I could tell with my eyes that he was not thinking about the techniques at all. His mind was only panicking and thinking about how scary I was. He moved on raw instinct of what felt right, but even with that, he was able to execute a form many would take years to perfect. 10, I said, and blitzed right after him. Another impressive feat I noticed was him perking up at my words and curring out. Damn it, he lied. It's only 5 seconds. He was already around half a kilometer away when he heard me. I would never understand such supernatural senses. I could not tell what made that tick even with my eyes. Anyway, the chase started, and when I eventually caught up to him, his first training began. His first training, where he was not holding back and was really pushed to the limit because my eyes saw when he was, and he would receive the meanest smack from my new favorite stick. 4 days later. It has been officially a week since I woke up. My body was nearing perfect condition except for the 2 major injuries I suffered. Those would take another month or so to return to normal. Growing new tissues and connecting torn muscles was a hassle even with super regeneration. My days in the Butterfly Mansion were not peaceful, to say the least with our 2 new residents. "Ha ha ha ha, weak boy, you should give up already?" You stand no chance against King of Beast Inasuk, he said while doing push-ups with Mitsuri sitting on top of him. His weak and frail body had put on healthy muscles, and after getting good food, he was shooting up in height. In another month or so, he should be the same size as Zenitsu, if not bigger. Shut up, if it was Miss Kanroji sitting on top of me, I would beat you no problem. Zenitsu barked back. He was doing push-ups as well, but this time I was the one sitting on top of him. Then you can forget about winning, because she will not be sitting on you again, I said while bonking his head with the stick. The last time Mitsuri sat on him, he looked way too happy. He might be 13 years old, but I didn't like it. Call me insecure, but I didn't care. I didn't like what I didn't like, and one of them was a 13-year-old sexualizing my fiancé. Speaking of sexualizing, the one that gave you your new uniform, what was his name again? I asked Mitsuri, who was smiling at the motion of moving up and down. She considered it a fun ride, it seemed. She pouted when she heard my words. I told you before, I am not telling. I can tell from your face that you will do mean things to him. I won't deny that, not even one bit after I saw Mitsuri wearing her cannon dress when she came back from her mission. Her old uniform was torn from hurriedly running to the butterfly mansion when she heard of my injury, and she ordered a new one. The only thing was that the new uniform came with a massive boob window, and the tailor somehow coaxed Mitsuri into wearing them, saying things like I would like it, since I love staring at her boobs so much. Indeed, I like looking at them, but what I didn't like was others ogling too. I made sure to burn that thing as soon as she returned. It was also why she was staying in the mansion with us and not out on a mission. She couldn't take one until she got her new uniform. Mean things are the least he deserves after what he did, I huffed. No, I'm sure there is a reason why he thought you would like the new style. He is just a kind grandpa, she insisted. An old man made sense. Mitsuri was a kind soul, and she was even kinder to children and old people. She thought everyone was like her. Clearly, she hadn't read the doujins I've read. Old men were the biggest menace after the ugly bastard and foreigner. You're too sweet for the world, Mitsuri, Canny announced her presence. I hadn't seen her, so I was taken aback when she was beside me. You should wear those things only for your husband to see, she said with a coy smile and bent down to lay on my lap. I did not let her try for long. I scooped her up and put her on my lap instead. For the record, my feet were on the ground so that Zenitsu did not collapse under the new weight. You smell good, I said, putting my nose all over her, causing her to giggle. I just took a bath, guess you like the new soap, she said. I do. We had our usual lovey-dovey moment while Zenitsu suffered hell beneath us. A quick flick of my stick made sure he kept doing his push-ups though. I could see from the buildup of lactic acid that he was not at his limit yet. This is not fair. Zenitsu choked and his body shuddered under our weight. I met two of the most beautiful women I had ever seen, and turns out they are both your girlfriend. How can you have two while others struggle to find one? This is so not fair, he had said, Canny told me. Hey, I said and flicked my stick at his shoulder. I get to have all this because I am strong. If you get as strong as me, girls will be all over you, I said. He turned his head at an impossible angle to stare at me. Are you serious? I was taken aback by the intensity in his eyes. I know so. And then his eyes turned white. The whole vibe of the training ground changed as everyone looked at Zenitsu in surprise. You could almost see a white aura rolling off his body. His muscles tensed up and soaked out raw strength. My eyes widened when his breathing pattern turned perfect, just the way I taught him. Adrenaline pumped new strength into his body, and he continued doing push-ups like a madman. Before it was like a peaceful rocking chair, but now sitting on him was like a roller coaster. I guess I found a better motivation than the stick. No way, how is that possible? Insauk roared while trying to match his speed. I've seen this before. It's like what happens to my uncles every autumn. So strong and violent, Inasuk commented. Autumn was the rutting season for boars, I observed. I guess it was true in a way. Zenitsu was doing all this for girls, like how all male animals fought to death sometimes for girls. By the way, Zenitsu, you remember my sister Shinobu, Canny said, and even though he did not stop, he listened to her voice. How can I forget such a beautiful girl? She has a permanent place in my mind ever since I laid my eyes on her, he said. She used to have a massive crush on Seiji. And then an earthquake. The push-up intensified. Chapter 153. The legacy lives on. You guys barely reached the goal, Elmao. You reach 500 stones while I am updating a new one. Good luck and more stones, please. Seiji's POV. It's time. On this particular morning, I was as naked as the day I was born. I had just gotten off from a bath, which I took at 3 a.m. in the morning for no particular reason at all. I quickly rummaged through the wardrobes and took out my uniform. It was the same one I wore in my last battle, thanks to Canny, who patched up the broken fabric for me. The clothes were a little raggy and worn out, but the way they were cleaned and ironed showed that they had been taken care of with love. I spread the clothes out and examined them closely under the bright yellow light. My eyes easily detected the imperfections in how it was sewn together. Those imperfections in the fabric were literally tugging at my perfectionist self, but I could not find it in my heart to feel annoyed. Instead, those imperfections lit up something warm in my heart. Canny was an exceptional tailor who could fix my uniform just the way I liked, but ever since she lost her eyes, she had difficulties. But even still, she insisted on fixing my uniform, and I even had to wait an extra day so that she could complete her work perfectly. The colors are not even matching, I said in amusement under a closer look. More likely than not, she had asked people if the color was the same. Although the colors were the same, they had different shades. If you looked closely, you could see which part of the uniform had been patched up and fixed. It should be ugly, but my eyes narrowed at those fondly. I wore my uniform while unknowingly humming a happy tune. I fixed the haori on my shoulder and then strapped a katana on my waist. I stopped for a moment again and looked at the sword. It was Mitsuri's katana, the one that she had before I gifted her her current whip sword. It was pink in color, and the hilt had a very cutesy design. The sheath also had sakura petals imprinted for an extra flair. Mitsui loved this sword very much, to the point that she kept it safe even after not using it. But she had gifted it to me after learning that my swordsmith had not finished making my sword. I stood in front of the mirror, admiring myself upon my reflection. I had never felt more dressed and good-looking. I swear no one had better drip than me because I was dressed in love. I made my way out of the room as quietly as possible, and I was just as stealthy when I went into the bedroom. It was dark and had more warmth than my previous room due to the human presence. My eyes discard the darkness and see normally. I walked beside Mitsuri and Canny's bed and planted a chaste kiss on their faces. Mitsuri was still waiting for her uniform, but it would be delivered today. "You're going?" Canny asked softly after I kissed her cheek. "Yes," I answered, although I told them already last night. "Good luck, Seiji," she said in a drowsy voice before she snuggled back to sleep. I always leave early in the morning because I hate saying goodbyes. Goodbyes were one of the most awkward things, and more often than not, I did not like what it implied. So I usually prefer leaving early before they wake up. After I stole a kiss from them, I went out of the mansion. The cool air of dawn caresses my pores, sending weird goosebumps through my body. The time for rest and healing was over. Now it was time to get back to work. I did not wait for sunrise and humped over the wall of the mansion. Then I ran through the forest and made my way to my first destination. Lady Tamyo. Tokyo. When I reached Tokyo, it was around noon. I walked through the bustling city with curious eyes that were searching for anything suspicious. I was certain that Muzan would not be in Tokyo anymore, and I couldn't find him here, much less during the day, but I couldn't help it. Instead of finding the demon lord, I found myself admiring the rapidly growing city. The contrast between villages and the city was such that it was unbelievable. It was like going to a completely different world and not only a few kilometers. There were new buildings erected and new streets remodeled everywhere. It was the year 1923, and it was a time in human history when things were changing rapidly with the end of the Industrial Revolution. You could also see the other changes in the form of political banners. The Taisho democracy movement was at its peak. There were many banners and advertisements about the movement. The people were thirsty for political reforms due to the modernization of the West. Although I never really paid attention to these things, coming back to the city reminded me of when and where I was. My life should not end with the demons. I had to be audacious and start thinking about my future after the war. The nuke was still looming in my future as well. Fuck. It was still daytime, so I did not go to meet Lady Tamyo immediately. I came to the conclusion that she would prefer to be visited at night, in the same manner that I would prefer visitors during the day since I was human. For the time being, I made my way to the dojo, where I learned kendo during my younger days. Noma Dojo. There it was. It felt like lifetimes ago since I had been here, although it had only been 5 years or so. The dojo was located in the central ward of Tokyo. Kendo was a massive sport during this age alongside sumo. This was because it had not been long since the end of the samurai laws. Real samurai were also still alive under the government law. They were old now, but they were still alive and promoting the sport of kendo as a shadow of samurai culture. When I went inside, I noticed that the students were far fewer. I did not have time to look around for long as someone called out to me in recognition. Shigen. It was my kendo master. His eyes were wide in disbelief upon seeing me, and he came running. Sensei, I bowed down. I can't believe I am seeing you, my boy. It's been years, he said. Indeed, I have been missing the dojo a lot during these years, I said, causing him to laugh. I don't doubt that, he said and gave me a look over and smirked. You look like you've seen better days. I have, I said while scratching. We continued a pleasant conversation, and he guided me around the dojo. He introduced me to the new students, and surprisingly, their eyes lit up in recognition after they heard my name. I guess I was still a big name in the kendo community. He also showed me the new improvements they had made in their equipment, the new space, and the few winning trophies they earned in the national tournament. Unfortunately, we never had another champion after you. The tournament last year was close, but we ended up second place, he said. We stood in front of a shelf with a glass window. Inside were neatly arranged trophies and medals. Mine was at the very center of the decoration, and it was also the largest. I saw myself smiling in the reflection of the glass. So, what brings you here to my dojo after all these years? Please don't say it is because you missed it, he said. Truly, there was no reason why I came here. I had nothing else to do, and I thought it would be a good pastime to visit here and relive old memories. I passed mid-sentence, as an idea suddenly came to mind. I took a few more seconds of silence to ponder on the idea before I decided with a grin. Actually, I returned because I have something to show you, sensei, I began in a mysterious voice. During the years I was away, I was traveling. You can say that during my travels I have made some discoveries, I said. Like what? Can we get a private room for a demonstration? I asked, and although he was confused, he complied with my request. He could guess that it might be some new technique from the way I wanted to be secretive. The dojo itself had secret sword arts, after all, which, by the way, I copied after seeing him do once a long time ago. Follow me. He led me to his private training room, away from prying eyes, and that was when I showed him. Are you ready? I asked while feeling the weight of the shinai in my hand. It was a wooden sword used in kendo. Go ahead, he shrugged, stepping away to give me space. So I began. I sucked in a huge amount of breath, pronouncing that action more than necessary. My chest expanded to inhumane proportions, and then I exploded. I was moving faster than the eye could see. I was a blur of action in his human eyes. Then in a second, I sliced at the wooden dimming in front of me. Clank. Wood met wood. It was not even my intention, but the wooden dummy was cut in half by wood. It was an impossible feat, one that was enough to knock my sensei down on his ass. That was, he stuttered. His eyes were shaken in absolute shock. He had never seen such extraordinary feats before. He thought it was impossible. That's the utilization of breathing patterns. By inhaling huge volumes of air in specific patterns and making sure to get maximum oxygen through your blood, you can achieve strength beyond human limits, I explained. Then I faced him while he was still on the ground. I want to share this technique with you, and I want you to pass this down to the next generation as well. I call it a moment of suspense. Steroid breathing. Of course, I was not stupid enough to share one of the 5 major breathing techniques, but steroid breathing was my own creation. And it was not up enough for me to care if others got their hands on it. He straightened his posture on the ground and kneeled in front of me like a student reversing our position. Please teach me, sensei. And so the legacy of steroid breathing continued. Chapter 154, Tamyo and the Demon Slayer Corp. Seiji's POV. It was not that difficult to find Tamyo's hideout. I thought I would have some difficulty finding the hidden space, even though I had perfect memory since it was blood demon art and all. But as it turns out, it was as simple as finding any other house. I didn't notice at first that the place was hidden since my eyes penetrated all falsehood. It was the opposite situation for me. I found the place first instead of finding out it was hidden. The place stood out a bit since it had such a big courtyard. It should be impossible for such free land to exist in an urban city like Tokyo, but here it was, a small manor with wide free space in the middle of the city. It was too big to be called a house, yet it was not big enough to be described as a mansion. I walked right through the front door. There was no obstacle to block my entry. They were risking their whole safety by being hidden, which I found to be absolutely stupid. But at least they seemed to have some sensors, because the moment I stepped in, I saw Yushiro jump in his place from inside. His face was full of alarm, and he immediately moved to the window to assess the situation. "Hoi, it's me," I waved when the green-haired demon peeked out from a window. I saw his shoulder drop and relief flood his body. He opened the window fully and yelled out in a rather pissed tone, "Ever heard of knocking or notifying people beforehand? I sent a letter, but the mailman couldn't find your address for some reason, so it's not my fault," I joked while crossing the yard and entering the manor. "Thanks for having me, Tilda." I walked right in. I looked around at the familiar interior and found nothing of change. Maybe it was because demons live for a long time, but they seem to be allergic to change. Being practically immortal rids them of humanity's hurry to grow and change, to experience things before it all ends. Why hurry when you can live forever? Yushiro ran down the stairs and narrowed his eyes at me. He would have looked more intimidating had he not stumbled on the last few steps. "What do you want?" he asked, rather rudely might I add. He did not even address me formally, which looked a bit weird since everyone around me was usually so respectful. I hummed, "I didn't hate you as much last time," I observed with interest, ignoring his question. "What?" he blinked owlishly. "Don't get me wrong, I still find you revolting and your aura is tickling my killing instincts, but I no longer want to vomit at just the sight, if that made sense," I said. Demons were beings that should not exist. They were outside of the natural order, and my eyes noticed that more than any other eyes. If they were not perfectly imperfect like Musen Kibitsuji, all demons looked hideous to me. Kind of like a fruit with furs. Fruit by itself had no ugliness and furs were beautiful on animals. But if a fruit had furs, that would be disgusting. Imagine a hairy apple. Demons were kind of like that to my eyes. But clearly, that disgust had been dialed down after Rengoku became a demon, and I spent much time looking at him every day, staying by his side since after I woke up. "Are you calling me ugly?" he asked, looking taken aback and offended. "Not you in specific, but what you are. Anyways, please lead me to Lady Tamyo, or should I go to her room by myself?" His glare did not die down, but he did lead me to her room. He knew how strong I was, so he knew full well that he couldn't kick me out or something. He knocked on the door when we reached her study room. "Lady Tamyo, he is here again. The deaf Hashira." There was a short pause before a voice came from within. "Let him in." Yushiro opened the door for me, and as I walked in, he had a message. "I'll keep an eye on you, if you hurt or threaten Lady Tamyo," he said, and my eyes locked on him with a small glint of killing intent. He grits his teeth and his eyes show veins, but he finishes, "I will make sure you regret it." I reeled back at his sheer determination. It should not be downplayed how dangerous I felt to demons. My killing intent was a buildup of years and years of absolute slaughter of his kind. I was sure that every demonic instinct in his body was screaming at him to run. Heck, if he had Musen's blood, it would go wild, especially after my last encounter, but the boy stood his ground. Love surpassed all logic. And what a sad love he cherished. In the canon manga, Yushiro falls in love with Lady Tamio after she saves him from an illness by turning him into a demon. But the woman he fell for was a broken woman. Lady Tamio was a widow who could not forget her husband and children. She did not reciprocate the boy's love and even used it for her revenge. And yet Yushiro was all but too willing to help her avenge her husband and children. What was even sadder was that Yushiro survived the final battle while Lady Tamio died, never even acknowledging his feelings. He spent lifetimes without her. He would paint her portrait to try and keep her alive in his memory, waiting for her to be reborn so that he could love her again. "I'll keep that in mind." I gave a nod and entered the room. Inside, I found Tamio sitting in front of a table of research. Her eyes were looking through the microscope, and she pulled back with a smile. "Do take a seat, Lord Shigen." I did so. "So what brings you to my humble abode?" "I'm sure you've heard of what happened," I said, and she straightened her back at the mention. She pushed away from the microscope so that she could face me. "I did. Defeating the Demon King himself is one of the most important achievements the Demon Slayer Corp has made in 5 centuries. People wouldn't stop talking about it," she said. "Is that all you've heard? Should I have heard more?" "I suppose not, since you are not in the Demon Slayer Corp," I said, and leaned back on the uncomfortable chair which was too low for me. Clearly, it was made for a lady, not a 2-meter dude built like a Greek god, Hess. "This is good because I get to see your face while announcing it," I said with a grin, and she raised an eyebrow. "Do tell, I am infinitely curious," she said and leaned in close. "We managed to get blood and tissue samples from Musen Kibitsuji, and they are still preserved even now," I said, and I awked on her face to see her reaction. Instead of the shock or surprise which I was hoping for, her face scrunched up in scrutiny. A person could not have looked more incredulous. "You tell no lies, but I find that hard to believe," she said before explaining her reason. "Even I, after centuries of research, am not able to preserve Musen's blood without his consent. The Demon King has absolute control over his cells. The best we can get is the diluted version of the upper moon, which is mixed with their DNA," she said. "Did you bring said samples with you? If not, I find it hard to believe the statement. Please do forgive my suspicion," she said with a respectful bow. I pulled back and leaned on the back of the chair. "You know I expected more fun from your reaction." "Sorry to disappoint you," she said, unimpressed. "No need to apologize, Lady Tamio, because you are right. It is impossible to preserve Musen's cell in any other circumstances," I said. "Other circumstances? So what's the exception in this one?" she asked. Curiosity was back. Musen was cut by a swordsman with a demon slayer mark, who wielded a red blade and used the purest form of sun-breathing, I said, and I finally got the reaction I was waiting for. She was stumped in more ways than one. The 3 things I mentioned were all curveballs to her. They were tools she knew could harm the Demon King, but she could never get her hands on them. But amongst all that, one thing caught her attention. "Sun-breathing?" she asked with a shaky breath. I realized then that I had not told her about that even though we were partners. "I learned it from the Kamado family, who was passing down the technique in the form of a traditional dance, the Hinakami Kagura," I said, and her eyes widened. She was an old entity who lived long enough to know the connection Yorichi had with the Kamado family, so she knew instantly that my statement was true. Perhaps it was far-fetched, but it was true. She took around 5 minutes to process my words. She asked me a few other things regarding that, confirming the truth in my statement. Her mind worked in a slow and detailed way that did not miss any flaw. "But then you come to me, empty-handed while knowing full well how much Musen's blood would help me in my research. So what do you want from me?" she asked. Here it was, "I want you to join the Demon Slayer Corp." She did not seem all too surprised by that request. Curious. "The last time we met you made it clear that you were okay with being partners. Only you and I. You also state that my help would only be a convenience rather than a necessity in killing the Demon Lord." She was way too observant for her own good. "So what changed?" "The Hashira did not get away without loss in the failed purge," I said. "My friend Rengoku. He is the flame Hashira of this generation, and he had turned into a demon." Her eyes literally sparked, and it was a telling sign that she finally put together the puzzle. Why I was here, why I needed her, and that included all the advantages and disadvantages of the situation. So you want me to find a cure to turn him back to a human, or at least, make him like us, demons outside Musen's control, she said, and I nodded. There is a very intelligent girl in the Demon Slayer Corps. She is making breakthroughs every day, but if you work together, I think you can find the solution sooner, I said in an attempt to downplay how much I needed her. She saw right through my attempt and offered a kind smile. Okay, I will do as you request, she said, and I was caught off guard by how easy it was. I was expecting her to exploit my need if I was honest. It need not be much, but she could take advantage of the situation. Perhaps she could ask for autonomy, more protection, and even full control over the research or something. Heck, I was thinking that she would request she kill Musen with her own hands in return for her service. Sure, I could have forced her to join and threaten her, but the point stands. She was a good person, more than I gave her credit for. Don't look so surprised, she chuckled. We are partners after all. Indeed. Yushiro, she called out, and the boy, true to his words, was just outside the room, so he came in immediately. Please pack our luggage, we are moving. As you wish, Lady Tamyo. I guess that was the first objective completed. Chapter 155, All Six Eyes on Him. Seiji's POV. After the whole ordeal was done, I had the whole night to myself. I could take the chance to get a good night's sleep and rest my body after the long journey. The Kacho sisters would absolutely love that idea. Or I could go out at night and search for some demons to kill, because goddamn it has been long since I killed one. It had been quite some time since I was in Tokyo. I was sure there would be a demon around here preying on missing people. So I did just that. I left the manor and gave Lady Tamyo and Yushiro time to get ready for the journey back to the Butterfly Mansion. Meanwhile, I went out of the city and did a lap around the outskirts of Tokyo. To my horror, I could not find easy prey even after an hour of searching. My purple eyes covered many miles radius with a glaze, but even then, demons seemed mythical. I could not find anything. I did not give up, though. Did you find any? I asked the sparrow flying above me. She finally returned after almost an hour of disappearing on the horizon. Raven looked unimpressed as hell, but she nodded. Great, lead the way, girl, I exclaimed, and she flew west. I measured my breath and followed right behind her tail. It took half an hour of constant running before my own eyes caught the sight of a demon on the horizon. The demon was staying in an abandoned temple located on the side of the old road. A long time ago, the path used to be one of the ways to travel to Tokyo, and the temple was for travelers to rest and worship God while they were on a journey. But the road was mountainous, so it was abandoned a long time ago in favor of wider roads that could carry cars and carts. It took another 10 minutes before I reached the temple. Thank you, Raven, you are the best, I said, scratching the side of her head when she landed on my shoulder. Her eyes were dead and glaring, but she did raise her beak a little high in the air. Her lungs were inflated with pride too. She was the best fucking Kasugai crow of the best fucking Hashira, and she knew it. She flew off my shoulder to perch on a tree near the entrance gate of the temple, while I walked up the steps. It was dead in the night, an hour or less before midnight. Most animals had slept by then except the nocturnals. I saw a few owls and a bunch of crows hanging out on the top of the gates and roof of worn-down structures. Clearly, they were here for the leftovers. Too bad there won't be leftovers after I slice the demon's head off with a Nicaran blade. The owls hummed a creepy melody, but that fell on deaf ears. I walked inside the temple, maybe a little too enthusiastic when I was supposed to be wary and afraid. The contrast shocked the demon to the point of not attacking immediately. I frowned, pretending to not notice her for a few more seconds before impatience took over. You can jump at me now, I promise to be surprised, I said while looking up at the ceiling. On the ceiling where woods interconnected to form the roof, a snake woman was hanging upside down. Her hair was pale like snow, her skin was a slight shade of red-pink, and from her waist down she was a snake with deep red scales. She hissed at me, her tongue flickering like a dagger in her mouth, while razor-sharp teeth, the size of her fingers, bared at me. My eyes could see the small tubes on those fangs, dripping with acid poison that would more than likely turn my insides into soup if I was bitten. She quickly unwrapped herself from the wood in the ceiling and fell on me. I wasted no time taking a step back, and she slammed on my previous position. No way, that caught me off guard. I tried my best to imitate a surprised exclamation, but maybe it was not that good. She fumed and slithered towards me. She is a high-ranking demon, I observed immediately while dogging her attacks. She swiped her hands towards me at a stupidly fast speed enough to imitate a real snake bite. Her fingers were blades instead of flesh, ready to tear muscle and bones. But an odd thing I noticed was that although her speed and strength were that of a high-ranking demon, she moved like an absolute amateur. To become a powerful demon, demons needed decent combat experience and accomplishment. Less mucin wouldn't give them more blood. Or if you become a high-ranked demon by consuming humans, that would require you to consume lots of humans over the years. That was a sure way to attract demon slayers, so if you could do that for years, it meant you were strong. But the snake demon in front of me had the skill of a low-rank demon, but the power of a high-ranked demon. Curious. Strain. Tell me, how did you get so strong? You clearly didn't earn it, I asked, and finally pulled out my sword and clashed against her claws at lightning speed. A rain of sparks lit up the old abandoned temple, shining light on the old manuscripts and statues. She did not reply to my question, obviously, but I had a feeling that it was not because she didn't want to. You are barely conscious, I said after a few more seconds of observation. Her red eyes continued glaring at me hatefully and with the intention of devouring me. That totally sucked the joy out of dragging this fight. If she was not conscious, that meant she wouldn't feel despair. So with a quick draw of my sword, I turned the snake demon into hundreds of fine pieces while she was lunging at me. The bloody gore spilt on the floor of the temple like a monster chewed on her and spat her out. Her blood and spatter of flesh showered me, but that quickly burned out into ash shortly after it was killed. I'm assuming whatever you did to get that strong cost you your consciousness. You couldn't take that kind of power, I continued after her death. It was truly a curious observation. Don't tell me Musin has been going around strengthening his demons after our fight as a way of preparing for the war. That would be hilarious. My eyes flashed, and I saw the eyeball disappear later than the rest. I was not certain, but that was not a part of the demon. I shurged, deciding to wait for what happened next instead of investigating further. I went out of the temple and enjoyed the silver rays of the moon. Third POV. Infinity Castle. I found him, Nakheim said after Kokoshibo appeared before her. She had manipulated the dimension so that Kokoshibo's room connected with hers and became one. Thank you, Nakheim, for doing me this favor, Kokoshibo said sincerely with a small bow. Nakheim had the faintest blush on her cheeks. She did not have to do it. She did not have to try and search for Seiji Shigen. It was not even her master's order. But after Kokoshibo asked her so earnestly, she found herself giving everything to find the purple Hashira. She put more effort into it than all the time she did a mission for Musin combined. The work paid off as she found Seiji Shigen for him. No need to thank me, Lord Kokoshibo. This is just a part of my assignment. The upper moon has the power to ask for my assistance in completing Lord Musin's task, she said, but still, Kokoshibo's eyes had the same gratitude. Can you continue keeping an eye on him? And please open a door for me when the opportunity arises, he said. I'm dying to meet him. It was not a good idea to expand such resources. Her blood demon art is not infinite. The other upper moons needed her help too in their own works, but she justified her action by saying he was the number one and all. I shall do as you ask. The opportunity came the next night. She opened the door leading to Seiji Shigen for the first upper moon. Chapter 156, The Biggest Challenge. Seiji's POV. We left for the butterfly mansion the moment the sun set on the horizon. At first, Lady Tamyo was going to bring a whole lot of unnecessary things to the journey, but I stopped her. For every piece of equipment she might need, we could get it for her. After I told her that our luggage was cut down by 90%, turns out Demons did not need clothes or other utensils like toothbrushes and the like. I knew that, just never thought about it. In the end, our luggage was a bunch of books and important notes, along with the samples Lady Tamyo had collected over the years. They secured other important materials in the hidden mansion. The journey was much slower than when I was traveling alone, but it was still decently fast since demons could not get tired. We spent most of the journey talking to each other. I was curious about what it was like to be a demon to prepare myself in case Rengoku had to be woken up as a demon. I learned many interesting things, but still, there were no personal things spoken in the conversation. It was boringly professional. We walked on foot along the trail, walking at the same speed as normal carts would. We encountered a pack of wolves and one demon while we were on our way. It was around 2 a.m. in the morning when I stopped for the first time in our travel. "What's wrong? Why are we stopping?" Lady Tamyo asked. "I can't continue with you from here onwards. Follow Raven, my Kasugai crow will lead you to the butterfly mansion," I said. The place where we stopped was the exact location where we had to go off the trail and separate from the main road. The butterfly mansion was still very much a hidden location, even though it was kept as secret as the Yubayashiki mansion or Swordsmith village. "Why can't you lead us?" Yushiro asked with narrowed eyes. "Because we are being followed," I said, and their eyes widened. "Since when?" Lady Tamyo asked in a hushed voice, caution all over her tone. "I don't know. I checked not long ago and noticed it," I said. "I was checking if we had anyone following us right as we were about to part from the main road." "I understand. We will leave this to your hands while we go on ahead," she said and nudged at the reluctant boy. "Let's go, Yushiro." Maybe he had not trusted me yet and thought I was leading them into a trap. Honestly, they had no reason to be suspicious of me. We were not equal, and if I wanted to, I could kill them anytime, anywhere. Why would I bother with traps? Raven flew right above the tree lines and led them to the butterfly mansion. Meanwhile, I remained in my place, my eyes glued on my half-pulled-out katana. I looked at the shiny reflection so that I could see behind me. "So it's me you are after," I mumbled with amusement. The one following us did not go after Lady Tamyo, even when she disappeared into the darkness of the forest. I thought the demons might be after her, but I guess it was me all along. "Interesting," I said. In the very next second, a wind blew upon me, tousling my long hair and making my haori flutter. And then I disappeared with the next gust of wind. I used mist breathing to move at incredible speed while also hiding my presence. I turned around and all but flew towards the one following us. Finally, I could see who was following us, and it was not a who but what. A single eyeball. I recognized that. It was Nakheim's blood demon art. Did I change the canon that much? Nakheim only sneaked upon the demon's slayers before the final battle. But here she was, already doing everything to uncover our hidden hideouts. The eyeball was almost a kilometer away from us, and I reached it before the count of 10. My hand moved in a blur and I caught the eyeball in my hand. I stared at it with my purple eyes, gazing at the connection on it. If I followed the trail of connection, it would lead me to Nakheim, I think. Or maybe not. I crushed the eyeball right after that. "I have to warn the others about this," I said, after a long silence of contemplation. I was mid-motion into turning around and going after Lady Tamyo before I froze from a sound. It was more like a ruffle of vibration on my skin before something inside me screamed. I did not know what it was saying, but it screamed so loudly that I trembled. A strumming of a string. At the corner of my eyes, I saw a door opening from the trunk of the tree. I craned my neck, and I felt cold sweat on my face when I saw who walked out. His presence was a silent storm. An unseen weight pressed against my chest like 1,000 invisible hands. I could tell at a glance that the Upper Moon one was in a league of his own, even superior to Muzan if my instinct was to be trusted. "Kokoshibo." The Upper Moon one did not speak at first. He didn't need to. His towering frame seemed to blur at the edges, like a figure not fully tethered to this world. His 6 eyes, arranged in a pattern too unnatural to be anything but a mockery of humanity. Each eye bore the kanji for upper rank 1, and they glowed in a sickly blend of crimson and gold. I could feel those eyes stare at me, unblinking. They analyzed me from head to toe, seeing through me for all that I was. I thought I was the perfect warrior, but I found new flaws in myself when I followed his gaze. Such terrifying eyes, they made me feel naked. Is this what others feel when I observe them in a similar way? It was a horrible feeling. The sclera of his eyes, black as the void, only magnified the unsettling intensity of his gaze. His long, dark hair flowed past his shoulders, moving ever so slightly despite the stillness of the night, as though it had a life of its own. Maybe it did. Fear gnawed at my heart, and what a feeling that was. When was the last time a demon truly terrified me? When I fought against Musin, I feared the chance of death. I did not fear the Demon King. But this time, I was afraid of the demon in front of me. It went beyond the fear of death. I've wanted to meet you ever since your fight with my master, but I didn't expect to see you quiver. The forest seemed to shrink around me, the towering trees now mere whispers against the overwhelming presence of the strongest demon. Without a doubt, he was about the most incredible thing I had laid my eyes on. And at that point, I finally realized what the screaming was. It was a scream to fucking run. I should run, shouldn't I? I couldn't fight this perfect abomination. It was unlike the situation with Museum, where I had a solid plan and backup, and was not recovering from an injury. I had almost zero chance of winning in this situation. It was laughable how fucked I was. But strangely, my legs did not move even when I told them to. I found myself deeply intrigued by my own fear and the entity that stood in front of me that caused me to tremble. Heth! I released a rush of air from my mouth, halting a breathing style that almost came instinctively. Sorry for that, it's been a long time since I felt fear from an entity, I said, and after my words, I stilled. There was no longer a quivering bone in my body. And I think I know why I am afraid of you, I said. You are a warrior, aren't you? Unlike that coward called Musin. If Musin was like looking at the vast ocean that could drown you or wash you away with a tsunami, Kokoshibo was a blade at your neck, already digging into your skin. The ocean was logically far more powerful with greater potential for destruction, but if you find yourself in both situations, you would always fear a blade at your neck more. I think the difference was in precision. Musin could kill you, but Kokoshibo will kill you. Or maybe it was just my warrior instinct being biased. Normal people would fear Musin more. You claim to fear me, but you no longer tremble. Tell me, have you despaired already? He asked me with unblinking eyes. But this time, my eyes shone purple and stared unblinking at him too. I pierced him with my gaze, striping him down piece by piece just as he did me. Never, I answered. Good, if you did, then this encounter would have been disappointing, he said, and then continued speaking. He talked, but with his body this time. There was no killing intent, but the sword he swung had every intention to cut me. Forget about his perfect form and perfect cut. His intention and will itself were so precise they were like swords themselves. It was one thing to swing a sword with the intent to kill, but to swing a sword with no other intention but to cut. That was nothing short of a miracle. There was no personal feeling or desire. It was a step above selfless state. I really should run. The risk of me escaping was low since he seemed much faster than me and he had Nakheim. But I would still have a better chance of escaping than winning this fight. But instead, I stayed and replied. Chapter 157, Think Fast. Chapter 158, Seiji vs. Kokoshibo. Seiji's POV. The forest stood in eerie silence, the air thick with a creeping, unnatural chill. Moonlight filtered through the tangle of branches above, casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to dance with every flicker of movement. And move we did, relentlessly. I had never met someone who could hold a conversation with me before. The upper moon one spoke the language of the body like me. Every shift of muscle was a word, each attack a sentence as we talked in a long, winding conversation. It started with immediate intensity, there was no build-up, no rise and fall of momentum. Perhaps perfection does not have a beginning, perhaps that was a flaw. Fighting against Kokoshibo was the most enlightening experience I ever had. I nearly forgot with my exceptional eyes, but halfway through the fight, I realized I couldn't hear anything. Indeed, I was deaf. There were 6 dimensions of movement. There was up and then down. There was left and then right. There was forward and then backwards. Kokushibo was a master of all these dimensions, and he had an eye for each of them. He had domain over everything. It felt suffocating. Indeed, I was drowning in space. HAA, HUU, HAA, HUUU. My breath was like a man pulled out from an ocean. I, a breathing master, could barely breathe. I put a hand over my chest, feeling the ache inside. I was so focused on the fight that I even forgot to breathe. There were so many other things to think about, so much other information for my brain to process that it slipped my mind I had to breathe. "Is that it?" Kokushibo asked with his sword in hand. My gaze locked onto the sword. It wasn't a blade, it was a nightmare-given form. The katana seemed alive, its dark surface rippling with vein-like patterns of deep crimson as if blood flowed just beneath its skin. An unblinking eye near the base of the blade stared at me, following every movement I made, sentient and unnerving. Each subtle throb of the sword's grotesque flesh resonated with Kokushibo's own breath, making the weapon feel less like an extension of his arm and more like a piece of his very being. Our first exchange had gone by in a flash. There was no destruction around us, not even one leaf on the trees was disturbed. We exchanged blows perfectly. I looked at the katana in my hand. My gaze lingered on its pink handle, which reminded me of Mitsuri and her sweet smile. I was reminded of what I was fighting for. That's right, beyond just out of hate, I was fighting for something. I was not sure what, but I was fighting for it. "Don't relax, I'm just getting started," I said, and as if believing my words, he nodded and got ready. I fixed my breathing into a pattern once more, and I inhaled sharply, making a whistling vibration in the air. Storm breathing. My body groaned under my own strength as I gripped my sword with my left hand. I pushed through all that was trying to stop me land launched towards Kokushibo, sparking another conversation. Third form, Symphony of Thunder. My blade turned into 12 streaks of giant purple lighting that slammed at Kokushibo one after another. Each attack released a thunderous sound that shook the world. The sounds of each thunder were also distinct, like the 12 notes octave. It gave off a reassuring vibration to my skin. It was perhaps the strongest combination of attacks I had ever unleashed on an entity. But Kokushibo showed no panic nor fear. Moon breathing, 8 form. Every swing of his sword left the air quivering, as though reality itself recoiled from the blade's presence. Moon dragon ringtail. Each of my 12 attacks and every streak of lighting that came along with it was met with a massive arc of moon blades. It was unlike a normal clash of wind blades. There were smaller moon blades inside the arc of the moon blades. The attack not only cuts through things, but it shreds everything in the process. It was a cut inside a cut. The concept barely wrapped around my mind even as I witnessed it. At last, our attack matched in intensity and died down into thin air. My shoulder sagged in defeat, but only for a moment before I blitzed at him with the utilization of thunder wind breathing. He responded in kind and moved along with me. He was able to match my speed while I was in my fastest form. We were a streak of light as we shot around the forest, unleashing destruction in our exchange of blows at last. We were moving so fast that even a single step created a permanent crater on the ground. I ignored finesse like thunder breathing and wind breathing was in their concept and became violence personified. A small smile tugged at Kokushibo's lips, a hint of excitement at the battle, but he was able to contain me all the same. He replied to every attack I threw at him. I felt deaf in a fight with him. I couldn't communicate. He understood me, but I didn't understand him. The fact that we were not equal sank deeper and deeper into my heart. Kokushibo was comparable to Muzan in power, with the latter maybe being a bit stronger in terms of raw power. But Kokushibo was leagues above him in skill. For the first time in my life, I had been outclassed in terms of skill. Kokushibo was my superior in both raw power and skill. I was absolutely no match for him. No, even deeper than that. There was something more that made me so helpless against him, I didn't know what. In a display of something extraordinary, Kokushibo predicted my movement and sliced open a deep wound in my abdomen. The slash ground the meat off my body, leaving a gaping line. I knew it crystal clear how I was outmatched and how I was predicted. I was so very conscious about it, and that made the defeat worse. I stumbled on the ground, my momentum continued as I tumbled on the earth like a ragdoll. I only stopped when my body crashed on one tree, sending splitters around as my body destroyed the thick trunk. I lay there, unmoving and staring at the full moon as I slowly bled out from my wounds. Usually, I would have a longer time to enjoy my slice of life, but this time the gods really fucked me over. I could still feel Kokoshibo's looming presence not far away from me. I did not even have to look to know where he was. My only relief lay in the fact that I felt no killing intent or malice from him. What a sad situation I found myself in, to be at the mercy of a demon once more. But hey, at least I knew now why I was so outmatched. I should not be so outclassed in terms of skill like this, and this was not arrogant speaking. The truth was that the ceiling of the concept of mastery was not high enough for us to be this far apart. I was at the very pinnacle of technique in my own right. My eyes, although they were only 2 pairs against multiple, had never failed me before. The intensity in them would not submit to his demonic ones. I refused. So there could only be one answer to this hopeless situation. It was not me, but the techniques I had perfected. "You crazy bastard, just how much did you train to beat him?" I questioned while still lying on my back. I knew the answer to that question. He did everything. He sacrificed everything. It was an undeniable truth that I, including every demon slayer in history, was living on the legacy Yoriichi created. He invented not only the sun breathing, but also the 5 major breathing styles. Every other warrior that followed afterwards had been living through this legacy. You could say they gained power by walking at the footprints Yoriichi left behind. Even I had done the same thing. Sure, I invented mixed breathing, but that was just a combination of the 5 major breathing styles. It was nothing new. So here is the problem. My current opponent was the bane of that. The entity that stood before me had turned his entire existence into a counter to that. He was the nemesis of Yoriichi and all his legacy. You could say he was the anti-demon slayer. He was a counter to the power system of the breathing style itself. He had turned himself into such a being in an attempt to defeat his own brother. So of course, he who dedicated his whole life to defeating Yoriichi would have no problem dealing with the weaker version, which was me. "Are you going to get back up?" he said as he walked across the forest. Was that even a question? Just when my racism was fading too. I pushed myself up once more. It was not my first time, nor would it be my last. Water breathing, 11th form. Living's Malice. Chapter 159, Seiji vs. Kokoshibo, 2. Seiji's POV. An interesting technique. I'd never expect something like this from you considering your perfectionist nature, Kokoshibo commented easily like he knew me. Maybe he did, considering his sight was comparable to mine. At this point in our fight, we had already figured out the other person, like we were done with our introduction. Controlled chaos was it, or maybe chaotic order is a better term, he hummed as he continued walking with no faltering step. Where every other demon, even Musen himself, hesitated at the weight of my hatred and killing intent, Kokoshibo acted like a gentle breeze blowing on him. I've said this before and it happened to me too. When you master the art of violence, you don't fear or panic. You'll learn it on your own as you age, but there is no such thing, he said, and his step finally faltered as a small branch slightly waved at him. Under my technique, that simple movement felt like a blade at his neck. I beg to differ. I took that opening faster than a starved man taking food. My desperation was twice that of hunger. Thunder wind breathing, 3rd form. The fastest breathing style worked to amplify the speed of the fastest Hashira. I was like a living meteorite. The sound barrier all but cried before it was left behind and abandoned. Sound was too slow to follow my speed. Skycleave. I could barely see the world around me as I moved almost too fast for even my eyes to handle. The technique was similar to thunderclap and flash, but even faster, and with the strength of wind breathing. Kokoshibo's eyes focused on me, all 6 of them. They gawked with a flicker of emotion as I abandoned all other dimensions and only attacked one. Forward. I had become an unstoppable force in every sense of the word. Kokoshibo's sword was held in front of him, his earlier response to block the moving branch which was mistaken for a deadly swing. The only movement he managed to finish during that instant was to tilt his head. My blade sliced through his sword as easily as cutting paper. My sword continued sailing as I cut his head diagonally in half. Had he not tilted his head in time, I would have chopped it right off his neck. If he was being made to counter Yorichi, then I just had to be stronger than him. And in that moment, at least when it came to the dimension of forward, I was above Yorichi in his absolute prime. The aftermath was disastrous. I stopped 10 meters behind Kokoshibo. To the naked eye, I all but teleported. It was like skipping a cutscene as reality struggled to display my feet. There was no streak of light, no blurring image nor a warp in space. Nothing witnessed my speed. And then, oh fuck, I was a statue as my body got stuck from sheer exhaustion. BOOM. It was a literal explosion as the friction from moving at such speed created massive heat. The explosion lit up the atmosphere. My clothes too nearly burned away completely, leaving me bare and bruised all over with burn marks on my skin. Goo, Kokoshibo made a guttural sound that I did not hear as he doubled over and grabbed his incomplete head. His flesh moved like it had a mind of its own, and in less than 5 seconds, they healed completely. He was trembling with a mix of shock and agony. On the other hand, I was contemplating whether to activate the Demon Slayer mark while I remained rooted in place. Why was I contemplating and not giving my all in this fight, you ask? It was because I was not sure what would happen if I did. I did not know how, but I believe my body wouldn't be able to take the strain as it is now. Although I was virtually healed when it came to doing normal things, it was different when I was in the second most intense battle of my life. When push came to shove, my body had not recovered to its prime. I might just explode in a gore of flesh if I activate my Demon Slayer mark. But in the end, I was left with no choice but to test my theory as Kokoshibo swung his katana at my head in a fit of rage. His sword stilled the air around it, and it painted a trail of moonblade in its path. My mind went blank. I surrendered control to my body as my Demon Slayer mark materialized on my forehead. I ducked under the swing and painted a horizontal slash at his body while I turned. My sword did not cut him as he stepped back just enough. The tip of my blade was a hair's breadth away, but it never reached Kokoshibo. That was another way he was different from other demons. He refused to allow himself to be hurt in battle as if he was still a human. Most demons used their regeneration to their full advantage, but Kokoshibo used it as a safety measure only. My sword missed, and my arms turned into jelly as I manipulated the force behind my missed attack. I redirected the momentum into a diagonal slash as my sword clashed with his. Nichiren steel met demonic steel, and I lost spectacularly. His sword had many other protruding blades on it, and that cut through my sword as they grinded against each other. I then proceeded to lose in a battle of raw strength too as I was sent flying away. I stumbled and rolled a few times before I caught myself with one knee on the ground. I slid for a few meters before I came to a stop. That was also the end of another round as my eyes regained light and I leaned down to vomit blood. My body groaned in agony every inch. There was no part of my body that was unhurt, so it felt numbing. Pain became the new normal for me. My heartbeat thumped in my chest, and for a moment, I wished it stopped, because every beat sent waves of pain throughout my body. I didn't want to die. I can't die yet. Not yet. I sucked in huge volumes of air. I forced myself to welcome the pain that followed my action. I told myself it was proof that I was alive. And my undying will to live turned that pain into pleasure. A wide grin spread my lips. Sun breathing, first form. The moment I regained consciousness, I deactivated my Demon Slayer mark to relieve the strain in my body. But still, I felt supernatural strength churning inside my body. I glanced at my reflection on the katana, which was only 2/3 its original length. I saw a small mark on my forehead that was akin to a tattoo. It was still there even after I had deactivated the Demon Slayer mark. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. I need to survive. Sun dance. I waved my sword around and started moving in a dance-like fashion. The first form of sun breathing was a recovery technique as much as it was offense and defense. There was no sun in the sky, so the effect was lessened, but still, it helped me recover. There it is, Kokoshibo said, and a new glint of light flashed in 6 of his eyes. Although your own attacks were intriguing, this was what I came for. I abandoned all that was me at that moment. My body stopped the unconscious consideration for my style and possible mixed breathing. I threw away all that was me and gave myself into sun breathing alone. I closed my eyes. My own techniques and my own style of fighting would only work to injure me more, so I only used sun breathing as a weapon. I threw away my very sense of self at the moment. I was not Seiji Shigen. I am Yoriichi Tsujikuni. My brain worked overtime, my perfect memory came to help, and I began reconstructing the first sun breathing user in my mind. I said it before, but the demon slayers and the power system of breathing styles itself was the legacy of Yoriichi. And I had mastered everything. I had owned his legacy. Therefore, although I never met him, I knew Yoriichi Tsujikuni. I picked the scattered pieces of his being and legacy from the breathing styles, from thunder breathing, water breathing, flame breathing, etc. The concept of breathing forms, the Hinoki Dagura, demon slayer marks, and even my own recollection from my past life, where I read about him in the manga. And so I became the perfect imitation of Yoriichi. It was my most perfect imitation, and would also be my last. I rushed at Kokoshibo, this time not like Seiji Shigen, who would no doubt prefer to speed blitz his enemies, but like Yoriichi. The man who unhurriedly made his way to the enemy with all the confidence in the world. Chapter 160, The Last Defeat. Seiji's POV. The eerie silent night was no more as we exploded in a battle that shook the forest. The full moon shone dimly on us, but the light barely registered in my eyes as more bright and colorful lights followed our every attack. Every breath I took burned in my lungs, every movement sent daggers of pain through my body. My haori and clothes, fixed with love by Kanny, were beyond saving at this point, barely covering my privates as I flashed through the forest. I can't stop now, I told myself. Kokoshibo was an unyielding figure of dark majesty. His many eyes blinked in sync, those golden irises reflecting me like a shattered mirror. I did not recognize myself in his eyes. Sun breathing, first form. Sun dance. I moved, not like myself, but like Yoriichi would. I pushed forward, my blade a flash of gold as I executed a vertical slash that aimed straight at his towering frame. My muscles screamed with the effort, but I willed my body to obey. His counter was instant. Moon breathing, first form. He used the first form of moon breathing to correspond with mine. Dark moon, evening palace. A horizontal slash met my attack, and a hail of crescent-shaped blades exploded outward. The shockwave sent me skidding back, and I barely twisted away in time to avoid the lethal arcs. My eyes glowed in purple as I dodged those small blades hidden in blades, a cut inside a cut. On the other hand, Kokoshibo remained unmoving. He did not capitalize on my openings and seemed to be content with countering my attacks, proving his superiority to sun breathing. He stood still like a statue, carved from the night itself. I took only a second as a break before I launched another attack. Sun breathing, second form. I spun my blade in a circle, a wheel of flames spiraling outward. My heart pounded as the heat from my own sword singed my fingertips. The broken blade turned deep red. Clear blue sky. I went beyond what I was capable of in the name of imitating Yoriichi. I was not confident, but I had the tiniest hope that maybe, just maybe, I would be able to harm Kokoshibo with it. But he was already moving. Moon breathing, second form. His form was practically impeccable. Again, it was corresponding to the form I was using. It was the perfect counter, as if it was tailor-made to defeat the technique I was using. Pearl flower moongazing. Overlapping crescents bloomed like petals, creating the image of a flower. But the delicate image was able to slice through my ring of fire. Sparks and embers scattered, painting the darkness with light. The shockwave forced trees to bow, but he stood untouched. He was not even trying. Sun breathing, third form. Raging sun. I roared, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes, each swing faster than the last. I attacked every possible dimension while telling myself that Yoichi would overwhelm him and give him no room to counter. I imitated that vision in my head. But then his blade danced. Moon breathing, third form. And came another perfect counter. Loathsome moon chains. His crescents weaved between my slashes, meeting every move with dark precision. A crescent blade grazed my shoulder. More blood, more pain. My right arm trembled, the old injury I suffered at the same place came back up. I still didn't back down. Sun breathing, fourth form. Burning bones, summer sun. I arced my sword, flames trailing in a fierce crescent. I could feel the heat crack the air. The force of the attack rippled outward, the ground beneath my feet glowing red from the sheer intensity. But Kokoshibo didn't blink. Moon breathing, fourth form. Moon spirit calamitous eddy. A vortex of crescents spiraled into my flames, devouring them, splitting the earth beneath us. The swirling dark moons swallowed my sunlit arc like a black hole. A perfect reply. I stumbled back, coughing as dust and ash filled my lungs. At this point, I knew it was meaningless, but I kept on going. What else was I to do? I couldn't revert and use mixed breathing again, because the only way I was moving was due to the nature of sun breathing, which bestows supernatural stamina and persistence to the user. Even Tanjiro's father at death's door could still perform the Hinakami Kagura dance. That was the type of miracle sun breathing could do, and I was living off purely on that miracle for now. Sun breathing, fifth form. Setting sun transformation. I twisted through the air, bringing my blade down in an overhead strike. All of my weight and momentum funneled into that one swing. The world around me blurred, but my eyes perceived my target in slow motion. All that mattered was my sword and his throat. But I took a glance at his face, and his visage was calm. Moon breathing's fifth form. Perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant. Need I repeat these events again and again? For every form I used, Kokoshibo used the corresponding form of moon breathing and countered me perfectly. We climbed the number of forms higher and higher. The forest around us was the only witness to the ancient battle. Sun breathing versus moon breathing. The only way to beat Kokoshibo was to be stronger than Yoriichi, or at least be as strong as Yoriichi. But that was impossible, I realized. No matter how much I tried to imitate, I could not match that level. I came to the chilling realization that I could never beat Kokoshibo. No matter if I used sun breathing or the watered-down version, which was the 5 major breathing styles. He was the bane of sun breathing and all its legacy. I collapsed somewhere around the 10th form. My body could not take it anymore, not even with miracles, so my knees just buckled and I sat there, unmoving. At the mercy of a demon, yet again. That's it, you won, I said as Kokoshibo walked towards me with certain and unhurried steps. His majestic figure towered over me, signifying the difference in our power, in our level. I'll admit he was superior. He was the better swordsman, the better warrior. But to my surprise, he said, "No. This is not the end, and I do not win. You do not have your sword. I can see from your movements since the beginning that you are more attuned to fight with a longer sword. You used your left hand, which is not your dominant one, and your body was still in the process of healing when the fight started." He started listing them out. All of my weaknesses, which he found from the start. How could I claim victory when my opponent is at such a disadvantage? He said. He would have won regardless. Maybe I would have a higher chance, but it will still be my defeat. I knew that, he knew that. It was an excuse, but what for? You remind me of my brother, and not just because of your cheap imitation of him. No, he said. In your genius, in your persistence, and in your nature, I see that both of you are cut from the same cloth. I thought I would get a decent fight with the successor of my brother, an epilogue to a lost battle, but I was wrong. He admitted with a flash of sincerity. Even without the context of my history with Yoriichi, you on your own are a worthy opponent. I blinked my eyes, wondering whether what was happening was real or the vivid dream of a man on the brink of death. Because it didn't make sense. Why was I still alive, and why was he telling me all this? I shall spare you this time, he said, and then turned around abruptly, as if fearing that he might change his mind or someone might force him to change his mind. But we will meet again. I hope that by then you will find yourself in your prime so that we can finish this battle, he said, and started walking away. Raw emotions boiled inside me, even as relief washed over me. I realized then that Kokoshibo was unlike any other demon. He considered himself a warrior, a samurai first, then a demon under Muzan Kibutsuji. Similar to Akaza, he considered the thrill of a fight was better than the taste of human flesh. That was why he spared me. "Are you sure? Next time I will kill you," I yelled at his retreating back. Because next time, I would not come at him as a copy of Yoriichi. I would not come at him with the weapons he was familiar with. Next time, if there was next time, I would come at him with my own power created from scratch. Not sun breathing or its legacy. I would fight him with powers of my own. My own breathing style, my own forms, my own power which is not a copy of anything else. Today, I fought as the successor of Yoriichi. Next time I would fight as Seiji Shigen. And I would not spare him like he did to me. I would wipe away every trace of his vile being from this world. He did not reply, merely disappeared into the darkness, leaving me half dead and fully humiliated. I forced myself up with bloody wounds and tattered clothes on my body. Then I started walking towards the butterfly mansion. I promise, this shall be my last defeat. Muzan, Kokoshibo, and every disgusting demon that roamed the earth, all that is evil shall regret this day. For on this day, I was pushed away from the path of imitation and made to follow my own. Chapter 161, After the Battle. Seiji's POV. I'm confused. Am I lucky or am I not? Because what kind of twisted god planned my meeting with Kokoshibo while I was in the worst state? I didn't even have my sword Godemit. There was the surprise factor too. But at the same thing, thank God Kokoshibo was as insecure as he was. He never got to defeat his brother even at an old age, and Yoriichi died soon after their fight. Because of that, he wanted a proper victory against me instead of killing me while I was weak. It bothered him so much to the point of defying Muzan himself. "It's all my fault," I said at last while clutching my gaping abdomen. I was the one who got Kokoshibo's attention in the first place, and I was also the one who came here. At the same time, I was the one who fought hard enough to the point of earning his respect, so he spared me. I told myself there was no luck or God. It was all me, and I took full responsibility. My mind was buzzed with such thoughts while I made my way through the forest. Was the butterfly mansion always so far? I felt like I had been walking for hours now. My head was feeling strange, probably due to the loss of blood. I turned my head to stare at the trail of blood I was leaving behind. I let my eyes wander around for a second, and I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Because in the darkness were eyes. It was fortunate I chose to look, as I could not hear them approaching at all. "Oh, fuck off." I all but growled at the wolves before sending out a wave of killing intent that scared them away. But those were the least of my worries. My blood would probably attract demons too. I could take down weaker demons, but if it was a higher class like the one I found in the temple, I might just lose. The journey was long and grueling, but after the sun slowly peeked out from the horizon, it became much better. At least I didn't have to be wary of demon attacks anymore. It was around the time, when the first rays of morning sunlight hit the top of the walls, that I reached the butterfly mansion. The sight of Mitsuri sitting on top of the wall near the entrance greeted me. She was holding a cat on her lap, tickling its soft belly. There was also Ai who sat beside her, and they were both smiling happily while chatting. But when I finally came into their view, their smile turned upside down. "Seiji." "Yo," I flicked a small salute. "What are you girls doing so early in the morning?" I said as if I was not bleeding all over. "Oh my God, Seiji." Mitsuri flung the cat away for miles in her shock. It'd probably survive though, considering they have 9 lives. She leapt down and rushed at me with a face crying with worry. Ai was much more composed, however, since I had shown a strong front, but she still had worry in her eyes too. "We were waiting for you, since it took you so long to come back, even after the guests already arrived," Ai answered. "There is no time to talk about that. You are bleeding, Seiji," Mitsuri said and grabbed my cheeks. "What happened?" Just ran into this super strong demon, nothing too serious. Or life-threatening, I said. I didn't even know what I was saying. A demon? She asked while assessing my injury. She released a shriek when she saw my abdomen. Seiji, this is serious. I can see your intestines, she said. Wait, really? She did not ask me anything more as she scooped me up from the ground and carried me in princess style. I lost quite a lot of blood, but I still blushed at her strong arms. We need to bring you to Shinobu, Mitsuri said, and ran straight at the wall. I thought she was going to bulldoze through the closed entrance, but she went a step above and jumped over the 12 or so foot walls. I'm fine, I said before I passed out. Third POV. Infinity Castle. BOOM. 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 Muzan Kibutsuji destroyed the rooms around him with an enraged face. He was violently reacting to the news, but still, he dared not direct that violence or anger towards the six-eyed demon who sat in front of him while sipping tea with a calm face. Tell me, Kokoshibo, why? Muzan asked after he was done with his tantrum. Why what, my lord? I thought we had an understanding. I am your lord, you serve me. So why did you cross my orders? He asked while grinding his teeth so hard to the point blood came out. Orders? I don't remember being given any order to kill Seiji Shigen. Your order was to create more powerful demons, and you gave us 1 year. It was my own decision and free will to go after Seiji Shigen, Kokoshibo replied simply. But you know damn well that I want him to die, Muzan pushed. Forgive my impotence, I truly wasn't aware. At least, I thought you want to kill him yourself, Kokoshibo said. Muzan could only grit his teeth. Next time, I will do as you ask and kill Seiji Shigen, Kokoshibo said, and that sounded like mockery to him. Of course, there wasn't going to be next time. Kokoshibo will only meet Seiji again when he wants to and when Seiji is ready. Are you sure you can do that? Finally, Kokoshibo put down his teacup and showed a frown. You must have seen how the fight went already. Rest assured, Seiji Shigen will never beat me, not in his lifetime, he declared with all the confidence in the world. At least now, Muzan could rest easy, knowing he had someone on his side who could easily deal with Seiji Shigen. Kokoshibo continued sipping his tea. It had been centuries since he drank tea. He used to love the beverage while he was living but stopped after he died and became a demon. But right now, he felt alive once more. He finally found meaning for his existence again and had something to look forward to. So even when his demon biology rejected the human food, Kokoshibo kept sipping his tea. Nostalgia filled his mind, and the act scratched a certain ick he had as a warrior. Chapter 162, Resolution. Seiji's POV. I have achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship, to the point where a blade was part of my soul rather than an extension of my body or a weapon. I have mastered every breathing style, a feat that would take others multiple lifetimes to achieve. The source of all styles, sun breathing, the 5 major styles of water, earth, fire, wind, and thunder, including all their variations like mist breathing, serpent breathing, flower breathing, insect breathing. I know them all. I have perfected the art of violence. Attack was a pattern I knew like the back of my hand, and defense was the blink of an eye. Blessed with the greatest pair of eyes in the world, fighting was a conversation, battle a debate. The weight of techniques was the same as a word to me, others honed for years, and I spoke in seconds. There was no doubt I was strong. Stronger than many, stronger than most, I was called the strongest. But I was not enough. I was a mountain that never reached the sky. When it mattered most, I fell short. All my hard work, all my talents and genius, it was never enough, for I was fighting something beyond humanity. I hated something so much bigger than myself. My fight against Kokoshibo replayed in my mind again and again like a broken videotape. My eyes captured every detail and my perfect memory remembered everything. So it was like I was witnessing the fight in real time. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 100,000 times. I watched how the Upper Moon One outclassed me in every aspect of combat. How, if I was so perfect and mastered so many techniques, could someone beat me? The answer was simple. Perfection was outclassed by a bigger perfection. Indeed, the swing of my human hand was perfect. but that yielded against the perfect swing of a demonic hand. My spatial awareness with 2 eyes was perfect, but I was short-sighted compared to the perfect spatial awareness of 6 eyes and 2 ears. It was just a matter of what we were. I was a human while he was a demon, and demons were superior to humans when it came to combat. A perfect human did not stand a chance against a perfect demon, and that was that. I was a man who stood on a mountain with despair. Not because I was so low, but because I was already at the top, and yet my goal was still out of reach. I despaired not because I fell, but because there was no way to climb higher. If I were to be born with another unique talent beyond just my eyes, perhaps if I had Mitsuri's muscles, Gyomai's physique, Zenitsu's nerves, Insokyu's instincts, etc. along with my eyes, maybe I could be stronger than demons. But this was the limit. I knew. I could sharpen my skills more and became more fluid in using my own weapons and talents, but I would no longer be better. The best version of me would only be as strong as Yuriichi since I was following in his footsteps. But that was not enough. I did not give up, though, because I had a solution. If this was the top of the mountain, then I would just have to climb a taller mountain altogether. Perhaps then I would reach my goal. No longer following the footsteps of a legend that died centuries ago. I would pave my own path and walk it. I would have to attain power unlike what this world had seen. I would do all that just to slaughter every single one of their kind. Seiji, the movement of her supple lips brought me back to reality. Focus on me, will you? I leaned down to kiss those lips. They were like flower petals. I pulled back and I took in the sight of her face, canny. What are you thinking, Seiji? You haven't been the same ever since you came back that night. Would you tell me what happened? She begged. Her face looked needed. Tell me anything. I loved sharing my victory, but I preferred bearing my defeat alone. It was what I've done for many years now. But for her, I tell everything. I lost Canny to a demon, I said again. She stayed silent. Her eyes were as beautiful as the first time I saw her, but they no longer had light as she stared at empty space. She stayed silent for a while. Was it an upper moon? Kokushibo, I answered. She shook. She knew exactly who that traitor was. I had informed them about all the upper moons a long time ago. After she heard my answer, she no longer said anything, at least not in front of my eyes. We were sitting in the living room. The sun was in the middle of the sky. My eyes widely caught the activities of the mansion. I also saw Shinobu and Lady Tamyo inside their research room, working tirelessly together, combining their genius against a common enemy. Mitsuri was a little further from us, a bowl of food in her hand. She would take a peek at us occasionally, but otherwise she gave us time. Canny was right, I have been acting weird since I returned. Mitsuri did not know what to do, so she left it to the older woman to fix me again. She was just sitting there, witnessing what was happening and hoping Canny would somehow fix me like a broken clock. I smiled. It's been almost a week now. My wounds were not severe. A humiliating fact was that Kokushibo never really took the fight seriously, so my vitals remained safe. I've come to a decision, I said, catching both the attention of Canny and Mitsuri as they perked up in my direction. I'm sorry, Canny, I said and bowed to her. I'm sorry, Mitsuri. I did the same to her too. I will be gone for a while. You are going to another mission already? Canny asked with a small frown. No, this one is different. I will be leaving to do something more personal, I said. Well, when will you return? Mitsuri asked timidly from the side. That's the thing I don't know, maybe years. YEARS, this time they both gasped loudly. Clam down, please. No, how can we be calm? What do you need to do that requires you to be gone for a year? They asked. That's the thing, I am not sure what I will be doing either. I only know that I will be trying, there will be a lot of trying, and when I come back home, I will never lose again. Chapter 163, Leaving to Train. Seiji's POV. Was it really necessary to go on a training montage like I was some sort of anime character? The answer to the question was yes indeed. But shouldn't I be able to meet with my friends and lovers once every month or so? The answer was no. What I was about to do was fundamentally different from normal training, where as long as you put in the work, you got good results. I was going on a journey to find myself after 17 years of imitation. It should be a journey of enlightenment. I needed to leave everything else behind and only look to the sword. At least until I finally achieve what I set out to do. There can be no distractions. Yoriichi was strong. He was the strongest being in the world, someone whom I could not beat if it came to a fight even now. But I have to remind myself that he failed to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. And I couldn't hope to accomplish what he failed to do while I was still following in his footsteps. I needed to be more. Yoriichi failed. It was time I stopped being his imitation. I had to be myself and give Seiji Shigen a chance. Perhaps he wouldn't fail like Yoriichi did. I took 2 weeks to recover from my injuries. During that time, I spent as much time as possible with everyone, especially Mitsuri and Kanny. I had to make up for all the times I would be absent. Tanjiro also came to the Butterfly Mansion to finally learn under me, but I had to disappoint him with the change in my plans. Like a fellow purple-haired guy once said, man plans and God laughs. The circumstances had changed, for better or for worse. I couldn't focus on others while I existed unenough. Instead, I directed Tanjiro to Jiyu to further his training. It was how he became as strong as he did in the canon, so it should work this time too. My earlier influence already affected him for the better. I also informed him of the truth behind the Hinakami Kagura and the sun breathing. I wrote a scroll for him in my free time, one he could look upon if he wanted to further his training with sun breathing while he learned water breathing under Jiyu. Rengoku learned flame breathing from an ancestral book, so he should be fine with that. Although I felt a little guilty when I promised to train him a long time ago. But Tanjiro was more than understanding. He even made the situation better by claiming that I would be in for a surprise when I saw him again. The only problem was with Jiyu. Again, he had said with a downcast expression, is the fate of water breathing style to be a mere foundation for other breathing styles? When am I going to train my successor? Poor guy had trained 5 Tsugyuko, and none of them used water breathing as their main style. With Tanjiro, that would make it 7. Saying goodbye was difficult. I think I did a pretty horrible job making my last days happy and memorable, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't live with such defeat. Muzan was strong, but I surpassed him in skill. Although the gap between us was massive, I had hope, I had a chance. But my fight with Kokushibo was hopeless. He was not ridiculously overpowered like Muzan, but he outclassed me in both raw power and skills. Kokushibo was an even worse matchup for me than Muzan. I couldn't indulge in love when I was keenly aware that it could be taken from me, again. My trauma surfaced at this time, and I think I ended up making things worse. I felt a rush of warm air on my neck on my final night in the mansion. The rush of air was followed by the smell of summer and love. A soft weight pressed down on me as I lay on my bed. Mitsuri, I spoke in the dark of the night, my hand running down her hair while she clung to me for dear life. I felt warm liquid on my chest, tears. Coming from the happiest girl I knew, it was more tragic than others. Must you go? She begged. They've asked me these countless times, but the answer has remained the same, a hard nod. I couldn't, no matter how much I love. Hate must come first to protect love. She couldn't stop me, and when she finally gave up, she stripped the thin kimono that she was wearing and laid bare on top of me. Her eyes were cloudy and desperate as she asked if I wanted to do it. What kind of a question is that? Of course, I wanted to do it. But I didn't. The purity of a girl was about the most precious thing she had. In the age and society we live in, it was even more so. It was the same as giving yourself fully to a man if a girl does that. I was aware of this, and although I had many chances, I never took that away from Mitsuri or Kanny. I didn't deserve to have them when they couldn't have me. I love them, and I wanted to treat them right. Not until I could dedicate my whole life to them. Not until I could protect them from everything in the world. Not until I finally killed the last of hate in my heart so that I could love them with everything. Until then, I wouldn't rob them of their precocious gift. When I return, I will be enough, I said, and kissed her lips before kissing her longer at her forehead. And I will claim you. My arms wrapped around and I hugged her with everything I had. I didn't know how, but I didn't feel lust at that moment. I only felt love for the beautiful soul in front of me. When morning came, I whispered my final farewell. Then I left, to return only when I can protect the world. Third POV. Something changed in him. Anyone who loved him could tell that he had changed. His transformation wasn't obvious. It wasn't an eruption of anger or a spiral to despair. It was subtler than that, but with equal or more weight. Canny could hear it so clearly. Seiji was never a man of words, but somehow he made silence comfortable with his presence. But now the silence felt heavier, they weren't comfortable. The silence around him was brimming with something unspoken, an unrelenting hunger or perhaps annoying resolve. Even when he spoke, it was no longer a cheap imitation of a perfect voice, nor an attempt to sound more attractive to her ears. His voice was steel, there was something hard and rigid to them. Canny was worried, especially when she learned how he wanted to disappear from her for years in the name of training. She was scared. What was she going to do if he was gone from her life? Her life would truly be plunged into darkness then. But what frightened her even more was the darkness behind his lies. There was a part of him now that seemed to be willing to break himself piece by piece for something he considered grander than himself. No, there was nothing grander than him, at least not for her. She tried to convince him somehow, but again, his voice was steel. The thing about loving the strongest in the world was that he could never truly belong to her and her alone. He also belonged to the world. It was tragic. "I'll be fine," he said. "Yes, but will she be fine?" "Yes, you will be fine too. I've talked to Lady Tamyo about it, you'll be fine," he said again, something exciting about his voice. In the end, she couldn't stop him. How could she? He was a man and she was just a girl. He left one morning. Canny listened to his footsteps as he went further and further away from her, until she could no longer hear him. The moment he was gone, everything seemed darker. It was funny, he would often disappear for days and even weeks, but she never felt this hollow before. The promise of him returning soon always soothes her somehow, but this time there was no promise. They never heard from him again for many months. The only thing they heard were stories about the sound of screams that haunted the forests of Japan. Demons that were defeated, not by a Nichiren sword but by a normal blade. Their body lay in pieces, some even turned into ground flesh. It would seem their regeneration was forced to the limit. They were cut until they no longer had the energy to heal themselves. And they were left there, waiting for the mercy of the sun. Travelers had found these scenes all over Japan. The horrifying screams attracted attention since they were never killed instantly. No one could ignore those screams of agony, not unless you were incapable of hearing them in the first place. People claimed that it was the work of a demon who tortured them out of deep hatred. The people who were more aware, like the Hashiras, could tell that someone had used those demons as training dummies, practicing the art of the sword on their body until their regeneration reached its limits. Seiji did it because of both reasons. "Two birds with one stone," he had said while he walked along the forest. Chapter 164, Begone World of Darkness. Third POV. Her heart was beating so loudly in her chest that it made her deaf. She could not see around her, but her knee spatial awareness told her of the emptiness of the room. The quiet night felt heavier than usual, enough to make her nervous like ever before. And coming from a retired Hashira, that meant a lot. She had come to terms with her blindness a long time ago. She accepted it as a price she paid to buy those few seconds when Seiji needed the most during his fight with Dauma. She did not lose her life, and Seiji did not lose her life. In all fairness, she had no reason to complain about the outcome. She was fine with being blind for life. She was not okay, but she was fine with not being okay. A life of darkness was certainly not so bad if it meant a life with him. His presence in her world was more than enough to replace the light of the universe. But he wasn't fine with that, even more than she was. He promised that he would not rest until she could see him again. At first, it was only cute how he would go on and on about how he planned to heal her eyes. It was one of those things to which she listened just because words came with his voice. In truth, she did not want to hope. Hope was beautiful, but it was the ugliest thing when it was dashed away by cruel reality. Truly, she accepted her fate and was even happy with it. But once again, the purple boy of miracles proved her wrong. He had this way of going not only beyond, but completely outside expectations. Those theories he would mumble about nonstop, those unconventional ways that could potentially heal her eyes. All of them were not mere words to give her false hope. They were all true. It broke her heart in a good way, but she was also ashamed that she had not shared his hope back then. She had not supported him when he always battled fate for her sake. Because there was a way, he found a way. Of course, Seiji was not a medical expert to be able to fix her eyes, but he was hopeful enough, determined enough, and creative enough to find a way. He loved her so much. Kani-sama, the voice came just outside the door. She recognized AI by her voice. It's time. Her hands gripped the sheet of the futon as she sat on the edge. The upcoming procedure she was about to have loomed over her, wrapping and coiling into a ball of nervousness inside her. Coming, she answered. She stood up from the futon. Her movement was fluid despite her blindness. Years of training allowed her to move with confidence even in a world of darkness. She went to the door. At this point, she knew the entire dimension of the mansion like the back of her hand. So she knew she should stop after 20 steps, and she was in front of the door. Are you ready? AI asked while sliding the door open. Was she? Absolutely. So they went to the operating room. Kani made sure to savor the myriad of sounds of the world around her one last time. She knew if she regained her eyes, her sense of hearing would be dulled once more as her brain worked to process the information of sight. A world of darkness had its own charm, she noted for the first time. It is when you are about to lose things that you truly appreciate them. When they reached the operation room, Kani sensed 3 presents there. The first was Shinobu, her little sister, and the other 2 were the 2 demons that Seiji brought with him. She couldn't believe at first that Seiji of all people was okay with working together with demons. She knew how much Rengoku's case alone fucked him up. But he did it all for her. Even though he must have wanted to avoid it, he did so to give her back her sight. Go lay down on the bed, we will start the operation shortly after, Lady Tamio said. Kani had learned to trust the wise demon lady over the months. Her medical knowledge and her sheer persistence to get back at the demon lord were something to admire. So Kani lay down on the bed. An impossible thing happened as her heart beat even harder. It felt like the beating flesh was going to jump right out of her mouth any time. The operation was fairly simple. They were going to remove all the dead and defective tissue in her eyes and replace it with Musen kibitsujis. Tissue grafting was not something new in the medical field. The first recorded skin draft was way over 600 BC ago. But drafting a demon's tissue on a human, that was going to be the first time. And the only way they could do this was because of the Musen's cell, which was cut off by Seiji, so the demon lord had no control over them anymore. The demon tissues were also adaptable enough to work as replacements for any tissue in the human body. Normally, it was impossible to get the precision right, especially when it came to nerves, but the demon's regenerative properties solved that problem too. So by the time this operation was over, all her defective tissue would be replaced with demon cells, and they would also regenerate any missing parts, so that her eyes became functional again. There was no risk of the demon cells spreading beyond the eyes either. The cells were out of Musen's control and only did what doctors wanted it to do. If not, medication for wisteria always helped control the cells. We will begin now, Shinobu said while gently injecting anesthesia. Kani closed her eyes and prepared for what was to come next. The next time she woke up, she would see light. After the procedure, Kani sat in the heart of the garden, the sunlight warm against her skin, the scent of flowers thick in the air. Her fingers trembled as they reached up, feeling the soft fabric wrapped around her eyes. She hesitated again. She had rejected her bandage being taken off in the operation room, and she hesitated even now. Many questions and fear brewed in her mind. What if it hadn't worked? What if she was still lost in the dark? Or worse, what if the demon cells spread unlike what everyone expected? What if her eyes were harmed under the sunlight? A deep breath steadied her and strengthened her resolve. She slowly and carefully began to unwind the bandages. Layer by layer, light pressed against her closed eyelids, growing brighter with each motion. Her heart pounded in her chest. The final strip loosened, slipping through her fingers and falling to her lap. She opened her eyes. The garden was alive with color, swaying with the gentle touch of the breeze. Soft petals fluttered to the ground like drifting snow, and the warm glow of the afternoon sun painted the world in hues of gold and amber. Canny stood up amidst it all, her breath shallow, hands trembling at her sides. She could see, and it didn't hurt since the demon cells were all smartly hidden under her skin and flesh. But soon her vision turned blurry again, as tears welled in her eyes. She turned her gaze to the flowers around her. The delicate purple of the wisteria, the rich reds of the camellias that Seiji bought for her, the pale pink of cherry blossoms in full bloom, it was all there, vivid and breathtaking. Her world had been nothing but darkness for so long, and now it was bathed in light once more. A quiet sob escaped her lips as she clutched at her chest. This was real. This wasn't some fleeting dream that would fade when she opened her eyes. She spun in place, drinking in the details, the shifting leaves, the stone pathways, the pond reflecting the sky like glass. She could see it all. Surrounded by all the beauty the world had to offer, her eyes still searched for something. A face that she knew was far away. Seiji, she wanted to see him again so badly. His intense purple eyes, his boyish grin, his awkward smile, and his unkempt hair. He should have been the first thing she saw again. "When are you coming back?" she asked aloud. He had been gone for months, and she had not even received one letter from him. She wanted to thank him for this. She wanted to love him for this. When he returned, she would make sure to give the greatest kiss in the world. One full of love and gratitude. "Welcome back to the world of color, sis," she heard a voice behind her. Canny turned to look at Shinobu, who was smiling. She looked as happy as Kane herself. Canny ran up to her and gave her a hug. That's right, her sister too had done everything to help her. She couldn't ask for a better sibling. "Thank you." And so, Canny Kacha's world was bright again. Out of the many failures in Sage's life, this was a rare victory. Chapter 165, Tides of War. Third POV. "Come and fight me, Campacaro." Inasuk bellowed like the absolute beast. He was in the training yard owned by Jiu. His body had gone through a massive transformation over the months. What looked like a malnourished boy before now looked like a whole unit, with muscles rippling every inch of his modest frame. He only really needed proper food to get to where he was. But instead of getting a reply from his rival, Inasuk was smacked at the back of his head by his sensei. "Keep it down, we are not here to fight," Seinmi said, aware at this point exactly how to make Inasuk listen to him, and it was not words. For a boy like Insauk who was raised by animals, words mean shit. Actions spoke louder than words. They strode past the training ground and entered the lonely manor, which was home to the water Hashira. The place was empty, and the huge compound made it feel even emptier. Inside, they were greeted by Tanjiro, who was in a strange pose in the middle of the room. He was standing on one foot, his arms spread like a bird, and cups of water were on every joint of his limbs. He also had a smaller cup of water on his head, and he was crying. The cups were nearly filled to the brim with water, so even the slightest tremble nearly made them spill. "Oh why, what are you doing, Tanako? Why did you not accept my challenge?" Inasuk roared when he saw the state his rival was in. Did Tanjiro really choose to pose like this over fighting him? Was he on something? No, this must be a way to try and beat him. "Who do you think you are? I know those scarecrows in the fields are not real. You won't scare me by pretending to be one," Inasuk said, recalling the time when he used to be scared of the strange, unmoving man in rice fields. But then a sudden voice came from one hidden corner of the room, spooking Inasuk and scaring him like never before. "Quiet." Huh? Inasuk was shocked by the sudden voice, and was even more surprised when he saw Jiu sitting there. A bead of sweat fell on his face behind his boar mask, but not because of the heat. It was because of the frightening realization that he did not know Jiu was there until he announced his presence. The signature of a predator in nature was the ability to sneak up on prey. By that logic, Insauk was the prey while Jiu was the predator, and that freaked him out completely. His instincts surpassed even other Hashira due to his upbringing. He should be able to smell, hear, see, and feel Jiu better than anyone. But even now, as Inasuk gazed at him, It felt like looking at a tree, something natural and completely blending in with the rest of the world. What the? His sensei, Sanmi, on the other hand, did not seem too surprised by the sudden presence of Jiyu, likely due to experiencing it already or perhaps because he could sense Jiyu. I said quiet, your friend is training. It's been 17 minutes, only 3 more to go, Jiyu said, his eyes lazily assessing them both before he closed them again to meditate. Training? Inasuk asked Sanmi, his voice creaming a whisper. What kind of training is that? I have no clue, but they believe those things help them in battle, Sanmi answered. Are they stupid? Who stays still in battle? Why are they training to stay still? Inasuk asked again, getting more and more confused as he looked at Tanjiro. Even you know better than them. Just consider it a water-breathing style stuff, Sanmi said. Ho ho ho, water-style users are such dum-dums. Indeed. The difference between the concept and philosophy of water-breathing and wind-breathing could not have been more different indeed. One prioritizes precision, while the other unrelenting violence. 3 minutes passed as Sanmei and Inasuk whispered to each other. Jiyu nearly popped a vein by the last minute as what started off as a whisper nearly became legit screams. But thankfully, it was over. Release Tanjiro, Jiyu said, and the boy immediately fell apart like a stack of Legos. Inasuk immediately went to his side, slapping his back and urging him to get up. Come one Tanano, staying still can't be that hard. Ho 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 ho. On the other hand, the 2 Hashiras went to another room to discuss, leaving their students to their own devices. So, what brings you here, Sanmi? Jiyu said, and his walk came to a stop. There was a sudden stillness in the air as the atmosphere tensed to a serious tone the moment they went to a room without their naive students. Don't tell me, Jiyu said and turned back with narrowed eyes. You've accepted my invitation to a tea party. What? Absolutely not, Sanmi spat out in disgust. Why not? You accepted Mitsuri's invitation all the time, Jiyu asked, seriously wanting to know the answer. She said it's what friends do in their free time. That's because I have no choice. She had my favor, Sanmi said. At one point during Seiji's recovery, he set up an arm wrestle match between Mitsuri and Sanmi to quench his unending boredom. The result was just like anyone would expect. Mitsuri easily dominated Sanmi. But the Wind Hashira, in all his male ego, could not take the loss. He challenged her again and again, to the point that Mitsuri was annoyed, so she started requesting one favor each time she beat him. The end result was Sanmi owning nigh infinite favor to Mitsuri. When she asked even the most casual thing, he had to obey her. Mitsuri effectively enslaved the most violent Hashira that way. This is stupid. For once I came here to discuss something serious, Sanmi said, and Jiyu stilled for a moment before his expression became stoic. Tell me. I encountered a new lower moon, Sanmi started, and it sounded normal. Hashiras killed lower moons all the time, so why did he bring that up with such seriousness in his eyes? But then at that moment, Sanmi lifted up the shirt he was wearing to reveal a nasty wound that went diagonally from his chest to his oblique muscles. It was in the shape of a giant claw mark. Jiyu's eyes shook in his socket. Sanmi was the 3rd strongest Hashira. If Jiyu himself could slay a lower moon with one swing, Sanmei should be able to kill him with his mere presence. But this... Lower Moon 11, Sanmei said, and the words came out hard and mixed with shame. That is the demon that wounded me. He caught me by surprise. But even still, Jiyu, the lower moon, was as strong as an upper moon. And I'm afraid that goes for every other member. He was not an exception, Sanmi said. This means they are getting stronger, Jiyu said. His words fell. Indeed, but luckily that seemed to be the only thing. They ain't getting better, but they are getting stronger, he said. The one who jumped me was more demonic than any other I met before. He was strong, but he behaved more like a lesser demon with barely any intelligence. So this is the consequence of the failed purge that he won't stop talking about, Jiyu muttered to himself. The image of a purple-haired friend flashed in his mind. I came here to warn you, and also to ask for help protecting my territory while I heal my wounds. We need to be careful more than ever, especially with our students, Sanmi said. Jiyu nodded in agreement. They knew now that Muzan Kibutsuji was working in his own way to defeat them. They deduced that the demon lord was making his demons stronger to fight. They feared that they might be overwhelmed as time went on. They need to work harder than ever to make sure that doesn't happen. Third POV. The afternoon sun bathed the training grounds of the butterfly mansion in a golden glow, casting its equally loving and cruel heat upon the two sisters Canny and Shinobu. Shinobu's breath came out quickly, opposite to Canny's calm and serene breath. It had been nearly a year since the last time they properly had a spar, and the thing was that Shinobu thought things would change. The insect Hashira thought that she would be able to easily defeat the retired flower Hashira, who had not been training for a long time and had just now gotten her eyes back. She even thought she would have to go easy on Canny. But the current situation was the opposite of that. Shinobu, Canny's voice was soft, but there was a sharpness to it that hadn't been there before. Her lilac eyes were now tinged with an eerie crimson hue that caught in the sunlight, reflecting a gleam that made Shinobu a little unsettled. "You can try harder," she said. "Bitch, I'm giving everything I have." Shinobu wanted to scream out, but her sister still thought she was going easy. Still, Shinobu nodded, her throat dry. She took her stance, her feet sliding into position with practiced ease. For a moment, everything was still. Shinobu was about to make a move, but Canny beat her to it. Vast. It was not like before. Canny's movement was not like the delicate dance that mimicked a flower blooming in battle. No, this was mechanical. Her body flickered forward, her movements precise, but devoid of the natural rhythm she once carried. Shinobu's blade barely came up in time to block. Clang! The force behind Canny's strike sent a sharp jolt through Shinobu's arms. Her eyes widened. It was official. Canny was stronger than before she even became blind. How, even with all their combined medical knowledge, they wouldn't know. It couldn't be that the demon cells spread either. Canny was clearly standing under the sun. They exchanged strikes that created sparks and sent soft shockwaves through the air. They both moved like feathers, but hit like a truck. The contrast was mind-boggling. For a moment, it looked like the past where they would both spar with each other, their fight proof that there was beauty in violence. But it wasn't like in the past. Almost, but it was not quite there. Shinobu noticed it. She had grown better with her style and Canny had changed. There were no lingering petal-like steps in her footwork, no drifting breeze with her attacks. It was almost like she could see the future, so she no longer hesitated. She was like, "You are fighting like him," Shinobu announced in surprise, and after that discovery, the similarity in their style became even more apparent. She swung her sword at Canny. The special design of her sword and lightweight allowed her to swing at a precise angle that no other katana could cut. But Canny countered easily. Her sword came down at just the right angle to deflect Shinobu's strike, and in that moment, Shinobu felt it anticipation. Canny wasn't reacting. She knew where Shinobu's blade would be. Damn it, Shinobu gritted her teeth, so frickin' annoying. She twisted her body mid-motion, trying to regain control of Canny's perfect counter. But it was all too late. Third form, falling camellia. The curve of Canny's blade traced a perfect arc, but it wasn't the delicate bloom Shinobu was used to. It was sharper, faster, and there was no hesitation in its descent. Shinobu barely sidestepped, feeling the breeze of the strike cut too close to her cheek. That was, Shinobu's voice trailed off, wrong. Canny moved back to a safe distance. Her breathing finally became a bit heavy as months of not training showed in her limited stamina. "My eyes, they were better than ever before," Canny admitted. Her eyes had surpassed the limit of humanity. The demon-infused sight that Canny had gained after the partial demonization surgery wasn't just restoring her vision. It was giving her unnatural clarity. It was not overpowered like Seiji's that could casually see every little detail and perfectly predict the future, but with flower breathing that based its technique around the eyes, her new supernatural sense was utilized to the absolute limit. "You're stronger now," Shinobu murmured, her gaze locked on Canny's eyes. "You think so?" Canny asked softly while relaxing her posture. "I know so," she replied. Indeed, time passed and seasons changed. The flower bloomed again. Chapter 166, Golden Trio. Third POV. The trio stood at the edge of a dense bamboo forest, the wind rustling through the tall stalks. The sunlight barely filtered through the thick leaves, casting a muted green glow on the forest floor. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. They were three of the most talented demon slayers of this era. They took the demon slayer exams together, and from then on, they had become an unlikely trio as they did missions together. Lord Yubayashiki encouraged joint missions more than individual ones. With the unpredictability of demons these days, it was safer, and in case an unexpected demon appeared, one person could survive and pass on information about the demon. That was the main aim of the joint missions. "All right," Tanjiro said with his usual gentle smile, adjusting the sword on his back. His sword was a normal katana, but he preferred to put it on his back to imitate his idol. He'd heard his idol used to do that when he was younger. "The villagers said they've been hearing strange noises at night. It's probably the demon we are looking for." "Strange noises?" Zenitsu's face went pale. His knees buckled immediately, and he grabbed Tanjiro's Hayori as if his life depended on it. "You mean, like creepy whispers? Or footsteps that stop when you listen? What if it's a ghost? What if it's worse than a demon? What if it's both?" "Calm down, Zenitsu," Tanjiro said patiently, prying the trembling boy off his arm. "We've fought demons before. This one shouldn't be any different." "Ha, you're all scared of a little noise." Inosuke puffed out his chest, his boar mask tilting upward proudly. "I'll headbutt any demon that shows its face. I'll even headbutt the darkness itself." He clenched his fists and roared into the forest, "Come at me, you cowards." Zenitsu flinched. "Oh my god, he is making it worse." Inosuke just grunted and flexed. "Bah, fear is for weaklings." "Fear is for survival," Zenitsu corrected with a shrill voice. "Something you wouldn't understand." "Enough, you too," Tanjiro sighed but couldn't help smiling. He wouldn't say it, but he appreciated these little moments. Zenitsu's cowardice and Insokyu's recklessness balanced each other out. "Let's just stick together and stay alert. The villagers said the noises came from deeper in the forest," he said before they all went deeper into the forest. Tanjiro walked in front of the group, his dark red eyes focused on his surroundings, and his senses were always alert. A thick forest like this was suitable to be a demon's hideout since they could come out even during the day. A demon could pop out from anywhere, even if the sun was still out in the sky. But time passed quickly as they ventured deeper into the forest. The warmth of the day had begun to fade, replaced by an eerie chill that clung to the air like the silence. "Tanjiro, did you feel that?" Zenitsu's voice trembled as he spoke. His hands clenched tightly around his sword's hilt, knuckles turning white. His golden eyes darted left and right, scanning the dense forest like a frightened rabbit ready to bolt. Tanjiro inhaled deeply through his nose, his brow furrowing as he picked up on something faint, but unmistakable. "Blood," he murmured softly. "Bee blood?" Zenitsu's face went pale, his knees nearly buckling. "Why do we always walk toward the bad stuff? Shouldn't we be running away from it?" "We're demon slayers, Zenitsu," Tanjiro reminded, causing him to groan and question his life choices. "You do it for the girls, you do it for the girls, you do it for the girls," he chanted his prayer like Gyomai. "Stop whining, coward," Inosuke barked, his boar mask producing smoke from the nose somehow. "Blood means one thing, a fight." "Could you not sound happy about that?" Zenitsu groaned. Inosuke ignored him, his muscular frame vibrating with raw anticipation. "I can feel it, something's nearby." He banged his chipped swords together with a resounding clang. "Finally." "SHH," Tanjiro shushed softly. "Let's not draw attention before we know what's out there." Zenitsu, still clinging to Tanjiro's sleeve, whispered, "But we're already here, so we might as well." "Move," Tanjiro said abruptly, his tone serious. The trio halted. "What?" Zenitsu whimpered. Tanjiro's expression hardened, his nose twitching as he sniffed again. The scent of blood was stronger now. It was fresher. It was moving. Something's coming. They waited in fearful anticipation, but it never came. It seemed whatever was out there had noticed their readiness, so it stopped instead of continuing. The place became tense with silence. The trio sweat even though they remained still. The presence of a demon was always unnerving, but this was even more so. Or was it a demon in the first place? Too quiet, Tanjiro murmured, but his voice in absolute silence sounded like a scream. Zenitsu gulped, his eyes darting around nervously. What do you mean, too quiet? The forest, it's holding its breath. Tanjiro's eyes narrowed, even the birds stopped singing. Zenitsu's grip on his sword tightened. That's not a good sign, is it? No, Tanjiro said softly, it's not. Inosuke, however, was unfazed. His body was tense, his muscles coiled like a spring ready to explode. He was afraid too, but fear seemed to excite him. Whatever's out there, he growled, his fingers twitching over the hilts of his swords. I'm gonna tear it apart. Inosuke, Tanjiro spoke a warning, don't rush in. We don't know what we're dealing with yet. Doesn't matter, Inosuke scoffed. I'll take it down no matter what. Let's just stay together, Tanjiro said, being the voice of reason between two polar opposites yet again. We'll face whatever's ahead, as a team. Zenitsu swallowed hard. A team? Yeah, I like that plan. Safety in numbers, right? Right, Tanjiro nodded, offering a reassuring smile. But even as he spoke, a chill ran down his spine. Something's not right. By sunset, the forest path led them to a clearing where an ancient shrine stood, hidden deep within the heart of the woods. The structure was crumbling, the wooden beams worn down by the river of time. Moss and vines crept along the stone walls, and the ground was littered with fallen and decayed leaves. The scent of blood was strongest here. This place, Tanjiro whispered, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the area. Sea creepy, Zenitsu mumbled, his voice barely above a breath. Why do places like this always look like they're straight out of a horror story? Because they are, Inosuke answered, but he seemed excited at the prospect. Tanjiro's eyes fell on the center of the shrine where a pedestal stood, cracked and worn. On top of it rested a black orb, pulsing faintly with an ominous greenish hue. Whoa, Inosuke murmured, stepping closer. What is that? Be careful, Tanjiro warned, his instincts screaming at him that something was wrong. Looks like a giant marble, Inosuke snorted, raising his sword. I say we smash it. No, Tanjiro and Zenitsu shouted in unison. Why not? Inosuke growled. Because, Tanjiro's eyes narrowed, it's not normal. Zenitsu's voice trembled as he took a step back. I don't like this. That thing feels wrong. Tanjiro's expression darkened as he stepped closer, his hand resting lightly on his sword's hilt. The blood, he murmured, it's coming from here. Zenitsu's face paled. What? Tanjiro. Inosuke's tone shifted, his instincts picking up the change as well. Something. Before Tanjiro could finish, the ground beneath the orb shifted. Get back. The pedestal cracked, and the orb shattered with an ear-splitting explosion. A pulse of demonic energy erupted from the center, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground trembled violently as tendrils of shadow burst out writhing like serpents. What the hell? Inosuke roared, leaping back to avoid the tendrils. Move, Tanjiro shouted, pushing Zenitsu out of harm's way. The tendrils struck with terrifying speed, slicing through the air like whips. Thunder breathing, first form. The coward was the first to react to the situation, as sparks of lighting exploded out from his body. Thunderclap and flash. Zenitsu moved in a blur of lightning, slicing through the tendrils. His blade cracked like thunder as he cut through them, but more emerged from the darkness. It's not stopping, Zenitsu cried, panic rising in his voice. Water breathing, second form. Tanjiro flipped in the air, and his blade danced in a fluid arc, slicing through the tendrils with lesser force than Zenitsu's, but with more precision. Water wheel. But the tendrils keep coming no matter how much they cut them off. For every end they cut, 3 more seemed to appear. They were getting overwhelmed. This isn't normal, Tanjiro murmured, his senses picking up on something far more dangerous. The ground began to twist right then, and a demon emerged amid the chaotic tendrils. The demon was tall and gaunt, with pale blue skin covered in jagged black markings. His eyes glowed with demonic red, and there was a number written in kanji. One of the 12 Kazuki, Tanjiro said in surprise. This wasn't the mission at all. The demon licked his lips, razor-sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light. Ah, I was hoping for a quiet night. He purred in a very creepy way, but it seems I've been blessed with a feast. Feast, Zenitsu roared in rage. I do the eating around here. I'm gonna tear you apart. The demon's grin widened. Come then. Beast breathing, second fang, Inasuk charged forward, his blades moving in a blur to create an X slash. Slice. Too slow, the demon howled and then moved faster than Insokyu could follow. He appeared behind him in just a split second. Ayanoasukei, Tanjiro's voice rang out as he lunged forward. Water-breathing, sixth form. Tanjiro's blade spun in a deadly spiral, slicing through the air as he forced the demon to back off. Whirlpool. Zenitsu, despite his fear, gritted his teeth and moved to fight alongside his comrades. Often seen as a coward, Zenitsu was anything but. After all, the person who fights despite the most fear must be the bravest. He was a human in mind, but also a warrior at heart. Thunderclap and flash. The battle that ensued wrecked the forest. It went on for an hour or so. The trio did their best to fight against one of the new 12 Kazuki, but they were just not at that level yet. Talented they may be, they were young and green. Had the demon been more skilled, perhaps as killed as previous lower moons, the trio would have been dead by now. But the demon was just a product of Musen's haste to create more powerful demons. He had raw power, but not the skill of a 12 Kazuki. But even so, that was enough to overwhelm the trio. This is quite enough, for now enough playing, the demon said and healed his wounds in a matter of seconds. The trio were barely holding on, their breath sounded like needy gasps, and their body ached with exhaustion and wounds. They were beginning to lose hope of surviving the night. My blood demon art, Veil of Abyss, allows me to control shadows and shape them into tendrils. But that is not where my main power lies, the demon said, and started laughing darkly. The moon hung in the middle of the sky. Its light dimly lit the forest, so the demonic red eyes were so very bright and evil. My main power is my domain. I am a god there, I am unbeatable. The demon spread his arms, and the shadow under his feet started expanding rapidly. They were pure black and darkness. So come to my abyss. The darkness swallowed the very ground they were standing on. They did not have time to react. They could feel it, they were captured. They were slowly sinking into the darkness and into the domain the demons was talking about. A chill ran down their spine. This is it, they thought collectively. But then something happened. A blur. No, not even a blur. It looked more like a tremble of space. So ridiculously fast that no one could see it, not even the demon. The thing caught the demon and took him to the ground. They sank almost immediately. The darkness under the trio's feet receded, and every black combined to form the familiar black orb, which they had found in the beginning. What just happened? Tanjiro asked dumbly. I don't know, but we should run, Zenitsu cried out, and his body immediately turned to run away from the forest. This time, even Insauk agreed as he followed right behind Zenitsu. And then Tanjiro ran behind them, although his eyes lingered on the black orb, wondering what the hell just happened to the demon and what was the thing that took him. He shook those useless heads out. He was exhausted and was in no shape to waste energy worrying more. They barely survived the encounter. And so, the trio were saved that night, and this encounter pushed them to work even harder. Third POV. Darkness. But not the absence of light, no. This darkness was alive. It stretched endlessly, pulsing like a living organism, the air thick and suffocating. The ground wasn't solid, it was a liquid shadow, viscous and unyielding, swallowing anything that touched it. Waves of inky blackness rippled outward as if the abyss itself was breathing, a slow, dreadful pulse echoing like a dying heartbeat. The horizon was an endless void, where the concept of distance ceased to exist. The sky was a shifting canvas of swirling black tendrils that danced and coiled like serpents. The whole dimension was despair manifest. This was Kurogami's domain, one of the newest members of the 12 Kazuki who had survived a high dose of Musen's blood and gained immense power. He was a god here. Or at least he was supposed to be. How? The demon's voice sounded beyond broken as he lay on the liquid shadow. His limbs were cut into pieces, and he could not heal them. Something was preventing him. The only parts that were in one piece were his chest, neck, and head. He looked up, every fiber of his being shook as he gazed at the purple eyes looking down at him. "I am supposed to be a god here," the demon sobbed like a child. "How am I defeated? Why do I feel so scared?" Living's malice. But the swordsman did not answer. He merely continued gazing down at him like he was some sort of vermin, lesser than a cockroach. The dimensions slowly dissolved after that, and they were back to the real world. The demon felt cold earth on his back as the thick forest surrounded them. The purple Hashira continued looking at him with his cold, uncaring eyes. And at last he spoke. "Can you see this?" he said. "Can you hear this?" "What?" The demon was left confused and scared. It was only the two of them in the forest, but the Hashira was talking to someone else. "But who?" "Arg," the demon groaned in pain as the Hashira grabbed his face in a vice grip and inched his face closer. His purple eyes looked directly into his eyes. "No. He is not looking at my eyes, he is seeing something else." The demon thought in utter despair. The Hashira was looking at something behind his own eyes. "You can," the Hashira said, and then his eyes grew colder. But the demon knew those eyes were not for him. "It's meaningless, what you are doing," he said. "I will cut them down as many times as it takes, you're just wasting your time." He was talking to Maizen Kibitsuji, the demon realized. "Just stay put and wait for your turn." That was the last thing the demon heard. He didn't even know when the Hashira dealt the finishing blow. "I am coming." Chapter 167, Hashira Meeting. Third POV. The Hashira Meeting. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the paper screens, casting a warm glow across the polished wooden floor. The faint scent of incense lingered in the air, mixing with the aroma of freshly brewed tea. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves of the sakura tree and wisteria, their petals dancing in the breeze. Normally, the meeting would be held in the yard, but as summer was at its peak, it was too hot to stay under the sun for long. Therefore, this time, the meeting was shifted inside the headquarters. The Hashiras sat in a semicircle around Kaguya Yubayashiki, their expressions ranging from curiosity to quiet relief as Kani Kacho was sitting among them. It had been a couple of months since she regained her sight, and during this time, she had been training and getting used to her new eyes. At this point, she was well above when she was in her prime and was ready to get back into action. "Welcome back, Kani," Yubayashiki spoke softly, his ever-gentle smile laced with warmth. His pale eyes, though unseeing, seemed to focus solely on her. "It is a joy to have you among us once more." Kani bowed deeply, her voice as soft as the breeze. "Thank you, Lord Yubayashiki. I am honored to return as a Hashira." When she lifted her head, you could see in her eyes a certain sharpness that was impossible in the human eyes. The faint glow of her restored sight made her gaze almost piercing now, yet her smile remained gentle, like a beautiful flower. "Bis, sis," Shinobu whispered, her voice almost dripping with joy. It had been months, but seeing her sister regain her sight and rejoin them in the ranks still felt surreal. There was something in her that knew this should be impossible. This was not what fate intended to be, but it was here all the same. Someone had defied fate. Kani glanced at her younger sister and gave her a reassuring nod, her hand briefly brushing Shinobu's as if to silently say, "I'm here now." She had let her little sister fight the war without her for too long, but now they were together again. "So, the elderflower returns." Tenjin Yuzui broke the silence with a dramatic flare of his hand, his usual flamboyant smile spreading his handsome face. "It's about time. Our meetings were starting to feel too dull without your elegance, Kani." Kani chuckled softly, her eyes meeting Tenjin's for a brief moment. "I'm sure you all managed just fine in my absence." "Barely," Jiyu said. "Without you, these wild cards are tough to handle. Shinobu isn't exactly like you in that regard. You were the big sister figure among us, a voice of reason." Mitsuri Kinroji chimed in with a radiant smile, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears of happiness. "I am so happy I finally get to work together with my sister wife. By the time I became a Hashira, you were already retired. You see, it's been my dream to fight alongside you just as much as it was to fight alongside Seiji." Kani gave a smile of her own at the sweet words. Her smile tried to return the same radiance as Mitsuri's, but that was impossible. Sanmi Shinazugawa sat near the back, his arms crossed, his usual scowl present but less severe. He was always the type to be awkward when these wholesome moments happened. He liked it though, although you wouldn't hear him admitting. "Ch took you long enough," was about the nicest thing he could say. Sanmi, Jaiomai Haimjima's deep voice resonated through the room, his massive frame unmoving, yet his hands gently clasped in prayer. "We should be grateful for her safe return." Muakairo sat with his usual distant expression, though his eyes lingered on Canny curiously. He had always known her as the nice blind lady in the Butflea mansion, so to see her among them was a little weird. Obanai remained quiet, his heterochromatic eyes briefly glancing at Canny before shifting away, though Kaburamaru, his serpent, seemed to observe her with quiet curiosity. He was interested to know how strong she was and if she really was worthy. He had not seen her in her prime before, so he was a little skeptical. He hates women due to his traumatic past, so it would take long for him to trust Canny. Maybe that wouldn't ever happen. Mitsuri and Shinobu were already pushing it. "We should get to the matter at hand," Jiyu said, his tone as calm as still water. "Canny's return is cause for joy, but there are still demons to eliminate." A hush fell over the room at Jiyu's words. The joyous atmosphere was dispersed as heavy duty pressed on their shoulders once more, their duty as the strongest warriors of humanity. The duty of pillars. "You're right, Tomioka," Canny said softly, her voice steady with love. "I may have been gone, but I haven't forgotten our duty. I'm ready to fight again." Almost everyone in the room remembered that Canny was not just some pretty flower, she was a flower with thorns. Even after a year of retirement, she was no lesser than any other Hashira present. So her words held weight. An ally against the looming threat was always appreciated. The flower was ready to bloom on the battlefield once more. "Good," Sanmi finally said with a gruff, his voice carried an undertone of respect. "Because things have only gotten worse while you were gone." Yubayashiki's serene smile faded at Sanmi's words. His face was solemn as he continued, taking the lead in the discussion. "Now that we have welcomed Canny Kacho, it is time to discuss the shadow that lingers over us." The Hashira straightened their back, and their face matched the seriousness of their master. "Musen Kibitsuji," Yubayashiki's voice was barely above a whisper, but it was loud. It was not exactly the voice that was loud, but the name. "Has there been any sign of him, since the failed purge?" Yubayashiki asked the Hashiras. A heavy silence filled the room. No one spoke, even the flashy Tenjin had no witty remarks. The silence became the answer. It was Jaiomai who finally broke the silence. "Nothing, not a damn trace. He's gone deeper into the shadows, like the coward he is." His fists clenched, veins bulging as anger simmered beneath his stone skin. "But he hasn't been idle." "No," Obanai's voice was low, almost a hiss, as Kaburamaru coiled tighter around his neck. "He's been preparing." "Preparing?" Canny asked. She was a little clueless since she had just returned, and she spent the past couple of months training herself to her prime again. Tenjin clicked his tongue, his usually flamboyant demeanor replaced with grim seriousness. "The demon lord isn't just hiding. The little rat is evolving." Yubayashiki inclined his head slightly, confirming their fears. After the failed purge, Musen did not sit idle, his voice carried tragedy. "He learned, and adapted. Seiji Shigen warned us about this." The failed purge. The Hashiras, led by Seiji Shigen, had pushed Musen to the brink and forced him into a corner. The night nearly birthed the ultimate victory for humanity, but in the end, Musen survived, although barely. "We wounded him," Jaiomai said, his voice carrying frustration. "But it wasn't enough, and now, he's making sure that doesn't happen again." The next words were spoken by Jiyu, as he summarized the discovery he and Sanmi had made over the past months. "He's giving out his blood more than ever before, not just to create more demons, but to strengthen them beyond reason," Jiyu said, and then he added gravely. "Musen has also abandoned the system of lower and upper moons." The Hashiras collectively stiffened at that. They all made the discovery that demons were stronger and more over the past months by themselves, but this was news to them. "There are no ranks anymore," Sanmei spoke this time. "Only the 12 moon demons." all of them infused with as much power as they could take without going insane. Some went insane. The demon lord is not as picky as he used to be. He doesn't make an exception to those he deems worthy. He just pushes them to their limits. The room seemed to grow colder. That means, Mitsuri trailed off in a little fear and nervousness. He's preparing for war. Gyomai's voice was as heavy as the earth itself. A war where every one of his 12 moons will be as strong as they could be. All of them might be as strong as the previous upper moon, or stronger. That's insane, Kanny commented. Indeed, Shinobu agreed with her sister. Even demons who would have never risen beyond the lower moons have now been pushed to unimaginable limits. Their bodies, their regeneration, everything has been enhanced. HMPH, Sanemi scoffed. Not that it matters much, we just have to kill them harder. You guys might see this as unfavorable, but I see it as desperation. Muzan Kibitsuji, that fucker is desperate because he knows this generation is the strongest that's ever been. Our generation will put an end to this centuries-old conflict. He is preparing for a war that guarantees his defeat, Sanemi said. It was comforting in a way. Sanemi might not be the smartest among them, but he has a unique perspective on a situation that genius would never even thought of. His confidence and reckless bravery instilled encouragement to everyone in the room. Silence settled over the room again, but this time, the Hashiras stopped thinking of themselves as the victims and instead thought of themselves as the victor of the situation. And when they imagined victory, he collectively appeared in their mind. The pillar of pillars, Obanai murmured, Muzan fears him. And rightly so. Seiji Shigen had risen beyond what any swordsman should be capable of. He was the one who could single-handedly stand against the demon lord, and he was also the one who mastered the legendary sun breathing. Not to mention, he was a master of every other breathing style. Speaking of which, how long does that motherfucker intend to disappear into his secluded training? Sanemi asked with a vein popping on his forehead. It's been 8 months since Seiji had left to train, and there had not been signs of him yet. No Hashira had ever seen him since. We don't know, but what we do know is that he is not staying idle in his training, Jiyu said. The guy is still as efficient as ever if our findings are to be believed. He has been killing more demons than all of us combined. He released a chuckle full of disbelief. Seiji with his overpowered eyes always had easy killing them. He could notice demon art, see through hidden lairs, pinpoint demons from miles away, and he was also the fastest Hashira. Missions that magically solved themselves. By the time the demon slayers went to the mission designation, everything was already done. Not to mention the many people that have reported that they have been saved by a mysterious figure, Jiyu finished. And the screams, Tenjin asked. Those too, demons have been found, chopped into fine pieces, but they do not regenerate or die until the sun rises to kill them. At first, we thought they were being slaughtered until their regeneration broke, but the many cases said that it is impossible. One demon maybe, but the night is not long enough to put multiple demons in that state, Jiyu answered. What do you guys think happened? Tenjin asked with a quirk of his eyebrow. He rubbed his chin to appear more thoughtful than he actually was. In truth, he was just waiting. No clue, but perhaps he discovered something. A new technique maybe? We are as clueless as everyone else, Shinobu answered, for every girl in Seiji's life. Tenjin just shrugged. But enough about that, let's leave Seiji to do Seiji stuff. We can't rely on him every time we need to win, Shinobu said, and took a short pause. Her eyes drifted to Yubayasaki as if asking for an unspoken permission, and he gave a nod. She took a deep breath and revealed what she had to say. A piece of news that would change everything. We've found a cure, she said. Chapter 168, Hashira Meeting Continue. Third POV. We found a cure, Shinobu said. The short pause that followed was full of brains processing the words. You could almost hear the gears shifting in everyone's head. The Hashira's eyes narrowed in unison, their attention now fully on Shinobu. A cure. The word echoed in the room. It was a collective question that hung in the air, and it was for Shinobu to answer. Even Kanny did not know the answer, so she looked at her little sister curiously. It's exactly as it sounds like. Shinobu's calm smile didn't waver. A cure? to reverse demonization. What? A collective exclamation. A ripple of shock spread through the Hashiras. Tenjin's usually flamboyant expression was replaced by sheer disbelief. You're telling me we can undo what Muzan has done? Yes. How? Jiyu's voice was quiet, but the intensity behind his question was palpable. Shinobu's expression softened as she spoke, her mind briefly flashing back to the sleepless nights, the countless trials, and the impossible obstacles they had overcome. Lady Tamyo and I, she began, as you know, we have been working together for a while, and we finally made a breakthrough with our research. A flicker of surprise crossed some of the Hashira's faces. They had heard of this in the last Hashira meeting, but they never thought it would bore fruit this quickly. Tamyo? Obanai's voice was barely above a whisper, his snake Kaburamaru hissing softly as if sensing the weight of the moment. The demon who betrayed Muzan. Yes, Shinobu confirmed, her expression growing serious. She's been researching the nature of Muzan's blood for centuries. With my help and the research material we got from the failed purge, Muzan's cell, we've developed a serum. One that can break down Muzan's blood and reverse its effects. Basically, it can turn demons back into humans. You're saying, Mitsuri's voice trembled slightly, her hands clutched at her chest as her eyes glistened with hope. Demons can be saved. The tension took a pause, and everyone blinked before they turned to her in equal disbelief. Shinobu just said, "Eh?" while looking around, wondering if she'd say something stupid again. She was just too pure for this world. Yes, Shinobu nodded gently. Or we can weaken them for easier kills. Everyone nodded at the latter part. That was the main intention all along. It was less to save demons, but more to kill them easier. Midusir just blinked owlishly at that. The thought never even crossed her mind, but she nodded. Right. There are issues, though. Her voice was steady, but the weight of disappointment was undeniable. It is extremely difficult to produce the serum, and it takes time. There was also an issue with what happens when the demons turn back into humans with varying results. Most die a few days after they turn back into humans. Do you know why that is? Jiyu asked thoughtfully, eager to learn more about the new discovery. We have a theory, a strong one, but is not certain because the patients show varying results due to different components. Shinobu began, getting into doctor mode. Let me explain. The cure works by breaking down the demon cells and returning them to their normal human state. But this can be deadly, especially if they have been demons for a long time. She allowed the others to digest the information before going on a long, winding explanation of why it was deadly. When someone becomes a demon, their body undergoes extreme cellular changes. Their cells regenerate at an extraordinary rate to heal wounds, regrow limbs, and even sustain organs that should have failed. We all know this as demon regeneration. It is why they can only die by sunlight or Nichiren blade. But this rapid regeneration comes at a steep cost, she said, and continued. Human cells have a natural limit to how many times they can divide and regenerate. It's called the Hayflick limit. Once a cell divides around 40 to 60 times, it can no longer replicate. Demons push this limit far beyond what's natural and let their cells regenerate rapidly to heal. Cells that were supposed to divide and regenerate over a lifetime often burned away in seconds. And when those cells ran out, she trailed off. They have to find a way to replenish those cells, Canny. Also being a medical expert blurred out, and her eyes widen in absolute shock. They eat people, Shinobu confirmed. I guess we know why they don't eat animals. They need human cells. The revelation shocked every Hashira in the room, but Shinobu continued. Their main point of discussion was never how demon biology worked. So anyway, when the cure strips away their demonic cells, and they can't eat humans as a sort of recharge, what's left is a body that has surpassed its regenerative limit. Their human cells can no longer renew, no longer repair. They're biologically spent. Their bodies collapse. It's not immediate, but over the next few days, their organs begin to fail one by one. The heart weakens, the liver deteriorates, and the lungs grow too weak to function. Their body simply shut down. In essence, they die of old age, Shinobu finished her explanation. It's why we haven't used it on Rengoku. The serum needs more fine-tuning. A long silence stretched inside the headquarters as they absorbed the information. Canny in particular was intrigued. She cursed at herself for not looking into such a thing sooner. She should definitely catch up with her sister on this topic after they return. How long does it take to make a dose? Muakiro asked, his young mind being one of the fastest to process the new information, and he was already on to the next thing. Weeks, sometimes months for a single dose, Shinobu admitted, her tone laced with frustration. It's not something we can mass-produce. Not yet. A heavy silence followed her words. Which means, Seinmi's voice was grim, his jaw clenched tightly, we can't waste it on just any demon. Correct. Shinobu's eyes met his, a shared understanding passing between them. It should be used on demons who are strong, those who might turn the tide in our favor if they can be restored. We must be strategic, selective. Upper moons, Jiu murmured softly, his eyes narrowing as the realization sank in. Or what's left of them? Exactly, Shinobu nodded. If we can turn even one of Musen's strongest back into a human, it could shift the balance of power. The serum also acts like poison to the demons. They will get weaker and weaker until they turn back into a human. It could be vital to take down powerful demons, even Musen himself. A chilling resolve echoed in her words, one that made even Seinmi nod in grim approval. This changes everything. Canny's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes distant as if processing the possibilities. A cure for demons. But Canny was no naive woman. Her eyes immediately narrowed on one possibility. But if Musen learns of this? He won't. Shinobu's eyes hardened, her voice leaving no room for doubt. Tamyo and I have ensured that the formula is kept secret. And even if something happens to us, we've written down the formula and made multiple measures to ensure the knowledge passed on. Still, we must be careful, Canny insisted. Musen's paranoia will only grow if he learns about this. It might cause him to flee the country entirely, or he will stop at nothing to destroy us. A heavy silence fell once more, but this time, it was different. The Hashiras were full of hope. What started off as a discussion about how bleak the situation was, by the end everyone had hope burning in their heart. They can win, they must win. They will win the war. Chapter 169, the start of the final war. Third POV. Infinity Castle. Nakheim's biwa echoed softly through the infinite dimension. Her fingers, slender and lifeless, plucked the strings with eerie precision. The walls of the Infinity Castle shifted and folded with every note, bending reality as if space itself bowed to her will. Dark corridors twisted endlessly, and rooms appeared and disappeared in an eternal cycle of chaos. Her gaze, cold and detached, remained fixed on the endless void in front of her. Though her lips never moved, her thoughts reached out beyond the boundaries of her domain. Her single eye with crimson veins saw beyond what was in front of her. They were seeing through the small demon eyeballs that wandered the human world. She was scouting, searching, and finding. Her single eye stilled, and her pupils enlarged to ridiculous proportion. It was truly a horrifying privilege to look at her. I have found it, she said at last. The words reverberated through the dimension, carried by demonic strings of her biwa so that they stretched infinitely. The butterfly mansion. There was a hint of relief and joy in her voice. She had been searching long and hard. The demon slayers knew how to detect her technique through the warning of Seiji, and also, the butterfly mansion was hidden by Lady Tamyo and Yushiro. It had taken her a long-time foe find this single location. She had to attach one of her eyes to the empty socket of one injured demon slayer to get a glimpse of the butterfly mansion. But after all the work she had done it, she completed her mission. A presence came upon her in an instant. There was silence, but even in that silence, the weight of Musen's malice pressed down on the space around her. It was stronger than before, no, more refined. Are you certain? His voice sounded needlessly cruel, even when he asked a simple question. Indeed, Musen had grown bitter over the year. How could he not when the damned humans, specifically the purple swordsman, wouldn't stop infuriating him? The mocking message Seiji would send through the defeated demons was a constant reminder of his disgrace. Yes, Nakheim murmured softly, her fingers plucking another note. Their sanctuary, where they mend their broken. A pause. And then the most malicious grin spread Musen's face. It was time for revenge. They would regret ever earning his ire. Muzna was ready to unleash death amongst the lowly humans. Summon them. The command was absolute, a death sentence whispered into existence. Summon the 12. Nakheim's fingers moved again, but this time the sound was heavier, darker. Portals began to open across dimensions, reaching out through the shadows to touch those whose presence had long remained hidden. The Crimson Arena. The ground was stained red, the color of blood and flesh. You could see white dots occasionally amid the redness. They were pieces of bones and teeth. Akaza stood motionless in the center of a desolate battlefield. The bodies of countless demons littered the ground around him, reduced to nothing more than ash and gore. Broken limbs, shattered skulls. The stench of blood and rot was thick in the air. Another demon festival had just ended. Not one, Akaza muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. His hand, still dripping with blood, clenched tightly. Not one of them was strong enough. The demon festival was the gathering of demons, all those who sought more power. They were thrown into an arena and made to fight Akaza alone. The ones who impressed him enough received more of Muzen's blood to grow even stronger. But this festival was a total loss. These new demons, they were all utter disappointments. Pathetic. Akaza's eyes narrowed as he looked at the last demon he had killed, its body reduced to steaming ash. Lord Muzen told me to find strength, and all I find is weakness. His voice was cold, filled with frustration. Where are they? Someone worthy, someone who can stand and fight. These demons would never survive more power. They are not strong enough to handle it, Akaza said and slicked back his hair. How long has it been since he had been doing these? Holding these countless festivals to find strong demons worthy enough. A year, perhaps. Bing! A soft plucking of a biwa echoed through the windless arena. Akaza's head lifted. His eyes narrowed, lips curling into a wicked smile as he stared at the distortion in space. Right, it's been a year. Mount Nataguma. Deep within a forest where moonlight barely touched the ground, Rui sat atop a thick, gnarled tree, surrounded by his family. His mother knelt beside him, gently combing his hair with trembling hands. Her body was frail, her face etched with exhaustion and fear, but she never stopped. Her movements were tired but precise. Perfect, Rui whispered softly, his voice filled with a chilling serenity. You're doing well, mother. He leaned into her touch, his crimson eyes half-lidded as if lost in a dream. Below him, his father stood rigid, his monstrous form towering over the other demons. His face was contorted into a mask of forced patience, but his hands trembled with barely restrained violence. Father, Rui's voice was calm but firm. The towering figure flinched, his head lowering immediately. Protect the family, don't fail me again. Why yes, Rui-sama, father's voice rumbled, thick with suppressed rage. To Rui's right, brother and sister stood, motionless, their expressions blank. Puppets bound by silk, their eyes empty of life. We're all together. Rui's voice held a twisted sense of contentment. A perfect family. The web around them shimmered in the moonlight, stretching far and wide, trapping anything unfortunate enough to stumble into it. Butterflies struggled against the threads, their fragile wings snapping as the silk constricted tighter. Rui's lips curled into the most innocent smile, almost childlike. They always break, he whispered softly, but you, mother, you never break. His mother flinched, but didn't dare stop combing his hair. And then the stillness was shattered. A single note from a biwa echoed through the air. Rui's head tilted. Oh no, my family moment has been disturbed. But it's Lord Muzen, so I can't ignore it, he said in a whining tone like a spoiled child. Mom, tell him to stop making me do chores, he asked. Mom, please. The mother trembled harder, stuck between the fear of Muzen and her so-called son. So you won't help your own son because of fear, huh? What kind of a mother are you? Rui asked. The mother's breath hitched before her head was ripped off by a thread. Too fast, too quick, she had no time to even beg. I guess I have no choice, Rui said as he walked towards the door on the ground. Hakuntazan Railway. Enmu lounged lazily atop a speeding train. His body stretched across the roof as the wind whipped through his hair. Ah, the sound of mortal hearts. His ears twitched as he listened to the rhythmic thrum of the passengers' dreams below. So many dreams. A twisted grin curled across his lips as his fingers danced in the air, weaving threads of nightmares into their fragile minds. What should I show them tonight? His voice was almost playful, but there was an edge of cruelty beneath the surface. A reunion with their dead loved ones, or perhaps the fear of never waking up. A muffled scream echoed from within the train. "Oh yeah, that's better." Enmu chuckled softly, his body shifting as he stretched. He marveled at the amount of control he had. The amount of power flowing through his limbs was unreal. Indeed, this was what he always dreamed of. To be so strong. But then a chill rippled through the air. A familiar vibration echoed through his bones, a sound that stirred something deep within him. The biwa. Enmu's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. Finally, his voice was barely a whisper. I was growing bored. An abandoned temple. Hantingu cowered in the shadows of a ruined temple, his frail form quivering as he clutched his knees to his chest. They're coming, they're coming." His voice was a trembling whisper, eyes darting back and forth, searching for unseen enemies. "They'll find me, they'll hurt me." His bony fingers clawed at the ground, scratching deep gouges into the dirt as his fear consumed him. No, I didn't do anything wrong." A low growl echoed from inside his body. "Coward." Hantingu flinched. "You whimper like a dog," Sekido's voice, filled with rage, thundered through his mind. "They'll tear us apart if you keep cowering." Another voice, smooth and calm, spoke softly. Karaku's amusement laced every word. "Perhaps, but fear makes things so much more delicious, doesn't it?" Uroga's laughter echoed next, wild and untamed. "I say let them come, let's see who survives." Hantingu's eyes darted in all directions, his body trembling harder. And no more. The different personalities inside him. He hated them, they always brought him trouble, and they always made him the target. It's not him. He was the victim here, always getting the blame from what these people inside him did. He never committed those crimes, no. ITW him. But then, a sound pierced the madness. The pluck of a biwa. The voices went silent. Hantingu's trembling ceased, his eyes wide with terror. No. But he had to move towards the portal all the same. He never wanted this, he swore, even with the wide grin in his place. He was a demon who never stopped blaming. The Tsumego village. The ground cracked and sizzled beneath Daio's feet. The air around him shimmered with heat, and the sky above reflected the burning glow of his rage. Molten veins pulsed through his obsidian-like skin, the glow beneath his flesh resembling rivers of lava coursing through a volcanic mountain. The village below him was a ruin, houses melted, and the land was scorched beyond recognition. Ash and embers danced in the air, carried by the wind like messengers of death. "I felt warmth," he said, "but it was fleeting." The warmth of love and heat always had similarities in his mind. He had spent years wandering the world, burning things to feel the warmth he had lost long ago. The living furnace searched for warmth. He felt them at times, but they never last. The flames reflected in his eyes dimmed slightly as he tilted his head upward, sensing something. A pulse. A familiar vibration echoed through the air. Nakheim. Something else to burn. The gallery of masks. Masks. Countless masks. They lined the walls of the chamber where Amburo stood, his fingers tracing their carved expressions with a reverence only he understood. Each mask was a face he had claimed, a soul devoured and immortalized through his twisted art. Which one shall I wear tonight?" His voice echoed as his masks shifted, morphing and distorting with each passing moment. One mask grinned wickedly, joy. Another sneered, rage. A third wept silently, despair. As he contemplated, the faint vibration of Nakheim's call reached him. Amburo's masks stilled for a moment. "Ah, the butterfly mansion. I will need to wear my best face." A low chuckle escaped his lips, and his mask began to shift faster. But there are so many faces to wear. The 12 moon demons had gathered together again, after 1 year. The time limit, that Muzan had given them to grow their number and power. It was the gathering of death. Disaster approaches, hoping to erase the hope of the demon Slayer Corp. Their healing place. The Butterfly Mansion. It was the start of the final war. Chapter 170, The Attack on the Butterfly Mansion, 1. Third POV. The Infinity Castle was a realm of controlled chaos, where reality folded and twisted under Nakheim's control. The walls shifted endlessly, corridors stretched into infinity, and the oppressive darkness pressed down on everything. The rooms were cubes of a bigger structure. The dimension was like a never-ending shifting Rubik's Cube that searched for the perfect pattern that did not exist. But the dimension seemed to halt for a moment as he arrived. Thud. A heavy impact echoed through the castle. Ekaza, the second strongest among the 12 moon demons, after a full year of training and having access to Muzan's blood, he had grown strong enough to rival the dead upper Tudama. He landed with a deafening crash, the floor beneath him cracking from the force. His bare torso glistened under the dim light of yellow lanterns. It was a body built for war. Akaza stood, brushing off the imaginary dust on his arms as he scanned his surroundings. Same dam entrance. It had been a year since Muzan's command. A command to grow stronger and find more demons suited for the 12 moon. A year had passed as the demons prepared and strengthened their forces for a looming war against the humans. Humans whom Akaza could not take seriously, yet because he had never encountered a worthy one. But then again, the same could be said for the demons. Akaza could count on one hand the beings that were his equal or more that roamed this world. The passing year had not increased that number. He had hoped that he would find at least one worthy candidate, but not one, Akaza muttered under his breath. His jaw clenched as memories of failed demon festivals flashed through his mind. But then, as if to prove his own thoughts wrong, he appeared. Still brooding over the weaklings. A wave of heat pulsed through the space. Dayo. His arrival was marked by a molten shimmer that distorted the air. Obsidian-like skin pulsed with glowing veins of molten lava, a living furnace in human form. His steps were slow and deliberate, and every movement left faint scorch marks on the wooden floor. Ah, perhaps not all have failed, Akaza thought in his mind before he turned to the new demon. You're late, Akaza said. And you're impatient, Dayo replied and stopped right beside Akaza, standing shoulder to shoulder with the older demon. Akaza's gaze hardened. Dayo had gotten so much stronger since the last time he had seen him. Dayo had been the sole survivor of Akaza's first demon festival a year ago. Dayo was the only one who had impressed Akaza enough to receive more of Muzan's blood, a gift that had turned him into something monstrous. Now they stood as equals. But equality did not erase the undercurrent of respect Dayo held for Akaza. It was subtle, buried beneath layers of molten arrogance, but it was there. Dayo had seen Akaza's strength firsthand, had endured the brutality of his fists and emerged stronger because of it. But Dayo never voiced that respect, not aloud. Because acknowledging it would be admitting that Akaza was still above him. And Dayo believed that he was already equal if not stronger than the demon Akaza. The two of them stood side by side for a while, a living weapon and a living furnace. Their energies clashed without a single blow being exchanged. Eventually, Akaza smiled and amused chuckles vibrated in the tense air. You really think you can take me? That's hilarious, Akaza laughed, but he didn't hate it. It was utter foolishness that Dayo believed he could catch up to Akaza in a year when the demon in question had studied the art of war for over a century. I would love to see what makes you so confident in the upcoming fights. Perhaps if you impress me enough, I will give you the honor of defeating you, Akaza said with a battle-less smile. The sound of a heavy string vibrating in the air and space, distorted as a figure materialized out of thin air. Enmu. His arrival was graceful, as if he floated rather than walked. One look at his eyes, and you could tell he has few know many screws loose. Ah, the tension. Enmu's voice was a soft, eerie hum. It's intoxicating. Or perhaps he had no screws at all in his head. Akaza ignored him. Dayo barely spared him a glance. He was not worthy in their eyes. They both called themselves warriors even as demons, but Enmu was not. The dream manipulator was the type of person they least respected. "Ah, this is sad. Why not include me in your little games? Promise I won't play rough, Tilda," Enmu said as he got in between Akaza and Taisho. Another pulse appeared in the fabric of space. "Rui." The childlike demon materialized as if walking in through an invisible door, his porcelain skin glowing faintly under the castle's dim light. His crimson eyes scanned the gathering, filled with quiet disdain. Alone. His family was not with him this time, and when his family was not there, Rui was in a perpetual bad mood. "No family today," Enmu cooed, feigning surprise. "Shut up," Rui said, his voice detached, but in a way that no sane mind wouldn't want to push him. "Ah, does the little spider miss Mommy Spider?" Enmu whispered, proving insanity. And then, red strings wrapped around his body, faster than he could react. When his eyes widened in alert, his demonic body was already minced apart by the strings, cutting him into thin sheets of flesh. "You are such a rude boy, aren't you?" The sudden voice of Enmu behind his ears spooked Rui. Rui lashed his claws out, but he struck air. He blinked once, then twice, before he grabbed his own neck and ripped off his flesh. A sudden flash of pain, and then he opened his eyes. Rui found himself standing in front of the other demons. Akaza and Taisho looked at him with curious eyes, while Enmu had an amused smile on his face. "That was a dream," Rui thought to himself, and then his face dropped further. He has gotten stronger. Perhaps Rui shouldn't spend most of his time with his family. He was a prodigy, but talent could only take him so far. If he wanted to live his perfect family life, he needed power. "You know, instead of pretending, why not just give yourself to me?" Enmu said in a suggestive tone. "I promise to make you dream the perfect dream, where you have a mother, father, sister, brother, everything you ever wished you had." Rui just stayed silent. Enmu smiled even wider. Just then, another voice sounded in the dimension. This time, it was a pitiful whimper. "Non-on-an-anon," his words and tone project raw fear and nervousness. "Hantingu." The frail, trembling demon stumbled through a distortion. His eyes darted around, wide with paranoia and terror. "They'll find me, they'll hurt me." "The weakling is here." Taisho barely glanced at him. "Why does he still exist?" Akaza muttered his honest thoughts. Hantingu crawled away from the other demons and hid somewhere between the moving stairs. He felt safe when he was unseen. He couldn't bear to stay with all those evil, powerful demons. He was just an innocent man pulled into this cursed situation. He had done nothing wrong, and yet everyone was out to kill him. It was not fair. Umbura came in the most civilized. He wore a pleasant smile on his face that had stitches around to show that it was actually a skin mask. His footsteps echoed through the shifting dimension, and everywhere he went, he brought an eerie chill with him. No one wanted to talk to him. They just acknowledged his existence and nothing else. But Kaigaku was the opposite. He came in from the distorted space with a blinding flash of blue lightning. Thunder erupted through the shifting corridors of the Infinity Castle, illuminating the space for an instant. He stood at the center of the disturbance, crackling with residual electricity that danced across his skin. His arms were crossed, and his lips curled into a smug, arrogant grin. He scoffed, his narrowed eyes sweeping over the assembled demons. "I don't know what I was expecting, but I expected more." Kaigaku's presence was like a storm that refused to be ignored. His eyes, they gleamed with overconfidence. "Hello, I'm the new guy." Akaza blinked with a straight face, while Taisho shimmered with boiling annoyance. Even Rui, who had been brooding quietly after his encounter with Enmu, turned his crimson eyes toward Kaigaku with barely concealed annoyance. "Is this new blood serious?" Umburo asked with a friendly smile. Kaigaku just laughed, one that sounded like a demon drunk on new powers which he was. He felt like he could beat anyone in the world except Muzin. "No need to pretend. None of you can handle Lord Muzin's blood the way I can. I've surpassed you all. I can kill you with the limitation of a human. Imagine what I can do to you now, demons," Kaigaku said with a grin. "But no need to trouble yourselves. I won't disturb whatever hierarchy you guys had. I will just slide myself to the top end." He didn't complete his sentence, he just died. Or at least that's what he thought, at least that's what they saw. His presence stole the air from their lungs. Kaigaku was completely froze. The only thing on his mind was how he felt sorry for himself. Weird, why would he feel that way? Be silent. It was not shouted, it wasn't spoken out loud, but it became a rule. Even though there was no longer a ranking among the 12 moon demons, the strongest remained the same. Kokoshibo. After a year of anticipation that led to training, he had gotten even more stronger. His rusted bones were back to his prime, as if he was ready to fight Yorichi himself. His mere presence was as sharp as any blade. Kaigaku's fists clenched at his sides, but he dared not speak. Be quiet. His previous arrogance was just a show, a way to probe at the demons, to see their reaction and learn about them. It was a way to probe the new environment he had gotten himself into. Be quiet. He never knew it would lead to something like this. Be quiet. He wanted to cry out. Be quiet. But then all tension leave the room as if the previous bloodlust was just a phantom, a dream as fickle as Enmu's powers. That was because their lord was finally here. There is only 9 of you, Muzan said, his voice pressed up on everything inside the dimension. It seems that even after all this time, this was the best you could do, Muzan said, his voice unimpressed, borderline upset. But how could the 12 moon be completed when he did not allow them to be completed? Muzan did not need to appear for them to feel his presence. His voice alone was enough to command obedience. The air grew heavier and denser. An invisible malice poured into the Infinity Castle. The Butterfly Mansion, destroy it and kill everyone there, simple as that, Muzan said. The demons smiled. Akaza could barely contain his lust for battle as he cracked his knuckles. And don't come back with failure, suicide or die trying. Then doors appeared that lead every single demon to a different location around the Butterfly Mansion, effectively surrounding them. Chapter 171, The Attack on the Butterfly Mansion, 2. Third POV. The Butterfly Mansion was in full bloom. Spring had draped the garden in vibrant colors, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of cherry blossoms, wisteria, and blooming peonies. Delicate petals floated lazily on the breeze, swirling through the air like tiny pink snowflakes before landing softly on the grass. A few butterflies danced between the flowers, their wings catching the sunlight as they flitted gracefully around the garden. Birds chirped cheerfully from the branches of trees, their songs blending harmoniously with the rustling of leaves in the wind. Amid this picturesque setting, Tanjiro and Kanao sat on the grass, surrounded by the beauty of the season. The wooden bowl between them was filled with small, colorful pebbles, each crafted with care and painted with intricate designs like flowers, clouds, and tiny animals. Okay, Kanao, Tanjiro said softly, his usual bright smile lighting up his face, but there was a softness to it this time. A warmth that lingered in his eyes longer than usual. It was the kind of stuff you would see on a young man as he gazes at the woman he loves. This time I'll get it right. I won't overshoot again. Kanao gave a simple nod as she sat across from him. Her face was stoicism, but her violet eyes reflected the flowers around them. Tanjiro had to put effort into not staring. I believe you, Tanjiro, she said. Tanjiro's heart did a little flip. Ah, there it is again, he whispered, loud enough so only he could hear. It had been happening a lot lately. He felt his face grow warm, and suddenly, the breeze didn't feel as cool as it did a moment ago. Was he getting sick? He was somewhat aware that he had feelings for the young girl, but could feelings show physical symptoms? He was sure he loved his family, his brothers, sisters, and mother, but he never felt like this before. It was new. All right, he cleared his throat, determined to push his thoughts aside. Let's do this again. I'm not going to send this one flying into the pond. Kanao's lips twitched ever so slightly, the ghost of amusement flickering in her eyes. They were playing pebble toss in the garden. Tanjiro, who had been in bed due to his injury for a few days now, was healed enough to move outdoors again, so they were playing the game to pass the time. Kanao was also in the middle of her monthly rest, so she found no problem in spending time with the boy. Good luck, she murmured softly. He needed it with the way he was playing so horribly so far. Not that she could blame him, he was still recovering after all. Tanjiro took a deep breath, gripping a bright red pebble with Nezuko's ribbon painted on it. The goal was to toss the pebble as close to the line as possible. They could knock each other's pebbles while doing so as well. The decorations were to determine whose was whose. Here goes. He flicked it gently, putting just the right amount of force behind it this time. The pebble rolled smoothly along the grass, stopping just a few inches away from the line they had drawn earlier. Yes, Tanjiro's face lit up with a victorious smile. I did it. Kanao tilted her head slightly, examining the position of the pebble with a thoughtful expression. It's close, she murmured softly, her fingers brushing against a pale pink pebble painted with cherry blossoms. She flicked it effortlessly. The pebble rolled forward, smooth, steady, and stopped just barely closer to the line than Tanjiro's. Tanjiro blinked. I win, Kanao said softly, her lips curving into that same barely there smile. A flower-breathing user and an injured water-breathing user, it was rigged from the start. But Tanjiro stared at her for a moment. Forget about the unfairness, he was completely forgetting about the game. Her smile, the image lingered still like a tattoo on his mind. I like it. No. Focus, Tanjiro, focus. He scolds himself while gathering coherent thoughts. You're getting better, Kanao said, her eyes glancing toward the pebbles with quiet approval. Yeah, Tanjiro mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Are you okay? Kanao tilted her head slightly, noticing the pink dusting his cheeks. Why yeah, just Tanjiro scrambled for an excuse. It's the weather, so warm, spring, you know, ha. Kanao blinked, her gaze drifting toward the sunlight filtering through the cherry blossoms. Yes, she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. It's nice. Kanao's eyes, usually filled with quiet observation, were softer now. She seemed so peaceful and comfortable, it made his heart squeeze. Your turn, Tanjiro, Kanao said, her voice gently pulling him back to reality. Right. Tanjiro grabbed another pebble, determined to shake off the strange feeling stirring in his heart and focus on the game. Win. He had to win. But as he flicked the pebble, he sent it rolling too far once again, his thoughts betrayed him. Tanjiro, Kanao's voice was laced with amusement. He glanced at where the pebble had landed. I overshot again, he muttered, his expression falling. But at least it didn't go into the pond this time. Kanny giggled softly. Maybe you're thinking too much. Of course, he was thinking too much. He had been thinking too much for a while now, more than necessary. Why was he thinking about getting married and having children? Thinking too much? If only she knew. Kanao flicked her pebble again, landing effortlessly close to the line. She has mercilessly put his effort into shame. Wow, Tanjiro murmured. You're amazing, Kanao. Kanao's cheeks were dusted with the faintest pink. I've practiced a lot, she said. We used to play such games all the time when everyone was together. My sisters and brothers Seiji, they like games. Tanjiro smiled. Well, I'll keep practicing too, he said, his voice full of unnecessary determination that every shounen protagonist has. So one day, I can beat you fair and square. Kanao glanced at him from beneath her lashes, her expression unreadable for a moment. But then, she smiled. Good luck, Tanjiro. And just like that, Tanjiro's heart was lost to spring. This was not what I had in mind when I came to visit my injured student, Jiyu said, with a straight face, as he peeked his head from a hidden corner of the mansion. I know, it's so much fun, isn't it? Kanny said, her head peeking out above him from the same corner. They were spying on Kanny and Tanjiro. No, perhaps it was wrong to say they. It was more like the flower Hashira was forcing her passion and perverted hobby onto the water Hashira. I'm not sure I share your sentiment, Lady Kanny. I feel like I'm being creepy, Jiyu said. Kanny just laughed it off, PFFFT. Don't sweat it. There's nothing wrong with watching them like this. It's fun. Kanao was older than Tanjiro, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that she saw herself in her. A little bit. It ticked something in her heart to see them like this. Perhaps it was a way to deal with the longing she had for her lover in her heart. If it's not wrong, then why are we hiding? Jiyu asked with his calm voice and unimpressed eyes. Because we are giving them privacy, Canny answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Jiyu tilted his head and he felt his brain cells committing mass suicide. Giving them privacy by spying on them, how did that even work? Truly, he would never understand women. He had given up a long time ago, and for good reasons like this. Jiyu moved away from the place and left Canny to spy on her own devices. He walked away and looked around the compound, observing the people working in the butterfly mansion. It seemed his student was doing well and was busy with a girl at the moment, so he searched for something to keep him occupied for a while. The cool breeze brushed against his face as he wandered deeper into the mansion's grounds. The afternoon sun was slowly setting into the horizon, sinking between the mountains as darkness cropped up. The world was getting quiet. It was the beginning of silence. At least that was how it was supposed to be. But silence was a fleeting concept in the butterfly mansion whenever Inosuke was around. Jiyu's sharp ears picked up a commotion before he even saw it. Ayanoasukei, Ayanoasukei. Ai Kanzaki's exasperated voice echoed across the compound. Jiyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he followed the source of the chaos. Come back here, you're still injured. Turning a corner, Jiyu was met with pure madness. Inosuke was sprinting across the courtyard, shirtless despite the bandages tightly wrapped around his chest, arms, and forehead. He moving at full speed on all fours like a wild beast. His movements were almost animalistic as he zigzagged erratically to avoid capture. Why is he running like that? Jiyu wondered with a blank expression, watching as the injured boy bounced through the courtyard, narrowly avoiding a group of terrified attendants carrying trays of herbal medicine. Whohhh, you can't catch me, you stupid human. Don't you know 4 legs are faster than 2? Hhhh. Inosuke roared as he used 4 limbs to outrun Ai who ran with only her legs. Ayanoasukei. Ai was right behind him, her face flushed with frustration, her sleeves rolled up, and her wooden sandals pounding against the ground as she chased after him with the determination of a Hashira facing a demon. Get back here, you lunatic, she barked, her voice filled with righteous fury. You're not supposed to be running around like that. Inosuke, however, was completely unfazed. Jiyu blinked. For a moment, he simply stood there, quietly observing the spectacle. Oi, Inosuke suddenly shouted, his eyes catching sight of Jiyu. Water guy. Jiyu froze, his expression blank as Inosuke veered sharply toward him. Help me, the medic girl is trying to make me do something horrible. Inosuke cried dramatically as he bolted toward Jiyu, arms flailing in exaggerated panic. Aoi's eyes narrowed. Don't drag HIM into this. Jiyu, however, barely had time to react before Inosuke leapt toward him, attempting to hide behind the water Hashira, like a terrified animal seeking shelter. What the? Thud. Inosuke's momentum was too much. He crashed into Jiyu, making him stumble slightly, though the stoic Hashira barely reacted, his balance unwavering. Phew, safe, Inosuke said with a satisfied grin, crouching behind Jiyu as if the Hashira was an impenetrable wall of safety. Jiyu blinked. What are you doing? Hiding, Inosuke whispered loudly, not that it mattered since Ai was already standing right in front of them, her chest heaving as she glared daggers at both of them. Hashira or not, she growled, her eyes narrowing dangerously at Jiyu, move aside. No, Jiyu said after a moment, his tone as calm as ever. What? Ai's jaw dropped. Why not? He needs rest, he's still covered in injuries. Jiyu glanced down at Inosuke, who was now peeking out from behind him with the most innocent expression he could manage, which was pretty fucking effective when taken into account Inosuke's pretty face. He seems all right, Jiyu said simply. What was it that you are trying to make him do? Jiyu asked after a second later, his head tilted curiously. He is lying. I am not trying to make him do anything. He just needs to rest more before he can move around like that, Ai said in a tired voice. Jiyu turned to Inosuke, asking him with his eyes. She is trying to make me do nothing. How can I do nothing? I am not a tree, or puny water, I'm a beast. Inosuke defended himself. Ai and Jiyu mentally facepalmed. Okay, it seems I have taken the wrong side. Inasuk, you should listen to AI and rest well, Jiyu said with a sharp voice. AI mentally celebrated. Inasuk just stood there staring. Before he ran again just as quickly. Wait a minute, Inosuke. This time, it was no just AI as Jiyu followed behind her. He did not use his full speed, content to be a part of the chase as a small smiled crept on his face. How would he describe this? He felt included. It was fun. In the end, Inasuk, due to his injury, tired out, and they finally caught him. He struggled in vain as Jiyu dragged him back to the mansion with AI proudly leading the way. This is not fair. I won't forget this water guy. Inasuk was roaring and struggling like a child throwing a tantrum. But then, I will. Everything ceased. One moment things were normal. But the very next moment, they were acutely aware that the sun had finally set, and it was dark. Instinct screamed. The Hashiras paused. On the other side, Tanjiro suddenly froze on his spot. His nose twitched as he picked up a new scent in the air. It was weird, the smell of blood, decay, thunder, fire, ash, and many more. But the one smell that was the strongest was the stench of a demon. Tanjiro, what happened? Kano asked in concern. I smell demons, he said, his voice grave and heavy like lead. Kanny, who was spying on them, moved and turned into a blur. She knew how unique Tanjiro's sense of smell was, so she acted on that information immediately. She effortlessly leapt into the highest point of the mansion, the roof of the main building. She stood there, light as a feather but firm like stone. She opened her gaze to the surroundings. Left. A rustle in the distant bushes. Right. A shadow moved unnaturally between the trees. Behind. A flicker of movement, barely perceptible, but it was there. A deep frown hung on her face as her eyes glowed eerily in the dark. She saw through the forest and knew immediately what was happening. They were surrounded. It was spring, the season of joy. And the demons came to steal the season. Chapter 172, The Attack on the Butterfly Mansion, 3. Third POV. The Butterfly Mansion was suffocating. The once serene air was now thick with tension. The oppressive aura of demons slithered in the shadows, tainting the atmosphere. Kanny stood silently on the roof of the mansion, her sharp eyes sweeping over the sprawling forest with unnerving calm. The sweet scent of blooming wisteria and cherry blossoms was drowned out by other smells. The scent of blood, decay, ash, fire, thunder. Demons! They're here, her voice was a whisper carried by the wind. On the left, a shimmer of heat distorted the air near the northern edge of the mansion. The demon's mere presence scorched the ground beneath his feet. The grass had already withered, leaving a trail of charred remains in his footsteps. The air vibrated with the dangerous hum of rising temperatures. On the right, flickers of corrupted lightning danced between the trees. It came from the far east and was approaching fast. The demon's electric aura buzzed with deadly intensity, and Kanny saw the familiar pattern of thunder breathing. She didn't have time to question how. Her eyes looked deeper into the forest. Thin, silken threads stretched across the treetops, barely visible under the moonlight. The spider demon was running around the compound, and he left intricate webs that were slowly fencing off the compound. Kanny's eyes followed the near-invisible lines glinting in the dim moonlight, forming an inescapable barrier around the mansion. A chilling mist crept in from the western perimeter, slithering as if the smoke had life. Kanny did not know what it was, whether it was just a way to make a smokescreen or if the mist was demonic. The only thing she knew was that it acted as another layer of barrier around the butterfly compound. They've sealed us in, Kanny's expression darkened. No one gets in and no one gets out. The demon's plan was clear. This wasn't just another attack. This was an extermination. Those demons are strong too, likely the 12 Kazuki. She bit her lips. You finally made a move, Muzin. Kanny did not panic. God knows panic was the last thing she should do in this situation. There were many things she had to do first, but the priority became clear after a moment of consideration. The lab. Her body blurred as she leapt from the roof, her feet barely touching the ground as she moved with surgical precision, toward the southernmost section of the mansion. The wisteria around the mansion should slow the demons down for a while. They still had time, but it was limited, so she had to use it wisely. "Mr. Takashi, it's an emergency. Sound the bells, it's an attack," Canny said as she met the old man while running towards the lab. "An attack from who?" the old man screamed in worry. "Demons?" That was all Canny could say before she blurred again. By the time she reached the southernmost part of the mansion, she heard the bell ringing throughout the mansion. "It's fine, they've trained for this." Canny soothes her worries. All the residents of the mansion should know what to do when they hear the bell. The building stood at the edge of the mansion's grounds, along with water tanks and old storage. The lab itself had once been a storage facility for medical equipment, but had been carefully repurposed over the past few months. Rows of shelves lined the walls, filled with scrolls, vials, and formulas that all contributed to the discoveries that led to the cure for demonification. At the side of the room was a bed where Rengoku lay, still in his demon form. They had not given the flame Hashira the cure for fear that something might go wrong. If they were going to turn him back into a human, none of them wanted to take a chance. Lady Tamyo and Shinobu were inside the lab doing their own things. Yushiro sat beside Rengoku's bed, reading a book to pass the time. The sound of the emergency bell immediately caught their attention, but before they could even react, the door slammed open and Canny barged in. "Sis," Shinobu asked with a worried tilt of her head, "what's going on?" "No time to explain, we're out of time." Canny's tone was grim. "The mansion is under attack." Yushiro's expression hardened instantly, his senses reaching outward. "What? But how? My invisibility charm." "It's not working." Canny cut him off, her voice clipped. "The demons are quickly sealing off the compound, and they are coming from all directions. We are trapped and surrounded." "Then we must leave. This place will be the first to be attacked after the demons penetrate the wisteria barrier and the walls," Shinobu said immediately. A bead of sweat fell from her face, but she remained calm and collected. "Sister, you should take Tamyo and Yushiro somewhere safer, to the center of the mansion. I'll stay here and secure the research materials," Shinobu added with a firm voice. "Absolutely not, you must come with us," Canny all but screamed, trying to use authority. "Whatever happens today, those research must survive. Don't worry, I can protect myself and I'll follow you soon," Shinobu said with eyes of stone. Canny saw that her sister would not budge, especially when logic was on her side. There was no time to waste to argue. Canny clicked her tongue and grabbed Tamyo and Yushio by their hand before she ran out of the lab with them. Both of them did not protest, realizing the gravity of the situation. "No need to panic," Shinobu told herself after everyone left. "You always have Plan B." Her eyes locked on Rengoku, who remained lying in bed for a few seconds, before she moved to secure every important research material, especially Musen's remaining blood and tissue. They always took precautions in case of an attack, so she opened the hatch on the floor that revealed a place to hide them underground. She immediately went to work. Third POV. Tanjiro's breath was ragged. His footsteps pounded against the ground as he ran alongside Kano. Their movement was swift as they made their way to the center of the compound, where the thick walls of the mansion offer better protection. "This way," Tanjiro called out to the people behind him. The Butterfly Mansion did not have many residents, but what it had many were patients. Especially after the explosion of demon activity after the failed purge, many demon slayers were injured on a daily basis, so the mansion was packed. The patients shuffled and scrambled to safety. Some of the patients who were mostly healed carried the heavily injured ones inside. "Tanjiro," Kano's voice was calm, but there was an uncharacteristic urgency in her tone. "You're also injured." "It's nothing." Tanjiro forced a smile, his expression soft but resolute. "I can still move. I'm fine, Kano." "You're not fine." "I'll be fine." His grip on his sword tightened, he picked it up while coming here. "Right now, we need to protect the others." Kano opened her mouth to argue, but stopped herself. The look in Tanjiro's eyes was one she had seen before, unwavering determination. "All right," she gave a small nod, her lips pressed into a thin line, "but stay close to me." They moved in perfect sync as they guided the remaining patients and helpers deeper into the mansion. Every second counted now. They were running around the compound, searching for patients who had wandered a little too far while at the same time scouting for demons. The bell that rang throughout the mansion was a constant reminder of the attack. They were sprinting at full speed. But something was faster. Tanjiro caught a sharp scent: ozone, burning flesh, lightning. "Look out!" Tanjiro screamed and pushed Kano aside. A flash. Then jagged streak of blue lightning tore through the walls around the compound and made a line straight to them. Thunder roared, loud enough to deaf the ears, but they got down just in time. Silence followed the explosion, and they quickly got back to their feet. They pulled out their swords and stared at the demon half hidden by the smoke. When the demon turned, Tanjiro's face dropped. Kaigaku, Tanjiro named the demon. The corrupted thunder breather was all smiles as he turned towards them. His aura crackled like lighting. His blood demon art equals electrokinesis allowed him to make lighting become real with each form of thunder breathing he used. For him, the elements were not just an imagination, they were real. "Funny seeing you here, Tanjiro," Kaigaku said with disdain in his eyes for the boy whom he deemed more talented than him long ago. "How did you get in so quickly?" Kano asked, her eyes narrowing. Kaigaku chuckled, the sound echoing unnervingly through the air. "You think those wisteria trees would slow me down?" He scoffed, arcs of electricity dancing around his body. "If you move fast enough, nothing can stop you." He knows where to get in. He knows the layout of the mansion because he has been here before, many times. Tanjiro answered with rage in his eyes. "What?" Kano was confused. "Kaigaku, he used to be a demon slayer before. In fact, he trained alongside Zenitsu. I've met him before," Tanjiro said. "But now." The silence hung in the air. Tanjiro's jaw clenched. "Kaigaku, why?" "Why?" Kaigaku's eyes flashed with anger, the air around him vibrating with unstable energy. "Because strength is the only thing that matters, Tanjiro. I am not talented like you or Zenitsu. I have to look for alternatives. You betrayed your master and your comrades." Tanjiro's voice was steady but filled with raw anger. "You didn't have to, you could." "Don't lecture me, kid." Kaigaku's rage boiled over, the air crackling with electricity as his hand clenched into a fist. "You have no idea what I endured." Tanjiro glared stubbornly, as if asking to tell him. "And I have no interest in telling stories to the dead. Muzan gave the orders, but I sure am going to enjoy this," Kaigaku said, and he brought his sword up. "Tanjiro," Kano called softly as she took her position beside him. "We might have a chance if we fight together." Kaigaku eyed out loud. "Good. I was itching to test my new powers." Kaigaku was fast. So fast. Faster than Zenitsu. Faster than old man Jigoro. Faster than him. So he struck back with everything he had from the start. That was the bare requirement when faced with one of the 12 Kazuki. Sun breathing. Third POV. The battle had already begun on the north side of the butterfly compound. You could hear the crack of thunder and the clashing of steel from a distance. Inasu grunted as he was dragged by Ai through the corridor of the mansion, her grip surprisingly strong as she pulled him toward the central hall. "What's going on?" he barked. His boar mask was absent so you could see his emotion. He was pissed. "Just move," Ai snapped, her face flushed with frustration and worry. "The mansion's under attack by demons." "An attack by demons? Then why are we running away from the demons instead of towards them?" "You can't fight, you're still injured," Ai said firmly. "You'll get yourself killed." Inasu huffed but followed, his instincts on edge. They reached the central hall where several of the patients and mansion's helpers had gathered. Some of them were armed, ready to defend, while others stood by, awaiting orders. "What should we do next, Lord Tomioka?" Ai turned back and asked the water Hashira who had told them to go here in the first place. "But Lord Tomioka, he was gone." "Are you asking for the water guy?" Inasku asked. "Tom Nakachinako left us the moment we entered the mansion." Ai collapsed on the ground. "Outside the butterfly compound." "Are you one of the demons attacking the mansion?" Jiu asked as he casually strode to the demon he found. The demon of many masks, just stared at the Hashira who interrupted him, while he was trying to breach the walls and the wisteria trees that surrounded the place. That was a dumb question. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. I don't like answering questions either, Jiyu said with a stoic face, serene and calm like still water. Staying inside the mansion and allowing the enemies to circle them was a stupid plan in his opinion. That was why he came outside the walls to meet the demons head-on. That way, more people would be safe as well. Your face, it's so plain, the demon finally spoke. His voice sounded weird. You couldn't tell if it was male or female, young or old. Your face would make a horrible mask. Why did I have to meet you? The demon asked. Jiyu stopped, his stoic face dropped a little. That was kinda rude. Can you just run away? I would prefer to kill a human with a more expressive face, the demon asked nicely. No, Jiyu answered, and finally, his eyes snapped serious and he got into a stance. I guess I will just hope your face changes when I cut you up, the demon said, and then. Nothing. Avoid. It wasn't a presence, it was the absence of one. A chill crawled down Jiyu's spine. This feeling. Why was it so similar to the selfless state? Clang. Jiyu was able to stop the claw that came from his neck with the sharp edge of his sword, although his reaction was a bit slower than he would have liked. You, Jiyu said as he gazed into the eyes of the demon, you have no identity. The faceless demon, he was no one and everyone at the same time. Jiyu realized then that he had quite a trouble on his hands. This wouldn't be a quick fight. And if his senses were to be believed, there were plenty of other demons left. They need reinforcement. And they need it fast. Chapter 173, The Attack on the Butterfly Mansion, 4. Third POV. The Butterfly Mansion, a place of healing, was starting to look like a war zone. On the north side of the compound, the sky had darkened, and it was flashing with brilliant streaks of blue lightning that shattered the night like 1,000 curses. Kaigaku's onslaught was devastating and fast like rapid calamity. His electric aura vibrated violently, and the ground cried beneath their feet. Tanjiro's breath was sharp and strained, his body aching as the aftermath of his last fight echoed through his muscles. A mission that required him to slay hundreds of demons with his comrades, he hadn't fully recovered yet. But there was no excuse in battle. Tanjiro could not fight on instinct, because his instincts told him to curl up and fall unconscious. A sharp pain followed each of his movements, and that required him to consciously force himself to fight. In this battle, Kanao was the more active one, even though Tanjiro was starting to change that. Kaigaku, Tanjiro roared. He might be injured, but he wanted all the smoke. Kaigaku's grin grew wide at the naked rage in Tanjiro's voice. Can you feel the fraction of what I had to endure? How does it feel to be filled with rage, but to be so powerless to do anything? With a snap of his wrist, Kaigaku's body became a blur of blue lightning. His movements were nearly instantaneous. Had it not been for the roar of thunder and streak of lightning, they would think he teleported. Tanjiro barely reacted in time, diving backwards, but the thunderous crack of the lightning struck the ground where he had stood, sending up a shower of sparks and debris. His feet barely touched the ground as he quickly regained his balance. He tried to use sun breathing, but something caught in his lungs. He was still far too weak to use sun breathing without a cost. With his injured body, it became nigh impossible to do so. He quickly changed his breathing style. Water breathing, first form. Tanjiro's sword sliced through the air in a graceful arc, unfitting the urgent situation. But the fluid movement of his water breathing formed a sleek ripple of energy that collided with Kaigaku's next attack. Water surface slash. It barely did anything, but it was enough to defend. Kaigaku let out a scoffing laugh, clearly amused. You block that even though you are so much weaker than me. You're incredible, Tanjiro. It's why I hate you so. The demon's form blurred again. It never ends. Tanjiro screamed in his mind, and through gritted teeth, he forced his body into motion. It's either he moves or he dies. Water breathing, fifth form. Splashing water flow, continuous. Tanjiro swung his sword in rapid succession. A flurry of controlled, calculated slashes that sought to overwhelm Kaigaku through sheer precision rather than power. He gave his everything in the attack, but to the demon it looked like a baby swinging a wooden stick. Kaigaku sneered, thunder breathing first form. He was not able to learn the first form of thunder breathing in the original canon, even after becoming a demon. But this time, he was much stronger due to the excessive amount of Musen's blood. He was finally able to use the first form of thunder breathing decently. Thunderclap in flash. The crack of lightning struck like a whip, faster than Tanjiro could process, and through sheer luck and Kaigaku's inability to control his own speed, he managed to block the blow with his sword. The force sent him skidding back, his feet dragging against the ground as the electric energy surged through him, making his muscles seize with pain. He was effectively paralyzed. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, feeling the heat of Kaigaku's power sizzling in his bones, but he wasn't about to back down. With a determined glare, Tanjiro closed his eyes for a fraction of a second. At that moment, he felt the weight of all the battles he endured so far. The lesson he learned from the scroll, left behind by Seiji and Jiyu's own teaching, replayed in his mind. Sun breathing first form. The first form of sun breathing was a healing form as much as it was an attacking form. Hinakami Kagura. His sword erupted in a dazzling blaze of red, an intensity he never felt before surged deep within his body. They burned away the static electricity in his body and awoke every fiber of his muscles. Kaigaku recoiled as the imaginary fire burned his skin and made his demonic instincts go haywire. The slash split the air, but he quickly regained his composure. No matter the attack, he was leagues faster than the humans, so why should he be afraid of anything? Sun breathing, Kaigaku's voice held a deep layer of disdain. See how blessed you are, Kamado. No matter how hard I work, I can never surpass people like you. As a result of the Seiji's influence, the Golden Trio reached their potential faster than ever. They stood out as the most talented in the Demon Slayer Corp, and Kaigaku was always envious of that, to the point that he would turn himself into a demon to attain the same power. Tanjiro, gritting his teeth through the pain, forced his body to move. His movement was a dance, but he never caught Kaigaku. In the end, his efforts went to waste and he burned up like a candle. But that was enough. Kano finally came into the fight once more. She hadn't been able to intervene earlier since Kaigaku focused solely on Tanjiro. But with him forcing Kaigaku back even just for a few seconds, it gave her the opportunity to re-enter the fight. Flower breathing, fifth form. Kano's movements were a whirlwind of elegance, each strike fast and flowing. Peonies of futility. Kaigaku's eyes flicked to her for a brief moment, but his arrogance made him underestimate her. He didn't move back like he did for Tanjiro and prepared himself to meet her. Wrong move. Kano shared the last name Shigen, unlike in another timeline where she was Kacho. She had been raised by the strongest and trained by the strongest. Under such an opportunity, even the dullest blade turned deadly. Kano's eyes flashed with a scary light, and she delivered a flurry of 9 consecutive blows that weaved in on themselves. 9 swings stitched together like one. One swing 9-fold. One swing managed to land on Kaigaku. That was what it looked like, that was what it felt like, even to the demon himself. Wrong. 9 swings landed on Kaigaku. One hit landed and bloomed into 9. The demon staggered back, his body deformed and finally sliced into sections. It burned, it hurt. It hurt still. Aza. Sometimes, a little prick of a thorn could hurt more than a stab of a sword. Kano attacked the points in the body with the most amount of nerves. She could not see them, but Seiji had taught her since young where those points were. Tanjiro's heart raced. Kano had given him the opening he needed. But he couldn't move. His body betrayed his determined soul. Time seemed to stop. Reality became black and white as he saw a red string tightening in the air. One end was attached to his sword, while the other was to the demon's neck. It looked so easy. Move. But his body just wouldn't listen. Move. His mind didn't know what to do. Move. He had been told once by his idol that they were alike. While others grew with training or experience, they grew in the situation. They grew stronger in battle. That moment of desperation, gave birth to enlightenment for Tanjiro. A new path, a new way. With a flash of understanding, a dangerous idea bloomed in his mind, something he had not yet tried before, only thought of. He took a deep breath, holding both the water and the sun within him. His body finally moved upon the new path he carved at that very moment. Water-sun breathing, first form. The world held its breath, and then screamed the moment Tanjiro burst into action. A trail of water and fire traced the trajectory of his sword. Combined flame flow. Kaigaku, who screamed in pain, did not have time to even see the attack. Speed without purpose was still. Tanjiro's eyes were fully white. The scars on his forehead changed color to dark red, and he let the red string guide his blade. The aftermath resulted in Kaigaku's head falling off from his shoulder. Tanjiro collapsed to his knees, his body trembled and gave the fuck up. His arms went limp on his side. Tanjiro, Kano immediately came to his side, her voice laced with worry. Her eyes shook in concern for him. Are you okay? 1 deep breath. 2 deep breaths. 3 and then 4. I'm fine, he finally answered, swallowing air like it was solid. I'm fine. They won the battle. And I wish I could tell a kinder tale, but the war was just beginning. How pathetic. The voice that came from the wall froze both Kano and Tanjiro. The moment the voice came, the demon's presence was also finally revealed. It was not just strong, it was suffocating. Their minds couldn't even process the powerful presence that was before them. All arrogance, and he died to a couple of kids, the demon chuckled as he sat on top of the wall. From his easy posture, you could tell he witnessed the whole fight but did not intervene. Although I must admit, you kids sure are impressive. Finally, Tanjiro and Kano turned their frozen body to stare at the demon. They saw Akaza. Chapter 174, Tables Turned. Third POV. Although I must admit, you kids sure are impressive, Akaza said. The words sank into their skin like cold, venomous needles. The atmosphere shifted, and it became nearly solid, suffocating every breath they tried to take. The remnants of their battle with Kaigaku felt distant now. That was a fleeting victory, swallowed by the overwhelming presence of the demon before them. He looked human, more human than any demon they ever met. But his aura and presence were the least inhumane. It was pure demonic, it was malice in the form of a man. Their faces turned blue from the lack of air. They were breathing, but they were afraid to breathe too loud, to breathe out of line, and with the rapid pounding of their heart, they lacked oxygen. They knew they were alive only because of the whims of the demon, and they didn't want to do anything that could change that fragile whim. They knew that their life was truly hanging by a thread. Or was it? I am glad that even demons could see the potential of our new generations. A voice as sweet as nectar came from the opposite direction. Her voice was gentle, yet it cut through the suffocating tension like the sharpest blade. The moment she spoke, Tanjiro and Kano gasped as though freed from an invisible grip. They turned their head, and they saw the flower Hashira standing at the very edge of the roof. Her posture was effortless, as if she was some fairy unbound by gravity. Where she was standing was the part of the roof that was no longer supported by walls. By all means, the tiles should collapse and she should fall. But she looked as light as a feather. From her easy stance, you could tell that she had been standing there for as long as Akaza was sitting on top of the wall. Both of them had been there to witness the fight, their presence keeping each other away from interfering with the fight. Lord Muzan did say that humans were posing a threat. I guess that held some truth, Akaza said with a stretching grin. Pleasant chuckles that sounded more like a melody. Only a threat. Believe me, they would be strong enough to kill a demon like you in a few years, Canny said from her place. Truly, the chance alone makes me want to spare them for a few years and see what they become, Akaza said, and there was a new edge to his voice. Funny, you speak as if they are not under the protection of a Hashira, she said, and the aura around her shifted sharply to match the edge in his voice. She was illuminated by the moon, her delicate figure radiated power and beauty. Her haori fluttered in the night breeze, the soft lavender hues barely disturbed by the chaos surrounding her. She was like a moonflower on top of a mountain, something ethereal. For the two kids below her, she was an unbreakable shield. Where once fear had seized them, now calm settled in its place. It was as if her presence alone had woven a shield around them, keeping them safe. "I don't like fighting women," Akaza said, "but for such a fine warrior I will make an exception." The demon leapt off from the wall and landed on the earth with a thud that seemed to shake the entire compound. It was not only a feeling any more demonic energy literally started oozing off his body as he walked towards the flower Hashira. Canny also leapt off from the edge of the roof. The speed of her fall seemed unarguably slow. She landed with grants, barely disturbing the sand beneath her feet. Her haori and hair also fluttered just enough to make her look like a flower swaying in a gentle breeze. "Kano Tanjiro," she said. Words came fast, but they did not sound hurried. "Leave this place." They barely had time to move away before the fight began. Canny and Akaza met in the middle, and the demon threw a powerful punch that tore off a chunk of the earth with its raw shockwave. His attack was directed away by a gentle tap of a katana. How could a soft swing affect such raw devastation? It was a question reality itself asked. That was the kindest start of the battle. Shing. Boom. The earth screamed, the air cried, and iron sang. What? Tanjiro and Kan paused and gawked as the environment was ruined in seconds. White lines appeared everywhere. It was Canny's sword reflecting moonlight with its razor edge. Multiple balls of red appeared before they exploded. Those signify the explosion caused by each attack from Akaza. The atmosphere was cut and detonated. Such power, Tanjiro could not believe what he was seeing. They were so strong, so far ahead compared to where he was. He was only a few meters away from the battle, but the distance might as well be measured in light years. It was like they were fighting in a completely different dimension. A dimension he would not survive for a second. "Lady Kacho. Come, we have to leave." Kano snapped out of the moment and dragged him towards the central hall. The Hashiras finally made their move. There was nothing else normal demon slayer like them could do. Muzan Kibutsuji sent his best to eliminate the Demon Slayer Corp. But to do so, they first had to go through them. "The pillars. You did not think this through, did you?" Jiyu asked as the demon he was fighting slipped out of his senses once more. The fight was not intense but tricky. Amburo was the exact opposite of Akaza, while the other was raw destruction. This one was silent poison. So Jiyu had a lot of time to taunt even though it was not his style. There was a sudden explosion towards the northern section of the butterfly compound. A fight likely broke out, but Jiyu did not pay any attention to that. It was strange, even for his usual stoic self, to look so unworried about the situation. His eyes had a deeper reason to be calm than his usual detachment. "You think you are predators trapping prey," Jiyu said, describing the situation. Rui had already covered the entire vicinity with his webs, and Enmu also surrounded the place with mist that would put anyone to sleep. Even Kasweijai crows could not fly out of the place. Everything was trapped. "You think you are still the predators, but it hasn't been like that for a while now. The dynamic has been changing ever so slowly since the new generation of Hashiras gathered," Jiyu said, and then took a sudden turn to his left. He barely caught the flash of the demon. "It started with the stone Hashira Jaiomai, then Tenjin Yuzui. Me and Canny became pillars next, followed by Seinmi, Seiji, and Rengoku. After that, Shinobu, Mitsuri, Muakairo, and Obanai complete our ranks. That is 11 pillars in one generation, the most in history," Jiyu said calmly, but heat was rising in his tone. The dynamic finally flipped on the night of the failed purge. The Demon King ran, and ever since then, demons were no longer the predators. The sound of multiple whistles echoed through the air. The sound climbed the layers of the atmosphere until it exploded in brilliant lights in the night sky. Fireworks, there were lots of them. Hundreds flew in the air every second and exploded in light so brilliant it became as bright as day. The demons knew in an instant what that was. A signal. To whom? To the 11 pillars of humanity and every demon slayer available. "The truth is," he said, and a smile finally spread his face under the brilliant fireworks. "You are prey baited out by the predators," he said. "It's simple really, it's even in the name. You are demons. And we, demon slayers. BOOM. Umburo finally came out to clash with Jiu in full force. There was no longer tricks, there was no longer hiding. The situations have changed completely, and they must too. They need to kill them fast before more arrive. They couldn't fail. All around Japan, in a world that was yet to be polluted by light, the bright fireworks could be seen for miles upon miles. And even if many demon slayers did not see it, the Kasugai crows flew out to send the message. Among the people who saw the fireworks, a pair of purple eyes also turned towards the butterfly mansion. Chapter 175, The Wake of Flame. Third POV. She moved in a hurry. There was no elegance to be found in her movements as she shoved vials, scrolls, notebooks, and other research material underground. They should be safely hidden there even if the mansion was to burn down tonight. That should be enough, she whispered to herself before closing the hatch and moving towards Rengoku, who was sleeping on the bed. Sorry to disturb your sleep, but, Shinobu said while trying her best to carry him on her shoulder, we need to leave now. Alas, she was only around half his size. There was no way she could ever carry him, especially when his body was limp. After a few failed attempts, her eyes sparkled in realization. Right, demon regeneration, she said and dropped Rengoku on the floor like a sack of potatoes. The way he fell almost made her wince. It sounded like it hurt. It's fine, you'll never know what happened, she said with a sweet smile and grabbed one of his legs. She gripped him by the ankle before she ran out of the door, dragging his body along the floor. She ignored the sound of his head, smashing on the door frame, and focused on her surroundings. It seemed everyone followed their drills and went to hide in the central hall. She needed to get there quickly and secure Rengoku's safety before she could fight the demons. They couldn't lose Rengoku by any means. But before she could even make it far from the lab, something flashed in front of her. It was red and yellow, and the moment it hit the ground, an explosion roared out with intense heat and shockwave. They're already here. Shinobu gritted her teeth. Her brilliant mind deduced that since the demon had projectile capabilities, it probably destroyed the wisteria trees with ease. Demons with projectile blood demon art were rare, and they were the most annoying to deal with since demon slayers used swords. Another flash blitzed their way. Her instincts screamed, this one would hit them perfectly. Shinobu flung Rengoku's body away, and she leapt away to the opposite direction soon after. The flash hit the ground they stood before and ripped the earth and melted the rocks with an explosion. Rengoku ended up crashing into a building while Shinobu pulled out her sword and ran to assess the threat. Her eyes moved. It was hard to detect the demon with obsidian skin in the dark, but rivers of molten lava running through his veins easily stood out. Found you, she said, and then she floated. Not actually, though. She all but floated except literally. Insect breathing, first form, she said while her footsteps fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Her movement became erratic, as if she was weightless and easily carried by the unpredictable movement of the wind. She was like a butterfly dancing with the breeze. Dance of butterfly. The demon, Dayo, grinned seeing her approaching. He couldn't help but applaud her bravery in charging straight at him while simultaneously mocking her for her stupidity. He used range attacks, so he might give the impression that he was weak in close quarters, but that was the opposite. He was a fighter with few range abilities. His blood demon art, furnace, allowed him to generate, shape, and release heat in the form of fire and molten lava. He was perhaps the most destructive out of all the 12 moon demons. Demon art, Lava Fang. He made 2 spears of condensed lava that dripped with fire and threw them towards Shinobu, who was closing the distance surprisingly quickly. Her movement made her seem slower than she actually was. The spears flew but hit the air. Shinobu was like a feather that could not be hit. The slightest shift of air from the spear seemed to push her away, making it impossible for her to be hit even with her fluttering haori and hair. Dayo blinked and fixed his stance, but in that short moment, Shinobu was already upon him. Her sweet smile was malicious, and unlike her floating movement, her sword moved like a rocket. Insect breathing, second form, her voice was so sweet it almost sounded like she sang. Bumblebee. Dayo took a while to process the screaming of his instincts. It was baffling how dangerous Shinobu felt with her small stature and pretty smile. He almost thought he was hallucinating. He brought out his hands to block a slash, but he was stung instead. Shinobu's sword only had a sharp tip, and she stabbed him in his forearms in quick succession before she pushed herself off his shoulder to float away. Taisho was confused as he quickly healed the shallow stab wounds in his arm. He turned towards Shinobu, tilting his head in question. What was it that his instincts warned him about? That was too underwhelming. But the reason was revealed soon after as his arms dropped on his side. His eyes widened when he looked at his limp arms. They felt numb, and he could not move them anymore. You, Taisho directed an enraged gaze towards her. You coward, you use poison. As a warrior, using such cheap tricks was the ultimate dishonor in his eyes. He came here expecting a good fight from the so-called pillars of humanity, and he was given poison instead of a good fight to test his strength. Disgraceful. I apologize. You see, I have always been small and weak since I was young, so I had to find other alternatives, she said with a closed-eyed smile. Suddenly, Taisho could not find kindness or mercy in his heart. He was giving her a chance, which is why he didn't kill her immediately with his spear in the beginning. He wanted to win an honorable fight. But if the enemy was already fighting so dirty, why should he care? Demon art, smelter's maw, he said, his eyes glowing deep orange and his mouth and jaw turned demonic with jagged teeth. He opened his mouth and then raw heat flooded out. The beam came out like a river, destroying everything in its path and scorching the entire mansion in an instant. A well-directed attack would have burned the whole place down in an instant. What else could Shinobu do except dodge such a devastating attack? She was already high in the air by the time the attack was over, leaving a road of molten lava that went right through the compound in its wake. She descended upon the demon after the attack was over. Her haori fluttered behind her, her brows narrowed, and a sweat fell off her skin. The temperature of the vicinity had increased sharply. She needed to end this quickly. Insect breathing, forth from, she said, quickly preparing her deadliest poison. She did not even spare some for other demons. She simply injected the deadliest wisteria poison with every stab. The whole dosage, in theory, was enough to take down every single member of the 12 Kazuki. She couldn't take the risk of the demon surviving even for a minute. She had seen how destructive Taisho could be, and if he was to fight for a few seconds, he might burn the entire place down in an instant. Dance of Dragonfly. Her arm blurred in motion. She moved fast enough that even a dragonfly with its multiple eyes would not be able to see each of her attacks. In an instant, the demon with paralyzed arms was skewered everywhere. It happened in an instant almost. The attacks were precise enough to barely cause disturbance in the air. When you lacked the raw strength a Hashira should possess, you could not waste any force you generate. The linear motion of a stab allowed her to be precise, even more so than Jiyu the water Hashira. After she emptied the poison in hand, she leapt away with the same erratic movement and floated in the boiling air. She landed without a sound. She sighed, that should do it. But it was far from over. Taisho might be a new demon who ascended to the 12 Kazuki only a year prior, but there was a reason why he was so. He had a busted blood demon art, and he had a will strong enough to take an absurd amount of Musen's blood. That bastard. Taisho gritted his teeth in anger. He knew I was the worst matchup for you, and that is why he sent me here. A normal demon, even at the strength of an upper moon, should collapse on the spot or writhe in agony. Shinobu had studied demons for a full year now, developing stronger poison than she ever did in canon. So how, she couldn't help but swallow. Fine, I'll kill you quickly and search for others, Taisho said, his eyes bulging with demonic veins. Demon art, scorching dominion. His voice dropped loud and deep in the silence. Everything stilled. Then everything screamed. The earth beneath his feet caved in, but not because of a shockwave. The heat that came off from his body melted the ground and created a cave of lava. The air around him boiled and seemed to run away from him. Cool air filled the place only to be heated up and run away once more. The process happened rapidly, creating a whirlwind from sheer heat. His obsidian skin seemed to harden while his veins glowed like a river of lava was coursing through his body. The temperature rose so suddenly that Shinobu had to step back. She covered her mouth and she collapsed in pain. Oxygen was burned away, leaving her breathless. Even when she inhaled, she only took in scorching heat that burned her lungs from the inside. Her eyes shook and despair flashed. His blood demon art, furnace, not only allowed him to create heat, but his whole body was generating it. His core temperature was so hot that it easily burned the substance with which her poison was made. He was effectively immune to her poison. Indeed, he was the worst matchup for her. And his ability to boil the air was similar to Dauma, who froze the air. The technique was the perfect counter to demon slayers. It was effectively stopping them from using their breathing techniques. My body was forged in flames, and lava is my blood, Taisho said with dark chuckles. No humans can defeat me, he declared in full confidence, and it was close to the truth indeed. Shinobu stared with shaky eyes. She felt her clothes slowly heating up and burning her skin. She had stopped breathing altogether to not damage her lungs. In fact, just opening her eyes was difficult. What was her next move? Of course she ran. The sky exploded in brilliant lights from the fireworks. That was the only flash of hope she had at the moment. Taisho lunged at her, and he created massive explosions that shook the earth with every attack he threw but missed. The lava he left behind made it seem like the earth was crying. You can't run away, Taisho bellowed, heat radiating off from him. He was a walking calamity, a volcanic eruption. Shinobu nearly ran out of breath. She couldn't inhale to use another technique either. Her face started to pale. BOOM. 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 She saw her life flash many times. She nearly died a dozen times, but she finally reached it. All this time, she was not running aimlessly. She was heading towards somewhere, or someone to be exact. Plan B, she said and took out a syringe from her haori. It was not poison, quite the opposite actually. It was an antidote. She injected the whole thing inside Rengoku's unmoving body in the broken house. She took one breath that burned her lungs briefly and waited, and waited. The walls of the house were ripped open, and Taisho appeared. Die, he said and opened his mouth. His jagged teeth made way for a ball of pure concentrated energy that flooded out rivers of heat in an instant. BOOM. Everything was bright and burning for a few seconds. Then darkness swallowed the world again when the attack ended. Smoke rose, and when it was cleared up, you could see Rengoku crouching in front of Shinobu. His demonic body had blocked the attack for her. It worked, Shinobu said in relief. Her clothes were burnt everywhere, and her skin was red with burns too. But she was alive. Hess, it started low, but then joyous laughter filled the entire vicinity. It was a laughter that was vividly familiar to Shinobu even after a year. H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Rengoku bellowed while he stood up. I lost consciousness in the middle of a fight, only to wake up again in the middle of a fight. I guess my father was not joking when he said the life of a Hashira is full of hurdles, Rengoku declared, his eyes demonic but they held sanity. After Lady Tamyo arrived, the first thing they did was sever the connection between Rengoku and Muzan. She was an expert since she accepted Muzan's grasp herself, so it was not too difficult to do the same for Rengoku, especially when they had the tissues with severed connection to study. The only reason they did not wake Rengoku before was the uncertainty and the kindness of not wanting to wake him until he could be turned back into a human. But the situation demanded he wake up. Good morning to you too, fellow demon, Rengoku said. He appeared to be taking in the situation rather quickly. The way he accepted that he was a demon instantly made it seem like he had years to contemplate. Either it was insanity, or it was the display of unwavering will. A soul that was so sure of himself would never question his identity, no matter what body he inhabited, demon or human. I see that you have been unkind to my comrade, for that I shall fight you, he said, and his body started releasing a yellow glow of heat. But the heat that radiated off of Rengoku was not destructive. Instead, it felt warm and safe. His flames were kind. He is too powerful, fight him somewhere else, Shinobu said, and then Rengoku burst into action. Faster than anyone could predict. His body slammed into Taisho and forced him far away very quickly. It was to take the fight elsewhere. A few minutes later, you could see massive explosions going off on the other side of the mountain. The battle between the two demons was intense enough to demolish whole mountains. Chapter 176, Bullshit versus Bullshit. Third POV. The water Hashira Jiyu and the demon Amburo moved around the forest like solid shadows. Their forms were barely a blur as they exchanged attacks faster than the eye could see. There was serenity in Jiyu's eyes, the kind of calm that was only possible in times of peace and not in the middle of a battle. But his eerie calmness actually helped him in his fight as his body moved smoothly, without a hint of panic. Amburo had a new mask on his face. The mask was grinning from ear to ear with hollow eyes. The word joy was written on the forehead to show the expression the mask was wearing. The mask gave the demon extreme reflexes and agility, which Jiyu could barely keep up with in a straight face. That was Amburo's blood demon art, 100 Faces. He could gain the abilities of humans or other demons by carving their faces and making them into masks. But his limit was 100 masks. "You are so annoying, this is not fun at all." Amburo screamed in rage, and it was a split second, but the mask he was wearing changed. The demon was like a lion performer, with how fast he could switch his mask between the fight. His face changed, the mask morphing into a sneer, and the sin also turned a little red. You could tell with a glance that this was a mask of rage. And with the change in the mask, the temperature rose sharply. Jiyu's calm eyes widened in surprise as the demon erupted out, faster than ever before. The demon slammed his fist at Jiyu's guard, and the water Hashira buckled under the power. He shot off like a rag doll, completely overwhelmed by the sudden change in fighting style. He is not faster, he got stronger. More explosive, Jiyu thought while flipping in the air. His body crashed through a few trees before his momentum slowed down enough so that he could catch himself. He spun in the air and landed with a soft thud, his arms trembled and his bones felt like they cracked. Maybe they did. He had no time to check, because Amburo was already upon him again. He had not grown larger, but his steps felt heavier, enough to shake the ground. Amburo could switch between fighting styles in the middle of battle. This trait alone was so overpowered that the demon would likely be able to beat any other swordsman with ease. But he was fighting a water Hashira. And water adapts. Jiyu changed his posture, and he even changed the muscle engagement. From a style that could contend with a speedster, he now stood with a style that could exchange blows with a berserker. The change was almost instant, like water changing shape when put into different utensils like a cup to a bowl. Water breathing, Ike's form. Jiyu's body stilled, completely frozen like a statue. His body took a few seconds to prepare for an explosion of all the raw strength it could muster. Each cell seemed to be squeezed dry of energy. The demon only increased his speed in response. Now each step left a massive crater in its wake. The trees shook and fell before he even got there. Pillar break, howl of rage. Amburo bellowed with rage in his mask. He leapt into the air and executed the perfect axe kick. He fell like an asteroid, ready to slam into the earth with enough force to cause extinction. Waterfall, Jiyu said, and he swept his sword upwards to meet his kick. Water can flow, but it can also crash. Two attacks met in equal devastation. The air vibrated, and then an explosion made the trees bend to their limit. The shockwave was enough to rip the upper layers of the earth. Amburo groaned in equal surprise and fear. The clash lasted for a few seconds, which felt like a few hours. Then they both pushed each other back, the attacks canceled each other out. Amburo repositioned himself in midair and proceeded to launch another attack. Pillar break, skyfall. The nature of the attack was in the name. To Jiyu, it looked like the sky was falling apart as Amubro's arms blurred and rained down at him with enough power to shatter boulders. Jiyu sucked in a deep breath and he pushed his body to the limit and a little beyond that. His body stilled, he was so still that his presence imitated a calm ocean. Completely unbothered by what was happening because its massive size endured all. But then a shift. Water breathing, esoteric art. Jiyu's breath sounded like screams. He brought out the worst water had to offer, the most violent and destructive of liquid. Tsunami. For each punch that came, Jiyu answered with a slash. Their limbs blurred, the clash of iron and fist was fast enough that it sounded like a continuous roar. The air lit up due to the friction of the unending attacks. The intensity of their continuous clash was threatening to buckle the very ground. It started from 1, then 10, 100, and soon enough 1,000 blows were exchanged in a matter of minutes. Jiyu was pushed to the limit. It was not an easy fight at all. The 12 Kazuki were definitely stronger than ever before. The standoff ended once more. Amburo's face twitched, and then the mask was replaced with a new one. This mask was weeping, its face scrunched up in absolute fear. The word despair was written on the forehead. "Look at me," Amburo taunts, "this is you." Jiyu moved. The change of mask was swift, but enough to leave an opening. The shaped edge of his blade immediately sailed at the neck of the demon, barely biting at the flesh. It was almost over. But it was never that easy. Voidborn's dead pull. The moment the name of the technique fell, the surrounding gravity was increased tenfold. The earth sank like it was water, forming a clean crater without cracks. Jiyu immediately buckled on his knees. The mask Amburo was wearing used to be the face of a demon who had gravity manipulation as his blood demona art. "That's right, you should kneel in despair." Amburo released dark chuckles before his body shifted unnaturally. He then released a roar of agony as a face appeared in his head. Now he had two faces and both wore different masks. The new face was wearing rage. "This is the end for you, Hashira," Amburo said with two voices that harmonized to make demonic sounds. "I will enjoy wearing your face." Jiyu clenched his fists. He was staring down at the ground, and the increased gravity prevented him from looking up. He was on his knees, his spine ached, trying but failing to straighten him up. He gritted his teeth in anger. The demon missed it due to only seeing Jiyu's back, but the water Hashira had a growing mark on the side of his face. Pillar break, skyfall. With the increase in gravity which he manipulated, Amburo's previous attack was increased tenfold. He had enough power to flatten hills, such was the force behind the attack. Water breathing, 11th form. Amburo's head with two faces fell on the ground before the demon even realized it. "Dead calm," he heard Jiyu say behind him. He didn't even know what happened, how it happened. Jiyu had access to the selfless state which erased his presence completely. But coupled with the demon's slayer mark and a moment of need, Jiyu briefly went beyond that. For an instant, reality lost Jiyu's presence and his very existence, allowing him to slip past gravity itself so his body was no longer chained. His movement was unbound by time almost as he sliced the demon's head in one fell swoop. It was only a moment that reality lost Jiyu and allowed him to slip past logic. But a moment was all he needed to cut off a head. "Bullshit," Amburo muttered as his head turned to ash. Jiyu took a deep breath, and then he glared at the body of the demon that stood still even after the face was gone. The momentary feeling of victory he felt was dashed away when a new head grew from the body. It was a different mask. Amburo had 100 faces. Jiyu cut off 2 of his most powerful faces, but he still had 98 faces. "Bullshit," Jiyu said it back. This fight was anything but easy. Chapter 177, The Dance of Flames. 3rd POV. Rengoku was not sure what was going on. He didn't even regain his coherent mind until later on. He opened his eyes and he saw someone in need, so he protected them. He saved them. It was as simple as that. It was instinct. But as the searing heat whispered at his skin, he regained a semblance of thought. He did not know how long he slept, but now he was awake and the butterfly mansion was under attack. He saw a demon in front of him and he fought like he had trained his whole life to do. He slayed demons to protect people. "You are a demon, why are you attacking me?" Taisho said as he made a road of lava from his body crashing along the mountain. They easily went past the barriers Enmu and Rui had set up, and now they were in a faraway mountain, where their destructive battle wouldn't disturb the people hiding in the butterfly mansion. "It doesn't matter what I am, only where my heart lies," Rengoku said, while dusting himself off of the dirt and smoke. and my heart still lies with the demon Slayer Corp. It doesn't matter where your heart lies, you should be obeying Lord Musen's order. You are his slave the moment you become a demon. The only way out is to grow stronger, Taisho said, as he too got back up to his feet. Ah, you are right. Rengoku hit his palm as if he just realized the situation himself. But then he shrugged. Well, it must be the doing of my comrades. I still have my freedom despite becoming a demon. This is great, ha 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 ha. Rengoku bellowed out laughter. Taisho just stayed there for a while, staring in disbelief as Rengoku checked out his new appearance. He was not the brightest among the 12 moon demons, he was a living weapon for Musen to order. And the order was to destroy the mansion, but here he was, too far away to even hurt anyone. The order was to kill the humans, but a demon stood in his way. So what shall he do? He waited for a bit for the order to come, but it never came, so he was only left to follow his own decision. Taisho grinned. If you still want to side with humans after becoming a demon, then you shall die alongside them. Sure, that is only natural, Rengoku said, while he was feeling the 2 horns on his forehead. Come at me, I am brimming with power, Rengoku said, and gestured for Taisho to come at him. If a Hashira could rival the 12 demon moons as a human, he should be able to defeat one after becoming a demon. So Rengoku was not too worried, even though the demon seemed stronger than most. Blood demon art, Hellforged arsenal, Taisho said, and then his veins glowed with red and yellow. He seemed to have lava instead of blood, and the liquid fire seeped out from his hand and took the shape of different weapons. At first, it was a sword, then a hammer before it finally settled into a giant axe. The demon nodded in satisfaction before he blurred towards Rengoku. Interesting, the flame Hashira-turned-demon said as he watched the demon approach him. He was a blur to the human eye, but he moved slowly from his demonic perspective. There was something inside him, the power that begged to be released. He knew like it was second nature what his demon art was, and it was telling him that it could do what Taisho just did. His heart beat with power. Rengoku felt heat coursing through his veins, fire was being pumped by his heart. Set your heart ablaze, he mouthed with a smile, but this time it was not just a metaphor, it was literal. His heart was set ablaze. He gripped his hand as if holding an invisible sword. But then a flaming sword materialized from his hand, one that felt just like how his Nichiren blade used to feel in his hand. Rengoku moved, faster than he intended actually. The speed that would take proper breathing form to attain, he was able to achieve with a single step. Rengoku was all smiles, there was not even a hint of conflict in his heart from the situation. He was a demon now, at least he should be a little affected, right? No, Rengoku's heart was sure. Let's see, he roared and then tested the limit of his demon physique. Taisho had a head start, but in the end, they met in the middle. Rengoku swung his sword up, meeting the axe that swung down at him with such force that it could cleave through the mountain. Fire meets fire. Heat swallowed heat. BOOM. HAHAHAHAHA? Yes, this is it. I've been waiting for this. Taisho's demonic laugh filled the boiling air, ridding oxygen from the vicinity, but neither needed to breathe. What is your name? Taisho asked, and Rengoku was more than ready to answer. Rengoku Kyojiro. Let's fight to our heart's content, Rengoku, Taisho said, and that was when their clash ended, and they turned into lines of yellow and orange as they started exchanging blows with each other. The ground beneath them would turn into liquid lava everywhere they clashed. A forest fire started almost immediately, but neither was affected. They danced with the flames. It was not long until the world around them no longer resembled what could be considered normal. It looked like they were fighting on the grounds of hell. The air warped from the heat of their battle, and colors seemed to be melting off of reality. Trees ignited in waves, and stone liquefied from the force of their collisions. Rengoku blocked another swing of Taisho's attack. This time his weapon shifted from an axe to a warhammer. The collision created a thunderous boom that echoed through the mountain and was visible from the butterfly mansion. Taisho jumped back to create distance. His warhammer changed into a spear. Blood demon art, lava fangs. The molten projectiles drove through the air, aiming right at Rengoku, who had no intention of moving. Instead, He swiped his sword made of flame and cut the spear with ease. Dayo launched 3 more spears at him. Rengoku charged forward while cutting the spears that came at him like bullets. He carved a path through the attacks and came upon Dayo once more. The 2 demons met with a storm of sparks and fire. Dayo conjured lava and shaped it into a whip of molten chains before he lashed out an attack. Rengoku simply stepped into the assault. The difference in their technique and mastery was clear. A human who had to train to get stronger easily eclipsed the demon who was given power and did not have to attain it. The chains coiled around Rengoku's arms, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he pulled Dayo toward him with a fierce tug, gritting through the fire with a wild grin on his face. His sword just roared brighter with flames. Blood demon art, eruption surge. Dayo slammed his foot into the scorched earth, and the land cracked in all directions before molten geysers erupted from the cracks. The lava rained down like arrows, burning through trees and melting what was left of the terrain. Sadly, it did nothing to hurt Rengoku. Flames no longer hurt him. Rengoku dashed and spun through the downpour like a streak of light. They both clashed with brilliant lights. "You're matching me blow for blow. A demon like you should join us. We could fight like this forever," Dayo said in euphoria as heat washed over them. "I don't fight for fun, I only fight to protect," Rengoku said, his eyes narrowed. "You invited the wrong guy, you should go for Sanemi instead." Their clash ended, and both demons sent each other away as their attack cancelled each other. Dayo took the opening. Blood demon art, Smelter's Maw. Dayo inhaled deeply, then unleashed a roaring torrent of white-hot flame from his mouth. It swept over the battlefield like a pyroclastic surge, incinerating everything in its path. Even the ash disintegrated in the face of the pure, condensed inferno. Rengoku didn't run, he dashed straight into it. The flames swallowed him whole. But within that blinding pillar of energy, he pushed forward. His body was a blade itself as it separated the pillar of heat. But that was not the end. Halfway through, the flames began wrapping around him instead, empowering him instead of burning him as it should. The fire obeyed him. Dayo's smirk faltered for the first time. Rengoku didn't stop. He swung his sword again, and the pillar of energy aided his attack. A wide arc of flame slammed into Dayo's chest. Dayo suffered a wound on his chest, and he bled out pure lava from the cut. The fight took a small pause after that. Dayo touched his wound in disbelief, while Rengoku just stared. That last display of power showed who had the superior blood demon art. Rengoku was able to control Dayo's foulness. Dayo's blood demon art was Furnace. Rengoku's blood demon art was King of Flames. "I think I understand it now," Rengoku commented, breaking the silence. "It felt weird at first, my body felt foreign, but now I've gotten used to it. I should be able to do it." Dayo held his breath, able to do what? He asked in his mind. And then Rengoku finally got into a stance, a proper one. A thick silence. Flame breathing. Then massive flames erupted from Rengoku. You wouldn't know heat had sound until you saw him in this state. The flames seemed to hum like some kind of ancient monster. Indeed. Dayo never stood a chance, not by a long shot. A great fight for him was a warm-up for Rengoku. Dayo fell to his knees, and he despaired. He didn't think he would ever be able to surpass Rengoku. Even Akaza did not make him feel this hopeless. Esoteric art. That was the end for Dayo. How could a demon regenerate when he was reduced to ash completely? And Dayo turned to ash, along with the mountain. Rengoku. BOOM. Chapter 178, Sleeping Wind. Third POV. A green blur slipped through the forest, bringing with it a hurricane everywhere it went. Almost there. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was one of the Hashira closest to the Butterfly Mansion. His aim was to go there in the first place to visit his injured student, and it was during his travels that he saw the fireworks. Then he sprinted towards the mansion as fast as he could, covering almost 100 kilometers in just half an hour. The terrain slowed down his speed, but he all but blasted through every obstacle. And now he could see the mansion in the distance. What the fuck is going on there? He paused while staring at a distant mountain that was heating and lighting up with an explosion. It was far enough to not cause trouble, so, although Seinmi wanted to check what was going on, he refrained from doing so and headed towards the mansion. He saw some kind of mist blocking his way, and like always, he charged straight into it. Nothing had stopped him until now, and the air was not about to stop him. He ran into the fog. His vision was blocked by wispy smoke, but he relied on his other senses to go straight forward. The fog was not big. It should only take him a moment to run past it. A minute passed, and then another. He continued running as the sense of time slowly slipped away from him. At one point he realized he did not know how long he had been running. Was it a few minutes, or had he been running for hours? His running slowed down until he came to a complete stop. He had seen the fog from a distance. It was not much. He should be out by now, but here he was. That could only mean that this was the doing of a demon. Seinmi's eyes widened in realization, and he pulled out his sword before he stabbed 2 inches deep at his own thighs. A sharp pain coursed through his body, and he regained a sense of clarity. The mist around him was messing with his senses, be it the sense of time, the sense of direction, the sense of touch, and even the sense of hearing. It was manipulating them or outright blocking them. Hypnotism. Seinmi pulled out his sword slowly from his leg, and he focused on the pain. The feeling of pain was the best way to keep the mind grounded in reality. He should not be manipulated with illusions. All other feelings could be fake, but pain was always real. "Stop hiding and come out," Seinmi said while looking around the white smoke. He flicked his sword, and the blood covering the tip splattered around. The smell of his blood was intoxicating and attractive to demons, so he was using it to bait out the demon. It worked too. Such delicate aroma. Enmu emerged from the white smoke. No demon could resist the scent of his blood. "Gotcha," Seinmi grinned, more devilishly than even the demon himself. His eyes caught the flickering figure of Enmu, and he locked the fuck in on that. "Stupid demon," Seinmi tensed his whole body. Wind-breathing, third form. Clear storm wind cutter. The mist fled and Sanmei cut through the air fast enough to create a high-pitched sound. It sounded like a jet going full speed. He sliced at the enemy, bisecting him in half, but then the demon turned into smoke. What? That was not all. The smoke made its way through his nose even without having to inhale. Seinmi staggered back an instant, his body became numb. He could feel that he was not being himself. He regripped his sword and aimed at his own flesh once more, trying to stab himself, but a hand stopped him. Enmu appeared in front of him, his body wrapped in the mist. "Don't do that, why bother hurting yourself?" Enmu whispered eerily, "Just sleep." Enmu blinked his eyes, and that released a hypnotic wave that caught Seinmi straight to his face. His eyes rolled back, and only white remained. His body became frozen, and he fell over like a statue, completely unconscious. "I thought he was a Hashira, but that was easier than I anticipated," Enmu said while gazing at the unconscious human. Then his face shifted into a lusty grin, and he licked his lips. Third POV. Infinity Castle. An outburst of killing intent, raw and angry, shook the entire dimension. The wooden floor beneath their feet cracked as the demon lord manifested his rage. "It was not supposed to go like this," Musen said. His eyes shone deep red, and he had veins all over his face. "How can they fight back?" Musen asked himself. This was supposed to be a quick execution. He had sent his best demons to the Butterfly Mansion. It was supposed to be the start of the war. It was supposed to send a message of fear and despair to all of humanity. But the humans were fighting back, and if more reinforcement showed up, they were going to be repelled. He turned his head, and his eyes landed on Kokoshibo, who was sitting on his folded leg like a samurai. His 6 eyes closed, but he was awake. He seemed to be waiting patiently. If only Kokoshibo went there and quickly killed off the Hashira, the whole attack would be over in an instant. But Kokoshibo sat there, refusing to waste his time on any foe other than the one he deemed worthy. And Musen Kibitsuji had to respect his wishes. They were more like partners. After all, Kokoshibo was too powerful to be his slave like the rest. "A war is fought on 2 sides, my lord." Kokoshibo answered his question. "Just like you have been preparing, they have been doing the same." Muzin just frowned at being taught like some child. Of course, he knew that as well, but how could they be as strong as they were? Whatever preparation they made, it should be nothing compared to his. Even now, the Demon King underestimated the humans. "What should we do, Lord Muzin? Should I call them back?" Nakheim asked while running her hands through the biwa. "No," Muzin replied coldly. He took a deep, needed breath and considered his decision for the final time before his eyes hardened. "Call the other demons," Muzin said. "Every demon nest you currently have contact with, send them to the Butterfly Mansion." Muzin had been preparing for a war, and the main way he did that was by giving out his blood like some free commodity. Every demon that could take his blood did so to the absolute limit. The result of this was not very visible in the 12 Kazuki itself, as demons had a limit to how much blood they could take. It was hard to gather top-tier demons like that, especially with Seiji and the other Hashira making sure no exceptional demon survived long enough to get used to their power. But the consequence of his preparation was more evident in the demons right below the 12 Kazuki. The common demons. The standard of the top demons might remain unchanged, but the standard strength for the average demons skyrocketed. Basically, the high-rank demons increased and multiplied many times over. Mzuen had a shit ton of strong demons under his command, even though the strongest demons might be limited. "As you command," Nakheim said before she got to work immediately. The strings of her biwa strummed and changed the dimension, creating punctures in space. Her blood demon art was not all-powerful. It had certain limitations, like she had to mark people to teleport them forcefully, or she had to send her eyes first to the destination. But under the Demon Lord, she had prepared as well. She had many demons whom she was in contact with, and she was ready to summon them any time. Doors opened, connecting demon nests with hundreds of demons to the surrounding area of the butterfly compound. Kokyushibo observed everything in silence. He turned his eyes towards Nakheim, asking a silent question to which Nakheim simply shook her head. "How long?" Kokushibo asked in his mind, finding it hard to be patient. "How long before he appears?" Because that was what he was waiting for. That would be the main event, the climax of the war. Chapter 179, Wrath of Wind God. Third POV. It doesn't matter how strong you are, all beings die after you destroy their spiritual core, Enmu said while standing in front of the fallen Seinmi. He pulled at his own hand and ripped it off before throwing it at the unconscious body. The hand moved as if it had a mind of its own. And it did have a mind of its own. Enmu had gotten stronger over the year. Now he was able to split a part of himself, a part of his soul, and send them to destroy the spiritual core of someone in their dream. Before, he had to do it himself or make other people do it. But now he could do so with minimal risk, sending only a part of himself that he could recover easily in case the subject's unconscious mind fights back. Enmu turned away to walk around as he felt other people try and penetrate his barrier of mist. The demon slayers had arrived, quite a number of them actually. They saw the fireworks and immediately made their way here. But these demon slayers were stopped by Enmu and Rui. Their barrier made sure that the people inside stayed trapped while outsiders stayed out. No one could get in or get out without their permission. Enmu paused as he heard a new command inside his head. It was sent by Nakheim, and it was about the new adjustments in their plans. Not just him, but every surviving 12 moon got the message. "More demons? My, I guess the others failed already. My lord is so pitiful, it must be hell living as the perfect being in such an imperfect world," Enmu said, and started tearing up the more he thought about it. "Everyone failed you, but I will make sure to never do so, my lovely lord," Enmu said while licking his lips. "My king." He directed his gaze towards the butterfly mansion, and he saw a door opening in empty space. The door appeared inside both his and Rui's barrier. Hundreds of demons started flooding out from the door and ran towards the butterfly mansion with malice and hunger. Enmu smiled softly. He couldn't imagine the humans surviving for more than a few hours, and that was being generous. Meanwhile, he raised his remaining hand and thickened the fog. The demons were already inside using the gates of the Infinity Castle, so they skipped the barriers. Now all he had to do was make sure the demon slayers could not help the residents of the butterfly mansion. "Yes, get lost," Enmu said, his eyes turning demonic and glowing in eerie color. "Run around in circles forever." By hypnotizing anyone who entered his mist, he manipulated their sense of distance, time, and direction, so they ran in endless circles. His power was strong enough to manipulate a Hashira to a certain degree, so the lower ranks did not stand a chance. They were simple puppets for him to control. "Now then, onto my meal." He turned around, confident that Sanemi would have died by now. His soul would have been killed while his body remained in perfect condition for Enmu to enjoy. But when he turned, he saw his reflection on steel. Through sheer luck, and whatever villains had for plot armor, he dodged the blade that came straight for his neck. Enmu fell on his butt, fear immediately etched across his demonic face. He didn't look intimidating at all when faced with his own death. He looked rather pathetic instead, to be honest. He pushed himself away from the figure wrapped in mist almost immediately. He didn't even have a chance to stand back up. Only when he was far away, and he blended perfectly with the mist, that he took a moment to breathe. "That is impossible," he commented as he looked at the man who swung the sword. Sanemi. His eyes were completely white, and veins decorated his entire body. They became even more prominent than the multiple scars on his body. Enmu searched for his detached hand, and he saw it wrapping against Sanemi's neck. That meant the human had not broken out from his spell. But how was he moving? Enmu had a guess, but it was so outlandish that he refused to believe it for several seconds. "I guess the Hashira are really a different breed of human," Enmu admitted at last with relieved chuckles. Sanemi, the wind Hashira, was completely knocked out at the moment, but his body was moving on pure instincts. Even though his mind was stuck in a dream, the body knew that it was in danger, so it aimed to kill the source of danger. Sanemi stayed in his place for a while. His body trembled now, and then before he suddenly shifted and faced towards Enmu. "You are inside my fog, you can't see, you can't hear, you can't feel, and you can't even think," Enmu said while standing up. Indeed, Sanemi was all that, but he knew one thing, and that was the enemy. He knew the enemy. And he didn't need any other senses to cut down an enemy. Sanemi burst into action. His body moved without a mind, so he had no technique, but years of training had made his body a weapon in of itself. Enmu replied to the attack. He grew claws and sparks flashed in the fog as they exchanged blows with each other. Sanemi moved like a zombie, fighting on pure instincts, so he was nothing compared to his true strength. But that was enough to pose a threat to Enmu, who was just a liar and a manipulator. Enmu was not a warrior. Enju gritted his teeth as his knee buckled at the weight of Sanemi's attack. To make the situation worse, he was currently weakened due to having to maintain the barrier around the compound. He could not beat Sanemi like this. He would die before his damned hand destroyed Sanemi's spiritual core. Enmu changed strategy. His stump hand exploded in blood, and so did the detached hand that was choking Sanemi. A string of blood connected them, and Enmu reconnected his hand. "I'll destroy your soul," Enmu said, and pulled Sanemi closer to him and put his other hand on his head. Then everything paused. Sanemi froze as if restrained by invisible chains, and Enmu closed his eyes. The battle shifted and took place inside the dreamscape of Sanemi. Sanemi's dreamscape was like any other. It was a village, the village where Sanemi grew up with his family. More often than not, the dreamscape of someone took the shape of a place they held dear. For most people, that was their home. Enmu immediately saw a younger version of Sanemi, a child with white hair and earnest eyes. With no scars on his body, he looked innocent and kind. The child was holding onto his own spiritual core with one hand, bringing it close to his chest protectively while his other hand held a weapon, a cleaver to be exact. He was aiming the cleaver at a moving hand in front of him that was trying to destroy the core. "He is aware that he had to protect his core. No wonder I can't kill him," Enmu said thoughtfully. Most people were ignorant inside their own dream, too distracted by their own wishes being fulfilled. But Sanemi was acutely aware that he was inside a dream, which made him an exceptional case. For a person who never had a happy and carefree day in his life, a dream was easy to distinguish. It was how Sanmei realized he was in a dream in the first place. Everything was too good to be true. No matter, Enmu said, and approached the small boy standing on a dirt road. The houses surrounded them. From the looks of it, they were in the middle of a street. The singular hand jumped and reconnected with his stump when Enmu reached his place. Then he finally launched an attack. Obviously, it was not a physical attack. Enmu was a manipulator, a liar. He was not a fighter. It was a psychological attack, made to break whatever Sanmei had for a shell. Enmu took the form of the person Sanmei loved most in the world. He was able to do this since his entire spirit was inside the dreamscape now, and not just a part of himself. His mother, Enmu thought, while observing his own changed appearance. He did not have to do anything actually, as Sanmei changed him to look like the person he loved the most in the world. "What are you doing here? Let's go, your siblings are waiting for us back home," Enmu said. Sanmei was completely frozen. He only stared with hollow eyes at the woman Enmu had now become. The demon felt a sadistic satisfaction when looking at his expression. "What is that in your hand? Give it to me," she asked in a motherly tone. Sanmei remained still. "Be a good boy and give it to me." She grabbed Sanmei's wrist and pushed down the cleaver. "You can trust me," she giggled. "Don't worry, I won't break it." Her hand was about to reach the spiritual core, and that was when Sanmei finally moved. A tiny shift brought the core out of her reach. She turned to look at Sanmei's face, and her eyes widened. Enmu had never seen such a broken face on a person. Sanmei's face was drained of color as if abandoned out of pity. The eyes were alive, horribly alive, and it showed all the bad things life had to offer. His lip was straight, neither smiling nor frowning. But the scrunching of his expression made his juvenile face like that of an old man, weary and completely exhausted. The demon was taken aback. He did not know life could make such a face. "Why did you make me do it again?" Sanmei whispered. Enmu blinked as the cleaver struck the middle of his eyes. Blood exploded everywhere, and Sanmei did not stop there. The child continued beating his own mother again and again with the cleaver. The knife specifically made for cutting meat and crushing bones did its job as Enmu soon became a pile of torn flesh. Again and again. Enmu could not comprehend how someone could kill the person they loved the most. It had never happened before. It should have been impossible. "And they called us demons," he thought while looking at the hollow eyes of Sanmei as he continued butchering him. The child killed his own mother. "Haa!" Enmu screamed in sharp pain as his spiritual body was destroyed. He jumped away as far as he could from the wind Hashira. Sanmei staggered. He shook his head as if to shake away the remnant of the nightmare he had just experienced. When he opened his eyes and stared at Enmu, his face was that of pure rage. Sanmei could not choke out the rest of the curses. His eyes teared up, but instead of tears, they cried out blood. The face of wrath, that was the last thing Enmu saw. Breath of the wind god, first form. Sanmei exploded like a hurricane, tearing away the layers of the atmosphere like they were paper. He was the incarnation of destruction. Wrath of Fujin. Enmu was reduced to red mist. His body was so finely sliced and ripped apart that it left nothing behind except color. But the attack did not end there. The wind, furious and alive, howled its vengeance across the land. It carved its shape into the earth with a signature written in fury. The wrath of gas tore through stone, ripping solid into shreds, turning ground to gravel and gravel to dust. The fog barrier disappeared too in an instant. Every demon slayer trapped in the fog was released. They roared in victory, knowing that one of the Hashira probably dealt with the demon responsible for the mist before they charged towards the butterfly mansion once more. On the other hand, Sanmei remained in his place. His breath was ragged and panting as he stood alone, surrounded by destruction. It was not over. The anger did not fade. Instead, the rage fully consumed his heart. "Demons, I will kill every single one of you," he renewed a promise before he too blitzed towards the mansion. He was not here to protect anyone. His own rage blinded him. His only desire was to kill the demons. A reasonable crash-out, might I add. Now the demons had to bear the wrath of the wind Hashira. Chapter 180, just like that. Third POV. The people flinched and ducked their heads as the sounds of battle surrounded the central hall of the Butterfly Mansion. The sound of battle was intense, and it was the only sound, as everyone was too busy worrying to make a noise. The distant roar of explosions came from a mountain away, but it still reached their ears. "Let me go, woman," Inasuk gritted out, but Ai held him down. She hugged him like a koala hugging a tree for dear life. "No, you can't go," she said. For someone who was not a warrior, she was unbelievably stubborn. She was one of the few people who could outstubborn Inasuk. "Grrr," Inasuk just growled. "She's right, Inasuk. You were even more injured than me in our last mission. Even if you leave, you wouldn't be of any help," Tanjiro, who had returned with Kanny, said. "The Hashiras are fighting battles beyond our intervention. We will just be a weakness to them," he said. It sounded like he was spitting blood with each word with how difficult the sentence came out. "Easy for you to say, after you had a battle, after you are able to help," Inasuk said with gritted teeth, but eventually, he calmed down. What else could he do? "You are needed here. There is barely anyone else who can fight. We need you to protect us if it comes to that," Ai said. Inasuk silently processed her words before he gave a hard nod. He could be like a wild beast, but he also understood duty and responsibility. The seconds passed as they stayed in the hall, waiting for the others to fight off the attack. They felt weak, they felt helpless. The only thing they could do was hope for the best. Knock. 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 A knock could be heard from the entrance of the hall. Inasuk and the group were nearest to the door since they were the last to hide. Ai's natural reaction was to open the door for the person knocking, but she was stopped by Tanjiro. His hand gripped her wrist, and a sense of unease filled his eyes. "Wait a minute, Ai-san," Tanjiro said while staring unblinking at the door. "Don't open the door." Ai was speechless. She had never felt Tanjiro so serious before, but the knocking persisted. Until eventually, a voice came. It was the voice of a weak, desperate old man who seemed to be crying out for help. The tone struck the hearts of everyone in the silence. "Please, please, if you don't let me in, they are going to hurt me." On one hand was Tanjiro's warning, on another was the desperate call for help. In the end, Tanjiro himself was the one to open the lock and slide open the sturdy door. His nose said the person was a demon, but his kind heart could not ignore the possibility of ignoring someone in need of help. The door slid open, and it revealed what everyone feared. A demon. "Please, help me, protect me," Hantingu all but begged with tears falling from his eyes. SWWWSH. The sound of shrieking steel could be heard. Kano and Tanjiro moved fast, but Insokyu beat them to it as his chipped sword sliced at the demon. The cut was not clean with the chipped sword. Inasuk literally just ripped the head off from the demon's shoulder. The spray of blood and gore colored the face of the first beast-breathing user. Everyone watched as the head landed in the corridor with a thud while the body fell limply in its place. There was silence. The scene left the people with tension. Was that it? Was that not a little too easy? It gave the feeling of something unfinished, like looking at a bubbling egg before it was cooked. Their feelings came true. "What?" Inasuk barked in surprise as the headless demon quickly regenerated. No, it was not just regeneration. The demon multiplied. The body grew a head, and the head grew a body. Their appearance changed too. It was subtle but obvious to the veteran warriors. Their instincts screamed. "Everybody brace," Tanjiro screamed as the demon gently swung a leaf fan. Green energy exploded, and the air became a weapon. The weaponized air roared like a beast with no master as a hurricane was created out of thin air. The shockwave easily blasted apart the structure of the central hall. The woods tore against the invisible calamity, and everyone was exposed to danger in one unexpected explosion of force. The less injured demon slayers immediately came to the front, helping people who were hurt. The splinters of wood had hurt many people, making them bleed into the ground. In the open air, the people could finally see the demons that had surrounded them before they even realized it. "Oh no," Tanjiro's face fell, not in fear for himself but for others. On the other hand, Kano was already moving to kill the demons. The help had not come yet, so they had to hold off the demons for now. Inasuk was already engaging in a fight with the personalities of Hantingu, but that would become more and more hopeless as the fight went on. For each part of the body sliced off, Hantingu multiplied like an amoeba. Kanao swiped her sword swiftly with deadly speed and deadlier precision. She was expecting an easy cut, the scenario of the demon's head falling off already played in her mind. But that was hopeful, way too hopeful. With the numbers of the present demons and more coming their way, she was expecting them to be cannon fooders. But the random demon she chose was no low-level demon. How did she know? Well, you're a feisty one, the demon said while holding her sword between two fingers. A nervous smile stretched her lips. With that first exchange, she could determine the strength of the demon. Weaker than Kaigaku, but not by much. The demon was a high-ranking demon, only below the 12 Kazuki. If it was before, the demon would be as strong as a bottom-lower moon. "Where are you, big brother?" she asked with a helpless smile as another demon launched her away like a rag doll with an energy-infused fist. The humans were overwhelmed. Third POV. Outside the butterfly compound. "What the hell, these are impossible to cut through," a Hinoda-ranked demon slayer said while trying to cut through the silk that wrapped around the trees. "They look like spider webs, but they are tougher than steel," another demon slayer beside him said. They had met each other while coming to the mansion for help. "It doesn't make sense. Where is the demon responsible for this, damn it?" he roared while swinging his Nicaran blade. Sparks flew, but it only resulted in a chipped sword. The webs weaved a barrier around the compound, going from tree to tree to make it impossible to traverse the terrain. The webs were as tall as the trees and covered 5 meters of ground, so jumping over them was not an option. "Let's try climbing on them," one of them said before he tore off a piece of cloth to use as a glove. The webs were thin and tough, so they would easily cut through his skin without protection. The demon slayer carefully climbed from one web to the other, but before he made it high, there was a movement in the threads. "Look out," the man on the ground screamed, but it was too late. The webs turned red like blood, and they moved like living snakes. The webs now turned red, wrapped on the demon slayer's neck before squeezing it clean off. His headless body fell first, followed by the thudding of his head. NOO. Such a scene could be observed almost in every direction as the demon slayers tried, but failed to penetrate the barrier of webs. If they were making progress, the webs would turn red and move to attack them. Many lost their hand or feet, while a few lost their lives. The only way to get through it seemed to be by digging under the web. Some demon slayers were already trying to do just that, but digging through the entire thing would take time. Heck, it might take the whole night. The sound of destruction and distant screams that came from the mansion only frustrated them further. They were so close, yet so far away. BOOM. Damn it, even explosives are not working. One of the more experienced demon slayers, Kinodo ranked, tried using the bomb he was carrying, but to no avail. The webs were more like steel than actual organic matter. Even guns didn't work. The Demon Slayer Corp had been incorporating modern weapons in their arsenal, but none of them worked. But the human spirit was hard to extinguish as they tried again and again. Even the people who lost a hand were not discouraged as they tried to penetrate through the barrier of webs. "Where are you?" Sanmi roared while running along the fence in search of the demon responsible for the webs. He had tried bulldozing through the barrier. It almost worked, but the webs just fixed themselves and reconnect before he could pass through. It was not just him. The other Hashiras who had come here also searched for the demon. It was a race against time. On the other hand, the perpetrator, Rui, sat on top of a tree branch surrounded by his own webs. He had 6 arms, 3 on each side, and the 60 fingers on his hands were connected to a web. He was feeling the vibrations of the webs he spun, so, although he was hiding in the thick vegetation, he could feel everything around him as if he was there. The struggling demon slayers sent vibrations that told him more than he needed. He could react to anything that threatened to penetrate the barrier. No one shall get in. Occasionally, he would send his own blood through his webs for easier control, and that ended in fatality for the demon slayers most of the time. He also chose his position carefully to avoid being discovered, so he should be able to complete his mission without any hurdle. At least that was the plan. Until a pair of eyes locked on him. Through all the complex branches, through his shield of webs and through the darkness of the night, the eyes saw him. Almost too easily, as if the world could not hide anything from the eyes, almost as if the world always bore naked truth to them. Ahem. A sound, a really weird sound that activated goosebumps he thought he no longer had. It sounded like a click iron hitting iron, a sonar from a huge submarine. The demon did not know exactly what the sound was, but it was making every demonic instinct in him scream. It was akin to the same distress he felt under the sun. "Come out," Rui said with narrowed eyes. He tugged at his webs, trying to locate the eyes that continued gazing at him even now, stripping him of every mask he thought he had and peering at his real self. But Rui never found the source of the gaze, because unbelievably the eyes were outside of his own range of webs. How they could see him from such distance was a miracle. Another second passed, the sound of clicking stopped. Rui looked ahead and caught the glimpse of purple. The two dots of eerie purple were very far, at least a kilometer away from him. Rui could barely see the light with his heightened vision. Rui felt relieved when he saw that the gaze came from a kilometer away, giving him enough time to react in case of an attack. 1 second. And just like that, the purple was in front of him. Rui could never hope to react to such speed. The world itself had never seen such speed over a distance. Only after the invention of fighter jets would any other human achieve the same speed. Rui froze like a statue as the purple passed him. The only thing he felt was vibration, and then the color passed like a nightmare. Nothing. For a solid 5 seconds that felt like an eternity, nothing happened to Rui. He thought he was dead, his body froze up completely, and all bodily functions had paused. He was not breathing, and even his heart was not beating. But perhaps he was wrong. His heart felt relieved at such a thought. It was only at the first beat of his heart, the first draw of breath, that Rui fell apart. His beating heart was sliced into pieces, and so was his lungs. The pain caused a jolt in his body. His leg fell apart first, and it traveled up his body like a contagious disease. Each movement peeled away another piece of himself. The damage continued with every twitch of muscle until the pain became unbearable. Rui opened his mouth to scream, but his scream never came as the movement caused his head to fall apart into thinly sliced sheets. The last thing he remembered was the name of the attack carried by the wind. Hesitation's demise. Rui, one of the proud 12 moon demons. He thought he was something to be feared after absorbing that much of Muzin's blood. Yet he died like a common demon. Just like that. Indeed, just like that. Chapter 181, The Cost of War. Third POV. A war always had a cost. In this war, where the enemies were undead, humans paid the greater price. The loss of life was the ultimate tragedy. It didn't matter whether the soul taken was young or old, healthy or ill, each life was priceless because once a life was lost, it was lost forever. There would never be another exactly the same. Every individual had different stories to tell. They had unique memories, dreams, loves, and regrets. All of that vanished with death, entire worlds erased in a heartbeat. Few people truly understood this. Fewer still allowed themselves to care. Unfortunately, Tanjiro was one of the few who did. He felt the weight of every scream, the silence that followed, the stories that would never be told again. And if each life was priceless, then in that moment, Tanjiro was watching infinity fall. Stop it. Stop it. Please stop it. Please, I beg you, just stop. Demons had ears, but they didn't listen to the pitiful cries of the young boy who watched cruelty in the eye. The demons attacked, but they rarely came to the people with swords. The warriors who stood to protect the weak were ignored as the demon went for easier prey. The order was to kill everyone in the Butterfly Mansion. So why would the demons choose to actively engage with the demon slayers while there were easier kills? Stop it! Tanjiro screamed and attacked one of the demons with a swing of his sword. A trail of water followed the edge of his blade as it attempted to flow through the neck of the demon. The demon snarled, ducking under the blade before he delivered a kick right at Tanjiro's stomach, seeing him a few meters away. His desperation had created openings in his defense. Tanjiro sucked in a breath even as his lungs felt like they could collapse at any moment. The demons were strong, but they were not smart like they used to be, a side effect of ingesting more Musen's blood than they could take. Instead, the demons were like animals, moving on predatory instincts. The demon blitzed towards Tanjiro at the same speed as a thunder-breathing user. Tanjiro braced himself to take on the full force of the attack. He planted himself on the ground like a tree and bent his knees to load his legs like a spring. The attack came but never crashed. Tanjiro's eyes widened as the demon blitzed past him. His eyes shook and he looked back in horror, just in time to see the demon grabbing one of the patients by the side of his stomach. The man screamed in pain and fear as the demon sank his demonic claws, making a tear in the stomach for intestines spill out with thick red blood. In a flash, the man was dragged away into the far corner to be devoured by the demon. Tanjiro just stood there, eyes hollow. His loaded legs folded and his tense body turned limp. Demons grew stronger by consuming humans, so their instinct was telling them to eat the weak humans first. Tanjiro had to learn that war never played fair. As his eyes traveled around, he saw that the demons outnumbered the available warriors by almost threefold. In such a situation, there was no way for them to protect anyone. The only time the demons would fight them was after all the other people were killed. But at that point, what would Tanjiro protect? What the hell would he fight for? Tanjiro, Shinobu screamed from afar while taking the attention of 4 demons onto herself. She attacked any demon who tried to flee and forced them to fight her. Lady Kacho, Tanjiro thought before his instincts screamed. One of the demons had thought of him as easy prey now, so it came with a sneak attack. Tanjiro barely ducked under the swing and impaled the demon at the heart. The demon howled in pain as Nichiren's sword burned at the demon like hot iron wood. Sun-breathing, second form. Tanjiro breathed out flames from his mouth. His sword also turned red, and a trail of flame followed his motion. Fire wheel. Tanjiro swung his sword upwards, splitting the top half of the demon with his sword. The intensity of sun-breathing made sure the demon died in an instant. Had he used water breathing, his blade might not even be able to cut the demon. That was how durable the demon was. Tanjiro breathed hard after the demon disintegrated in front of him. This is no time to despair, Tanjiro. Get their attention in any way you can and force them into a fight, Shinobu screamed. Tanjiro moved into action again. He briefly glanced at Inosuke, who was fighting the different personalities of Hantingu at the top of the building, before he focused back on the demons. The battle was akin to a mother deer trying to protect her calf from a pack of wolves. The demons attacked the weak, while the demon slayers desperately tried to protect them. It might sound strange, but at that moment, the only thing they wished was to be attacked. They could protect themselves somehow, buy enough time for others to join. But death was instant when they went after the weak. Witnessing your own death was scary, but witnessing the death of people you were protecting was much worse. Because it came with guilt so heavy that Tanjiro did not know how to deal with. "Ai, look out!" Tanjiro screamed as a demon appeared behind her while she was trying to help a wounded. Logic was easily overwritten by desperation as Tanjiro threw his sword at the demon. The katana flew in the air, rather wobbly as it was not meant to be thrown, but it hit its mark. Shrii. The demon released a horrible screech while looking upwards. Tentacles sprouted from the lizard-looking demon, and the tip had sharp steel coated with poison. The tentacles wiggled upwards to show pain and anger. The tentacles straightened in control and were about to shoot at the closest victim, but Kano came there just in time. She still moved with grace, her fighting style stayed true despite the situation. The tentacles were cut into 3 levels before the head followed. The attack was not fast, only smooth. Like dandelions in the air, floating slowly but one you couldn't quite catch. She grabbed Tanjiro's sword as the demon disintegrated, and she threw it back at him while calling his name. "Here, Tanjiro." The series of actions caused a delay in her reaction as a demon slammed at her side. The demon was the one she was fighting with before she was forced to react to save AI. The demon had followed her and finally caught up. The demon swung bladed arms with spiky edges. The giant blade collided with Kano's arm from the side, then the force folded her body in a way no human body should be folded. An explosion of raw force, a spatter of blood and torn flesh. And then she shot off like a rag doll, skipping on the earth like a petal skipping on water. She crashed into the nearest tree, a sakura tree she often liked to rest under. Kano, the screams of horror and concern rang out collectively. Tanjiro felt a lump in his throat, his body all but froze even when his sword fell beside him. He didn't even dare move until the smoke cleared and it revealed Kano clutching her side, spitting out blood. But she still glared. She used her own sword as a support stick and walked back toward the demon that just traumatized her. Her side was spilling out blood and she looked exhausted, but the little girl pushed on. The scene struck something in every person who saw it. What the hell were they doing? Why the fuck were they despairing? Perhaps it was seeing such a delicate-looking girl standing despite the brutal assault she just suffered. Every person present who called themselves a man gritted their teeth in shame. Then that shame made them stand up. Even the patients of the butterfly mansion, the ones who were being protected, stood up. Adrenaline pushed their bodies beyond the limit as they tore away their own bandages that hindered their movement. "Ah, what the hell, give me that." The man AI was helping stood up and took away the sword she was holding. "If you want to eat me, you better work for it, you cursed fucks." The man screamed and slashed the demon that just attacked Kano. "Fuck you." That was the first cry of many that followed. From then on, there were no longer victims, only warriors in a war. A war always had a cost. A cost everyone was now willing to pay in full. "I'm so ashamed I could die." An elderly man, a sweeper of the butterfly mansion. His name was Tagashi. You might know him as the person who gave Seiji those duck eggs. He thought of himself as a victim in this attack, and he even acted like a victim. Until it hit him that literal children were protecting him, they were fighting for him. A young girl he watched grow up, one he saw as a granddaughter, was fighting for him. Was that how things were supposed to be? For the younger generation to fight for this old man? No, he realized he could not accept that. "So come at me, demons. Let me be the price of freedom. Perhaps then I would regain some of my dignity." The old man picked up the nearest object he could find, a broken broom, and he stood, waiting for his death to come. But he wouldn't just give up, though. He'd draw at least a drop of blood from these fuckers. That sentiment was shared by everyone present. The next fight that continued resembled a battle now instead of a slaughter. It was a one-sided battle, but everyone fought. There was no excuse for being injured, no excuse for being unskilled. All fought the war, all were ready to pay the price of war. A few minutes into the battle, and then there was a shift. It was like the gods themselves had blessed the determination of the humans. A lone bird soared through the sky, chirping loud sounds that echoed through the chaotic battlefield. Somehow, the song of the bird was heard. Perhaps it was the foreboding feeling that came with the chipping that made everyone hear the sparrow. Shinobu looked at the bird in the sky, recognizing the odd bird instantly. "Raven." It was a hilarious name for a sparrow. But that was not why everyone who saw the bird smiled. "Boom." An explosion shook the entire compound. It sounded like thunder that came from the depths of the earth and struck the sky. An upside-down lighting. Every eye turned to the direction of the explosion to see giant smoke rising in the distance. A single second later, the personalities of Hantingu that were clashing with Inosuke and a few odd demon slayers disinteracted. WHAA. Again, one of the proud 12 moon demons died like any common undead. His main body, so tiny that it should slip the gaze of any other human, attracted 2 purple eyes, and that was his death sentence. Perhaps this was what Hantingu spent his entire life fearing. A small movement in the air, too fast for even Shinobu to react to, and then he was there. He stood on the roof, just beside Inosuke, and his eyes were looking down at them. Long purple hair grown over the year glided with the wind. He was dressed in a full demon slayer uniform. His black haori blended with the night. "That's 2, he said, an odd voice that somehow felt void even with its weird intonation. The moment his word fell, everyone came out of their stupor. They hurriedly looked around themselves and realized the reason why their body had calmed and their instincts stopped screaming. Every demon was frozen on the spot. They were looking down, and they were sweating bullets. Perhaps at Bequas they had the same face not too long ago, but the humans could recognize fear in their demonic faces. Tanjiro took a step, and the demon seemed to flinch at that harmless movement. His pupils shrunk and shook violently. Every demon present felt like the world was out to get them. Even the gale of wind seemed sharp enough to slice their neck if they made any sudden movement. They just stilled, confused at how their demonic essence screamed danger. It was like they were standing under the sun. "That's it, everyone. The epic entrance is over. You can kill the demons now," Seiji said while crossing his arms. That was a cue for everyone to slash or attack the frozen demons. In the blink of an eye, the demons were reduced to half in number. Living Malice, a technique that materialized sheer killing intent into the world, was especially effective on the demons that traded their smart mind for more power. They were like animals living on instincts, so when they felt Seiji's killing intent, they just froze. "Gahhhhhhh, Renjiro is back," Insauk bellowed. "You're so screwed now, demons." Chapter 182, We Are So Back. Seiji's POV. "It's been a long time. Almost too long. I really miss you guys. I hope you feel the same way." That's what I wanted to say, but the circumstances wouldn't allow me. My eyes observed the people below. In just a split second, I saw the deaths and casualties the attack had cost. My eyes focused on the living next, the ones that still could be saved. My eyes lingered on those important to me: Shinobu, Kanao, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and a few familiar faces. Only after all that, I spared a glance at the demons. But even then, I barely looked. I no longer searched for their weakness, no longer eyed for an opening. Why? Because they were weak, everything about them was their weakness. I could cut them at their most armored part, at their erected defenses, it wouldn't matter. I knew I would kill them with one swing. "Renjiro is back," Inosuke bellowed from my side. "You're so screwed now, demons." I allowed a small smile to stretch my face at that. Indeed, they were screwed. My eyes counted 70 remaining demons in the vicinity, but they were frozen due to my killing intent from Living's malice. They were the disgrace of Musen's attempt to create stronger demons. Raw power and no brain to use it. To be honest, it was not my plan to return so early. I was still waiting for my new sword, and I thought I would return after Hattori finished making it. But circumstances required me to come back earlier than expected. The firework, which was an idea canny, and I came up with when we talked about our first date, was only to be used as a call for reinforcement in an emergency. You could say it was a call for me specifically, since I had eyes that could cover an insane range. That was the idea in the first place. "Let's finish this quickly," I muttered and pulled out my sword. It was the same sword I had when I first set out to become a demon slayer. A sword that a renowned blacksmith created for me after I won my national kendo competition. I remember giving it to Hattori when I first received my Nichiren blade. My eyes stared at the sharp edge that had eroded a bit due to constant use. It was not a Nichiren blade, but I rarely need those to kill demons these days. I had made myself the bane of demons. I could slay them with any blade. Ice breathing, third form. A combination of water breathing, wind breathing, and mist breathing. It was a new breathing style I created in the early stage of my one-year journey. Breathing styles were basically about maintaining a pattern of breathing to strengthen the body. Initially, it was a great invention to increase the power of humans, but later on, it became a limitation. The thing was, before breathing styles were invented, humans still fought the demons. They had to make up for the difference in strength in some way, but that was long forgotten after the emergence of breathing styles. The modern demon slayer's main fighting style was solely built around their breathing style. To get stronger, they just became more proficient with their breathing style or learn multiple like me. Due to this, we've overlooked things like pure sword skills, footwork, balance, and techniques. It was why I was the best in sword skills, even among the Hashira ever since the start. A swordsman's techniques should have never been limited to a dozen forms. I created ice breathing to escape that flawed custom. It was my first step to breaking out from the path Yoriichi had carved for every demon slayer. Avalanche slash. The main concept behind breathing styles had always been heat. The father of all styles was sun breathing. The red blade was just a heated blade, and the weakness of demons was the heat of the sun. In such a case, ice breathing should be impossible. I fell from the roof and landed on the ground in absolute silence. Then I blurred. I was not fast enough to outrun sound, but my movement was silent. Heat roared, but cold was hush. The techniques of ice breathing encompass the whole body. It was not just about breathing patterns, it was how you moved every inch of your body. I did not pull up my feet further than 1 inch from the ground with each step. That allowed me to step faster with the same effort. From an outside perspective, it looked like I was gliding on the floor like it was made of ice. When I reached my target, I swung my sword. But I swung with the flat part facing the demons until the last moment, where I changed my grip and the edge easily bit through the demon's neck. My swing created a vacuum in the air, messing up the atmospheric pressure. In one single swoop, I sliced off 5 demon heads and appeared in front of Shinobu. "Long time no see, Shibai," I said with my face right in front of hers. I could feel her labored breath on my skin. Everything had happened in a split second. She blinked before she returned my small smile with her own, except hers looked relieved. "It's been a year." "But you came back just in time," she said. I shook my head. I came a few minutes too late. There had been casualties, there had been deaths, all of which could be avoided if I were slightly faster. I quickly buried the guilt at the depths of my soul. Such guilt had been piling up ever since I started hunting demons. I would deal with them after this whole war was over. It was something every Hashira had in common. The groans and screams of agony coming from the ground caught Shinobu's attention. I followed her gaze and looked at the 5 demons lying on the floor, their head and bodies separated by they were alive. "That's," Shinobu said, looking at the part where my blade cut. The wound on their neck was all covered in a layer of cold ice, which prevented them from regenerating. Unlike other breathing styles, ice breathing could also produce its element. The shift in pressure from my swing had created ice through a Joule Thompson effect. "I'll explain it on the dinner table," I said with a wave, then I focused on the other demons. After the first attack, they came out of their stupor and were moving with different intentions. Some tried to run, some came to attack me, while others continued attacking the humans in front of them. I moved again, Shinobu following me soon after. We made quick work of the demons in the vicinity. There were no exceptional demons among them. They were stronger than most, but not enough to matter to me. A cockroach could be 100 times bigger than an ant, but they were equally small under the boot. My boot. After that was done, my eyes looked towards the ongoing fight in the distance. It was a fight between 2 individuals, but it was more intense than anything else. I moved towards the battle immediately. Third POV. 69 face remaining. "You are never going to be able to kill me at this rate," Amburo said, while wearing a woman's face that was smiling from ear to ear. Jiyu released a shaky breath, and he felt the muscles coiling around his body. He was tired and exhausted. The demon was right. There was no way he could kill Amburo more than 10 times. The demon was getting weaker with each mask he lost, but Jiyu was tiring out faster. As expected, the demon had an advantage in its endless stamina and regeneration. Jiyu felt the demon's slayer mark on his face disappearing, and his fatigue got better. The mark was indeed powerful, but it was burning through his stamina more than necessary. Jiyu moved, still a blur even after deactivating his mark. But this time Amburo was able to dodge by leaning back at an impossible angle, effectively breaking his own spine. "Nope, not letting you kill me again. 69 is perfect," Amburo said in a voice familiar to a clown before he leapt into the trees and bounced around like crazy. "Can't catch me, can't catch me, can't catch me," Amburo mocked while Jiyu observed his pattern, learning it to predict the next move. "You can't catch me." BOOM. The atmosphere ruptured. The whole section of the forest was literally carved out. The trees were minced into pieces like they were put in a blender. The earth bore a deep scar that revealed browner soil. The whole place buckled under the might and anger of the wind. A calamity. Jiyu had a deadpan face, his eyes rounded in surprise. Amid the smoke and chaos, a familiar man was revealed, but he was a bit different from how Jiyu remembered. "Come the fuck out, demon!" Sanmi bellowed in anger. He had veins all over his body, and his face was the definition of anger. It could be put in a dictionary, and every language would understand anger. Instead of eyes, he had slitted holes of anger. His teeth looked feral, like the teeth of a wild beast. He turned towards Jiyu, and the water Hashira had to take a step back as killing intent flooded out from Sanmei. But luckily, nothing happened as he looked away again. "Oh no, you really caught me at an embarrassing moment." Amburo came out from the rubble with a new mask on his face. This time, it was truly a demonic face. The demon had decided to pull out a stronger mask since the last attack was quite powerful. Sanmi turned his gaze towards the demon, and for a moment, he paused. He was rightfully confused as he thought he had killed the demon. "That's one of the 12 moon demons. His blood demon art allowed him to have multiple lives," Jiyu took the moment to explain. "We need to kill him at least 68 more times." Sanmi paused at the news before he looked down at the ground. His eyes were hidden. "Ha, despairing already? That's no good, you should give it your best," Amburo said. His demonic face grew 6 eyes, eerily similar to Kokushibo's face. "No," Sanmi said, and then looked up with the most savage face yet. It was a mix of euphoria and raw rage. "That is bloody perfect." He disappeared and landed a kick at the demon, which immediately caved in the entire chest of Amburo. Sanmi just found a punching bag where he could release all his anger. "Don't die yet," Sanmi shouted as Amburo shot forward like a ragdoll above the forest. Sname blurred in a green light, and his afterimage seemed to split the dark forest in two. Canon or not, Sanmi was still the 3rd strongest among the Hashira. Jiyu just stared with a straight face at the now empty space. "I guess I will look for other demons," he said, and then run along to a different direction. Chapter 183, The Greatest. 3rd POV. "It's unbelievable how incredibly strong you are," Akaza said, looking at his wrist that no longer had a hand. But with a spark of intent, a new hand popped out from the stump. It was not mere regeneration where bones and flesh grew, it was almost instantaneous. It looked more like Akaza summoned a new hand. "Kani Kacho, you are a true warrior despite your gender," Akaza said with respect in his tone. He had never encountered a worthy opponent amongst the humans before, and he never thought that the first one would be a woman. But despite the disadvantage that came with being a woman, Kani Kacho had impressed him beyond measure. He had truly enjoyed the fight, but everything good must come to an end. It was tragic, but it was the sad truth about being humans: they die, they end. "You say that, but throughout this battle, I never sensed any killing intent from you," Kani replied while catching her breath. Akaza was stronger than her, which became evident after the first few exchanges of the battle. In truth, the demon should be able to win the fight pretty easily, but the battle had stretched for so long. This was because Akaza never went all out with his attacks. There was something holding him back from outright killing her. Kani could not figure out what was stopping him. "That is correct. Throughout my existence, I've never taken the life of a woman, nor have I consumed them. I figured it was simply unsightly for a warrior to do so," Akaza said, with a hard nod. "But I've decided that you are an exception, Kani Kacho." "Just Kani is fine," she just smiled sweetly. It was weird, but she could tell that Akaza was not like the other demons. He seemed genuinely kind if her eyes were to be believed. "Okay then, Kani," Akaza continued. "You have proven yourself worthy as a warrior. The men I've seen so far are not worth half of you. For that reason, I shall fight you with all I have." Kani allowed her eyes to scan the surroundings briefly. What used to be a mansion with a beautiful garden was reduced to an aching battlefield where the earth bared its bones. The fight had been intense, more intense than any battle she had ever fought. But from the demon's words, it was just a warm-up before the real battle. She forced a smile at that. Be ready, Canny, for in my next attack I shall strike to kill, Akaza said, finally forming a proper stance. This will be your last chance to accept my proposal and become a demon. No thanks, I can never allow myself to become what he hates the most. I've seen how much it hurts him when it happened to his best friend, Canny said, and she too got into a new stance. Give me your best shot, Akaza, she acknowledged his name. In response, the demon lowered his body, his knees bent and his arm came up. Then the ground beneath his feet cracked like glass under pressure. Destructive death, compass needle. A new technique Canny had never seen before. Glowing with bright blue veins, his compass needle etched itself onto the broken earth, pulsing like a beating heart. It took the shape of a blue snowflake. It was stunning in both beauty and danger. The compass locked onto Canny's every movement and thoroughly scanned her fighting spurt. She became like an open book to Akaza. He could tell how strong she was at her best, how weak she was at her worst. He could also sense her potential for strength and weakness. Everything was revealed through his technique. Axa no longer said a word, he just vanished. Canny's eyes narrowed. Her new demonic eyes surpassed all human limitations and stuck onto Akaza's blurring form at supersonic speed. So she was not caught by surprise when the attack came at her, more destructive than ever, and it was aiming right at her vitals. It was an attack meant to kill. Boom! A shockwave burst between them as Akaza reappeared right in front of her with a midair spinning heel kick. Canny blocked his feet with the sharp edge of her blade. And yet the blade could not cut Akaza. Rather, her blade never even made contact with him. There was a compressed air between them that stopped her entirely. Air-type screams of death. A fitting name as the air screamed soon after. The stable atmosphere of the world was punctured by a shockwave that sent destruction through the air. Strong, but I can take it, Canny thought, her eyes glowing softly as she retaliated. Flower-breathing, fifth form, she took in the fleeing air through her mouth. Peonies of futility. A whirlwind of strikes erupted from her blade, blooming with devastating speed. Each slash came from an unpredictable angle, yet Akaza moved through them with ease and confidence. His compass was able to read her every move even before she made them. Leg type, explosive flurry. Akaza's legs became a blur as he unleashed a barrage of kicks, each strike explosive, sonic booms trailing behind his limbs. The shockwave was powerful enough to tear away at the ground below. Canny bent, twisted, spun, and danced through the barrage. She was moving with the flexibility and grace you would never believe a human body could achieve. Flower-breathing, fourth form. At one moment, she was bending her back and twisting her arms, and then her sword came at Akaza in another. The shift in posture was so incredibly fluid it took place in less than the blink of an eye. She seemed to be glitching with how she shifted posture. Crimson Hanagoromo. A rapid flowing slash curved around Akaza's side, and he dodged as if he had seen the attack coming a mile away. He grinned at her. He knew her better than she knew herself. What she believed she could do, he knew. What she didn't know she could do, he also knew. Her true capabilities, he also knew. But this wasn't the first time she fought such an opponent, was it? She fought more times than she could count, someone who could also read her attacks like an open book. Canny's eyes glowed fiercely now. The veins near her temples were throbbing, a clear sign that her body was under immense strain, and yet she showed no hesitation. Forbidden form. Akaza paused for the briefest instance. Quinaxial vermilion eye. Her iris turned bright red, petals of flame swirling inside her pupils. Normally, this would spell a great backlash for the user, overstimulating the brain and reflexes. It could lead to blindness in the eyes. She had used this in her fight against Dauma, and it costed her. But now, her demonic eyes allowed her to use this form with basically no backlash. She finally saw the world as it truly was. The world bore naked truth to her eyes. She saw the transparent world. The compass under Akaza went haywire. In just a moment, her fighting spirit changed, and her overall combat power increased dramatically. It was so sudden that Akaza had no time to adapt. She moved faster than she ever did before and came at Akaza with assured victory in her steps. Her eyes saw everything, and so she knew exactly what she had to do. There was no delay in trying to think of what to do, she knew, and so she just did. Akaza had to match her intensity now, and he did it with demonic ease. Destructive death, flowing light speed. Akaza entered a state where his attacks flowed continuously, punches chaining together in erratic, angular movements that bent logic and air alike. Each of his strikes created a destructive shockwave that created sonic booms. The sound barrier shattered as easily as glass. The two collided. Blade against fist, eye against compass. Every strike of Akaza shattered the earth and the air alike. Each slash of Kanny's sword lit the air with flowered arcs of death. They fought on soil turned upside down with shattered beams and craters. The sound of a sharp blade gliding against the wind and the sound of shattering air filled the space. It sounded despairing, it was the hum of violence. The intensity of the fight did not end with flashy displays either. Behind all that violence was thought and planning you would not believe. It was like a game of chess, where they tried to predict each other. Akaza used his compass, Kanny her eyes, they predicted each other's prediction. They tried to stay a step ahead, but every time they clashed on equal ground, ending in a draw. As they moved in the present reality, the real fight was always happening 10 seconds into the future. It was bizarre. It was a fight that required you to be one of the strongest just to understand what was going on. The other demons arrived on the battlefield, but they didn't even intervene. They couldn't. The fight was taking place in a dimension their feeble mind couldn't reach. Raw power without a mind was an insult to the art of fighting. And then the fight reached its climax. Kanny leapt, spinning midair. The constant clash of her blade generated heat, which caused her sword to glow pink and red. Flower breathing, second form. She prepared an attack to end it all. A form that was both defense and offense in nature, she would slash at Akaza's neck while hiding it with a block. Alas, the flower breathing only had 7 forms. It was too little for a warrior of Akaza's caliber. In a battle of prediction, her limited forms was a grave weakness. During the battle, Akaza had learned every form of flower breathing, knowing them to the point of mastering them. Therefore, he was able to predict her this time. He was a step ahead. A technique of both offense and defense, but in return, there is a moment where you did neither. Axa thought sharply and attacked in that moment of pause. He aimed right at her vitals. Her open neck. Akaza's fist came at Kanny's neck without disruption. It was not fast by any means, it was simply thrown at the perfect time at the perfect place. Time crawled from Kanny's perspective. She saw the fist coming at her with certain death. Yet strangely enough, she did not despair. She smiles. There was something in her eyes, something Akaza could not pinpoint exactly. His compass did not tell anything, it only affirmed her impending death. Indeed, Akaza outmatched her, he had won the battle of prediction. But Kanny had something that could never be predicted. Because it was not logical, it couldn't be calculated. Faith. She had faith in the flashes of purple she saw with the corner of her eyes. The fist was an inch away from her neck, it had already passed her chin. But then a blade came down, very close to her face. It might have cut a millimeter of her eyelashes, but the blade never hurt her. A flash of a blade. And then Akaza's hand was cut off before it made contact with her neck. Akaza widened his eyes at the blade he had never seen coming. It was somehow fast enough to slip through his compass. He did not have the chance to figure out how either. His head was sliced off in the next moment, this time by Kanny's blade. Faith paid off. Shing. Akaza's head fell with a thud in the distance while his body collapsed without a head. But at that moment, neither Kanny nor Seiji paid attention to it. They locked eyes for the first time in years. 2 pairs of eyes that saw the transparent world, they should be able to see everything, but when they locked, they did not see anything else but each other. Seiji opened his mouth first, trying to say hi, followed by something witty. But what came out was only a shaky breath. Kanny didn't say anything either. What was the use of words to a deaf man? She moved, speaking with her actions rather than words. She closed her eyes, turning off all her other senses to feel the sensation of her lips on his. She kissed him with everything she had, all her love, gratitude, longing, and sheer need. All of which fit into one single action. It was the greatest kiss Seiji had ever felt. Chapter 184, Reunion. Seiji's POV. For a moment, everything around me faded away. The demons became a blur of colors, and the explosions and screams became background noises. The world itself seemed to give us a few seconds of respite from all the chaos. For the greatest and shortest moment, there was only me, her, and the kiss that connected us. Then the kiss came to an end. I didn't even realize when. I could feel the shadow of her lips still pressing against mine. Too long, her lips barely mouthed. It was 1 year too long. Meanwhile, I was lost in the soul of her eyes. Lavender orbs that saw the world in its full color gazed back at me. I felt immense joy in my heart. I never thought I could be this happy for another person. It felt like I was the one cured of blindness. "You can see me now," I said, and took one step back. I threw a confident smile that turned shaky halfway into the journey. "How do I look?" She blinked and took a moment to look at me, and I mean truly look at me. Her eyes released a faint glow, which I recognized as the transparent world. It felt weird to be on the receiving end of such eyes, but I felt an odd sense of peace, like we were finally equal. "You look old," she said, and her hands reached out to touch my face. She felt every line on my face, every wrinkle and every scar, like how she would often do when she was blind. "You look older than I've ever seen you," she said. I understood her statement. I didn't even remember the last time she saw me. Perhaps it was around 3 years ago. It was enough time for me to make a drastic change. "And your hair," she said, and ruffled my unkempt hair. "I see you've copied Rengoku's hairstyle." When did long, wild, and unkept hair become Rengoku's signature? I laughed at her statement, feeling a tad bit embarrassed at my wild looks. "And you look as beautiful as the last time I saw you," I said, and wrapped my arm around her waist before pulling her back to me. A healthy redness came on her cheeks, but she did not shy away. She only gave a sweet smile that told me she was pleased with the compliment. "So, are you done with your journey, or did you return just to help us?" she asked with a tone that wanted only one answer. "I'm done," I said. "I'm home." Her smile turned even sweeter. I did not know how. It was like watching the main character surpass his limits for the nth time. But then our reunion came to a sudden end as I pushed her away from me. My hands blurred, just in time to pull out my sword, which I stabbed on the ground and blocked the incoming punch that came my way. "Right, some of you cannot die even after cutting off your head," I said to Akaza as he pushed against my sword with all his might. He was physically the strongest among the 12 Kazuki. He was physically stronger than even Kokoshibo himself in his current state. But I barely put an effort into stopping him as he slammed against my sword with all his strength. Akaza released a grunt as sweat fell from his face. He tried to hide it, but he was surprised at how easily I was stopping him. Well, to be fair, there was no way I could have stopped him with my own strength. Instead, it was my new technique that allowed me to become the immovable object that I am. "How?" Axa asked before his eyes became bloodshot in anger. His muscles moved and rearranged under his skin, and then the pressure of his strength increased. "Boom." But then the increase in strength was too much for the earth. The ground beneath my feet sank down abruptly, creating a clean crater without cracks. It was around 5 meters in radius, so it was a big crater. Akaza's eyes widened in realization. He pulled back his strength instantly and moved a safe distance away from me. "So you realized it. I should have expected it considering you're also a martial artist," I said with a slight tilt of my head. Akaza stayed silent and looked at me with new eyes filled with unnerving clarity. He seemed to be deep in thought as he lingered in the silence. "That's impossible," he said at last. "A demon using magical spells is dictating what's possible now," I said with a dry chuckle. I turned my head to look at Canny. She had escaped from the crater in time, so she was not affected. She gave me an okay sign with her hand when she saw my concerned eyes. Akaza took that as an insult. As a warrior, you should never take your eyes off your opponent, especially if you are deaf like me. He ground his teeth in anger and immediately took his signature Soryu stance. A compass came alive beneath his feet, taking the shape of a pale blue snowflake. My eyes observed everything carefully as the compass analyzed my fighting spirit to determine my strengths and weaknesses. The compass bloomed, and then Akaza just froze. I chuckled at that. Tell me, Akaza, which one of us is stronger, me? I disappeared and reached him before my words even did. So even though I trailed off, my words came in a complete, uninterrupted sentence. "Poor Kokoshibo?" I asked in his ear. I was already behind him. The answer was obvious. It was why he froze in absolute shock in the first place. I was one of the fastest being in the world before. And after putting effort into mastering footwork and minimizing the action required for each step, I was a whole different beast when it came to speed. I took inspiration from Bleach, and although I could not create flash steps, I created something as close to it as possible. Akaza leaned forward, and his feet flew past my chin when I moved back. It was a back kick that was so fast it could cut. And then he exploded into action. His compass came to life, and it was solely focused on me. He was going to start a chain of attacks that would overwhelm me since I entered his range. But that never happened. The chain was broken from the start. It was because when he tried to pull back his leg, he pulled back nothing. His leg was already cut off before he could fully activate his compass. And then he tried to step on that leg, expecting it to heal quickly with his insane regeneration, but that never happened either. His regeneration was stopped and he fell on the ground. The compass disappeared as he fell. I saw his plan even before he thought of them, and I stopped his plan even before they could start. If he had tied with Canny, who newly awakened the transparent world, he stood no chance against someone like me, who practiced his whole life. I could easily predict whatever he was trying to do. How do I help you recover your memories again? I asked myself as he tried to crawl away from me, but I pinned him with my feet. I think it's like this, I said and sliced off his head once more. But I did not stop there. I leapt into the air and landed on the head, crushing it completely under my feet. With that, he was forced to grow a new head. He writhed on the floor, his body was headless and legless. It took a while for a new head to emerge from the stump of his neck, but when he did, he stooped, moving completely. He slowly pushed himself off the ground and kneeled in front of me. His eyes were void of any other emotions he had had previously. Now they looked human and endless tears were streaming down his face. "Do you remember now?" I asked as his head fully formed under my eyes. His previous head had been tampered with. It had mined control and suppressed memories. But I cut that off, and the new head that grew in its place contained his human memories and was void of all the brainwashing Muzan had put him through. Akaza was one of the rare demons that was a true victim. He never wanted to become a demon. When Muzan came to him with an offer, he answered with a big fat no. But Muzan forcefully turned him into a demon and sealed away his memories to control him. He never had control over his fate in the first place. I, he choked, the tears increased, and his face creased to show the worst despair and regret I've ever seen. "Kyoki, no one forgives you, but for what it's worth, we all understand you," I said, and then my sword blurred and I sliced him into pieces. This time, even though my sword was not Nichiren, his body turned to ash. He had completely given up on his life after he regained his humanity. It was a sad day to be Mem, but I had to do what I had to do. Akaza was a powerful demon, one that could actually go toe-to-toe with me if he went completely berserk. The only reason why I dominated him earlier was because I knew everything about him and he knew nothing about me. If I'd given him a moment to adjust or learn my techniques further, he would have been a greater threat. Canny slowly came up to me. She could feel at once my current sober mood. "What happened?" "It's just, fate is really creative in her cruelty," I said. She didn't understand what I meant, but she bumped her shoulder on mine. We stayed like that for a short while before we sensed more demons coming towards us. We looked towards the direction, but we didn't do anything. We didn't have to because 2 other people beat us to it. Missed breathing, 5th from sea of cloud and haze. Muakairo blurred in a zigzag motion and cut off the heads of every demon on his way. His move was subtle and quick, yet it was deadly in its nature. The demons fell even before they realized they were cut. Their consciousness faded in a mist and they fell. Love breathing. My eyes locked on the pink hair swaying in the wind. Mitsuri moved like a ballerina, but each of her actions contained strength you wouldn't believe. She was like a butterfly with the strength of an elephant. She didn't even have to use a form. She swung her whip-like blade and mowed down the demons like they were grass. The demons got stronger, sure, but the Hashira even more so. Eventually, her eyes fell on me, and then she stopped everything. She left many demons in pieces, not even bothering to deliver the final blow. And then she dropped her sword and charged right at me. Husband, Tilda. That was new. I saw her tears falling from her eyes as she ran at me. I opened my arms, and she didn't hold back as she slammed right into my arm. In that moment of joy, she did not hold back her strength, so the momentum of her embrace sent us both flying away like ragdoll. We rolled on the ground and tumbled towards the thick bushes and trees. We were only stopped by the wall. I held her tightly against my chest, making sure she never hit anything as we tumbled together. The literal smell of love and joy hit my nose once again. I didn't know I missed her this much. Mitsuri, I'm back. Mitsuri continued crying a fountain as she buried her face in my chest. Wah, I missed Yao. Tilda. Everything was a roller coaster of emotion. Maybe it was my imagination, but I saw in the distance the spirit of Akaza embracing a girl in the same manner as Mitsuri was embracing me. That disappeared as soon as I saw it. Chapter 185, title at the end. Seiji's POV. It's great to have you back, Seiji-san. I feel much better knowing that you are here, Muakairo said as he crouched beside me. I continued holding Mitsuri to my chest while my back leaned against the cracked wall. Kanny stood in front of me, her gaze soft as it fell on us. How many Hashiras are present in total? I asked Muakairo while I looked around at the battlefield. Other than me and Mitsuri, there was Sanemi, Obanai, and Tenjin, he said. That means there is every Hashira except Jaiomai at this moment. The stone pillar should be in the Yubayashiki mansion. He had been guarding Lord Yubayashiki since his illness got worse recently, Kanny said. I gave a nod and continued looking around at the ruined mansion. The demons were many, but they were quickly being killed by the other Hashiras and demon slayers. I saw Jiyu fighting in the east. Obanai was also there near the lab, and then there was Sanemi, who went berserk searching for other demons as he finally killed Umburo. All of the 12 moon demons have been killed. I made quick work of 3 since I arrived and the others have also killed most of them. The only ones to remain among the moon demons were Kokoshibo and Nakheim. Muzin was really in a tight spot. This war was practically over now. We won. Hey Mitsuri, I nudged at the pink-haired girl softly. She wiggled in my embrace and finally looked up at me. Her teary eyes were as beautiful as I remembered. I kissed softly at her puffy eyes. I miss you too, but we are in the middle of a battle here. She blinked once and then twice, oh right. She quickly retracted herself from my arms and waved her hand. I'm so sorry, I couldn't control myself. She blushed in embarrassment. No need to apologize, we will have lots of time for hugs after this is over, I said with a smile. You remember my promise, right? Hi, Tilda. A small explosion took place on her head as her whole body turned pink to match her hair. I grinned when I saw my teasing work, and then I turned towards Muakairo and Kanny. Let's finish them quickly. They nodded in unison and disappeared from their place to finish the remaining demons. Muakairo headed towards the nearest demons while Kanny ran towards the gathering of patients so that she could not only kill demons but also help anyone in need with her medical knowledge. I planted a small kiss on Mitsuri's lips before I stood up. You too, Mitsuri. She blushed. She was extra shy since it had been quite some time since we became intimate. It was like the early days of our relationship all over again. She shook her head to get her mind off the gutters and focus on the situation. What about you? She asked with a tilt of her head. I have something important to attend to, I said with a smile. But perhaps I could not hide under the smile, or maybe Mitsuri, with her loving eyes, did not miss the secret in my lies. Will you be okay? She asked softly. I let out a breath, half a chuckle, half a sigh. I will always be okay from now on. My 1-year training made sure of that, I said, to which she nodded. Okay. I pulled her up from the ground, and she too ran towards the places that might need her help. I watched her go with fond eyes until she disappeared amid smoke and debris. And then, I finally focused on the faraway mountain. My gaze cut through obstacles and distance, and I saw the demon as if he was standing right in front of me. Kokoshibo. He also stood still, and his 6 eyes were focused on me. I could tell that he saw me as clearly as I did. He had been standing there for a while now, waiting for my reunion to finish so that we could finally have a fight. From his stance, I could tell that he had no intention of coming to me. He did that last time, so now it was my turn to go to him. He was waiting. His simple posture itself was a challenge to me. I contemplated for a while, deciding if it was worth going after him. After all, Muzan could use this opportunity to come to the mansion himself and attack. But in the end, I concluded that 8 Hashira should be enough to defend the mansion, even if it was against the demon lord himself. And if it was not enough, Raven, call him back to the mansion, I said, and Raven, who had been flying overhead, gave a chirp before following my command and flying towards the burning mountains in the opposite direction. Rengoku. I've seen him fight against the demon, and from what I could tell, he had enough firepower to not submit against Muzan so easily. Okay then, I loaded my legs. Round 2 it is. Booms. Through the forest, through the hills, and through any obstacles that tried to stand in my way, I carved a straight line through them and blitzed towards the first upper moon. His eyes glowed red, mine glowed purple. This was going to be the clash between the strongest human and the strongest demon. And unlike last time, I was not afraid, I was not nervous. For this time, we met on equal ground. The night waits as the battle ensues. Chapter 186, Notice. Chapter 187, Kokoshibo vs. Seiji. Seiji's POV. The air shrieked. Woshhh. I was a living hurricane. Booms. A calamity was halted by the simple gesture of raising his weapon. My blade clashed against a demonic sword, and both found an equal. My momentum raged at the surroundings. It shook the earth, felled the trees, and boiled the atmosphere. The competition was catastrophic, but it ended with an anticlimactic draw. Greetings, Seiji Shigen, we meet again, Kokoshibo said with an unfaltering smile. I was suspended in the air as I continued applying immense pressure at Kokoshibo. From his expression, it would seem he barely felt a thing. Fucking monster. Unfortunately, I said with a sigh. The end of our collision came with a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye. I was thrown back a few meters away out of my own will, whereas Kokoshibo remained in place, only his feet were buried in the ground. It would seem the passing year served you well, he said, as his eyes moved up and down my figure. His 6 eyes would only stop when they locked onto my weakness, which was why they never did. In the end, 2 of them met my eyes while 4 others continued analyzing me. It was honestly really gross. I could say the same to you. Why do you have to get stronger? I asked with an exasperated sigh, my eyes resting on his. He narrowed at that. Normally, I would analyze my opponent and search for a weakness like he did. But why would I search for something I already knew? Rest assured, I did not get stronger. It's hard to do that when you are at the limit of power, Kokoshibo said while looking at his own fist. What you see is a warrior regaining his prime. I gave a small smile at that, genuinely pleased. Out of all the demons I've encountered so far, only Kokoshibo had my respect. How could I not? He was the one who spared me in the name of honor. I'm honored, I said. As you should be, he replied and fixed his posture. Gone was the relaxed demon as the vibe shifted in an instant. His posture alone already rang multiple instincts inside me. The last year felt longer than the last century. Do not disappoint me now, Seiji Shigen, he said and brought his sword up to his face. Only regret awaits you. You should have killed me, Kokoshibo, I said and brought my sword up to match his. And then it began. Neither of us took the initiative, no one made the first move. We predicted each other and moved at the same time. Our blades vanished. Not to our eyes, but to reason. The collision resulted in thunder that made everything tremble. Cracked. The ground behind me split apart like shattered glass, while the boulder beside Kokoshibo, once unbothered, was now 1,000 jagged pieces in midair. It was slashed cleanly before it even felt pressure. Trees collapsed in our wake, their trunks severed before they realized they'd been cut. Leaves spun in confusion, scorched by friction, crumbling to ash before they touched the floor. I twisted midair and slashed, not once, but thrice in under a blink. Kokushibo parried two and weaved past the third. His sword moved like living flesh, and his counter came at me from my blind spot. But I saw the attack coming from the reflection on my sword. The smallest tilt of my head made the blade swim past me. The first leg of the battle was a contest in swordsmanship. The whole forest was our arena as we exchanged blow after blow, displaying the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Techniques and skills weaved together to form endless patterns. We were inventing dozens of styles as we clashed our swords. Such was a battle between two technique gods. In our eyes, it was like we were telling each other the journey it took to reach the peak. He was driven by ambition, his sword refined by time and experience. On the other hand, I was driven by hate, my sword sharpened by talent and sheer genius. Each step gouged craters in the earth. Each slash turned wind into daggers. Mountains would have wept if they bore witness. But only the forest cried this time. "You are just like him. This kind of talent, how do you expect us mortals to compete?" Kokushibo said as he blew me away with wind blades. There were dozens of moon blades hidden in the gale. For every blade that missed me, they mowed down a tree. The forest was quickly turning into an open field. "Ever tried giving up?" I replied while doing flips in the air. I was dodging at one moment, but the same movement suddenly became an attack. The blade cut part of his hair and grazed his cheek. With that, I had drawn first blood. "I've tried everything," he said, his eyes popping into more demonic form to accentuate his point. "Except give up." I smiled as I won the contest of pure swordsmanship skills. The attack that came next was a display of the difference between human and demon strength. But what I lacked, I made up with another. I changed the rhythm of my footsteps and disappeared before his attack could reach me. It blew apart a portion of the grove, but missed me completely. Boom! He was onto me again before the dust could settle. The urgency of his attacks increased. I ducked under a demonic sword and a wave of moon blades before I swept his legs. He jumped, landing on my blade with inhuman grace, then lunged straight for my throat. I took an iron rod out from my belt and blocked the incoming attack. The clash this time released such force that the trees behind me bent backwards and snapped from the invisible wave. I collected my sword and moved away as fast as I could. Kokushibo was on my tail immediately. What I achieved with perfect footwork, he did the same with raw demonic strength. We exchanged attacks at blinding speed while being in constant movement through the forest. The friction from our swords seemed to create a circle around us. Funny enough, I was the one moonwalking as we exchanged blows. I did not have to turn back as I had memorized the layout of the forest in a split second. A dome of raw pressure exploded around us, dirt uprooting in every direction, air bursting like water under a dam. Entire chunks of the landscape lifted and fell like an avalanche caught in midair. "This is getting dull," Kokushibo said between strikes. "I agree," I replied, blade grinding against his. "Should we go to the next stage? I have much to show you." He tried to twist his sword free with a flick and end the stalemate. But I let go before him, spun forward, and punched him straight in the jaw with the hilt. The fight surged toward the riverbank nearby. The water boiled as we passed. The fish swam away, and birds fled the scene like they'd sensed a calamity. "Moon breathing, sixth form," Kokushibo's voice made the air quiver. I smiled, his eyes shook ever so slightly. "Moon breathing, sixth form," I echoed like a mirror and synchronized my movement with his. We said the name of the form together, and also brought the technique to life at the same time. Perpetual night, lonely moon incessant. Quite a mouthful, to be honest, but understandable considering the sheer weight of the technique. We both unleashed a continuous barrage of crescent-shaped slashes. The perfect collision of our blades created a roaring sound and silenced the silent night. Water was splattered everywhere due to the shockwave and boiled into steam. In the blink of an eye, a portion of the river was dry. Chapter 188, Kokushibo vs. Seiji 2. Third POV. The butterfly mansion was dead. The once bright halls, filled with recovering warriors and the scent of blooming flowers, had been reduced to little more than scorched earth and broken dreams. Walls had crumbled under the weight of chaos. The paper doors were shredded, and they fluttered weakly in the night breeze like the torn wings of fallen butterflies. Fires burned in isolated pockets, casting sickly orange light across the courtyard. The earth itself was scarred with deep gouges from the battle that had raged only hours before. And amid the ruins, the Hashiras gathered. 8 pillars stood against the night. Shinobu, Kani, Obanai, Muakairo, Mitsuri, Jiyu, Seinmi, and Tenjin. Their uniforms were torn, but most of them did not look worn out. Kani, Shinobu, and Jiyu, who took on one of the 12 Kazuki, stood out among the crowd with few injuries here and there. But even then they were still in good condition. Their eyes were still steady with conviction. They had killed off most of the demons that attacked the mansion. A few dozen survived, but those either hid or ran away from the Hashiras. So now they gathered here to decide the next course of action. The civilians and the patients have been moved to another location. They are guarded by the other demon slayers, including Tanjiro, Kanao, and Inazuk, Kani quickly said to the others. It's mostly just us that remained in the compound. I think we should follow the others and make sure everyone is safe until morning. Our main priority should be the safety of everyone involved in the attack, Jiyu said, while nursing a wound on his arm. Are you kidding me? If that was our duty, then we failed already. We should track the remaining demons and slaughter every last one of them, Seinmi said with teeth grinding in anger. Obanai silently nodded, in agreement to that. I think we should search and collect the dead bodies. They deserve a proper funeral rather than to burn alongside the mansion, Muakairo said with a soft tone. A short silence followed as everyone pondered their next course of action. Things have calmed down now, but that doesn't mean it was over. In fact, it was far from it. There were around 2 hours, if not more, until the sun would rise. Another attack could happen at any moment during that time. Until they were under the light of the sun, no one was truly safe. Why don't we help Seiji now? Mitsuri threw out her thoughts with a timid raise of her hands. Of course, only she was truly worried. She would do so no matter how strong Seiji got. He could be God, and she would still be concerned. Seiji, he's here, Obanai asked with surprise in his mismatched eyes. He was the one who killed the demon responsible for the spider webs. I thought you'd notice, Snake Boy, Tenjin said with folded arms and a flashy smile. I didn't, I thought it was someone else, Obanai replied. So where's the bastard then? Did he already run off to his training again? Seinmi asked with a sneer. He said he has someone to take care of and went to that side, Mitsuri said while pointing at the forest in the faraway mountain. Everyone followed her finger and gazed at the horizon. Just then, furious flashes of light tore through the trees amid the darkness of the forest. It looked like there was a living tornado there. Even though they watched the battle from afar, the Hashiras could feel the intensity in their bones. Kokoshibo, Kani whispered, so they are having a rematch. A rematch? Muakairo asked with a curious tilt. Indeed, Kokoshibo was the main reason why he decided to disappear into training in the first place, Kani said with an uncertain smile. We have to, Mitsuri started, stepping forward. But she never finished the sentence. The sound of strumming strings echoed through the ruined courtyard. A single note sharp, cold, slicing through the thick night air like a blade. A doorway formed in the empty air. From it, darkness poured like a flood, and from that darkness he emerged. Musen Kibitsuji. No disguises, no masks, no tricks. Just like Seiji had expected, the demon lord took the chance to make a move of his own. His pale skin gleamed under the broken moonlight. His long hair flowed like liquid night, shifting with an unseen wind. His demonic eyes surveyed every Hashira present today. Some were familiar faces while the others were new. The moment he stepped onto the ruined grounds, the very earth seemed to shudder. The oppressive weight of his killing intent fell upon the courtyard like a collapsing mountain. The fires dimmed, the smoke halted in the air as if afraid to move. The night itself recoiled. Tiles cracked, stones shattered, blood froze in veins. But for all the intimidation that he was trying to pull off, none of the Hashira faltered, not even for a second. Instead, their eyes gleamed with something that should not be there. Forget fear, his presence seemed to excite quite a few of them. "So many of you gathered in one place," he said, almost amused. "How fortunate." He lifted one delicate hand. At the far edges of the ruins, twisted shapes began to move. The surviving demons stumbled into view in an instant. Their bodies spasmed violently, arms jerking at unnatural angles. Their eyes rolled back in their heads and their mouths foamed. Muzin's blood boiled within them. With a single flex of his will, he rewrote them. Their flesh bulged, bones snapped and reformed grotesquely. New limbs tore free from their bodies, eyes sprouted across torsos, mouths gaped along arms. The very fabric of their being was corrupted into monstrous, mindless abominations. A mockery of life itself. "Oh, this is great," Sanemi bellowed. "I've wanted to meet you for the longest time." Swords gleamed under the moonlight. Every Hashira was ready to accomplish their purpose in that moment. Thunder God. Forbidden Form. 11th Form. Serpent Leviathan. The night crashed. BOOM. Seiji's POV. I couldn't focus on what was happening back in the butterfly mansion. The first upper moon demanded my whole undivided attention. To be completely honest, I was barely hanging on. "Moon breathing, third form," Kokoshibo said. "Moon breathing, third form," I repeated. Loathsome moon chains, X2. It should be no-brainer that I had copied and mastered moon breathing during my training. But moon breathing was so tailored for Kokoshibo's sole existence, so the best I could do was mirror him. If I had used another form, he would overwhelm me in an instant. Kokoshibo moved like the origin of war. Countless crescent blades spiraled outward with the form, each slash trailing a spectral echo, a chain of killing intent that chased me no matter how I turned. I followed suit, feet skimming boiling water. I did not possess the same demonic sword, nor do I have the insane raw power of a demon. So my attack was much weaker, barely enough to cancel his. At most, it would be what his attack would look like when he was still a human. Our blades spun in synchrony, shaping a spiral arena of slashes. Trees behind me erupted into splinters. The ground behind him folded like paper. It was terrifyingly beautiful. He changed pace without warning, stepping into another form, thinking I would not be able to catch up. Moon breathing, fifth form. He was right too. I saw it coming, but I couldn't react in time. Moon spirit calamitous eddy. A vortex of crescents consumed the space around him, denying approach, swallowing retaliation. I stretched the distance between us as fast as I could. I ran away from him. But it was pointless. A slash sang behind me, and I barely blocked it. Steel rang out like a temple bell struck too hard. The sheer spark from the collision nearly blinded my eyes, and my sword lost a good chunk of steel. He didn't stop. We slammed against each other again. I gripped an iron rod with one hand and my sword with another as I tried to stay on the same level as he was. Again and again, until I ran out of my mental map of the forest. I had no idea what or where I was anymore. But by that point, I was finally done. It might seem like I had been playing around ever since the start of the battle, but that was not true. I was delaying the real fight, but I did that for a reason. And now, I finally learned his rhythm. His pattern, his frequency. I know it now. I allowed his swing to send me flying away like a rag doll. I planted my feet on the ground and slid for a long time before I came to a stop. I took my iron rod and slammed it on my sword a few times. The beating released an eerie sound that chased every living being in the vicinity away. Had I not been deaf, I was not sure what kind of damage the sound would do to my ears. Kokoshibo himself paused and watched the strange scene unfold. It must have sounded like his own funeral bell, as I tuned my sword to match his very being. "That's it," I said and dropped the iron rod. Then I blurred. I was not fast by any means. I moved faster during the previous exchange. I also did not put much strength into my attack. In fact, I barely put any strength behind my swing. Kokoshibo saw that too, and he reacted appropriately. He brought his sword up to stop my attack. It would have been as easy as breathing to him. But something weird happened. There was no clash. I simply ran through him like he was made of butter. My sword sliced through his sword so easily that it seemed like it didn't exist. The same went for his limb as I cut through his shoulder. And so was his head. It was so easy, like he didn't even exist. My speed and momentum did not even falter on a micro level as I cut him. There was no sound, no shockwave. It was like an illusion. Thud. But it happened. A portion of his head and his arm fell on the ground. Chapter 189, The Missing Puzzle. Seiji's POV. What am I missing? It was a question I've asked myself more times than I could count during my 1-year training. I started my training arc strong. Obsessed with killing Kokushibo, I trained in the style of moon breathing. I learned it from my memory, replaying my first fight with him again and again until I could move like him and fight like him. It was not just for the sake of imitation either. I was trying to become Kokushibo himself so that I could find out what his weakness was. And I was successful for the most part. I became a human version of him. I mastered moon breathing as I did with every other breathing style. After that came the discovery of what it meant to be a real swordsman. I realized that I could not be limited to forms. I could not be limited to the enhancement of breathing styles alone. I had to be powerful in every inch of my body and sharpen every little skill until they became deadly techniques of their own. I created ice breathing, which was arguably the most complete breathing style in the world. It was on par with sun breathing in its sheer genius and technical complexity. Ice breathing did not focus only on the expansion of lungs or breathing patterns. It also focused on simple footwork, casual swings, theoretical techniques, and even balance. It was also the only breathing style that could manifest its own element. Its effects were not just imaginary, the ice was real. That sounded like the final power-up, didn't it? The conclusion to my evolution as a demon slayer. T was the pinnacle of what could be achieved in this universe. Other swordsmen literally became demons for their breathing style to be on the level of ice breathing. But by that point, I was only 3 months into my 1-year training, and I felt immensely unsatisfied. There was something missing in me. Something so huge that it made me feel like a half-finished puzzle. It made ice breathing feel insignificant. But what was it? What am I missing? The words echoed in the silence of the night. More than once, I suspected that it was the supernatural that was missing. Perhaps it was my own humanity that was holding me back. If I were to become a demon, or something similar using the blue spider lily, maybe then I would feel complete. Maybe then I would be able to dog-walk my enemies like I wish I could. If I was already this strong as a human, imagine a demon version of me. The blood demon art that would come with my demonification would only be overkill, like strapping a nuclear on a nuclear missile. But I didn't go that far. No, I refused to stoop that low. I would not become what I wished to kill. I believed I was stronger than that. What would be the point of everything if it meant losing myself? I had people I loved, and more importantly, I had people who loved me. To step away from Yoriichi's legacy, and to carve my own path was so much easier said than done. So I paused, like most warriors do at some point in their life. I stopped trying to force innovation and allowed creativity to take its time. I started again from the beginning, like a complete nobody who wanted to become the strongest swordsman in the world. I went as far as recalling my past life knowledge to search for inspiration in people I thought were fictional. Who were the greatest swordsmen in fiction that I know of? Dracula Mihawk, Kenshin Himura, Sasaki Kajiro, Atomic Samurai, and even Ichigo. I looked at these figures to guide me. I spent the next month wandering around and gave myself an opportunity to simply observe the world around me. To find what could be, you need to know what was. Eventually, it happened. And it happened in the most unexpected way. I had put away my things on the ground before I engaged in a fight with some demons I found in the dark forest. But when I returned after killing the demons, I found one of my things broken. A glass container lay shattered on the dirt as medical spills spilt out. That's interesting, I said to myself. It was interesting because it was not my intention to break the glass, quite the opposite actually. At this point, I had such high mastery over my sword and techniques that I rarely destroyed things during a fight. Even when I go full force, I never cause collateral damage to the surroundings. But here, the glass container which I specifically put away for safety was broken. It must be due to thunder wind breathing, I said while scratching my head. Indeed, I used thunder wind breathing during the battle. It might sound overkill, but I was training it. And the demon probably deserved it. It was the fastest breathing style, and my sheer speed created a high-pitched sound that could shatter glass in the vicinity. It even chases away animals. That was not new by any means, but at that moment, I found it to be awfully interesting. So I played with it for a bit. I took the largest fragment of the shattered glass and tried to break it using the sound of my speed. It was harder than anticipated, but after 10 minutes, I was able to shatter the glass without touching it. Cracked. I never took the time to understand how breaking glass with sound worked. But under close observation, I found that the glass shattered when the vibration released by my sword matched the natural vibration of the glass. That made me realize something. Vibration. Sound was vibration. And I could see vibrations, which means I could see sound. Although I was deaf, sound itself was still very much a part of my life. I just saw it instead of hearing it. Of course, I have been doing that all my life, haven't I? I said to myself. How else would I be able to communicate with others if not for my ability to see sound? Although I was deaf, it became almost impossible to tell that I could not hear. It started with reading lips, then reading the movement of the throat, and then the vibration of the vocal cords. Eventually, I was able to understand what people were saying just by looking at the vibrations that came out of their mouths when they spoke. I had been unconsciously training the ability to see vibrations all my life. I looked away from the shattered glass on the ground and looked at my surroundings. My eyes released a glow of realization, and it was like I was seeing the world with different eyes. Not literally, more like I was just now noticing some things that I'd seen all this time, yet ignored. Exactly like how one ignores the things he sees in his peripheral vision. It was not the first time I saw it, but it was the first time I cared enough to notice. Everything in my surroundings had a natural vibration, a rhythm that they released just by simply existing. My eyes caught a giant boulder in the distance. I walked towards it while observing its natural frequency. The atoms in the rock were constantly moving, causing the vibration. It was very different from that of glass. While glass had one single frequency, the boulder was complicated and had different frequencies at different layers. I wonder, I said while standing in front of the rock almost twice my size. I picked up a small rock and started beating my sword to create a vibration similar to that of the boulder. It took forever, but at that point, I was too invested to just give up. The night passed, and the sun rose. It was already past noon when I was finally able to match the natural frequency of the boulder. After that, I proceeded to stab the boulder with my vibrating sword, and there was zero resistance. But the moment my sword plunged into the boulder, it reacted violently. Boom! The boulder shattered with a simple poke, just like how the glass shattered. The sword I was holding in my hand shattered too. I smiled, it was just like I expected. It took too much time and effort. It would be easier for me to cut a mountain normally than to cut a simple boulder this way. But the prospect of my new discovery gave me ideas. I was searching for something different and new, and this was exactly what I hoped for. So for the next few weeks, I focused on my new discovery. And even I could never expect where that would lead me. Back to you, I said while looking at the boulder in front of me. I used my newly acquired iron rod to beat my weapon and tune its vibration to the frequency I wanted. It only took me a few minutes to do so. It was much easier to tune a sword when you knew what to do. It was like a normal person and a musician tuning a guitar. The normal man might take days or years to tune a guitar correctly without help, while the musician could do it in a few seconds. After I was done, I drew a line on the boulder with my vibrating sword, but the frequency was unlike last time. This time, the vibration was more controlled, and I aimed at the molecular level. Shattering the boulder-like glass was no longer my intention. What I tried to do was vibrate my blade, just enough to separate the internal bonds of the rock along a precise cut. I drew a line, and then the boulder split in half. It was as easy as that. Everything has a rhythm, a natural frequency at which it vibrates at the molecular level. And if you know that and use it to your advantage, then you could cut anything. I guess I've found it. It was only just the beginning, but I saw the endless potential of this simple concept. It was a new path to grow that was completely my own. Yoriichi built a whole power system from breathing. I was about to do the same with sound. How ironic. The deaf weaponizes sound. Chapter 190, Kokushibo vs. Seiji 3. Seiji's POV. It was almost impossible to imitate the frequency of living beings. There were things like heartbeat, breathing patterns, muscle twitch, organ movement, nerve firing, cellular activities, and even blood flowing. This made living beings have chaotic vibrations that changed 1,000 times every fraction of a second. It was almost impossible to tune my sword to match that frequency. But demons were different. They were not quite living beings, even though they were not dead either. I spent months trying to figure out what their rhythm was. It was complex, but I was able to find it in the end. I called it the demon's key, and every demon shared this frequency. Demons were almost perfect beings, except for their fatal weakness to sunlight and wisteria. But being perfect means being static and unchanging, and the demons were just that. They were not like other living beings who were completely chaotic and unpredictable. Not only that, all demons without exception came from Musen's blood, so they shared the same frequency. Once I figured out the demon's key, it worked for every demon I encountered. It didn't matter how armored they were, it didn't matter if they blocked it perfectly. Any blade I wielded became a weakness to them. The only thing they could do was dodge and run. You were more complex than any demon I've encountered, but you still shared the same demon's key, I said while turning towards him. Kokushibo remained in his place, absolutely stunned at his state. He did not even heal himself and just remained half-armed and half-faced. How long had it been since he was actually cut? How is that possible? Kokushibo asked while turning back. His face was cut in half diagonally, and his 3 remaining eyes looked at me like I was a being more supernatural than he was. Commitment, focus, and sheer will, I joked. I'm kidding, I just hate you that much. There was no amusement in his eyes. For the first time since I met him, I read emotions in his eyes. He was no longer that living weapon devoid of humanity. I saw wonder, anger, excitement, and caution. Let's put fear in there, I thought to myself and brought my sword up. The grip I had on my sword changed like swaying water, while my muscles tensed and relaxed rapidly, all so that I could maintain the vibration of my sword. As a result, my sword released an eerie sound that I could not hear. But it must be lethal because I saw blood coming out of Kokushibo's ears. The frequency was the bane of demons. It was a literal song of death for them. I shot towards him like a bullet. Obviously not fast enough, considering he had enough time to heal his body and meet me with a perfect form. But for onlookers, it was an instant. We were so fast that most people could not tell our slowest speed from the fastest. They were all quick enough to escape the naked eye. Kokushibo exhausted all his techniques in trying to block my attack, but even the most simple swing of my blade cut through everything like butter. Just like that, centuries of practicing defensive sword skills went to waste. All blocks or parries were equally pointless in front of my blade. The battle shifted. It was no longer a clash between 2 swordsmen. In Minecraft terms, it was a clash between a pro and a hacker. An attack that could not be blocked was so outrageous, especially when both of us were nearly equal in skills. But I didn't feel an ounce of guilt. Demons had been abusing their inexhaustible stamina and regeneration since forever. This was just a taste of their own medicine. It took losing his limbs 6 times and being cut in half 8 times until Kokushibo started running. Isn't that cowardly? I mocked and ran after him through the forest. He was fast but not faster than me, so he still got sliced up here and there as he ran. If my sword was a Nichiren blade, he would have been in big trouble. Lucky for him, it was just a very well-made sword. He ran, but as he ran, his mind worked to come up with a strategy. When he finally got an idea, he stopped. He landed horizontally on a big tree trunk and bounced back with incredible force. The tree shattered into splinters from the force. He attacked me. The best defense was offense. That was the theory behind his new strategy. His plan was so utterly predictable that I laughed out loud. He couldn't look at me while running, so I had been the sole abuser of our overpowered eyes. His sword sliced through the air and came at my torso. I twisted my body in a heartbeat and easily moved above his swing. On the other hand, my sword sailed past all defense and chopped off the upper portion of his head. Our bodies passed each other like flashes of light, and I was unharmed while he lost 4 eyes and a forehead. I bounced back on a tree like he did, but my action barely shook the tree. I did not have raw power like he did, so I couldn't waste momentum, leading to more graceful actions. Kokushibo was in midair when my sword weaved multiple slashes towards him, but this time my attack was blocked by a branch of a random tree, which Kokushibo cut off with his last attack. That's a dangerous technique you've invented, but like all else, it has a weakness, Kokushibo said as we remained suspended in the air. I smiled. Indeed, the weakness of this technique was that once my sword was tuned to cut one thing, it cut other objects worse than a normal sword. I could change the vibration of my sword and match it to another object like steel rather quickly, but not fast enough to do so in the middle of a battle of this caliber. Smart, I commented, and then the fight ensued again. This time, it was not one-sided like previously. We exchanged attacks once more. This time, Kokushibo used different objects on the ground to block my attacks. Sometimes he would use wood he cut from a tree, other times he would kick up a rock and use it as the point of our clash. That revealed to me once more how different Kokushibo was compared to other demons. To adapt as easily as that was human nature. It was Demon Slayer's nature to be exact. He took a few seconds to adjust his fighting style, and then he was comfortable enough to go full power once more. Moon breathing, 14th form. I jumped back as far as I could and landed with a ready stance. This time, I finally used the power I created during this 1 year. My legacy. I've imagined this many times before in the past. It was always my plan to create my own breathing style after I learned every other style. I thought it would be the combination of every existing breathing styles, and that it would be the perfect breathing style. It's funny how things turned out in the end. Instead of a perfect technique, I had to come up with something completely new, different from everyone's expectations, including my own. I thought my masterpiece would be called something cool, like sky breathing, star breathing, eclipse breathing, and maybe even space breathing. Something that would strike at the hearts of anyone who heard it. But in the end, it turned out to be much simpler and raw. The name would only strike at the hearts of those I hate the most. Demon Slaying Arts, First Method. Kokushibo exploded first. The forest yielded under the brutality of his technique. His sword slashes expanded as they flew outwards, growing bigger than the tallest trees in the forest. There were slashes inside his slashes. Tiny moon blades acted as the blades of grinders as they tore through anything and everything. The organic and non-organic all died under his demonic power. Catastrophe, Tenman Crescent Moon. When the attack reached halfway, I shot forward at my fastest speed. I outran sound and reason. Demon Slaying Arts was like the Bible in the sense that it was a compilation of everything I've learned in my life, made into one style. I selected the most malicious and lethal demon-killing techniques I know to create one ultimate form. And at its core was a new type of power fate never planned to create. The world was not ready for the power I've brought to life. Frequency of death. I moved at the speed of thunder wind breathing. I shot forward in a straight line like thunderclap and flash. In my hand was a blade that hummed a tune of death. The vibration was subtly different from the previous one. It sang a melody that could kill a demon. It became a sword that was more lethal than a Nichiren blade. A technique worthy of its name. Chapter 191, Kokushibo vs. Seiji, Final. Seiji's POV. Flashback. Pilizi kill LME, tilde. The pieces of flesh trembled and vibrated to create the sound of a scream. KLLME, tilde. I haven't quite found it yet, I said to the demon. Please try to survive until sunrise. After I learned the basis for my new technique, I began experimenting. I already discovered the demon's key, which allowed me to easily cut demon flesh or anything made from demon cells. But that doesn't matter since a demon could regenerate almost infinitely during a fight. I could cut them again and again, but it won't matter if I cannot inflict lasting wounds like a Nichiren blade could. I traveled all across Japan, experimenting with my new techniques on the demons. I was not just slaughtering them anymore, I was torturing them in the name of innovation, and I didn't feel sorry at all. I would cut them up for as long as they could regenerate and leave them to die by sunrise. Even when I finally figured out, I still used them as training dummies. I think I've lost part of my humanity as well during my journey, the part that could empathize with another living being. Demons were a danger to humanity, most of them were an enemy. But there were also victims among the demons like Nezuko in the canon or Rengoku, but I couldn't feel sorry for them anymore. I didn't hesitate to slay a demon just because of them. I've turned myself into the bane of demons. I became their sole executioner. The next technique I created only affirmed my status as annihilator of demons. I became the ultimate demon slayer. Frequency of death, I named the technique. I could create a vibration on my sword so precise and lethal that when I cut demons, they could no longer regenerate. I mutilated their existence with each cut inflicted. It was the next evolution of the demon's key. BOOMs. The world of Demon Slayer did not scale high in terms of raw power compared to other fictional worlds. But when two pinnacles clash, even the mountain has to give respect and buckle under the weight of the clash. Well, it was mostly Kokushibo who was responsible for the catastrophe. Meanwhile, I was only responsible for splitting the forest horizontally. I was faster than destruction, so while the environment suffered, I was unharmed behind Kokushibo. Fa tilde, I released a huge breath, and my body ached at the sheer strain of the technique. I saw the cracks on my sword before I branded it to the side. The blade was masterfully crafted with the best quality, but it was not meant to persist under the pressure of precise vibrations. It had lasted me for so long, I wouldn't complain even if it broke now. My arm felt numb as well. My body had partially adapted to my new form, and I could maintain the frequency of vibration, but it was still yet to be perfected. In the meantime, I turned around and gazed at the back of Kokushibo. He remained frozen in place, his back turned on me. The raw destruction in front of him was slowly settling. The world hung in broken strings in front of him. You know, it's quite rude to turn your back on your opponent, I said while standing still. In truth, I would love to take advantage of his opening and launch another attack, but my body was frozen from the strain. He slowly turned to me, but even then his eyes never looked at me. All 6 orbs were focused on the place where he used to have a hand. His wrist released a copious amount of blood, but strangely enough, he was not regenerating. "What did you do to me?" he asked and finally looked at me. He held out his hand as if to show me. A flicker of smoke came off as he healed his injury, but his hand never came back, it remained a stump. His arm ended at his wrist like it were its perfect, natural state. I smiled seeing that the technique also worked on a demon of his caliber. I was almost certain it would work, but demons were supernatural beings and could always pull bullshit out of their ass. Try as you might, but you will never grow your hand again. After all, your own body is convinced that it has healed perfectly, I said. His eyes glowed red, infinitely curious. What do you mean? I contemplated whether I should answer his question or not. I was not the villain, so explaining the nature of my technique to the enemy was not my job. At the same time, the fight between us was more like a battle between 2 warriors than a human and a demon. In the end, I decided to entertain his curiosity. I don't know if you keep up with modern science, but basically, every living being, be it demons or humans, are made of cells, and these cells listen to something for instructions. I began my explanation. I discovered the technique before I realized how it works. After I had invented the frequency of death, I went to the city and studied to learn how it works. Mechanotransduction. It's a new term that humans discovered recently. It simply means that cells can change their behavior based on physical forces like tension or vibrations. Kokoshibo tilted his head. Clearly, he did not know what I was talking about. All those science terms were unknown to him. Heck, he didn't even know what cells were. I continued anyway, and made it easier this time. Fighting is a conversation to me. Actions are words. I did not simply cut off your hand, I convinced your body through physical language. I tell your body, this is how you should be, and they believe it, I said. Kokoshibo stayed silent, but there was more understanding in his eyes this time. He nodded curtly, as if to pay respect. A fearsome technique, he said. Well, it's only the first method, I said, and then the faint mark on my forehead glowed bright and expanded. All this time, I hadn't activated my Demon Slayer mark, and when I did, the change was immediate. The wind that blew at me paused before they ran away and changed direction. Not just outside, but internally, my perception of the situation changed. When filled with such power, it changed my whole mentality. A beat of silence. A pause of realization. Here's the thing, Kokoshibo, I said while taking a rigid stance. I felt unimaginable power coursing through my body. It had been a year since I activated my mark, so it almost felt overwhelming. As much as I wanted this to be a great battle, I can no longer cling to a delusion. I don't think I'll ever have a real battle again. This fight has truly opened my eyes since I considered you my greatest opponent, I said while taking in huge volumes of air. A small hurricane came alive around me. This war is over, the rest is just ceremony. Kokoshibo burst out fast. He was a lightning wrapped in fury. My words cut deep into his heart, partly because he knew I was telling the truth. His attack was him testing my words. So he gave his best. Moon breathing, 16th form. The night exploded, and darkness was torn away by sheer destruction. Moondragon ringtail. My eyes flashed purple as I beheld the might of the attack. Ones, tens, hundreds, no thousands upon thousands of crescent blades bloomed from his sword. They spiraled outward like demonic halos. Each slash bent space, cutting through stone, wind, and even light. They curled, twisted, and collided in a storm of lunatic destruction. The world itself seemed to fracture under the barrage. For a moment, darkness was chased away by the light of these energy blades, and everything the light touched ceased to exist. Dust rose, trees screamed, the air bled silver. In that moment, regret swallowed my heart. I wished I could fight this. I wished I could win against this. But I was forced to cut them away and disregard them with one casual swing. As if the power in front of me was not a masterpiece refined over centuries of dedication and sacrifice. It's like a game of chess. My opponent played beautifully, without flaw, without making a single mistake. But unfortunately, I've figured out I could just kill the player without playing the limited pieces. I disappeared. I was already one of the fastest beings in the world 1 year ago. I could contend with Kokoshibo in terms of speed even during the first fight where I was injured. But after learning flash steps and activating my mark, I was simply too fast for any attack to hit. Demon slaying art, first method. Only now did I realize how cold the style I invented was. It did not even try to fight the demons, it just ends them with the ultimate efficiency. My eyes saw the vibrations in the air, I saw the patterns in the attack, and I created an imaginary path which was void of disruption. It was an opening. I followed that path at lightning speed. The world turned black and white, as if light itself was now struggling to catch up to my speed. For the first time, my speed matched my perception of time. Even before he realized, I sliced off his leg in one casual swing. I blurred past him and went around the area to turn. My eyes locked on his form as he buckled. His leg healed quickly, but never regrew the limb. His leg now ends at his knee. He moved. But I moved master. I blurred past him again. This time I took his arm. His sword fell on the ground, and after he healed his injury, his arm stopped at his elbow. I went around the area again to attack him from another direction. This time I took his other arm. When he healed, he was left armless. With the vibration on my sword, I convinced his body, I mutilated his existence. Again and again. I blurred past a dozen times until my body protested and told me to stop. And so I did. I stopped in front of him. But by that point, my opponent lay in pieces. "I'm sorry," I apologized sincerely. In a way, I had disappointed him, just in a different way. I was not too weak, I was too strong. Demon-slaying arts had 7 forms, 7 methods. Against the strongest demon in existence, 6 remained unspoken. Chapter 192, Ultimate Cliffhanger, read at your own risk or just read author's note at the end. Seiji's POV. Stop moving, bro, that's just you. Imagine pieces of flesh and body parts squirming around like a splintered earthworm. But the fact that the parts were all distinct and the eyes were moving made it worse. It would be more effective if I had used a Nichiren sword, but I didn't have time to fetch my sword since you attacked us so suddenly, I said while crouching down near a single ear. I guess you will have to wait for the sun, I said. One eyeball stared back at me with demonic hatred in it. He thought I was mocking him, which was precisely what I was doing. But to be fair, I thought this would be the end of it. My sword had broken into pieces after the last attack, and my demon slayer mark had also receded to that small permanent mark. My body was cooling down, my heartbeat was slowing, and adrenaline had stopped. Which kinda explained why I never saw it coming. I barely felt it. When I looked to my side, all I saw was the reflection of myself being smashed by a huge tentacle arm. My reflection came from the crimson-red eyes. Oops, it kinda slipped past me that Muzan could share the senses of all his demons. BOOM. For the first time in over a year, I was ragdolled. My body caved in and was literally reshaped. I felt some cracks here and there, but nothing too concerning. I've taken worse hits. Got 'em it, I cursed and did some flips in the air before I landed with both feet. I made 2 lines as I slid to a stop. The entire vicinity was an open area due to trees and mounds being reduced to rubble from our clash. There was nothing for me to crash on, so that made the aftermath of the attack less bad. Can't even let a man revel in his own victory? I asked, eyes glowing purple between thin lines of blood. How come Muzan got uglier and uglier every time I saw him? I remember the first time I saw him, he was a hot chick. My thought was cut short when Muzan leapt in the air and descended from the sky. His right arm bulged into an ugly mass of flesh before it turned into a huge limb with a blade for a hand. The blade looked like a cursed war axe. He came down like a falling star, bright, fast, and full of raw power. With no weapon in hand, I was forced to make a bold move and raise my hand to block the attack. The clash gave birth to shockwaves that turned the air upside down. The ground cracked like wafers and yielded under the raw strength of the Demon King. The earth made a crater on which I stood, unfazed. Not really, but that sounded cool in my head. In reality, I caught the attack on the unbladed part of the limb. My arm, which had been trained and evolved to handle and regulate precise vibrations, was able to let the kinetic energy flow through them and redirected most of the force on the earth beneath my feet. The manipulation and redirection of force was like bread and butter in any form of martial arts, and my circumstances made me the best at it. It was not a perfect technique, though, as my arm immediately turned purple and almost buckled under the sheer weight of the Demon King. I held him there for a while, suspended in midair. His flesh moved, and my eyes predicted spikes and blades coming from the place I held, so I quickly regripped his arm in a split second to make sure the blade passed between my fingers. Heth, I smiled. I did not have a sword, so it would seem I had no way to attack. I might have no weapons, but I had comrades. RORRs. I have not heard it, but people told me that it sounded like the roar of a mythical beast when he moved at that speed. Running away is getting old, Tenjin bellowed as he came from the side. He became a sword I did not have and cut the demon lord in 2 places instantaneously. One cut chopped his arm off so that I could escape, and another chopped off a huge portion of his head in a splatter of sheer gore. I took that moment to slip under Muzan's guard and delivered a powerful spinning back kick. I aimed the attack just right so that it crushed one of his hearts that was beating at his abdomen. A shockwave erupted from his back as if my kick had gone right through him. Then, he was launched away by the force of my attack. Flashy move, you learned that during training, Tenjin asked as he landed beside me. Yes, I figured even a swordsman could not be dependent on his sword. Variety and adaptability win more battles than raw strength, I commented back with a smile. Cool reply, I'm stealing it, he said, and broke the chain connecting his swords before passing his other sword to me. Tenjin's sword was vastly different from any other blade I've held. It's like he immediately put my words to the test. Some people got it wrong, but this is the greatest example of the power of friendship. We blurred towards Muzan once more. He was standing beside the pieces of flesh, which were Kokoshibo. The Demon King was letting himself bleed out on the remains of the Upper Moon One. That couldn't possibly be a good sign, so we moved even faster. The demon mark on my head released a purple glow before growing once more. Sound breathing, fourth form, Tenjin declared, and then burst into greater motion. Constant resounding slashes. I followed not far behind. I allowed the strange sword to feel familiar in my hand. I had no time to experiment on how to wield it, so I just used them as they were supposed to be. Sound breathing, third form, I stepped onto the ground and pushed myself off with an insane burst of power. My footsteps made a sound akin to a rapid beating drum as I followed that same pattern. Resonant rampage. Tenjin and I, side by side, we gave the Demon King a run for his money. Sound breathing was one of the fastest breathing styles in its own right, so we were moving at sonic speed at our laziest attacks. Muzan grew his arms and split them into two so that he had 4 tentacles. They moved like whips and circled around like the wings of a helicopter. We attacked from all sides, but he managed to hold on. In the meantime, I was studying my opponent once more. I was figuring out how special Muzan was compared to his underlings. I also noticed that his movements and patterns were more refined than last time. He had improved in an adorable amount. Bam 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 bam. The night was lit up by the flashes of our clash. The explosions were quick enough that it would sound like a machine gun firing rapidly to normal ears. I overestimated myself and created an opening for a split second. I quickly caught myself after that, but that made me realize something. Muzan was not fighting to kill us. There was no killing intent behind his attack, so much so that my unconscious mind allowed me to make a mistake, even if it was small. Had my life really been threatened, I would be too cautious to make mistakes. Buying time? For what? Time was on our side, I thought to myself. The other Hashiras were quickly approaching us, and the sun was soon to rise as well. I stopped for a moment, and that was enough for the fight to blitz past me. In just a few seconds, the fight was taking place in another location. I stood there for a while before I turned to look at Kokoshibo's dismembered corpse. Except it was not in pieces anymore. Cockroaches, I muttered before I blitzed towards him. Kokoshibo was not regenerating. I had taken that ability away from him by convincing his own body that it was unharmed. I mutilated the blueprint of his existence to always be in pieces. But what he was doing was not regenerating, but rebuilding. By taking control over all his cells, he was rebuilding his body from scratch. He did not just regrow a limb, he was creating a limb. From what I could tell, it took much more effort and time than simple regeneration, but he could still heal in theory. Of course, the higher-ranked demons were always tricky unlike the rest. Although that would infuriate me, it brought some kind of relief in my heart. Perhaps I was ecstatic that I got the chance to kill him more than once. I swung the awkward sword at Kokoshibo, but by that point, he had recreated himself enough to block me. Steel clashed with hardened flesh. Your genius knows no bounds, Seiji Shigen, but so does my persistence, Kokoshibo stated as the clash grew more intense. Although we were already touching, we released a new shockwave to the surroundings. Wait till I get the sword I ordered specifically to skewer you. My instincts screamed, and I looked to the side. This time, I was able to block against Muzan's attack as he swung a heavy-bladed tentacle at me. The friggin' thing had mouths that managed to bite and tear off a piece of my uniform. During that short time, their battle had made a full circle and came back to me. Muzan seemed awfully drawn towards Kokoshibo. I leapt back and landed not too far away. Tenjin landed beside me with ragged breath. He was human and actively going past his limits, so he was almost out of fuel. Muzin did not attack. He merely helped Kokushibo regain his full body. We watched without attacking as we were anticipating what would happen next. I feel like this is the part where you make your grand escape, I said to Muzin as his demonic transformation receded and he looked more humane. What's the next bold move? Hide for a century or so, hoping we die from age, I mocked with a sneer. I had already made preparations, so that won't happen, but it would be better if we end it now. Muzin glared at me, but before he could make another move, someone landed on his right. You think you can escape? Huh! Sanemi landed in a burst of cyclone. His face was anger, his eyes rage, and wrath was written all over his body in the form of veins. Another moment later, someone landed to the left. This one was gentle and elegant in the way she made herself known. Canny. And then behind Muzin, a calm presence filled the air. You would almost miss his existence if you were not looking right at him. Gio. And then one by one, the Hashiras gathered around the two remaining demons. Shinobu, Obanai, Muakiro, and even Mitsuri. The Hashiras had gathered. Wait, I'm also here. Rengoku came in brilliant lights. He left a trail of fire on his path, so it was easy to see how he came here. Okay. Now the Hashiras had really gathered. So what's your next move? I asked, or should I say final move? Muzin and Kokushibo looked around cautiously before they turned to me as some sort of unspoken leader. And then, Chapter 193, The End of the Beginning of the End. Seiji's POV. So what's your next move? I asked, or should I say final move? Muzin and Kokushibo looked around cautiously before they turned to me as some sort of unspoken leader. And then, the answer came in the form of a biwa string being struck. I could not hear the sound, but I saw the vibration ripple through the air before it ripped the fabric of space. A door appeared under Muzin and Kokushibo, and they both fell inside together almost immediately. Just like that. I simply deadpanned at the scene. On the other hand, every Hashira shot out with urgency. They moved as fast as they could but ultimately failed to catch them. The teleportation had come out of nowhere. No one other than me was prepared for it. So they escaped. Damnittt? Sanemi screamed in absolute rage. He swung his sword around, destroying his surroundings from sheer anger. On the other hand, my eyes remained fixed on the ground where a door of the Infinity Castle had disappeared. The way the vibration of the biwa manipulated and parted the fabric of space was interesting, to say the least. I would say it gave me ideas that seemed impossible at the moment, but who knows? I was in a different world compared to my past life, a world where logic and universal laws were slightly different and exaggerated. I shelved my thoughts and ideas for a moment in favor of walking towards a certain flying eyeball in the sky. Nakheim needed to mark someone or station one of these to open her portals if I was not mistaken. Can you see me? I asked the floating eyeball and waved my hand. I've done this more than once, of course. You can see me, Muzin, I said before I put my bruised hand into my uniform and rummaged through my inner pockets. Under the gaze of the eye, I took out a certain flower. A flower that Muzin had spent centuries looking for. It was his only key to perfection. Look what I found during my journey, I said, and waved the flower around. It was not in the best condition due to having to survive many battles, but you could still see the ethereal glow of its blue petals. Blue spider lily, I said, and then proceeded to crush the flower in my hand. The flower fell on the ground, destroyed. That was to make a statement more than anything. The next time these bloom, I am going to destroy them completely. I will burn down the last garden and make sure they never fall into your hands or anyone else's, I said. The Hashiras stood behind me and watched as I sent a message to the Demon King. You cannot hide from me, Muzin. If you want them, you have to come to me, I said, and then a smile spread across my face. I had become the bane of demons. I possessed power that would annihilate any plan he could come up with. I only needed him to show his face to me one last time. I wonder what would win, his cowardice or his desire and dreams. If he decided to abandon his dream, I would have to come up with another way to kill him, but I doubt that would happen. "Come find me soon, before it's too late," I said before exploding upwards and catching the eye. I crushed it in my hand also. I landed with a small thud, my message complete and my job done. "Rengoku, will you please reduce this spot to ash?" I asked while pointing at the place where the destroyed spider lily fell. "Oh, okay," he shrugged before burning it like I asked. "Thank you." Then, silence. For a moment, no one moved. We stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of battle, blood still warm on the ground. The sun had not yet risen, and the weight of the night still clung to us like heavy fog. I turned to face the rest of the cast, the pillars of humanity. They had done their duty and stood with dignity. After a year of not seeing them, I took the moment of silence to look at them carefully. I noticed the slightest changes in their appearance, from Muakairo's face that was showing maturity to Obanai's new muscles. They also looked extremely exhausted. Some were even injured, so I spread my arms in a light-hearted gesture. "This battle is over, it's our victory." There was a beat of silence, and then Mitsuri let out a breathy laugh. Hysterical, maybe, relieved, definitely. "Thank the gods," she cried out before collapsing in Kanny's arms like a total drama queen. Tenjin tilted his head back and let out a loud laugh as well. I thought I had him for sure. It's hilarious how easily he escaped again in the end." He slapped Muakairo's back hard enough to almost knock the kid over. "If only you guys were as fast as we might have finished him for good." "Can you not touch me?" Muakairo grumbled, but even he didn't sound annoyed, just tired. But Tenjin ignored his plea like it were air. He just laughed harder and touched the kid even more. The laughter began to spread, and everyone relaxed. It was like a dam had burst. The tension cracked, and what followed was a flood of movement. Seinmi finally stopped swinging his blade and let it fall to the dirt with a heavy thunk. He wiped his brow, glared at the sky, and walked toward me with a limp. His sharp eyes searched mine. "Welcome back, I guess," he said gruffly. I blinked. "Aw, that's so cute." I never got to finish my sentence, as I had to jump away to dodge a fast hook from the wind demon. "Bastard, I'll put you into another year of coma." The others joined in the antics as well. There were claps on the shoulder, tired jokes, and half-hugs. Even Jiyu nodded in approval of my return. Rengoku was also another piece of attraction. He was in his demon form, but he still retained his humanity. Everyone had much to ask him, the same goes for goodwill. But eventually, the sun rose on the horizon. "Guys, the sun's coming up," Rengoku said with a strained smile. "Yeah, so?" Seinmi asked with folded hands. "You can't be real," Jiyu said with a dead face beside him. "What?" Seinmi exploded back immediately. At that point, it finally clicked in his mind why his question was stupid, but he still screamed with a red face. "Let's dig a hole for Kyojiro," I said with a smile. Since there were no trees to create shade, the next option was to dig and bury Rengoku in the ground. "Are you sure? We could run to better shelter really quickly," Jiyu said, being too logical at times. "I know, but this will be fun." I mean, who doesn't like being buried? That's like the first instinct whenever a man comes to a beach. So we all dug a grave for Rengoku. It became a rather fun activity while we caught up after a year of not seeing each other. We even held a funeral for shits and giggles. After that, we left him underground and he slept there. He would come out at night and return to the Demon Slayer Corps. In the meantime, we went back and helped the survivors. Third POV. Infinity Castle. While the Hashiras enjoyed their victory, Muzan was seething. It had become kind of normal to see him seethe because of the humans over the years. Nakheim was not too shocked to see the state her master was in. That fucking brat," Muzan choked out with blood-shaking eyes. He had seen Seiji's message and he was furious. Even though he had escaped using Nakheim's overpowered ability, he was still cornered. He might be free physically, but Seiji had trapped his soul. Muzan was a fucking coward, but for his dream of perfection, he could overcome that cowardice. He hid for centuries after being defeated by Yoriichi, but this time it was not the same. He couldn't do that. He had to fight, he must fight. He had lived for thousands of years, and that was only possible due to his ambition. Without that, he would have gone insane a long time ago. No sentient being could exist that long without holding anything in their heart. Love didn't matter to him, families didn't matter to him, and so did power, wealth, and everything in between. The only thing that mattered to the Demon King was his dream of becoming perfect. And that was the only thing he would fight for with his life. Seiji had deduced correctly. That dream was Musen's whole existence, his entire purpose behind everything he did. Creating the first demons, creating the upper moons, fitting in with the humans, and studying the new technology. All of it was to find the goddamn flower and finally become the perfect being. "So, what's next, Lord Musen?" Kokushibo asked from the side. His 6 eyes stared at empty space with dissatisfaction. He would have preferred to die fighting than running away like this. But he made the excuse in his mind that since he spared Seiji once, it was only fair he was spared in return. Musen stayed silent for a long time. His multiple brains worked together to come up with a plan on the spot. After a few minutes, he stood up, seemingly coming to a decision. "Nakheim, collect all the demons that roam the human world. I want every creature with a lick of my blood to gather in the Infinity Castle," Musen said, and walked away. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he gave command to every single cell of his. Even the lowest-ranking demon felt Musen's call, and they came together. And for the first time in 1,000 years, no demon roamed the earth. It dropped. This book has been on hiatus since chapter 193.